Chapter 81 Employees on Duty. Forced to register for permanent residence? Wait, as long as you are willing, how could Secretary Shu not sign? Li Mei asked hurriedly. Xiaogua implements the system of people go with a certificate. Registering for permanent residence in big cities may require a house purchase contract or a rental contract, but Binggu Village is in need of villagers now, as long as someone wants to register for permanent residence. They are eager to do so. Oh, some things are not explained clearly to you. I just want to ask if I can register for permanent residence directly. The voice on the phone came again. It doesn't seem to work. According to the current system, Secretary Shu's signature is required. Li Mei became more and more confused. I don't know why the man opposite her would be like this. Then how did Secretary Shu register as a permanent resident in Binggu Village? At that time, there was no one in Binggu Village. Why did you agree? After hearing the explanation, the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, still unwilling to give up. That was because Secretary Shu bought the property rights of the ruins and registered as a permanent resident in accordance with relevant regulations. Li Mei explained. However, when Li Mei wanted to explain the permanent residence registration policy to the other party hung up the phone directly with the next sentence. Well, then I know. Sorry to bother you. Please go on. What's the situation? Looking at the black screen of the phone, Li Mei felt a little disappointed. She was so happy just now. She thought she finally met an ordinary villager. Now it seems that this person has some problems. Otherwise, why would he worry that Secretary Shu would not sign for him? Forget it. The population cannot be increased for the time being. The village clinic is a headache. Where can we find a technical secondary school student for Binggu Village? After a long time, Li Mei sat in front of the computer and started a new day of headache. At the same time, in Yousheng, in a small two-story office in the second ring road, Fan Tian was sitting on the sofa looking at the documents in his hand. Opposite him was a man in his 50s wearing a black jacket. Lao Fan. Who do you think is suitable to lead the team this time? After a long time, the man looked at Fan Tian. The altitude in the northwest is high and the conditions are poor. The weather has been cold for 3 months. You and Lao Zhang are not in good health. I will go this time. Fan Tian put down the documents in his hand. You go? The main task this time is to grasp the implementation of policies at the grassroots level. We need to visit several provinces in the northwest. The battle line is long. The man paused. Didn't I just come back from cycling there last month? My physical fitness is much better than yours. It's no problem, Fan Tian said confidently. Okay. Then, when the time comes, we will issue another document. When we go to the grassroots level for research, we will bring the local leaders with us. If there are any problems, we will ask them to rectify them on the spot. After a moment of silence, the man agreed with Fan Tian. I know while writing, I also learned about the situation there in disguise. Many things can't be hidden from me. Fan Tian glanced at the document again. Okay, then I will report it this afternoon. We have only one principle this time. Those who implement it seriously must be rewarded, and those who cheat must be severely punished. As the man spoke, he tapped the coffee table with his fingers. Yes. Fan Tian nodded. Which province do you plan to start from? After a while, the man in the jacket looked at Fan Tian again. I want to start from Yousheng province. Fan Tian touched his chin and replied. Time flies. It's noon in a blink of an eye. The store in Binggu Village is busier than usual, in addition to some drivers who stop to buy things. There are also a few young people. Mr. Zhong, are we going to live here? Is it true? A young woman in her 20s, carrying a large suitcase in her hand, looked at the 3-story building in front of her and breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but flash a trace of joy on her face. These young people were none other than Zhong Ruofei, who was recruiting employees in Jiuge City. The young woman was named Zhu Rui, graduated from an ordinary second-tier university in Shu province, and was a local of Jiuge City. The position she applied for this time was an accountant for Binggu Cultural Tourism. Although Zhong Ruofei said during the recruitment that this place provided food and accommodation with a monthly salary of 3,000, Zhu Rui always felt that this was a campsite built on the ruins, and the food and accommodation environment must be very poor. She even had the idea of giving up. However, she stayed at home every day and was scolded by her parents for being useless and only knowing how to rely on her parents. Finally, she gritted her teeth and came here on time. The accommodation looked very nice. I just went in and took a look. Everything was very modern. It was even better than the living conditions of my classmates, who worked in Lantau, the provincial capital. Yes. 4 meals. Each person has 2 meal tickets per day. When it's time, go to the canteen to eat. On the side, Zhong Ruofei nodded. This was arranged with Ding Santai before. Starting tomorrow, in addition to selling meals to the workers, we have to prepare meals for 8 employees. Okay, Mr. Zhong. Let's now. Zhu Rui took a deep breath and said in a low voice. You go up and settle down first. We will have a meeting in the afternoon. Xiao Xu in the finance department, Xiao Wang in the canteen, and Lao Bai in the food stall. You 3 will start working tomorrow. Zhong Ruofei glanced at them. The remaining 3 people in a yuan will start to get familiar with the environment of a yuan tomorrow. The 2 people in the gas station can practice related business first. They will start working at the gas station in about 10 days. Okay, Mr. Zhong. Several people nodded in unison, and then went up to the small building one after another with large and small bags. After this batch of employees arrive, we don't have to worry about the canteen and food stalls anymore, as long as the gas station is repaired and the health room is built. The camping site will finally have the most basic guarantee. Talking to himself, Zhong Ruofei turned around and walked downstairs. Today, gravel is being laid in the open-air campground, and electric camping platforms and parasols are being installed. He must keep an eye on it. There can be no mistakes in this matter. Little did he know that when the first batch of employees arrived one after another, on the 3rd floor. Ah? You want to register for permanent residence in Binggu village? Lu Ming looked at Shu Yutian on the bed in surprise. He came to deliver lunch to Shu Yutian at noon today. Unexpectedly, Shu Yutian said that he wanted to register for permanent residence here. Yes. Shu Yutian nodded heavily. Shi Linian and Song Qing had already left Binggu village with the invoice in the morning and continued their journey of the Northwest Grand Loop. Under the professional care of Shi Linian and Song Qing, Shu Yutian's body recovered very well. The abrasions had begun to scab over, and Shu Yutian had even begun to try to sit in a wheelchair by himself. It was much easier to take care of him now than a few days ago. Don't joke. You are a star, and we have nothing in Binggu village. After confirming again, Lu Ming waved his hand immediately. In Lu Ming's opinion, even if Shu Yutian is a past star, he will have to work hard in a big city in the future. How can he register as a permanent resident in Binggu village? What star? I am just an ordinary person now. Do you dislike my current state? Are you afraid of trouble? Don't you want to accept me? Shu Yutian pretended to be disappointed and sighed deeply. That's not the case. Lu Ming was speechless for a moment. He felt that Shu Yutian didn't need to register as a permanent resident in Binggu village. But after Shu Yutian said this, he really didn't know how to answer. Then Director Lu agreed? Great. Shu Yutian said immediately. Agree? Wait. This matter ultimately needs Xiao Su's signature. It's up to him to agree. I don't have the final say. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming waved his hand. Shu Yutian was talking so fast that he couldn't handle it. I know that Secretary Su needs to sign. But don't I want to ask your opinion first? Do you think this is okay? I'll call Secretary Su later. Shu Yutian glanced out the window. At this time, the noise of construction next door could be heard from time to time outside the window. That's no problem. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It's most appropriate for the boss of Binggu village to decide this matter. If the boss of Binggu village agrees, others will naturally have no objection. Then please use your mobile phone to call Secretary Su. Shu Yutian said hurriedly. Okay. Lu Ming didn't waste any words. He immediately took out his mobile phone, put it on the speaker, and dialed Su Hang's number. Beep. Beep. Soon, the call was connected. Hello. Uncle Lu. Hello Secretary Su, I'm Shu Yutian. I have something to talk to you about. Seeing this, Shu Yutian immediately took the phone. Brother Shui, didn't I tell you that our village clinic doesn't accept donations? Hearing that it was Shu Yutian, Su Hang was stunned for a moment, and replied after a while, No. I want to register for permanent residence in Binggu village. I have just asked Director Lu, and Director Lu said that there is no problem on his side. But it is up to you to decide on this matter in the end. Shu Yutian hurriedly said again. Lu Ming, who was standing aside, felt that something was wrong when he heard this. But he couldn't find any fault with this sentence. He seemed to have said that just now. Ah? You want to register for permanent residence in Binggu village? You are a star. Binggu village is not suitable for you. The next moment, Su Hang's reaction on the other end of the phone was almost exactly the same as Lu Ming's reaction when he first heard that Shu Yutian wanted to register for permanent residence. Secretary Su, what kind of celebrity am I now? The reason I want to register as a permanent resident in Bingdu Village is that I really like this place. If you don't mind me, I will ask Director Lu to submit an application form for me later. Shu Yutian took a deep breath. This I don't mind you. But I'm afraid that the current conditions in Bingdu Village will delay you. You're a celebrity. So where can you go? There was another long silence on the other end of the phone, and then Su Hang's voice came again. Secretary Su, I really want to live here permanently. Director Lu just advised me. But I think clearly, if you don't believe me, you can ask Director Lu, he is right next to me now. Shu Yutian said again. Okay then, I will ask Director Lu to help write the application form. But there is one thing I must say in advance. Once the application form is submitted, there is no way to regret it. After a long time, Su Hang said this. Thank you, you go ahead. Shu Yutian was overjoyed to hear Su Hang agreed, and hurriedly replied. Does this mean I'm the fourth villager in Bingdu Village? Lu Ming scratched his head. I felt that there was something wrong with the phone call. However, before Lu Ming could come back to his senses, Shu Yutian spoke again. Director Lu, can I use your phone again? Ma gone. Help me call Mr. Zhong. Ah, to Mr. Zhong? What are you going to do? Lu Ming subconsciously picked up the phone. I want to donate money to the village clinic. Shu Yutian smiled and said. Chapter 82 Li Mei's Collapse. The tides rise and fall, and 3 days pass in a blink of an eye. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sun sets. At the construction site next to the 3-story building, Su Hang stood on the scaffold and patted the dust off his body. Perhaps because he had just built an ancient building before, the construction speed of this building was much faster than last time. It took less than 6 days to build 2.5 floors. At this speed, it will be completed in about another week. Xiao Su. Just when Su Hang picked up the mineral water bottle and took a few gulps to continue working, he saw Lu Ming and Zhong Ruofei waving to him from below. That's not all. In front of Lu Ming stood Shu Yutian, who was leaning on a cane. Uncle Lu, what's wrong? Seeing this, Su Hang immediately jumped off the wooden frame and came in front of the 3 people. Especially when he looked at Shu Yutian. There was a hint of helplessness in Su Hang's eyes. Since he promised Shu Yutian that day that he could register as a permanent resident in Bingdu Village, Shu Yutian pestered Zhong Ruofei that afternoon and insisted on donating 2 million xia coins to the village clinic. He also said that he was not a Bingdu villager before, but was now a Bingdu villager, and it was only right for him to pay for the village clinic. Since Shu Yutian insisted, Su Hang had no choice. Finally, after discussion, Shu Yutian now had the right to share 3% of the shares of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, just like Lu Ming and Zhong Ruofei. At the same time, a bedroom, a study, and a small living room were vacated in Yiyuan for Shu Yutian to use. Only in this way could 2 million summer coins be injected into the account of Bingdu Culture and Tourism. However, due to the busyness of the past 2 days, Shu Yutian's permanent residence registration application form has not been submitted to the South Street office, but this does not affect Shu Yutian's status in Bingdu Village. Those employees all know that Bingdu Village has a new villager and Mr. Shui, who is in a wheelchair, and was once a star. Xiao Su, Yiyuan has been completed, and the 27 guest rooms can be occupied normally. Lu Ming looked at Su Hang. Originally, Yiyuan had 30 guest rooms, but later 3 were allocated to Shu Yutian, so now there are 27 rooms left. So Yiyuan will be open for trial operation tomorrow? Su Hang's face lit up. To be honest, if Shu Yutian hadn't injected 2 million xia coins in time, with the expenses of the past 2 days, he would definitely have to use a credit card. I'm done here too. Zhong Ruofei glanced at the green construction site not far behind him. This time the open-air campsite has expanded more than twice as much as before. In addition to the Sephora japonica trees, there are also metal guardrails on 3 sides. A total of 10 5M*5M camping platforms have been set up in the campsite. That means a total of 10 groups of guests can be accommodated outside. In that case, we will start to remove the fences tonight. Put up the signboard. And Yiyuan will be officially open tomorrow. Su Hang also turned his head to look at the canteen. The campsite's front desk reception was placed in the room next to the canteen. From now on, checkout and invoicing will be done in that room. Okay. I will send a price list and the news of the official opening of our campsite to the tourists who have added WeChat and paid the deposit in advance tonight. If they are not satisfied with the price, I will refund their deposit first. Lu Ming and Zhong Ruofei looked at each other. After the campsite is open this time, even if there is another upgrade project, it will not be closed and covered like this time. Okay, but August 4th must be reserved. I know, I have already told the front desk receptionist. I will keep an eye on it tomorrow. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Okay. What can I do for you tomorrow? On the side, seeing that the three people were busy with their own things, Shu Yutian hurriedly followed. Just because outsiders cannot enter the construction site does not mean that he cannot enter. Just yesterday, with the help of Lu Ming, he had seen his room. After the meeting, he said, registering for permanent residence in Binggu village is the wisest decision he has made in his life. You? Hearing Shu Yutian speak, the three of them looked at him. Their eyes showed a unified expression of don't you know your own situation? Okay. I'm just asking. I'll try not to cause trouble. Shu Yutian scratched his head awkwardly. By the way, Brother Shui, I will submit your permanent residence registration to the South Street office after dinner. If there is a local unfamiliar phone call to you, don't refuse it. They need to verify and return the call. At this moment, Su Heng suddenly thought of something and looked at Shu Yutian again. Okay. Hearing that they were going to enter the village officially, Shu Yutian immediately responded with a smile. The fastest part of a project is to build and remove fences. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all the fences of the campsite had been removed. That's not all. The landscape lights of the open-air campsite and the Yuan were also lit up at the same time. In addition to the lights of the three-story building, the lights here went straight to the sky, quite like a corner of a big city. On this point alone, Binggu village has surpassed all the natural villages in Ase County, except the county seat of Ase County. At the same time, AC County, South Street office, the lights were still on in the second-floor office, and many colleagues had not left. Li Mei did not know the current situation of Binggu village. At this moment, she was looking at the photos on her phone. Is this newly registered villager the one who called before? Mumbling to herself, Li Mei quickly started typing on the keyboard. Anyway, Binggu village finally has an ordinary villager now. She can keep in touch with him more often in the future. Xiaoli, are you not going to get off work yet? Just then Zhang Qi, who was sitting at the door, got up and started packing his things. He looked back at Li Mei and asked casually, I'll do a permanent registration first, and I'll come back after I'm done. Li Mei replied while registering. Permanent registration? Binggu village? Zhang Qi looked surprised. Yes. This is the fourth villager in Binggu village. Shu Yutian. He should be an ordinary villager this time. After the permanent registration, I'll apply for an electricity subsidy for him this year. Li Mei straightened up. Although the village of 4 people is still at the bottom of Ase County, it sounds much better when reporting the number of people now. Oh, have you settled the village sanitation over there? Zhang Qi leaned over and glanced at Li Mei's computer screen. He was really curious about who was going to register as a permanent resident in that place. No news yet. Li Mei shook her head. But at this moment, Zhang Qi suddenly exclaimed, Xiaoli, what's the name of this villager? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere? You've seen him? That's impossible. His name is Shu Yutian. Is he a common face? You remembered him wrongly? Li Mei stopped typing. Impossible, although I have never heard of this name. I must have seen this person somewhere. Besides, this person is not an ordinary face. Zhang Qi touched his chin in confusion, and then picked up his phone to search. 1 minute. 2 minutes. At this moment, Zhang Qi suddenly shouted, Fuck, no way. What's wrong? Li Mei was shocked. This Shu Yutian is a singing star. It's the very popular Shu Yun in the past. I said it looks like I have seen him somewhere. See, there is an introduction later. This Shu Yan's real name is Shu Yutian. Excited Zhang Qi walked around the desk directly, and compared the photos on his phone and computer. After a pause, he gave Li Mei a thumbs up again. Xiaoli, I have to say, your Binggu village is really amazing. Except for the third villager. The others are more abnormal than each other. Star. The fourth villager of Binggu village is a singer. Right? Li Mei felt that she was about to lose her mind. Look for yourself. Zhang Qi handed the phone to Li Mei directly. After a long time, Li Mei finally raised her head slowly. Looking at her again, the confidence she had just accumulated with great difficulty had disappeared. Instead, except for 2 points of extreme shock, The remaining 8 points were basically all collapsed. How should I do the work of my village? The next day, early in the morning, everything was ready at Guanque Campground. Just when Yousheng Media was standing at the reception desk of the campground and was about to give the employees, who were about to take up their posts, the last training and related issues to pay attention to. She, on National Highway 215. With the sound of brakes, 3 off-road vehicles stopped by the roadside in a line. Soon, more than a dozen old men got off 3 cars. It should be here. The leading old man compared the photos in his hand, and said so after looking at the 3-story ancient building. The only difference from the photo is that there seems to be another small building next to it. The old man next to him said immediately, "This does not prevent us from taking pictures. Let's ask how much this camping site charges first. We will stay here tonight." After that, the old man came to the door of the reception desk. "Hello, boss. How much does your camping site charge?" The old man was none other than Bai Lu, vice president of the Xiaogua Photography Association. "Since I saw the photos of the ancient building and the sunset last time, I started to gather my old friends, wanting to take a group of big photos next to the ruins. After going around in circles, I just arrived at Guanque village today. What to charge?" Yousheng Media saw someone asking at the door at the reception desk, and said immediately, "Parking fee is 25 per day, camping fee is 25 per day." During this period, there are many passers-by asking about the camping site almost every day, regardless of the time, so not only Yousheng Media has long been accustomed to it, even the new employees, who have been here for a few days, are no longer surprised. The only difference is that today I can give them a formal quotation, unlike usual times when I can only decline. 50 a day? So cheap. Really? Hearing the price, Bai Lu was surprised, and thought he had misheard. In such a remote place, Bai Lu thought that the camping site fee must start at a few hundred. But it turned out to be cheaper than the camping sites around the city. "Yeah, the price of our open-air camping site is not high." Yousheng Media nodded. "Then can I take a look at the environment of the camping site first? If the camping site is okay, give us 2 camping platforms." After thinking silently in his mind, Bai Lu asked, "As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when something is abnormal. He must take a look at the environment first when the price is so cheap. If it is just an empty space, it is better to set up the tent in the ruins in the distance." Chapter 83. This job is quite big. You want to see the environment? No problem, please follow me. Yousheng Media turned around and nodded to the receptionist, then walked to the open-air camp first. "Is the environment of your camp good? Then give us 2 camping platforms." 2 minutes later, when he saw the Ice Lake open-air camp, Bai Lu couldn't help but look at Yousheng Media. Looking around, there were trees and decorations around the open-air camp, and each camping platform had a folded tent, which was no worse than those camping sites in the suburbs. "Hey, by the way, what's over there? Why is there a gate? And there are walls around it?" However, before Yousheng Media could reply, Bai Lu looked up and looked into the distance, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh, this is where we stay in our campsite." Yousheng Media began to introduce. "There is only a camping platform in the open-air campsite, and the original toilet has been moved to a corner of the campsite, so you can clearly see the gate of a Yuan from any place in the open-air campsite. Accommodation? I think the style is quite unique. Can I go in and take a look?" Bai Lu asked curiously, glancing back at the ancient 3-story building behind him and the gate in the distance. "It's not full yet. I can take you in to have a look. Once it's full, it won't be open to the public," Yousheng Media explained, and then took Bai Lu and his party to Yuan. "Oh, thank you. We'll just go in and take a look, and we won't touch anything to disturb others," Bai Lu immediately promised when he heard that there was such a rule. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. About 20 minutes later, Yousheng Media led Bai Lu and his party out of the gate of a Yuan. "Hello, which 2 camping platforms do you plan to book? I'll ask the waiter to bring some hot water later." Turning his head, Yousheng Media looked at Bai Lu. "Camping platform? Boss, how many guest rooms do you have left in this Yuan?" What surprised Yousheng Media was that Bai Lu did not mention the open-air camping site again, but asked with his head turned back every few steps. "Guest rooms? We do have guest rooms, but the prices start from 1,000 yuan. It depends on whether you can accept it. After all, there are more people with you." Yousheng Media glanced at Bai Lu and his group. Although those who can go out for cross-country travel are not short of money, especially the elderly. But the business is to be frank. Starting from 1,000 yuan? I know that. The room and environment in this garden are definitely worth the price. Bai Lu nodded. Not only was he not surprised at Zhong Ruofei's offer, but he felt that it was a normal thing. The moment he stepped into Yuan, he felt that he was at a loss for words. He really couldn't imagine that there was such a place in the desolate and barren Northwest. Both the layout and the architecture inside were far beyond his previous cognition. Until the end, his companion whispered to him, "This is not a guest room in a campsite. It's a work of art." So, he didn't think there was any problem after Zhong Ruofei quoted the price. "Then by the way, can we take pictures in your garden? And do we eat in the pavilions by the pond?" After a pause, Bai Lu suddenly thought of something and asked again. "It's okay to take pictures, as long as it's not for commercial purposes. The dining area is inside," Zhong Ruofei said again. Whether it is a yuan or the 3-story building in front, they never stop tourists from taking photos. Of course, except for certain commercial activities. "That's good. Let's book 7 rooms. And we don't need the previous camping platform." Bai Lu counted his companions and said, 7 rooms? Okay. You can go to the front desk. There are specific price details there. Zhong Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. He actually had his own selfish motives when he said he wanted to take Bai Lu and others in, just to see the reactions of passing tourists. Now it seems that there is no problem with either a yuan itself or its price positioning. Good. Just when Bai Lu and others felt that they were in a yuan, the Sea City, the Third Ring Road, the headquarters of Yousheng Media Group, Chairman Ma Yousheng appeared in the office hall. Everyone should arrange the work in advance in the next few days. We should go out for team building, but we can't fall behind in business. He raised his hand and looked at his watch, and said, "Today is July 27th, and in less than a week, the company's planned Northwest Ring Road team building activity will officially start." "Chairman, don't worry." After hearing this, the hundreds of employees in the office hall said that it was no problem. "That's fine. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Once it is confirmed, there will be no changes," Ma Yousheng said immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit took over the conversation. "Chairman, I have a small question here." "Go." "Chairman, aren't we going to spend the night at a campsite in an abandoned town during this trip? During the day, we can go to the ruins to collect inspiration. Are there any entertainment activities arranged at the campsite at night? If not, we can prepare them ourselves," the man said. Entertainment activities? Ma Yousheng's mind once again recalled the campground in his memory. After a moment, he frowned and looked at the man. "What activities do you want?" It seemed that the campground there could only accommodate tents and nothing else. For example, roasted whole lamb bonfire party or something. It would be interesting to stay there, the man replied immediately. The other colleagues also looked at Ma Yousheng with curiosity. Roasted whole lamb, bonfire party. "Well, I'll ask the boss when I'm done, if they can help arrange it. I'll try to arrange it for you." Hearing this, Ma Yousheng thought for a moment and replied, "If nothing else can be done in that area, a bonfire should be enough. It should be no problem if we prepare in advance." "What about the cost?" The man was delighted and asked in a low voice. "Again, all expenses for this team building will be paid from the public account. Long live the chairman." The next moment, the office cheered. Time flies, and it is 7 o'clock in the afternoon. In front of the canteen, a dozen workers, who had just taken a break, were chatting. "Old Zhang, I just heard from Xiaoding that at 11 a.m. all the guest rooms in a yuan were occupied, and at 2 p.m. all the open-air campsites were occupied by guests. Especially yuan. It is said that a group of people had already set up their tents in the open-air campsite, but in the end, they took a look inside a yuan out of curiosity, and finally stayed in a yuan." A worker took a puff of cigarette and looked at Zhang Dapeng. "That's right. The fact proves that there are still many rich people. The consumption of these people in the campsite today can catch up with the income of many families in our village in 1 or 2 years." Zhang Dapeng looked back at the construction scaffolding behind him. When he had nothing to do a few days ago, he would also stroll around the renovated ancient building. He saw the specific price list of a yuan. The cheapest room was 1,000, and the most expensive was 3,000, not counting the meal. A yuan's accommodation income today was at least 40,000 or 50,000. It was really unimaginable for them. Income? I guess the income will be higher after the gas station at the head of the village is built. There are many heavy trucks passing by. Speaking of income, The migrant worker next to Zhang Daping curled his lips. Don't say anything. Their high income is because of the large investment. How many bosses can Jioga City find such a powerful one? So I guess the specifications of the village clinic we are building now will definitely not be very low. Another worker threw the cigarette, but on the ground and rubbed it with his feet. This is a gas station, a canteen, and a clinic. To be honest, the conditions in Bingdu village are far better than ours. Lao Zong. Why don't you ask Secretary Su? Why don't we register as permanent residents here? Although the population here is small, I feel that this place has a better future than our village. When it comes to the specifications of the clinic in Bingdu village, the worker who spoke first suddenly looked at Zhang Daping. Register as permanent residents? What are you thinking? Even if Secretary Su agrees, you feel embarrassed? Don't you see who is registering as permanent residents in Bingdu village now? And I'm going to say something unpleasant. Not to mention registering as permanent residents in Bingdu village. We dare not even think about being their formal workers, many of whom are college students. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daping glanced at the man unhappily. I'm just talking. We know the conditions in our hearts. By the way, Lao Zhang, we dare not think about registering as permanent residents. Ask Secretary Su if there is any work next. Is this okay? The worker sighed. To be honest, this job in Bingdu village is the most comfortable job they have ever taken since they went out to work. Not only does the salary arrive on time every day, but life is getting more and more comfortable. The small shop, the clean and hygienic canteen. It is much better than other construction sites. The second ancient building behind him will be completed in a week at most. I really feel like I don't want to leave. The next job? Zhang Daping stood up and patted the dirt on his buttocks, said. Don't mention that I accidentally heard the conversation between Secretary Su and General Manager Liu today. They seemed to mention a job, and it was a big job. Big job? Several workers were delighted, and hurriedly looked at Zhang Daping. One of them even asked, how big is it? Is it as big as the job in Yuan? Yuan? It sounds like it's bigger than Yuan. What's the name of the building? After thinking for a while, Zhang Daping said so. Chapter 84. It's called Stork. What building? Is it bigger than Yuan? Is it modern or the kind we're building now? Several workers became more curious. I don't know the details, but there will definitely be some movement after the village clinic is built. Zhang Daping smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the foreman. How could he know so much? After a pause, he added. But one thing is certain, we won't have to leave Bingdu village for a while. Okay, it's almost time to rest and start working. Su said the main structure of the third floor must be capped tonight. Work. Night fell. 9 o'clock in the evening. Yuan was dimly lit, and from time to time you could see tourists chatting in the pavilion and walking in the corridor. At this time, Lu Ming, Zhong Ruofei, and Shu Yutian actually appeared in the living room of the main building where Su Hang lived. There was a cup of tea in front of the three of them. Compared with the environment of the flat-roof cottage before, the living quarters in Yuan have been improved a lot. Xiao Su, I just did some statistics, including the canteen and the food stall. The total turnover is 75,000, excluding labor and material costs. Our net profit is about 50,000. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei placed a daily report on the tea table. 50,000 net profit a day? Su Hang's expression changed. This number is much higher than he imagined. I thought that a cash flow of 50,000 would be good enough when Yuan and the campground were full of guests. I didn't expect the net profit to reach 50,000. Although the profit looks good, there are many problems exposed today. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei said again. Today, Zhong Ruofei has been looking for problems in the operation of the campground all day, so that the campground can be put on the right track as soon as possible. Then you go first, Brother Zhong, and others can add to the story after that. Su Hang nodded. In fact, not only Zhong Ruofei was watching the whole thing today, but even Shu Yutian, who was leaning on a cane, was quietly watching the situation at the campground upstairs. First of all, there is the problem of staff. We still don't have enough staff. Zhong Ruofei opened his notebook. Today, there were several cases where customers couldn't find the waiters. The waiters were running between Yuan and the open-air campground. I didn't know who to listen to. Then how many more people should we hire? Su Hang took a sip from the teacup. I think we need to hire 4 more ordinary waiters, a full-time chef who can make high-end dishes, and 2 kitchen helpers. Today, Xiao Su is in charge of the dishes for the customers in Yuan. It's okay for a day or 2. But it's definitely not a solution for a long time. Zhong Ruofei said his plan. 7 people in total? Su Heng glanced at the pond outside the window. He knew Ding Santai's level. He was only suitable for making employee meals and ordinary noodles. So today, he personally prepared all the meals in a yuan. And the health room was temporarily handed over to Lu Ming. Moreover, there are many heavy truck drivers who stopped to eat during this period. It is not easy for Ding Santai to deal with the outsiders. Another thing is that we may need to build a parking place for truck drivers on the opposite side of the national highway. Now many large trucks are parked on both sides of the national highway. It is not only unsafe, but also affects our business. Zhong Ruofei picked up the notebook again. What Lao Zhong said is indeed a problem. Today, a large truck stopped at the entrance of our campsite. It took several calls to move it away. On the side, Lu Ming immediately took over the conversation. That's easy. The excavators and loaders are here. Tomorrow we will build a parking lot for large trucks opposite the small building. By the way, build a mobile toilet there. Otherwise, the truck drivers will have to compete with our camping customers for toilets. After hearing this, Su Heng nodded in agreement. Although Bingyu Village now has a small store, a canteen, etc., it is not a highway service area after all, and it has no public welfare attributes. The premise of providing assistance to large trucks is that it cannot affect the business of the camping site. Okay, I'll take care of this tomorrow. Lu Ming nodded. Another problem is our material procurement. The business of the canteen is booming now. Beer, beverages and cigarettes are in short supply. The wholesalers in the county are not delivering goods in a timely manner, which is very time-consuming. Zhong Ruofei made a mark on the notebook with a pen before looking at Su Heng again. The delivery in the county is not timely. Su Heng frowned. Half a month ago, he reached a verbal agreement with several wholesale departments in the county. As long as we call to place an order, they will replenish the goods as soon as possible. It felt okay when we first started working together. Well, they said there were too many jobs in the county these days, and they didn't have time to send us here. Zhong Ruofei nodded. In that case, let's buy a box truck ourselves and go to Jioga City every 2 days. After thinking for a moment, Su Heng said immediately. Okay. Zhong Ruofei wrote it down in his notebook again. In this way, several people talked and solved problems, and it took more than 2 hours to sort out everything. Then let's rest early? Raising his hand to check the time, Su Heng said. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Rest? Ah, Xiao Su, I have something to do. Here, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before looking at Su Heng. Uncle Lu, what do you say? Xiao Su, the ancient building we talked about last time, our cash flow is sufficient now. Why don't you ask your friend these 2 days, see if he has time to help us design an ancient building? Now that the campsite has been corporatized, we can give him a reward. Lu Ming hurriedly expressed his thoughts. In fact, he had been thinking about this matter since the yuan was built. Sunset Ancient Tower? Zhong Ruofei and Shu Yutian were both stunned. It's like this. Seeing the two people's confusion, Lu Ming then roughly told them the name and legend of Bingyu and the ancient tower that he had discussed with Su Heng before. If the Sunset Ancient Tower is built, it will not only give us a publicity point, but also accommodate more travelers. So that's the case, it's really suitable for our Bingyu village. After hearing the whole story, the two said that this idea was great and looked at Su Heng with curiosity. Since they learned that the 3-story building and the yuan were both designed by Su Heng's friend, they were extremely curious about this friend of Su Heng. Unfortunately, they had no chance to meet him. My friend has already prepared the design, and now we just need to choose the address. Upon hearing this, Su Heng immediately took out his mobile phone. In fact, he had already planned what to build in this ancient building, since it was related to storks. He could not think of any other ancient building that could be used as a hotel except the famous Stork Tower on Earth. The reason why he didn't find Lu Ming before was that he thought the design and construction drawings of the Guanque Tower would require a lot of pawn value. As a result, he tried it last night and found that there were 2 types of drawings of the Guanque Tower. One was a pure wooden mortise and tenon ancient building, which required a pawn value of 2 million. The other was a modern interior, and the exterior was a mortise and tenon Guanque Tower design. The second type only required a pawn value of 50,000, so Su Heng chose the second type without hesitation. After all, it was to be used as a hotel. The second type was undoubtedly the most suitable, and the pure wooden one had many disadvantages. Let me see. Lu Ming and the other two came over immediately. However, it would have been fine if they hadn't looked at Su Heng's phone screen. Once they looked at it, the three of them were stunned. This is too domineering. My God. If this ancient building was built in our Binggu village, it would definitely become a tourist attraction. Especially Lu Ming. His eyes almost flew out while he kept muttering to himself. Just like that. After a long time, the three of them gradually came back to their senses. Did your friends name this ancient building? Lu Ming rubbed his hands excitedly and looked at Su Heng. It's up. It's called Stork. When asked, Su Heng silently said sorry in his heart and then calmly said, Stork? Stork Tower? Good, good. It can perfectly combine with the legend of Bingdu Village without saying any other name, and match it with such a main body. Lu Ming couldn't help but stare at Su Heng's mobile phone again. It was exactly like a bachelor in the 1980s seeing a beauty born in the 2000s. But when Lu Ming wanted to appreciate the overall effect of the Stork Tower again, Su Heng's mobile phone rang suddenly, and an incoming call number appeared on the screen. Chapter 85. Do our best? It's Mr. Ma. After seeing the incoming call number, Su Heng nodded to the three people and immediately picked up the phone and left the living room. Xiao Su, am I disturbing your rest now? After the call was connected, Ma Yousheng's voice came from the receiver. Mr. Ma, it's still early now. Do you have something to do? Su Heng asked. Calculating the time, it's exactly 7 days away from the Yousheng Group team building. Xiao Su, it's like this. Today our employees have put forward some ideas. I wonder if we can help plan an event in the evening after arriving at your campsite? Ma Yousheng's voice came soon. Planning activities? Su Heng's expression changed. Now many camping sites will organize some activities at night, such as bonfire parties, especially for some team-building customers. Then what are your requirements? After a little thought, Su Heng asked again. Actually, there are no requirements, just do your best. It's mainly because those employees think it would be boring to camp there at night, otherwise. I wouldn't bother you at all. Ma Yousheng's voice was full of, I know what conditions you have there. Do your best, Mr. Ma, then I'll think about it after I'm done, and I'll send you a message when I see what activities I'm preparing. After a pause, Su Heng replied, No need to send a message, just do it as you see fit. Ma Yousheng replied immediately, Okay, then is there a standard or upper limit for the cost? After thinking for a while, Su Heng asked again. Cost? Just let it go, don't think about it. Ma Yousheng's voice had a hint of indifference. In Ma Yousheng's opinion, Su Heng's conditions were relatively simple, and it wouldn't cost much to hold an event. When the time comes, it can be paid from the public account together with other expenses. Mr. Ma, I understand then. Yes. Just like that, a few minutes later, Su Heng returned to the living room again. Just now, Mr. Ma from Yousheng Group called and said that he wanted us to organize an event for their employees on the night of the team building. Putting down the phone, Su Heng looked at the three people. Event? Something like a bonfire party? The three looked at each other. Yes. Su Heng nodded. How is the cost calculated? Is there any standard? After a little thought, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. Just now, Mr. Ma said that there is no standard for the cost. We just need to do our best to organize an event for his employees. Su Heng shook his head slightly. We will do our best. And there will be no limit on the cost? The three looked at each other again. What are you going to do? Xiao Su. After a pause, Lu Ming looked at Su Heng. This is what I think. Since President Ma has such confidence in us, we must do our best. We will find time to discuss this matter tomorrow. And we can even ask the tourists what they think. Su Heng said. Ma Yousheng is the first major customer of the camping site, and the first team building customer. Since he has agreed, he must not lose the face of being a camping site no matter what. Okay. Hearing this, the three of them nodded in unison, especially Shu Yutian, who seemed to be thinking deeply. That's it for now. For Guanque Tower, we'll choose a location in the next 2 days, and start construction once the location is chosen. Su Heng raised his hand to check the time again. After the delay just now, it was almost dawn. Okay. The sun rose, and Bingdu Village welcomed a new day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a loader and an excavator began to clear the rubble behind the existing color steel house. According to Su Heng's deployment, this will become a special parking lot for heavy trucks and large goods. On the other side of the national highway, with the last steel nail driven into the beam, The second three-story building was officially capped. Huh? After doing all this, Su Hang and Lu Ming both stood up. The next thing will be much simpler. Even without them taking action, Zhang Daping and others can handle it. In 3 days at most, the small building of the village clinic will enter the drying stage. Xiao Su, the clinic is about to be repaired. Does anyone have a candidate for the village doctor? When we were chatting a few days ago, I heard Lao Zhong say that he ordered a batch of medical equipment for our village clinic, which will probably be delivered in a while. After a short rest, Lu Ming looked at Su Hang. Village doctor? Not yet. Su Hang sighed and shook his head slightly. If it was any other job, the worst that could happen is that we could just recruit people directly from Geoga City. But this time the requirements for village doctors are relatively high. In addition to professional matching, the service period starts at 3 years, and is also a filing system. Once you are in the filing service period in Bingu Village, you can no longer serve other units. So, you can't even resign within 3 years, under such conditions. It's impossible to recruit doctors. It's a pity that our place is too remote, otherwise I know a few retired old experts. Seeing Su Hang's expression, Lu Ming sighed. It's okay. Anyway, the village clinic will not be accepted for more than 2 months. By the way, Brother Lu, do you have any good ideas for the Yousheng Group's team building activities? Su Hang turned his head and glanced at the opposite side. Although the opposite side is currently building a large truck parking lot, it can be used as an activity venue on the day of the team building. Not to mention more than 100 people, even 300 or 500 people can be used for activities. Me, I'm good at construction, but I really don't have any ideas for planning activities. The only thing I can think of is that kind of ordinary bonfire party. Lu Ming shook his head. Bonfire party? Su Hang smoothed his hair back. To be honest, he spent a long time thinking about it last night. After thinking about it, it seems that the only thing that can be held here is a bonfire party. There is no time to hold other things. Xiao Su, I think we can ask Lao Shui for more ideas in this regard. He is a singer, and has held concerts. He should have experience in organizing activities. After a little thought, Lu Ming's mind moved, and said, Brother Shui? Su Hang subconsciously glanced at the small building next door. Little did they know, just when Su Hang and Lu Ming mentioned Shu Yutian on the scaffold, on the other side, Shu Yutian came to the campsite reception desk with a cane. Mr. Zhong, do you think my activity plan is okay? After that, Shu Yutian handed a piece of A4 paper full of handwriting to Zhong Ruofei. This morning, some hikers have started to check out, and some new hikers have moved into Yuan, so it is only now that it is a little free. Is it the night activity of Yousheng Group mentioned last night? Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei took the paper. Actually, last night after he returned to his room. He had been thinking about this event a lot, but he had no idea. In addition, he had to go to Geoga City to do some work today, so he thought about going to Geoga City to see if there was anything he could refer to. Well, I just thought of one at random, and there was nothing new about it. It was a bonfire party. Shu Yutian nodded. Bonfire party? Zhong Ruofei immediately looked at Shu Yutian's activity plan. However, it would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. When he looked at it, Zhong Ruofei's eyes widened more and more, until a long time later he looked at Shu Yutian. Old Shui, your bonfire party is too. Chapter 86 Gas Station. What's wrong? Is it too ordinary? I really tried my best. Seeing this, Shu Yutian couldn't help but ask with some worry. These days, seeing others busy and only himself doing nothing all day, I felt a lot of energy in my heart, thinking about doing something for Bingu Village. So last night, after hearing that he was going to hold an event for Yousheng Media, he kept thinking about it until more than 3 in the morning before going to bed. Anyway, everything is designed according to the maximum capacity of the camping site. Old Shui, your plan is really amazing. But can your body handle it? Seeing that Shu Yutian had some misunderstandings, Zhong Ruofei waved his hand and said nothing more. My body? I'm fine. Shu Yutian shook his head with a firm look on his face. As long as you can handle it. It's fine. But don't force yourself. No. I know what's going on. Do you have anything else to add? Additions? No. No. Zhong Ruofei shook his head like a rattle, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. What else can I add to this plan? Other campfire parties just play some songs suitable for dancing. But now you have to sing your famous songs to cheer those people up. That's not all. Other people's campfire parties are roasted whole lambs or something. What do you plan to roast? Okay. I'll go find Xiao Su and Lao Lu. If they don't have any problems, I'll start to arrange this matter. Seeing that the plan was approved, Shu Yutian was delighted and said hurriedly, "Okay, do you want me to take you there?" Zhong Ruofei glanced at Shu Yutian, who was leaning on a cane. Shu Yutian had recovered a lot in the past 2 days. If things continue like this, he will be able to completely recover in 2 or 3 months. No need, I can handle it now. Okay, you go slowly, I'll pack up and go to Jiuge City first. The recruitment and purchase of special trucks cannot be delayed, and must be implemented as soon as possible. Zhong Ruofei handed the plan to Shu Yutian again. Okay, be careful on the road. Yeah. Just like that, half an hour later, almost the same scene appeared at the construction site next door. Especially Su Heng. After reading Shu Yutian's activity plan, he handed the matter over to Shu Yutian without saying anything. At the same time, he said, "Do you want our employees to participate? Otherwise, it would be a bit unreasonable to just watch like this." The tide rises and falls. 6 days have passed in a flash. It is August 3rd. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. Binggu Village. Looking at the ancient building that is exactly the same as the one next to it, Su Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Although only 6 days have passed, Binggu Village has changed a lot. First, the large truck parking lot across the national highway has been built, covering an area as large as a standard football field. But it has not been officially opened yet, because the mobile toilets ordered from Jiuge City will not be delivered until tomorrow. The campsite is also full every day, especially the group of old men who checked in on the first day, who seem to have no intention of leaving. They are snapping and snapping every day. They even waited opposite the ancient building for 2 consecutive days, waiting for several hours. Of course, although these old men have lived here for a long time, they have never defaulted on the room fee. They will prepare to settle the bill every morning without any default. The second is that Bingdu Cultural Tourism has 7 more regular employees. For camping customer service staff plus a chef, who specializes in high-end dishes, and 2 ordinary kitchen workers. Now the number of regular employees in the camping site has reached 16. Fortunately, the staff dormitories upstairs from the canteen are 2 people in a room. Otherwise, it is estimated that another small building of staff dormitories will have to be built. In addition, a truck specially used for purchasing supplies has also been purchased. Now we basically have to go to Jiuge City every 2 days. Third, the address of the Guanque Tower has also been selected. After comprehensive consideration, Su Heng and Lu Ming placed the address of the Guanque Tower at the southwest gate of Yuan. At that time, tourists can reach the Guanque Tower through Yuan. In this way, living in the Guanque Tower can not only see the sunset, the ruins, but also be close to the canteen, which is perfect. Of course, at that time, another passage to the Guanque Tower must be built. As for the fourth, it is the village clinic. Just now, the village clinic was officially completed. Only the medical equipment, medicines, and village doctors were missing. At this time, the 2 identical 3-story ancient buildings put together are more imposing and impressive than before. Even some hikers living in Yuan would come to take pictures in front of the 2 buildings. Brother Shui, people from Yousheng Group will arrive tomorrow. How are your preparations going? After a moment, Su Heng turned and looked at Shu Yutian next to him. No problem on my side. The things you need can be delivered tonight. The arrangement can be completed by tomorrow noon. There will be no delay. After hearing this, Shu Yutian said hurriedly, he has been very busy in the past 6 days. He even bought a set of ordinary audio equipment for this event. Okay, if you need any help, let me know. Su Heng nodded. But just when Su Heng wanted to say something else, the phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and took a look. Su Heng answered the call immediately. What's wrong, Brother Zhong? It turned out that the call was from Zhong Ruofei. Xiao Su, the gas station has been repaired. Do you have time now? Would you like to come and have a look? The next moment, Zhong Ruofei's slightly excited voice came from the other end of the phone. It's repaired. Okay, I'll come over later. Su Heng's expression moved, and he said immediately. Since the gas station started to be repaired, he really didn't follow up much except for specifying the construction site. Everything was done by the professional team over there, and even now, he didn't know what the repair was like over there. Okay. A few minutes later, Su Heng drove a pickup truck with Shu Yutian to the village entrance. This gas station is indeed, the infrastructure maniacs are all based on advance payment of the project funds without arrears. After getting off the car, Su Hang and Shu Yutian couldn't help but look at each other after seeing the full picture of the gas station that had been repaired. Especially Su Hang, when he proposed the conditions before. He thought that half a month should be the limit. It would be very good if some large projects could be completed by then, and some details later would have to be sorted out slowly, just like the village health room. The result. At this time, looking around, it was a standard medium-sized gas station, with 2 refueling lanes, for refueling places, a toilet and a service hall, and the words Bingo Village Gas Station were written on the tall awning, and even the ground of the gas station was hardened. In addition, the gas station also has the most complete oil number. Diesel, 92, 95, 98 gasoline are all available, unlike some gas stations in remote areas that do not have 95 gasoline. Xiao Su. While thinking, Zhong Ruofei came to Su Hang. He said, "Those people have just tested it. All the equipment is normal. As long as we bring the circuit over, we can start normal operation." Circuit? Su Hang glanced at the 2 diesel generators working in the distance. Chapter 87 Internal Prices that ordinary people can't access. Our current circuit is only led from the wind turbine to Yuan. Zhong Ruofei looked back at the 2 big windmills that were still turning faintly at the south end of the town. The construction party of the wind turbine had completed all the contents of the contract a few days ago and left Bingu Village. The remaining circuit transformation needs to be done by Bingu Village itself. That's fine. We'll use the generator for a while, and then we'll plan a comprehensive pipeline corridor to bring all the water and electricity here. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, "If we have to do it, we have to do it all at once. Otherwise, the water pipes will start to be dug again after the circuit is dug and repaired. And there will be endless digging every year. Comprehensive pipeline corridor? But please plan it professionally. And leave more openings along this main road." Zhong Ruofei nodded in agreement. The underground pipeline corridor is like blood vessels. Once the blood vessels of Bingu Village are built, it will be much more convenient to do anything later. After determining the water and electricity solution, Zhong Ruofei looked up at the sign of Bingu Gas Station and said, "Xiao Su, will the gas station officially open tomorrow?" "Okay. But we have to give priority to our own oil. The construction of Guanque Tower will officially start tomorrow. And the mechanical vehicles used are much more than those of a Yuan." Su Hang looked at Zhong Ruofei. The Guanque Tower adopts the structure of reinforced concrete inside an ancient building outside this time. So a lot of large machinery and equipment will be used in the early stage of the project. Commercial concrete trucks, pouring trucks, etc. That's definitely no problem. We still have a little oil in our reserve tank now. I plan to reserve another 500,000 yuan of working cash here. As long as it is operational, we can definitely guarantee our oil use. Zhong Ruofei immediately guaranteed. A few days ago, he specially sent the 2 recruited employees to Xiagua Petrochemical for training for a period of time. Since a large purchase contract has been signed with Xiagua Petrochemical, the gas station system has been connected to the Xiagua Petrochemical intranet. So as long as there is cash flow, operation is not a difficult task. Okay. By the way, Brother Zhong, is our cash flow sufficient now? Hearing that 500,000 yuan was left here, Su Hang couldn't help asking. Our cash flow is fine. Yuan and the campsite have been full these days. In addition to the canteen and food stalls and Lao Shui's 2 million injection. After paying all the expenses of the previous projects, there are still 2.1 million on the books. Zhong Ruofei hurriedly reported the current financial situation of the campsite. 2.1 million? Su Hang subconsciously glanced at the southwest corner of Yuan. The size of the Guanque Tower is not small. Yesterday, he and Lu Ming roughly calculated that even if the land and design of the Guanque Tower are free, the cost of materials and labor will not be less than 20 million. It is conceivable that if this Guanque Tower is placed in other cities, the construction cost will definitely exceed 100 million. Xiao Su, you don't have to worry about the Guanque Tower. Our gas station will also have cash flow after it is put into operation. It will definitely not delay the progress there. As if knowing what Su Hang was worried about, Zhong Ruofei immediately said, after reading the design and construction drawings of the Guanque Tower. He and Lu Ming have regarded the Guanque Tower as the landmark building of Bingu Village in the future. Therefore, even before the Guanque Tower is built, all other projects must give way to the Guanque Tower. Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll go to the Guanque Tower later. Although it's still under investigation, I'm worried that Uncle Lu can't handle it alone. Su Heng raised his hand to check the time, and said, "A glimpse of the whole picture shows that the interior of the gas station must have been built according to the unified standards of Xiaogua Petrochemical. It's nothing more than a cashier and ticket counter, and some ordinary goods are placed next to it. There is no need to look closely." "Yeah." A few minutes later, looking at the pickup truck leaving, thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei took out his cell phone and dialed another number. Beep. Beep. Soon, the call was connected. Old Zhong. The next moment, a familiar voice came from the phone. It was Zhong Ruofei's old friend Guitian. "Old Gua, do you have time these 2 days?" Zhong Ruofei said. "Do you want to ask about the equipment last time?" Guitian's voice came immediately. "Well, I just finished the place here. If it's convenient, just follow the list I told you last time, and send the equipment over. I'll send you the address later." Zhong Ruofei replied. "Okay. I'll go there this time too. And we can catch up." There was no hesitation in the other party's voice. "That's absolutely no problem. By the way, how much are these equipments? Although I can't pay you the full amount, I can pay you part of it first." Zhong Ruofei was very calm when he heard that Guitian was going to come with him. With the current conditions of Binggu village, it is no problem to receive these successful business people. It is even more luxurious than some star-rated hotels. "Money? Don't worry about money first, you are just starting out now." The other party on the phone was stunned, and then said after a while, "Don't, brothers should settle accounts clearly, one thing at a time. If you want to do this, I will find someone else." Zhong Ruofei replied immediately. "Okay, a total of 6.3 million. This time, about a minute later, Guitian's voice came again. "Okay, I will pay you a small amount when you come, and I will pay the rest in installments slowly. By the way, the transportation fee of the equipment will be on me." Hearing the number, Zhong Ruofei's face did not show any abnormality. The most expensive equipment purchased this time is the 128 rose spiral CT machine, which costs about 4 million yuan. Of course, these are the factory-based prices within the industry. If the machines purchased by Bingdu Village this time were put up for public bidding in some large hospitals, all the equipment combined would cost 20 to 30 million yuan. To put it bluntly, given the financial and population conditions of Ase County, even if they purchase equipment, they may not purchase equipment of such specifications. "Okay. Then see you in 2 days," Guitian said immediately, without further arguing about the shipping cost. Time flies, and it's evening in the blink of an eye. AC County, South Street office. Li Mei sat in front of the computer for a long time without coming back to her senses, until Zhang Qi called a few times, and then hurriedly responded. "What's wrong, brother Zhang?" "Nothing. I just want to ask about the situation in your village clinic. I heard that the villages in the East Street office are progressing very quickly, and some village doctors have signed service contracts and started to work officially." Zhang Qi waved his hand. Since that day when they learned that the 4th villager in Binggu village was a star, there was a lot of discussion in the office. Some even suggested going to Bingdu village to get an autograph or something, although he was a past star. In a place like Ase County, not to mention past stars, even 3rd and 4th-rate internet celebrities are hard to find. Later, I heard that there was a traffic accident there, so I gave up. Oh, I don't know what happened. Li Mei shook her head with a worried look. "You don't know? Then why didn't you call Secretary Su to ask?" Zhang Qi was stunned. "I called, but it seemed that Secretary Su was very busy, and he told me not to worry about it anymore." Li Mei subconsciously glanced at the computer screen. Ding-ling-ling. But just when Li Mei wanted to say something else, the phone rang. Chapter 88. You must be prepared. When she picked up the phone and saw the incoming call number, Li Mei's face flashed with joy, and then she quickly answered the phone. "Second father." The call was from Li Mei's father's brother. "Xiao Mei, I just asked." The little girl is still hesitant. The next moment, a man's voice came from the phone. "Hesitant?" The joy on Li Mei's face disappeared instantly. His second father worked in Jioga City. Since the higher authorities arranged the task of this village clinic, Li Mei did not forget to mobilize all the relatives at home to help while looking for people himself. As a result, her second father said a few days ago that a friend's daughter just graduated from the nursing major of Suqing Provincial Medical School this year. She hasn't found a job yet, and he can help ask. I just saw her see her second father's phone call, and I thought there was progress in this matter. Yeah. Li Mei's second father's voice sounded again. Second father. It's hard to find a nursing job now. And people like them, who just graduated don't even have a qualification certificate. People don't want to go to the hospital. If it weren't for the relaxed policy this time, village doctors might not be. Li Mei was really helpless. This is the current situation of primary medical care in the impoverished and backward areas of the Northwest. Hearing that Li Mei was a little disappointed, her second father hurriedly said, "Xiao Mei, don't worry. She is just hesitating now, and she didn't say she would quit, finally." Before leaving, the little girl told me that she could go to Bingu village to have a look. If the conditions are good, she can try to stay for a while. Ah, she wants to go to Bingu village first? When? Hearing this, Li Mei immediately felt hopeful again. Although it sounds like this little girl is a little reluctant, it is better than being named and reported at that time. She said she was going to travel in the near future, saying it was a graduation trip, and she would contact me when she came back, so that I could drive her to Bingu village. Li Mei's second father said again, "She also needs a special car?" Li Mei couldn't help curling her lips. She almost blurted out that a technical secondary school student from a medical school was putting on airs, but when she thought that she was the demander in this matter, she swallowed the words back. "Okay then, when the time comes, please help contact him first, and if he has time, I will find a car for him." After a pause, Li Mei said, "Well, then I'll tell her." "Thank you, second father." "It's okay." After hanging up the phone, Li Mei slowly put the phone on the desk. Any progress? In the office, except Zhang Qi, several other staff members also looked at Li Mei curiously, especially Lu Li. "A little bit, but it's not certain yet. It's a technical secondary school student majoring in nursing." Li Mei shook her head absent-mindedly. "Nursing major? That's enough. What else do you need a bicycle for with such conditions? As long as you are willing to go to Bingu village, it's already very good to have a nursing major." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi immediately waved his hand. "That's right. We don't really count on these village doctors to treat us." A colleague behind Li Mei also said, "Well, we'll see after we get in touch." Li Mei simply moved her fingers and started typing on the keyboard again. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the breeze was blowing. Yousheng Province, Lan City, 3 buses with the logo of a travel company slowly drove out of the city and headed towards the toll station. "Mr. Ma, the Northwest is quite fun." In the front bus, a middle-aged woman dressed very fashionably looked at Ma Yousheng in the front seat. The group was none other than Yousheng Media, which came from Haishur City to join the Northwest Grand Loop team building. This time, Yousheng Media had a total of 132 people from employees to management, and 3 tour buses were just enough. Yes, it's really great to ride on a sheepskin raft on the Yellow River and feel the river breeze. And the Lanshur beef noodles are really different from the Lanshur ramen we eat there. After the woman finished speaking, a man in his 50s sitting next to her followed suit. From the expressions and words of the two, it can be seen that they were very satisfied with the first stop of the team building. Yousheng Province is actually a good place. Except for the lack of sea. It basically covers all landforms. It is worth a visit. Ma Yousheng nodded. "Mr. Ma, then shall we spend the night in that Danxiao landform city tonight?" After a pause, the fashionable woman asked excitedly. The woman's name is Shu Yutian. She is the marketing director of Yousheng Media. "Well, we should arrive around 8 p.m. tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We will go to the famous colorful Danxiao, then head west, and arrive at Bingu village in Jioga City around 3 p.m., and spend the night there." Ma Yousheng briefly talked about the next itinerary. "Great. I've seen this colorful Danxiao many times in short videos. It's so beautiful." Shu Yutian replied excitedly. "Mr. Shen, you don't even look at who arranged and planned this team building activity. The next stops will definitely be more exciting than the last. Tomorrow, in addition to the colorful Danxiao, you can also see the ruins town that the chairman mentioned. In addition, if I remember correctly, the chairman has arranged an event for us tomorrow night. This event will definitely make you feel a different Northwest." The man next to Shu Yutian didn't know whether he was flattering or speaking from the bottom of his heart. He looked at Ma Yousheng and gave him a thumbs up. "Boss Wang, you are right. In fact, it's not just me. Everyone is looking forward to it now." Shen Yinju nodded heavily. "Ah?" Seeing the two talking like this, Ma Yousheng was stunned at first, and then he said, Actually, you can't think like that. Every place in the Northwest has its own characteristics, and I told you before that you should be mentally prepared in advance when you go to Bingu village. That place is for you to experience the dead silence and loneliness in the ruins. It's impossible to be as comfortable and cozy as Lanshur and Chitai Danxiao. No way, we must cool down these employees in advance. He didn't know what the conditions were in Bingdu village. As for the evening activities, it would most likely be an open-air barbecue, at most a roasted whole lamb. So, it's not a good thing for employees to have too high expectations. Otherwise they will be disappointed and unable to accept it when they really arrive at Bingdu village. Psychological preparation? After the two looked at each other, the man said again, "Chairman, don't worry. We have already prepared to spend the night in the tent." "Just spend the night in the tent? I'm not kidding. When we get there at night, we must explain it clearly to other employees. In Bingdu village, except for the 3 meals prepared by the campsite, everything else is basically self-sufficient, so bring as much as you can buy in Chifsai Danxia. In short, if you don't prepare in advance, don't complain when you get there." Seeing that the two of them didn't care, Ma Yousheng hurriedly emphasized again, "I understand, Chairman." Shen Juin and the man saw that Ma Yousheng's expression didn't seem to be joking, and the previous ease and joy slowly disappeared, and they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is this campsite really not good? Just because their chairman never said it casually every time he showed this expression. Chapter 89 Natural Landscape. Actually, Bingdu village also has it. It was dark at night. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Bingdu village. Su Hang and Lu Ming dragged their tired bodies back to Yuan. "I thought I could build the Guanque Tower in a month before, but now it seems that it is super fast to build it in half a year." Standing still, when he was about to go back to his room, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Today, after the official construction of the Guanque Tower, he realized that he really underestimated it. Design drawings. According to the design of Su Hang's friend, the platform under the Guanque Tower is divided into 2 layers, in a rectangular shape, 83 meters long from east to west, 72 meters wide from north to south, and the Guanque Tower has 4 eaves and 3 floors, 6 floors inside, and a height of 57.4 meters. In this way, the whole building is 73.9 meters high, and the base alone covers more than 5,600 square meters, which is only a little less than the total area of Yuan. It can be expected that once the Guanque Tower is built, something else must be built next to Yuan. Otherwise, Yuan will seem to have no sense of existence. Half a year? Su Hang glanced at Lu Ming. "Uncle Lu, there is no need to be so pessimistic. Now the main reason is that our cash flow is not very sufficient. We will add some workers and engineering vehicles when the cash flow is sufficient later. If the Guanque Tower built this time is a pure wooden mortise and tenon structure, let alone half a year, even 1 or 2 years would be considered fast. But this time the main body of the interior is cast in reinforced concrete, and it will be open to the public as a hotel in the future. So as long as the payment is paid in time, the progress of the project will definitely be faster than expected." "That's right. We will recruit some more workers later. And there are too few people now." Lu Ming sighed slightly. Today, the 10 people including Zhang Dapeng worked, plus Feng Jun brought a dozen shift drivers. After a whole day, they didn't even clean up the ruins. "By the way, Uncle Lu, you should take care of the things in Guanque Tower tomorrow. I have to receive Yousheng group." After a pause, Su Hang said again, "Oh, when will they arrive?" Lu Ming couldn't help asking. Boss Ma sent a message saying that they will stay at the colorful Danxia tonight, and arrive around 3 p.m. tomorrow. When mentioning the colorful Danxia, Su Hang subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of Bingdu. When he first came here, his knowledge was limited to the area around the ruins, but now he has completely figured out the area within a radius of dozens of miles of Bingdu village. The Bingdu is 40 kilometers northwest of the village, and next to the Bingdu is a large area of Yadan landform, although the Yadan landform is not as famous as the colorful Danxia, especially the Yadan near the Bingdu. No one cares about it, and it is still in a pure wild state. But this piece of Yadan is really spectacular, and part of it is in the lake. If it can be developed well, it will definitely attract many tourists from other places in the future. Of course, Su Hang is just thinking about it. It is difficult to build a stork tower with the current cash flow, let alone develop the Yadan scenic area. After all, such a large area requires a lot of money to buy. There is no way. His principle is that he will never develop land that is not his, even if it is leased for decades. 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Okay, then if the building materials are delivered tomorrow, will they be placed at the construction site first? Lu Ming nodded. Yes. Okay, if you and Lao Zhong are too busy tomorrow, you can call me. After all, we are a team of more than 100 people. We have 6 waiters now. No problem. The moon sets, the sun rises, and it is 2:40 in the afternoon in a blink of an eye. At this time, 3 tourist buses are swaying in the 215 aisle. This bus fleet is the Yousheng Media New Year's Eve team that came from Chitzaidanxia. Leader, when will we get to Bingdu Village? In the car, a young man looked at Shu Yutian, the director of the marketing department. Originally, it was a good time to sleep on the bus after visiting a scenic spot, but after passing Ase County, the national highway began to become bumpy. The bus swayed from side to side, and it was impossible to sleep. Some people even started to get carsick. If Launcher and Chitzaidanxia brought them novelty and happiness, when the bus entered Ase County, they knew what the real Northwest Gobi Desert was, what was truly stingy. This made the employees on the bus think of what their chairman said last night, and their mood became heavier and heavier. What evening activities were thrown out of the window? Now they just want to know what the environment is like tonight. Looking at the navigation, it should be more than 10 minutes. It seems that what the chairman said is true. You can notify our department group later. Be sure to keep warm when camping at night. Don't catch a cold. Once you catch a cold, the rest of the trip will be ruined. Shu Yutian glanced at the vast Gobi Desert outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh. Okay. The man took a deep breath, then nodded. 20 kilometers? 15 kilometers. As the bus got closer and closer to Bingdu Village, the employees of Yousheng Media Group also began to pay attention to the situation on both sides of the national highway, and several young men took out binoculars. For a moment, the atmosphere in the whole car began to become heavy. We're here. We're here. At this moment, a young man who was leaning on the window with a telescope shouted loudly, We're here? Swish. The next moment, everyone looked at the young man. Well, my God. The chairman is right. This Bingdu village was really a ruined town. There were ruins one after another. After a while, the young man's voice sounded again. Let me see. Hearing this, many people's faces began to change subtly, and some wanted to take the young man's telescope to see what was going on. But at this moment, the young man actually made a voice full of doubt again. Huh? What's going on? Why is there a gas station at the entrance of the village? Gas station? No way. Hearing the young man say this, everyone in the car was stunned, even Shu Yutian, who was sitting in the front, was puzzled. After thinking for a while, Shu Yutian asked hurriedly, Xiao Yuan, are you sure? Last night, the chairman said that there was nothing in Bingdu village. Only a simple camping site. How could there be a gas station? Mr. Shen, I'm sure. It's definitely a gas station. The young man handed over the telescope. The bus was still moving forward, and did not stop because of the young man's surprise. After a while, when Shu Yutian took the telescope and saw the situation in front, the expression on his face became more and more puzzled. This shouldn't be right. Why is it different from what the chairman said? Hey, wait, what's that in front? A row of ancient buildings? Putting down the telescope and rubbing his eyes, Shu Yutian looked again. Mr. Shen, what's going on? The chairman said there's no stable circuit here, and asked us to bring batteries. But, isn't there a big windmill over there? As the bus got closer and closer to Bingdu village, many people saw the wind turbines in the distance and looked at Shu Yutian. How could there be no electricity when there are big windmills? Chapter 90. The chairman pays the bill tonight. This. After a long while, Shu Yutian put down the telescope in her hand. She really didn't know how to explain to the employees, because what the chairman said yesterday and what she saw now were completely different things. Mr. Shen, do you think the chairman wanted to give us a surprise? So he deliberately described the conditions in Bingdu village as so bad, he asked us to buy tents and supplies, actually to make the play more realistic. At this time, the young man who asked for directions first spoke up. The chairman wants to give us a surprise? After thinking for a moment, Shu Yutian nodded. Yes, it's possible. So we can look forward to tonight's arrangements. The young man rubbed his hands excitedly. At the same time, the atmosphere in the car became lively, no longer as dull as before. It is a surprise specially prepared by the chairman. It is worth looking forward to. Shu Yutian nodded heavily. Little did they know, just when everyone in the car thought that Ma Yousheng wanted to give his employees a surprise, Ma Yousheng, who was sitting in the first bus, was completely petrified when he looked at the gas station getting closer and closer in front of him. It was not until a long time later that Ma Yousheng slowly came back to his senses. He could not help but mutter to himself, Gas station? When did a gas station come here? And there are wind turbines in the distance. He remembered clearly more than a month ago. There was nothing here at that time. In the end, the convoy went to the county seat of Ase County to refuel. Huh? The next moment, the bus passed by the gas station, and two staff members in work clothes could be clearly seen working in the gas station. It was no different from a gas station in the city. Could it be that it was just built, but the speed is too fast? For a moment, Ma Yousheng had too many questions. Just when he wanted to take out his mobile phone to call Su Hang to ask what was going on, the driver who was driving looked at Ma Yousheng. Mr. Ma, is it the small building in front? I see there seems to be a sign, and it seems to say Bingu Village Campground. There seem to be a few people standing over there. Sign? Following the direction the driver pointed, Ma Yousheng looked forward again. However, at this glance, Ma Yousheng was petrified again. It was not until the driver spoke again that Ma Yousheng said uncertainly, "It should be. I don't remember clearly. You drive over first." Time passed quickly, and more than 10 minutes later, in the camping site, Ma Yousheng looked at the surrounding environment and Su Hang opposite, and gave a thumbs up. "Xiao Su, how much money did you invest? If it weren't for the 3 familiar colored steel houses opposite, I really couldn't believe that this was where I camped more than a month ago." Just now, after Su Hang's introduction, Ma Yousheng finally accepted the current appearance of Bingu Village, and his eyes looking at Su Hang also changed. Last time he looked at Su Hang as if he was an ordinary small boss, but now he has unconsciously put Su Hang on an equal footing with him. After years of doing business, Ma Yousheng knows very well that it is absolutely impossible to make such a big show in a short period of time without strong funds. Last time he came, there were 2 people and 3 color steel houses. Now look, especially the 2 connected ancient buildings in front of him. Not to mention other things. The design fee must be a lot. Many things are coincidences. And I didn't actually invest much money. Su Hang smiled and said truthfully. To be honest, Bingu Village was able to reach its current size just to help deal with Wan Long's father-in-law Wu Xiuan. If no one believes it, there is nothing we can do. Not much investment, young people nowadays. Ma Yousheng gave Su Hang a thumbs up again. Mr. Ma, let's go over there first. After a pause, just when Su Hang was about to take Ma Yousheng to the living room to rest, a woman about 278 years old came to Ma Yousheng quickly. "Chairman, are we all staying in tents tonight?" Just now, an employee said, "There is a special place to stay over there. They don't want to stay in tents." Look! The woman pointed in the direction of Yuan with some excitement. Since getting off the car, seeing 2 connected ancient buildings that they had never seen before, the employees' exclamations have never stopped. Some even took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. Now almost all of them have determined that what Ma Yousheng said before was a cover-up, just to give them a surprise. Is there a place to live? Ma Yousheng subconsciously looked in the direction of Yuan. "Boss Ma, it's like this." On the side, seeing Ma Yousheng's confusion, just when Su Hang wanted to explain again, coincidentally, Shen Yinju, the marketing manager who just passed by Ma Yousheng and was observing the surrounding environment, heard the woman's request. She immediately stopped and said, "Xiao Wang, you still haven't figured it out? The chairman said before that he just wanted to give us a surprise. Since there is a place to live, it must be prepared for us. You can take people directly to the reception desk to handle the check-in procedures. Don't waste the chairman's efforts." After saying that, Shen Juyin gave the woman a look that asked why you didn't cooperate with the chairman. A surprise on purpose? Ma Yousheng glanced at Su Hang awkwardly. In front of so many subordinates. Even if it wasn't true, he could only admit it now. After a pause, Ma Yousheng looked at the woman. "It's not as mysterious as Mr. Shen said. Xiao Wang, you take people to register first. Those who want to live in tents can live in tents. And those who want to live inside can live inside. It's the same as before. All the consumption here will be paid by me." "Okay, Chairman. Then you talk first." The woman nodded hurriedly when she heard it. Then she turned around and walked quickly to the entrance of a Yuan, and shouted, "If you want to stay in the guest room, please go to the campground reception to register. There don't seem to be many rooms inside. First come first served. And the chairman just said that the company will pay for the guest room." Yeah. Maybe it was because the woman's voice was too loud, or because many people were paying attention to this place when they heard that they could stay in the guest room. Especially the employees, who had just entered a Yuan for a simple walk. They immediately swarmed to the campground reception. At the same time, many people shouted, Thank you for the surprise. Chairman! I love you. Chairman, long live the chairman. This made my Yousheng embarrassed again. Chairman, should we take a break now? Since knowing that this is a surprise you prepared for them. Many employees are looking forward to the evening activities. They all said that there will definitely be a big surprise in the evening. They want to save their stomachs and don't want to eat now. Seeing this, Shu Yutian, the director of the marketing department, turned his head and glanced at the camping platform, and then looked at Ma Yousheng. Events tonight, Xiao Su. Let's. Ma Yousheng couldn't help but look at Su Hang. He was really unsure now, and it was hard to ask in person. Oh, there will be food for the event tonight, don't worry. Your boss Ma called me a while ago and told me to do our best to organize an event for you in the evening. So, please believe in the strength of our campsite. Su Hang smiled, looked at Shu Yutian and said. Chapter 91 didn't dare to grill anything else. That's fine, I'll notify those employees. Hearing Su Hang's words, Shu Yutian immediately showed an expression that said I knew it would be like this. But when she was about to turn around and leave, Shu Yutian suddenly thought of something, and looked at Ma Yousheng again. Chairman, can tonight's event start a little earlier, if it's too late? The employees probably won't be able to hold on until then. Ma Yousheng glanced at Su Hang, and then nodded. I'll discuss this with President Su, and we'll definitely not let them starve. Okay. After a moment, when Shu Yutian left, Ma Yousheng hurriedly looked at Su Hang. Xiao Su, what are your specific arrangements for the evening? When he called Su Hang the night before coming here, he felt that Su Hang had nothing, so he let Su Hang do his best, and there was no upper limit on the cost. At that time, I thought that the event that Su Hang would finally organize would definitely be an ordinary bonfire. At most roasting 2 sheep, drinking beer or something. An event would cost about 10,000 yuan. But now, looking at the changes in Guanque Campground over the past month, and Su Hang's confident expression when he spoke to Shu Yutian just now, I couldn't help but have a bad feeling in my heart. Obviously, an event that can make such a powerful and tasteful campground owner full of confidence is definitely not an ordinary event. Just now, an employee was embarrassed to ask him directly. And now that the employee has left, how can he still hold back? In fact, it's not a rare event. It's just an ordinary bonfire party. Look at the conditions here. I can't organize anything else. Don't despise me. Our campground has really tried its best. Su Hang turned his head and glanced across the national highway. Dislike? How could that be? When Ma Yousheng heard that it was a bonfire party, he hurriedly shook his head, and even felt a little relieved. As long as it was a bonfire party, the cost should be within a controllable range. After a pause, Ma Yousheng looked at Su Hang again. So are we going to roast 2 whole lambs, and drink some beer? General bonfire parties follow this process. Roast a whole lamb? That's too vulgar, after all. This event was personally arranged by President Ma, and we can't just roast a whole lamb to deal with it. Su Hang shook his head immediately, indicating that Ma Yousheng could rest assured. Not roasted whole lamb, what is it? Ma Yousheng was stunned. He really couldn't think of anything else to roast besides roasted whole lamb. Could it be roasted chicken? Roasted fish? If it was roasted chicken or roasted fish, it would be a bit stingy. I didn't dare to roast anything else. I just roasted a whole camel and a whole ostrich. I was originally planning to roast a crocodile, but I thought about it. There were more than 100 people. If they couldn't finish it, it would be a waste. Su Hang said casually. What? Roasted whole camel and whole ostrich. Also planning to roast crocodile. However, when he heard the answer, Ma Yousheng was completely petrified. At that moment, he even lost his mind. It's funny that he was just wondering if the campsite had prepared roast chicken and fish because there were so many people. Here, before Ma Yousheng could come back to his senses, Su Hang hurriedly added, Don't worry, Mr. Ma, we sell camels and ostriches from farmers. They are definitely not wild. In addition, the wine we drink tonight is also the specialty wine and beer of Jiuge City. Time flies. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. Night falls. Across from the ancient building, a bonfire shoots straight into the dark night sky, and from time to time there are shouts and shouts of, The chairman is mighty. As a result, the campsite became much more lively than usual, and Bingu village no longer had the previous dead silence and loneliness. Brother, what are you doing over there? Why is it so lively? In front of the canteen, 2 young men smoked and looked at Ding Santai, who was wearing a chef's uniform. They were 2 heavy truck drivers passing by. They had just eaten a bowl of noodles in the canteen, and planned to smoke a cigarette before setting off. Since the Bingdu village gas station was completed, there have been various discussions in the group of truck friends. Some even said that brothers who drive on National Highway 215 no longer have to worry. And there is another supply point between Xi'an Province and Suqing Province. The circle of truck friends is originally a small circle. One person spreads the word to 10 people, and 10 people spread the word to 100 people. Now, almost all heavy truck drivers on National Highway 215 will stop at Bingdu village. There is a team building activity for a company across the street. Ding Santai also lit a cigarette and said, "There have been a lot of people eating recently, plus 2 employee meals. Only at this point can we relax a little. Team building activity, eating roasted whole lamb and dancing Wuzhuang dance? Why is it so lively?" Hearing this, the 2 young men flashed a trace of envy in their eyes. "No, this time we are roasting whole camels and whole ostriches." Ding Santai shook his head. "What? Camels and ostriches?" The 2 young men were petrified instantly. Their expressions were almost exactly the same as when Ma Yousheng heard about the barbecue. What is the origin of this company? Do you want to be so cool? I have never seen anyone roasting whole camels and whole ostriches. How about we go over and see it?" The next moment, the 2 young men looked at the other side of the national highway. One of them even subconsciously touched the phone in his pocket. In this era of self-media, it is really unreasonable not to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments when encountering such things. Most importantly, they also want to see what roasted whole camels and roasted whole ostriches look like. I heard it is a media company, very powerful, all young people from big cities. Ding Santai said again. Other staff members of the campsite went to join in the fun. But he felt that this kind of activity was too noisy, so he didn't go. Wow! Just when the 2 young drivers wanted to say something else, there was another round of cheers from across the road, even louder than the previous ones. That's not all. A moment after the cheers, a burst of music and a familiar song sounded. Is this Shu Yutian's song? Looking at each other, the 2 drivers couldn't help but say. Although they are young, they have been driving big trucks for many years. The music played in the car is all old songs. They are so familiar with this song that they can't be more familiar with it. Now they can hum it casually with their eyes closed. Yeah. Ding Santai nodded again. I didn't expect that young people in the media company also like old songs. I thought that those who work in the media now like those popular songs on the internet. One of the young men showed a hint of surprise. No, that's Shu Yutian herself is singing. Ding Santai straightened his chest. What? Shu Yutian herself? Dude, don't be kidding. Shu Yutian hasn't sung for many years. Besides, she is a star of all ages. How could she appear here? The young man was stunned again. Why would I lie to you? Shu Yutian is now a registered resident of our Bingdu village. If you don't believe me, go and take a look. Ding Santai pointed to the other side with some pride. He just liked the way these people looked like they had never seen the world. Just take a look. After that, the 2 drivers no longer cared about anything else and immediately walked to the other side of the national highway. Chapter 92. The purpose of traveling is to post on WeChat Moments. In the era of self-media, it may only take a few hours to make someone famous. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the bonfire party held at the campsite was still going on, but the WeChat Moments of employees of Yousheng Media were already full of posts. Today I had my first roasted whole camel in my life. Thank you, Chairman. I never thought I would have such an experience in the Northwest. Perfect. Thank you, company. Thank you, Chairman. The surprise brought by this company team building was really huge. In addition to the food that I dared not even think about, I even saw a star who had disappeared for many years. The most important thing is that the place to stay is also unique. In addition to these text descriptions, the employees also provided a lot of 9-square grid pictures of the scene. The most eye-catching one is the crispy golden, sizzling whole camel. There is no way. Isn't the purpose of traveling to post a circle of friends? What's more? Now that we have encountered such a fun activity, how can we miss the opportunity? Of course, in addition to the employees of Yousheng Media, the card friends, who went to watch the excitement, and the workers working in the campsite also posted various circles of friends, especially the card friends, who posted the title of first time watching a star sing on the spot. Awesome. It has to be said that people have a curiosity to eat melons, and as soon as these circles of friends are posted, the number of likes in the comments below will increase every time they are refreshed, and almost everyone will say in the comment, I just want to ask where this place is. I really want to eat this roasted whole camel. In addition to the circle of friends, Many employees also posted the grand occasion here on their personal short video platform accounts. Maybe it was because of Shu Yutian singing, or because of the novelty of roasted camels and roasted ostriches. The number of views of short videos was higher than that of moments. And as the number of clicks increased, the video of roasting a whole camel actually directly became a local hot topic. It was popular all over the internet for a while, liked, collected, questioned whether roasting camels was legal, envious of everything. Some people even started searching for the location of Bingu village on the map. At 11 o'clock in the evening, some employees' videos had been played more than 100,000 times, and that's not all. With the spread of short videos, many people learned for the first time that there was an Aceh County in the northwest, and there was a Bingu village in Aceh County. There was a campsite in Bingu village. This campsite roasted camels and ostriches. However, Su Hang didn't know all this. He was chatting with Ma Yousheng by the campfire. Mr. Su, thank you. You really put a lot of effort into organizing this event. You even invited Shu Yutian. Shaking his head, Ma Yousheng, who was a little drunk, came over and hugged Su Hang's shoulders. After learning that Su Hang was preparing roasted camels and roasted ostriches in the afternoon, Ma Yousheng also felt a little curious after a brief shock. It was just because he had traveled all over the country for so many years, and seemed to have never seen such a scene. So, as the activity started, Ma Yousheng also completely integrated into it. In the end, he was even more excited than the employees. He drank so much that he even danced the Guanque dance with the employees. Now he looked 80% drunk. Mr. Ma, Shu Yutian was not specially invited. She was originally one of us. Hearing this, Su Hang was about to explain when he was interrupted by Ma Yousheng. What do you mean originally? By the way, Mr. Su, how much is the cost of this activity? I'll ask the employees to transfer it to your camping site later. The cost of this activity? It's not very expensive. It's just over 50,000. After thinking for a while, Su Hang reported a number. Friendship is friendship. Business is business. The camel we roasted tonight was bought from Jioga City, costing 25,000 yuan. And the ostrich was also bought from there, costing 6,000 yuan. Then, there are some firewood, beer, seasonings, etc., which cost more than 40,000 yuan. Add the labor cost, without accommodation, and this event alone is more than 50,000 yuan. More than 50,000 yuan? Mr. Su, don't be kidding. Can such an event be held for 50,000 yuan? Don't give me a discount because of your friendship with Wang Long. I am not Wang Long's future father-in-law. Ma Yousheng glared, his face full of disbelief. Boss Ma, it's really just over 50,000. Su Hang said again. Boss Su, how can you be like this? Boss Shen. Ma Yousheng turned his head and looked into the distance, and called Director Shen Juyin over. Chairman, you're looking for me. At this time, Shen Juyin was also about 6 or 7% drunk. You go over and transfer 1 million to Boss Su's camping site, and it will be the total cost of our team building this time. Ma Yousheng waved his hand. Boss Ma, this won't work. We have to pay as much as we should. Hearing this, Su Hang hurriedly stopped him. What, Mr. Su, is it too little? Ma Yousheng's neck stiffened, completely in a drunken state. Mr. Ma, it's not too little. It's too much. Su Hang replied immediately. Too much, Mr. Su, to be honest. We went to a high-end club sometime, and the cost was hundreds of thousands, but the content there is not as rich as yours. Ma Yousheng pursed his lips, and signaled Shen Juyin to go over quickly. Mr. Ma, what are the conditions here? How can we compare with them? Su Hang smiled bitterly. In addition to food and drinks, high-end clubs may also have other expensive services. No comparison? Mr. Su, let's not count the other items. How much is Shu Yutian's appearance fee? I work in the media, and I know how popular Shu Yutian was back then. And the rooms you reserved for us. I took a look in the afternoon. The environment is not available in many 5-star hotels. Plus this event. By the way, you must think it's too little. Mr. Shen, go and settle the bill for 1.5 million. Ma Yousheng waved his hand and began to calculate the bill for Su Hang. In the end, he actually added another 500,000. Oh, don't. Su Hang was stunned for a moment. Don't say it. If you say it again, it's still too little. Ma Yousheng saw that Shen Juyin hadn't paid yet. His brows frowned instantly. Okay, Chairman, I'll go right away. At the same time, just as Su Hang and Ma Yousheng started to argue, Yousheng, in an office building within the 4th Ring Road, A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was leaning back in his chair and swiping his phone. After a while, the man was instantly interested after seeing one of the short videos, and sat up directly. Isn't this the former Shu Yutian? He is singing? Is he making a comeback? Mumbling to himself, the man carefully watched the video again. A few minutes later, the man touched his chin and put his phone on the desk. Bingdu Village, Ase County. Campground. I didn't expect that the famous Shu Yutian would fall to this point now, and have to make a living by singing in a campground in the northwest. Thinking for a moment, the man picked up the phone again and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. Soon, the call was connected. Shaoli, I found a good hot topic, which should be on the entertainment headlines tomorrow. I'll send you a title later, and you edit the content. The man said. Editor-in-chief, what's the title? The girl on the other end of the phone asked excitedly, when she heard that it could be on the entertainment headlines. You can write about how Shu Yutian went from being a popular idol to singing at a campsite, what she went through, and why she fell to this point. After thinking for a while, the man said so. Chapter 93. The fire has gone astray. Shu Yutian? Shu Yutian is singing again? The woman was stunned at first, then excitedly said. These 2 days, she has compiled several entertainment gossips, but did not get any traffic after posting them on the platform. Although Shu Yutian has been out of fashion for a long time. She was really popular back then, and had many fans. Editor-in-chief, do you have any pictures or screenshots of videos? After a pause, the woman hurriedly said. Yes, you can search the keyword Bingdu Village Barbecue on the short video platform, and it will come out. Remember, you must be fast. If you are slow, you will be overtaken by other entertainment news. The man turned his head and glanced at the sign above the company's reception desk, which read Junwei Entertainment in 4 large gilded characters. Okay. Editor-in-chief. The night deepened. If it were the last century, everyone would have already fallen asleep. But at this moment, most people in Xia country were still lying in bed, browsing moments or short videos. Yuyuan. Zhong Ruofei had just finished washing up and was about to rest. He had been busy all afternoon today, helping to arrange a small crane to lift camels, and arranging a bonfire. An hour ago, he ran into Ma Yousheng's employees to settle the bill. After a few rounds of extreme tug-of-war, he finally collected 800,000 yuan from the public account of the Ice Lake Campground. Afterwards, Zhong Ruofei and Su Hang settled all the employees of Yousheng Media. Some of them lived in Yuyuan, and some lived in the open-air camp outside. They all rested until just now. Ouch! Lying on the bed and stretching comfortably. Just when Zhong Ruofei wanted to turn off the lights and go to sleep, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Huh? Calling at this time? Zhong Ruofei frowned and picked up the phone. The call was from an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei answered the phone. Hello. 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 Is this the Bingdu Village Campground? The next moment, a man's voice came from the phone. Yes, you are? Zhong Ruofei's expression changed. It's like this, I saw on the short video platform that you organized a team-building activity for a company, with roasted camels, roasted ostriches, and star singing, is that right? Confirming his identity, the man said hurriedly. Short video, it's like this. Zhong Ruofei was stunned at first, and then replied. It was expected that the employees of Yousheng Media would post the event site on their personal accounts on the short video platform. Then have you booked it for August 29? Our company also wants to hold an event exactly the same as this. The man asked. You guys want to do it too? After calculating silently in his mind, Zhong Ruofei asked again. Yes, we are also more than 100 people. By the way, how much does it cost to hold such an event here? The man's voice continued. Not counting accommodation, not counting the star singing. One event is 200,000, and there is no limit on the customized beer. If you really want to make a reservation, you need to pay a deposit of 50,000 in advance, so that we can prepare the ingredients in advance. Zhong Ruofei immediately quoted the price. Although Ma Yousheng insisted on giving 1.5 million tonight, after all, it was a familiar party, it was impossible for him to really accept all of it. 200,000, what if we add the star singing? Accommodation and 2 meals? After thinking for a while, the man's voice came again. If we add the star singing, accommodation and 2 meals, one event will cost about 1.2 million. Zhong Ruofei reported another number. There is no way, although Shu Yutian is out of fashion. It is impossible for him to sing at the bonfire party every day, so the price must be higher. If the other party can accept it, then accept it. If not, it will not affect the business of the camping site. 1,200,000 is acceptable to a star. The man seemed to mutter to himself before saying, "Okay, please send the public account of the camping site to me later, and I will transfer the deposit to you. By the way, you should be able to issue a public-to-public invoice." "Yes, we have no problem with invoices." Hearing that the other party agreed so straightforwardly without bargaining, Zhong Ruofei was a little surprised but soon returned to normal. After all, it is from the company account, and it must be more generous than personal spending. "Okay, is this phone number of yours WeChat? I will add you later. Please send the company account number to me." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, just when Zhong Ruofei was about to find the public account, his cell phone rang again. Seeing this, Zhong Ruofei frowned immediately. It was because the phone number was not the one who had just booked the team-building activity. "Hello." After a pause, Zhong Ruofei picked up the phone again. The moon set, the sun rose, and the next day, at 11 o'clock in the morning, Su Hang looked at the 3 tourist buses that were gradually going away, and heaved a sigh of relief. After getting up this morning, Ma Yousheng took his employees to walk around the ruins again, and finally had a meal before leaving with satisfaction. At this point, the event of Yousheng Media ended successfully. "Brother Zhong, where is Brother Shui? Is he too tired last night? Is his leg injury causing problems again?" Turning his head, looking at Zhong Ruofei, Su Hang was surprised, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He hadn't seen Shu Yutian since he got up today. Under normal circumstances, he would have gone downstairs to walk around in a wheelchair or with crutches. No, he was answering the phone. Zhong Ruofei shook his head. Shu Yutian's left calf has recovered very well these days, and he was in a wheelchair when he sang last night. There is absolutely nothing wrong with his leg. Answer the phone? Su Hang was stunned. "Yeah, this morning. I don't know which media published a report. It said that Lao Shui was so poor that he had to sing in a wheelchair to make a living in a camping site. Now many entertainment reporters have been contacting Lao Shui, wanting to interview Lao Shui." Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath. It has to be said that self-media is really powerful now. From the first order he received last night to now, he has received deposits for 17 building activities, and this is not counting the calls received by the reception desk. What's even more outrageous is that those entertainment news actually caught the video clip of Shu Yutian singing in a wheelchair. It's really amazing. Interviewing Lao Shui, just because of the bonfire party last night? Su Hang's face was full of surprise. "Yeah, our event last night went viral on short videos, especially the roasted camel and roasted ostrich. I heard from the front desk receptionist Xiao Wang that the reservation calls she received today were all from 7 or 8 people or more than a dozen people. They were all asking if they could roast an ostrich." Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Originally, he thought that with the spread of short videos and WeChat moments, many people would be interested in the Yuan and the ancient building, but he didn't expect that netizens' focus now was not on this at all. Almost no one who called asked about the accommodation price of a Yuan, but grilled camels and grilled ostriches are not what the campsite is good at. "You all want to grill ostriches?" Su Hang subconsciously glanced in the direction of Yuan. "Well, now, except for the 17 building activities, the other individual guests did not dare to agree. They were afraid that there would be a shortage of camels and ostriches." Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but say more. Chapter 94. What does the camping site's profit have to do with my Bingdu village? I'd better wait until Brother Shui finishes the call and ask him. The ostriches and camels are all his contacts. If the ostriches and camels can provide a stable supply to our camping site, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we have a lot of open space now. At worst, we can build a place for outdoor barbecue next to the camping site. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, "In fact, last night's event not only made the employees of Yousheng Media have a lot of fun, but also attracted a lot of heavy trucks passing by at night, and the heavy truck driver stopped to watch. For this reason, the business of the canteen and the cafeteria is much better than before. So this is really a two-pronged approach." "Okay, I'll go find Lao Shui after he finishes the call." Zhong Ruofei nodded. "Okay, Brother Zhong, I'll go see Uncle Lu. It turns out that there are not enough places to stay in our campsite now. We have to hurry up and build the Guanque Tower." Su Hang said again. Last night, The campsite added another 800,000 in cash flow, plus the previous balance and several team-building orders received. It can fully support the construction of the Guanque Tower. No need to be timid anymore. Then I'll ask the finance department to do an inventory tonight and try to set up a special fund for Guanque Tower. Okay. Ase County, South Street office. At this time, the discussion in the office was all about the bonfire party at Bingu Village Campground. Since the short video platform has a local push, it is difficult for Ase County residents who play short videos to miss it. Xiaoli, did you watch the video of your village campground last night? Zhang Qi looked at Li Mei with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Once upon a time, Bingu Village was a barren land in their eyes. It was not until last night through the bonfire video that they learned that a unique camping site had been built there. If it were not inconvenient for Ase County to go there, he would definitely go there to see it today. In fact, it was not just Zhang Qi. Many residents in Ase County said, after seeing the short video, that if there were similar activities behind the camping site, they would definitely go there to watch the excitement. Not for eating roasted camels or roasted ostriches, but just to see a star sing in person. I saw it. At the back table, Li Mei looked calm. Then what do you think? The consumption of the event last night was probably not low, and there will definitely be more rich people going there to spend money later. Will Bingu Village be the richest village in the entire Ase County in the future? And if Bingu Village develops, it may be able to drive the overall poverty alleviation of the villages under the Nanjia office. Zhang Qi hurriedly said. Apart from anything else, if the situation continues to develop like this, Bingu Village will definitely not need to carry out poverty alleviation work. What's more, the star named Shu Yutian has been registered as a permanent resident of Bingu Village. Just for this reason, Bingu Village will not lack popularity in the future. In addition, the village party secretary is a section-level cadre in the system. TSK. Drive the South Street office? You're thinking too much. Li Mei curled her lips. These 2 days, her mind is full of the affairs of the village doctor in Bingu Village. She has no time to do anything else. Ah, why? Zhang Qi was stunned. Because the individual business registered by Bingu Village in our county has been cancelled. The current campsite is called Bingu Cultural Tourism, and its registered place is Jioga City. The legal representative of this cultural tourism company is the third villager of Bingu Village, Zhong Ruofei. Li Mei explained casually. I learned about this by accident when I called Su Hang last time. Ah, isn't this a village collective enterprise? Zhang Qi was stunned at first, and then his face was instantly filled with disappointment. No, so no matter how good the business of this campsite is, it is the personal behavior of the villagers, and there is not a penny in the public account of Bingu Village now. Li Mei took a deep look at Zhang Qi. Even the poorest village will have 1 or 2 rich people, but this does not affect the village being defined as a poor village. Not a penny, then? What about the money from the sale of property rights last time? Hearing this, Zhang Qi couldn't help asking again. Because Bingu Village had not been officially established before, the relevant expenses were all deposited into the county-level account. So Bingu Village is really penniless now. That's it. The last time I went to see Secretary Su said that the villagers in their village didn't even have a house that belonged to them. Li Mei sighed. This was the first time she had seen such a situation, and it seemed extremely rare in the entire Xia country. It's obvious that each of the villagers seems to be not simple. But from a certain perspective, it can't be considered a wealthy village. So, this camping site is not very related to Bingu Village. Zhang Qi curled his lips. And for a moment, he lost interest in Bingu Village. You think? After a deep breath, Li Mei started typing on the keyboard again. Oh! It's all for nothing. Zhang Qi immediately started to do his own work. Time flies, and it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Jioga City, Jioga District, Yunli Township. In a color steel house, 2 middle-aged men are smoking one cigarette after another, and there are 2 teacups on the coffee table. Behind the color steel house are 2 rows of large pens, and many camels are eating grass. Lao Zhao, did you see the video of a campsite last night? They roasted a whole camel. Rich people really know how to have fun. Throwing the cigarette butt on the ground and twisting it with his toes. One of the men looked at the other man. I saw it. That camel was bought from me. The man smiled when he heard it. His name is Xiao Ping. He is the director of the largest camel farm in Jioga City, and now has more than 200 adult camels in stock. Ah, bought it from you. The man opposite was stunned for a moment. Well, I just didn't expect that the person who bought my camel was actually a star. Zhao Ping took a sip of the teacup. Old Zhao, you've made a fortune now. I guess they will continue to buy camels. You've got a place to put your camels, the man hurriedly said. In the past 2 years, due to the poor environment, the sales of camels have been very low. For this matter, Zhao Ping has been asking for help from people everywhere and looking for sales channels. Now he is gritting his teeth and persevering every day, and now he can finally get the reward after all the hard work. What are you posting? The camel I sold before was only 25,000. If I had known that the person who bought the camel was a celebrity, I would have paid at least 10,000 more for this camel, at least to make back the money I made in 2 years. Zhao Ping put down his teacup and said with some regret, at 10,000 directly, the market has not recovered yet. The man was stunned. The current market price of camels is actually between 20,000 and 30,000, so selling it for 25,000 is not a small amount. Don't worry. The Bingu village is in the middle of nowhere. Who else can deliver camels to them except me? So, I will raise the price if they buy camels next time. I can't let them eat meat while I can't even drink soup. Seemingly seeing his friend's thoughts, Zhao Ping immediately waved his hand to let the man rest assured. After a pause, Zhao Ping added, by the way, these stars are not short of money. 10,000 or 20,000 is just like a few hundred yuan to them. And I think he will make a lot of money singing in the campsite. So this thing will definitely work. Chapter 95. No other company? Celebrities are rich. If this thing works out, you can make a lot of money this year, the man said immediately. It's enough to make some money. To be honest, I won't do it anymore after this batch of camels is processed. I'll switch to other business. Zhao Ping smiled and waved his hand. Although he said it was not good, everyone could see the pride on his face. Ding-ling-ling. Just when the man wanted to say something else, Zhao Ping's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up and taking a look, Zhao Ping immediately said to the man, whatever you say. It's coming. The celebrity called. And it must be to order camels. Yes. There is a lot of traffic on short video platforms now. And there must be a lot of people following the trend. The man nodded. Okay. I'll take a call, Zhao Ping said. Then he stood up slowly, picked up his phone and walked out the door. After about a few minutes, Zhao Ping came back again. How is it? How many camels did you order? Did you order 10 camels? Seeing this, the man asked hurriedly. I want 10 camels. But I haven't ordered them yet. Zhao Ping waved his hand. Haven't ordered them yet? This star said he had to discuss it with Mr. Zhong at the campsite. And he would contact me after the discussion. Discuss? That's no problem. Well, if you want 10 camels at once, there's no other place in Yoga City that can supply 10 camels at once. Except here. Zhao Ping nodded confidently. That's a must. At the same time, Yousheng University Affiliated Hospital. 3rd floor. Lounge. Attending Dr. Shu Yutian was leaning on a chair watching a short video, which was nothing but a clip of Shu Yutian singing in front of a bonfire in a wheelchair. With the deliberate exaggeration of short videos, roasted camels, and some self-media, Shu Yun's miserable singing has become a hot topic in entertainment news. As a loyal fan of Shu Yun, Shu Yutian will naturally pay attention to it once the big data is pushed. Shu Yun is Shu Yun after all. Even if she is in a wheelchair, her singing level is still the same as before. And now, the Ice Lake Campground is really getting better and better. They even hold a bonfire party for tourists. Muttering to himself, Shu Yutian glanced at the title of the video with some disdain. What do you mean by miserable performance? Shu Yun was obviously recovering there, but these unscrupulous media said it was like this. After a while, just when Shu Yutian put down his phone and stood up to stretch his body to go on duty, Tong Shui rushed to the lounge with an anxious look on his face. Old Shu, you go and have a look. Seeing Shu Yutian, Tong Shui said hurriedly. What's wrong? Shu Yutian's face changed, thinking that a critically ill patient was sent to the department. Qingqing and Director Zhang in the office had a quarrel. Tong Shui pulled Shu Yutian's sleeve and was about to go out. Ah, my wife and Zhang Hong had a quarrel. Why? Hearing the 3 words Director Zhang, Shu Yutian's brows frowned instantly. I don't know the details. I just couldn't persuade Qingqing. You persuade her first and wait until she calms down before talking about anything. Tong Shui shook her head. Let's go! Shu Yutian took off the stethoscope still hanging around his neck and walked to the office first. About 3 minutes later, Shu Yutian and Tong Shui arrived at the administrative office. Song Qing was arguing with a woman in her 50s. And there were tears on Song Qing's face, as if she had just cried. What's wrong? After looking at the middle-aged woman first, Shu Yutian looked at his wife Song Qing. She deliberately made trouble, saying that the invoices for our vacation this time were not appropriate. That was not appropriate. And she refused to sign for us. Seeing her husband, Song Qing's grievances suddenly burst out, and tears burst out. What? Your invoices are not appropriate. Do you still want me to sign? Across the desk, the woman glanced at Shu Yutian coldly. No, Director Zhang. We are taking leave in accordance with the hospital's rules and regulations. There is nothing wrong with it. Besides, it seems that it is the responsibility of the hospital's finance department to review whether the invoices are appropriate or not. And it has nothing to do with you. Shu Yutian first comforted Song Qing, and then looked at the woman opposite. It has nothing to do with me? Ha. You are really kidding. If I don't review these bills in advance and submit them to the finance department, what should I say if the finance department finds trouble with me if there is a problem? Will you take this responsibility for me? The woman narrowed her eyes. Okay. Director Zhang said our invoices are not appropriate. What is wrong with them? Is it the hospital's title or something? Shu Yutian took a deep breath. It can be seen that Shu Yutian wanted to explode, but finally held back. The title is fine, but the authenticity of these invoices is unclear. I have to check whether the catering companies that issued the invoices really exist. Who knows if you bought the invoices? The woman glanced at the expense form on the desk and said. However, after hearing the reason given by the woman, Shu Yutian was furious. You verified the invoice issuing unit? Zhang Hong. If you say that, it's meaningless. If you don't want to approve it, just say it directly. What do you mean by verifying the authenticity of the invoice issuing unit? If it were like this, then no one would go on business trips. When you stay in a hotel and claim reimbursement, you have to check whether the hotel exists. This is a typical case of looking for trouble. Don't want to approve it? How can I dare to do it with you two being so aggressive? The woman replied in a sarcasm. Aggressive? I quit. Didn't I let your relative jump the queue for a bed last time? Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Song Qing, let's go. Perhaps he had been feeling aggrieved for a long time, or perhaps the woman's last words touched Shu Yutian's bottom line. After scolding the woman, Shu Yutian turned around and kicked the door open, and directly pulled Song Qing out of the office. Look, the invoice is not appropriate, and no one can say it. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Who are you threatening? It's as if the affiliated hospital of Yousheng University will not be able to leave without you too. Shu Yutian's sudden outburst scared the woman. Obviously, she did not expect Shu Yutian to be like this. Or maybe the woman was worried about something. She looked at the backs of Shu Yutian and Song Qing leaving, and spoke in a much lower voice than before. Old Shu on the side. Tong Shui looked at the middle-aged woman meaningfully, and then turned around and chased after her. The setting sun was slanting down, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on Bingdu Village, making Bingdu Village more gorgeous. Because of the bonfire party last night, Bingdu Village was more lively today than any other day before. Some people came to camp, and even came to see Shu Yutian. For this reason, the open-air camp and the Yuan were full early, and even a long line formed in front of the cafeteria, and the shelves of the canteen were almost cleared out. Logically, the 4 villagers of Bingdu Village should be happy. But at this time, Yuan, residents, Su Hang frowned and looked at Shu Yutian. What? A camel cost 35,000? A direct increase of 10,000? Zhong Ruofei was sitting next to Su Hang, and Zhong Ruofei's face also sank. Chapter 96, Buying More Land. Yeah. Shu Yutian nodded. Last time it was 25,000, and after just a few days, they directly increased it by 10,000. Isn't it obvious that they want to rip us off? This camel supplier can be blacklisted in the future. Our Bingdu Village will never use anything from him. Confirmed, Zhong Ruofei on the side couldn't help but said. He had met too many businessmen before, and basically anyone like this would be blacklisted by him, and don't even think about doing business with him anymore. It's possible that the boss saw the short video of our camping site, and the boss temporarily raised the price to get exclusive. Su Hang slowly leaned back in his chair. What should we do now? We have a lot of orders now. After a while, Shu Yutian rubbed his eyebrows, and said with some distress. To be honest, he didn't get angry when those gossip reporters called him this morning to harass and maliciously guide him. But this was really unacceptable. Brother Shui, have you contacted the ostrich? After thinking for a moment, Su Heng looked at Shu Yutian. Ostrich? Not yet. Didn't we take on 7 big team building projects? Camels are the main thing. I want to wait until the camels are settled before deciding on the ostriches. Shu Yutian shook his head. Oh, then when you contacted for camels last time, did you only contact one company? Or is this the only one that can supply us with camels for a long time? After calming down, Zhong Ruofei's face became more gloomy. I contacted several companies last time, but this one has the most camels. Shu Yutian said immediately. Then why don't we ask the other companies first? The camels from these companies should be able to cope with it for a while. It can be dealt with. But it's not a long-term solution. Who knows if these breeders are connected, if they suddenly increase the price or change their minds. We will still be very passive. After a long silence, Su Heng got up and made a cup of tea for the two of them. Anyone can see that Su Heng is very unhappy now. It's not a long-term solution. Zhong Ruofei thought, looked at Su Heng. Xiao Su, if it doesn't work, we can build a camel farm ourselves, and raise some other barbecued animals, so we don't have to look for those breeders. Raise them ourselves? Su Heng put the teacup in front of the two. I just thought about this. But we have limited land now, and the taste of the farm is not very good. It is likely to affect the camping site. If there is not enough land, we can buy it, then build the farm directly outside the village. Aside, Shu Yutian couldn't help but say something. Buy more land? Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei subconsciously looked at the wall opposite the living room. There was a large map of Binggu village hanging there, showing all administrative areas within 300 kilometers of Binggu village. Well, although our campsite has just gained some popularity, it is still far from being developed. So the surrounding land is very cheap now. But if we want to buy more land once our campsite is developed, we will probably have to pay a high price. Shu Yutian also looked at the topographic map of Binggu village. With the current trend of Binggu Campground, it is definitely not just waiting to live off the past after the construction of Guanque Tower. There will definitely be continuous improvement and enrichment of Binggu village in the future. The most important thing is that he has completely fallen in love with Binggu village. So he has no intention of leaving. That's right. After a moment, Su Heng nodded, thinking back to the time when there was no one in Binggu village. He only spent 500,000 yuan to buy this land. But if there was a campground at that time, 500,000 yuan would definitely not be enough. If he continued to buy more land, the price would definitely rise. But we don't have much cash flow right now, so I'm afraid we can't buy land. Zhong Ruofei hesitated. We can go ask first. We can slowly figure out a way to deal with the money problem. Besides, our gas station is now in operation. The staff there said today that 2 people were almost too busy to handle it. Shu Yutian said again. Gas station? Plus the campsite. Xiao Su. I'm going to Jioga City to purchase supplies tomorrow. How about I go to the relevant departments to ask about buying land and applying for a breeding farm? After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. Since there are many people these 2 days, the consumption of the canteen and cafeteria is particularly high. Especially beer, beverages and cigarettes, which are almost out of stock today. You can ask. By the way, in addition to asking about the plots around our village, ask about the Binggu area. If you can pack them together. Su Heng's mind moved, and he actually remembered the water Yaden landform, about 10 kilometers long and wide near the Binggu. Then he stood up and walked to the map, and pointed the approximate location to Zhong Ruofei. Okay. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Since the gas station was built, he still has contact with the leader of Jioga Petrochemical. If it doesn't work, go find this person. At a certain level, some relationships are actually connected. Then Brother Shui, please contact other retail investors for the camels and ostriches, and deal with the team building of these 7 companies first. Turning his head, Su Heng looked at Shu Yutian again. In fact, buying land or applying for a breeding farm are all follow-up matters. The most urgent task is to seize this wave of traffic to improve the reputation and service of the camping site. Okay. Shu Yutian nodded. Just like that, the 3 chatted about some other details before they went their separate ways. Before they knew it, it was already 7:30 in the afternoon. Su Heng came to the construction site of Guanque Tower with 2 lunch boxes. Today is the 3rd day of the official construction of Guanque Tower. A huge foundation pit has been dug out for the most part. That is, there are construction fences around it, and the dump trucks send the waste soil directly to the outside of the village through another road. Otherwise, with such a large project, the tourists living in Yuan would definitely be curious to come and see what's going on. Uncle Lu, thank you for your hard work. A few minutes later, Su Heng placed the lunch box in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming has been following up on the Guanque Tower for the past 2 days, and has not participated in anything outside. Hard work. It is my honor to build the Guanque Tower with my own hands. I am really curious if your friend has any other architectural manuscripts like this. Lu Ming took the lunch box very naturally. When mentioning friends, Su Heng was speechless for a moment, and then changed the subject. Uncle Lu, how many more people do you think are appropriate here now? Yesterday's team building activity brought in 800,000 yuan, and there is no problem with cash flow. Add more people? Lu Ming rubbed his hands and reported a number. If we add more people, how about 2 more mixers, 2 large cranes and 20 workers? He originally thought of using a tower crane, but it was not needed at the current progress of the project, so he did not mention it. Okay, I'll contact you tomorrow. Su Heng nodded. He is now in charge of this matter. By the way, Xiao Su, we may have to register another construction company this time. After a pause, Lu Ming looked at Su Heng again. Construction company? Yes. The building structures of the 3-story building and Yuan we built before are not in the current building standards, so we built them. But the internal steel concrete construction of Guanque Tower is very large. It would be unreasonable if we did not register a construction company. As for the legal representative of the construction company, I can be the legal representative. I am a first-class builder and a special-class ancient building restorer of Xiagua. There is no problem in setting up this company. Lu Ming explained immediately. One thing is one thing. After all, people will live here in the future. Only legal procedures can avoid gossip in Bingdu village. Uncle Lu, this is no problem, as long as you have the qualifications. After thinking about it, Su Heng nodded immediately. After careful consideration, Bingdu village seems to have to set up a construction company now. Otherwise many things are really unclear. Ding-ling-ling. However, when Su Heng wanted to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and took a look. Su Heng immediately showed a look of surprise. Chapter 97 Establishment of the Human Resources Department. Nodding to Lu Ming, Su Heng turned around and answered the phone. Hello, Dr. Shi. Su Heng was surprised because the call was from Shu Yutian. Although he had met Shu Yutian last time because of the invoice and Shu Yutian, Su Heng thought that they would go their separate ways in the future and would not have any contact. Unexpectedly, he received another call from Shu Yutian. Hello, Secretary Su, are you busy now? The next moment, Shu Yutian's slightly dull voice came from the phone. It will be fine now. Su Heng looked back at the construction pit in the distance. Oh, that's fine, Su Secretary. Will Shu Yun continue to sing at your place next time? After a pause, Shu Yutian asked. Yes. Su Heng nodded. If I remember correctly, when Shu Yutian left last time, Shu Yutian had not officially joined Bingdu village, and Yuan had not officially opened its doors to welcome guests. Now Shu Yutian is already a villager of Bingdu village and owns 3% of the dividend shares of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, and has moved into Yuan, so he will naturally not leave again. Well, then, can you book a camping site for me in advance? I will arrive at Bingdu village the day after tomorrow. After taking a deep breath, Shu Yutian said in a somewhat depressed mood. Book a camping site? Dr. Shi, are you here? Su Heng frowned. If I remember correctly, Shu Yutian left Bingdu village less than half a month ago. And this time, he came back not for tourism. And his tone was different from before. I just want to stay there for a while and listen to Shu Yun singing. After a while, Shu Yutian's low voice came again. Okay then, I'll leave you a camping platform. Hearing this, Su Heng agreed without asking any more questions. Okay, thank you. We'll contact you when we get there. Okay. What happened? Dr. Shi seems to be in a bad mood. After hanging up the phone, Su Heng muttered to himself in confusion, and then came to Lu Ming again. Uncle Lu, there's no problem with the registration of the construction company you just mentioned. Let the finance department follow up on this matter tomorrow. Su Heng looked at Lu Ming. As Lu Ming said, if a construction company wants to do something, it should be done in a formal way. It can avoid giving people a chance to criticize. Okay, I just don't know if the finance department can handle it. There are many guests in our campsite these 2 days. Lu Ming nodded and glanced in the direction of the small building. Although the finance of the gas station is independent, the daily situation must be summarized to the finance department of Bingda Culture and Tourism at 8 o'clock every night. At the same time, there are also incomes from the canteen, the cafeteria and the yuan. All of these are done by one accountant. If you are too busy, find a way to hire another one, and I feel that if we really want to register a construction company, we also need an independent financial officer. Su Heng waved his hand. Now all the accounts for purchasing building materials are handled by the camping site. If a separate account is set up, it will make the construction costs here clearer. In the future, the wages of those workers can also be paid directly from the accounts of the construction company. Hire another financial officer? Lu Ming's expression changed. After a little thought, he immediately added, Xiao Su, since we are going to hire a financial officer, can we also hire 2 security guards? Security guards? Is there a problem on the construction site? Su Heng frowned slightly. Because our place is very remote. There are no problems on the construction site for the time being. But today many tourists have been tearing up the construction fences. The workers have advised them several times but to no avail. I think it would be more convenient to hire 2 security guards. Lu Ming nodded. He has been in this industry for many years, and he knows the tricks on the construction site very well. If the construction site is a place where building materials are stored in the city, there must be security guards taking turns to guard it. Otherwise, some building materials will definitely be short of weight. Okay, I'll go over and discuss it with Brother Zhong later. He happens to be going to Jioga City tomorrow. Su Heng replied immediately. The moon was on the treetops. Perhaps because the rest of Bingdu village was a ruin and there were not many trees, so the occasional cicada chirping made Yuan more comfortable and quiet. Register a construction company and hire an accountant and 2 security guards. On the side building, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng and touched his chin. Is it too late tomorrow? How about taking accountant Zhu with you when you go to Jioga City tomorrow? Su Heng hesitated. Thinking carefully, Zhong Ruofei has a lot to do tomorrow, and it's a bit risky to be alone. If we register a construction company, we have to bring accountant Zhu with us. But I wonder if we need to recruit more people. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. Is it a team building activity? Su Heng seemed to be thinking. Well, if we want to continue camping and barbecue team building, we need 2 dedicated barbecue chefs, plus 3 security guards for night activities. Zhong Ruofei nodded. In fact, the atmosphere during the team building that night seemed very lively. But it was actually a bit chaotic. There were many heavy truck drivers, who were watching the fun and joined in. Although everyone was excited at the time, they didn't care, but the campsite should be responsible for its customers. What if something is lost, if it gets out? The reputation of the campsite will be ruined. That's 2 barbecue chefs, 5 security guards, and an accountant from a construction company. Su Heng calculated silently in his mind. Unknowingly, there are more and more people in Bingdu village now. There are 4 local villagers, 1 salesperson in the canteen, 2 in the cafeteria, 1 chef in a yuan and the campground, 2 kitchen assistants, 6 waiters, 2 at the gas station. There is also an accountant. If we add the 8 people we recruited this time, the number of regular employees of Bingda Culture and Tourism will reach 23. This scale is not inferior to those small companies. Yeah. By the way, Brother Zhong, when recruiting security guards, it is best to recruit some young people who have just retired from the army, so that we can give them a higher salary. After thinking about it, Su Heng said again. Although Lu Ming's words were very obscure just now, Su Heng had already heard the meaning of his words. If we recruit some old men, it will be useless. Okay. Zhong Ruofei nodded heavily. In fact, Zhong Ruofei also thought so in his heart. If we recruit those 56 old men, it is better not to recruit them. Security is actually a very important position in a company. It is definitely not the kind that is infinitely belittled on the internet. Brother Zhong, wait until the people are recruited this time. Why don't we set up a human resources department to be responsible for employee recruitment and salary calculation and attendance, etc. Otherwise you may be very tired alone. After a while, Su Heng looked at Zhong Ruofei's somewhat tired state and said, Zhong Ruofei hasn't had much rest during this period. He has been busy with various things at the campsite all day long. It's okay for a short period of time, but it won't work for a long time. The villagers and employees of Bingdu village also need to rest, and they can't keep working around the clock. HR department? I've actually been thinking about this for a long time. But I haven't found a good candidate. HR is a very important position. Zhong Ruofei took a sip from the teacup. Can't we recruit directly from Jiuge City? Seeing Zhong Ruofei like this, Su Heng's expression changed. Xiao Su. To be honest, I suffered a big loss in HR back then. So I want to wait. If there are still people willing to register as permanent residents in our village, we can directly select them from the villagers. After a long silence, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. Chapter 98 Star Effect. Well, don't be too tired, your health is your capital. Looking at Zhong Ruofei lost in his memories, Su Heng finally said nothing. Some things are not clear to others, but he knows very well this hurdle in his heart. Only Zhong Ruofei can get over it, no one else can help. Yeah. No one else said anything that night. The next day, AC County, South Street office, Li Mei returned to her seat with the hot tea she had just brewed. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Li Mei was about to turn on the computer, the phone rang suddenly. Li Mei frowned after picking it up, and then walked out of the office to answer the phone. Hello. Second father. It turned out that the call was from Li Mei's second father. Xiao Mei. Do you have time in 4 days? The next moment, the voice of Li Mei's second father came from the phone. 4 days later? What's wrong? As long as it's the weekend. There's nothing to do. Li Mei asked in surprise. It's like this. The girl who graduated from the medical school I told you about last time wants to go to Bingu Village to take a look. Li Mei's second father's voice came quickly. Ah, the girl is going to Bingu Village in 4 days? Didn't you say last time that she was going to travel? She will be back in a month. Li Mei couldn't help but say. In fact, she was still thinking about this matter last night. It's really hard for her to feel at ease if the village doctor's matter is not settled. Yes, originally, I planned to travel to the south. The night before yesterday, when I was watching short videos, I happened to see the video of Bingu Village roasting a whole camel, and I also saw the star named Shu Yutian. So I wanted to go over and take a look. Anyway, I heard that the girl's tone seemed to be quite interested. As long as we talk well, there should be no problem for her to stay there. Li Mei's second father explained quickly. Ah? So it's because of this. Li Mei couldn't help curling her lips. At this time, 2 days had passed since Shu Yutian's singing video was released, and the popularity in those places in the south had almost dissipated. After all, Shu Yutian was an outdated star. Not a popular star. But in Jiuge City, Shu Yutian's singing video was still on the local hot list. So much so that all the locals who played short videos knew that there was a star in Bingu Village. It was also because of this incident that many relatives, friends, and even leaders called her frequently. Then what do you think? Li Mei's second father asked tentatively. Second father, do you think this is okay? I'll try to contact a car first. And if I can contact a car, I'll go. After thinking for a while, Li Mei said, in any case, it's a good thing for this girl to go to Bingu Village. Contact a car? No need. As long as you have time. Li Mei's second father replied immediately. Ah? No need a car? How to get there? Li Mei scratched her head subconsciously. There is no bus directly to Bingu Village in Asa County. It is precisely for this reason that the residents in the county town are relatively calm. They have already taken the bus or public bus to Bingu Village to watch the excitement. I'll take her to the county town first, pick you up, and then go to Bingu Village. Li Mei's second father explained. Ah? You go there? Li Mei was stunned again. Well, I actually want to see Shu Yutian and ask for your sister's autograph. Li Mei's second uncle smiled and said. Well, I said it. Li Mei couldn't help but look back in the direction of the office. It must be said that Bingu Village is now more famous than all the natural villages in Asa County. And all this is brought by the number 4 villager of Bingu Village. At the same time, just when Li Mei was planning to take the girl who graduated from the medical school to Bingu Village to see the environment, Xian Province, the provincial capital, Urumqi, in a high-end hotel, Qin Susu was lying on the bed, bored and watching short videos. There is also roasted whole camel? Shu Yutian singing? Wow, this small building is too beautiful. Why didn't I find such a place when I came here? It shouldn't be. I remember that I took the National Highway 215 at the beginning. While watching, Qin Susu suddenly sat up straight, staring at the video content on the phone and muttering to herself. It has been more than a month since she came out this time. She first went to Tufan City, played there for a few days, then walked the popular Duka Highway, and finally came to Urumqi. the capital of the new province. Since then, she has lived in this high-end hotel and has not gone anywhere. Every day, she eats, drinks, watches TV series and short videos. Although life is boring, when she thinks about going back to marry a man who is 3 years younger than her and whom she has never met, she can't help but endure it. What's going on? If I see such a beautiful building and camping site, I will definitely stop and stay for a night. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Qin Susu was about to study this short video carefully, the screen of the mobile phone suddenly flashed, and a video application appeared. Hello. Yuan. What's wrong? Qin Susu immediately connected the video call. It was from her best friend Li Yuan. In the past month, only her best friend had contacted her, and she was the only one who passed the message to her parents. Susu, are you up? The next moment, Li Yuan appeared on the screen. She looked like she was walking on the street. I got up a long time ago, and I plan to go downstairs to eat later. Qin Susu touched her stomach. She had been living like a pig during this period of time. She ate when she was hungry and slept when she was full. Oh, Susu, I just heard a rumor from a colleague. If it's true, you don't have to wander around outside anymore and can go home peacefully. Li Yuan's voice was a little excited. Ah, what gossip? Can I go home? Don't lie to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Susu also showed an extremely concerned look. But soon there was a hint of doubt. To be honest, she really couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to go back earlier, but she couldn't get over the psychological barrier. It would be great if she could go back as soon as possible. Don't worry, listen to me. After a pause, Li Yuan's voice came again. It's like this. A friend of mine knows an employee in Su's medical. The employee said that the whole group was saying that their chairman's son had run away from marriage. Ah, run away from marriage? Qin Susu was stunned for a moment, and her face became complicated. Yousheng Medical Group has only one chairman. The chairman's son that Li Yuan mentioned should be the fiancé that her parents had arranged for her, Su Heng. He should be running away from her. Well, and this Su Heng also threatened that if Su's father and mother did not cancel the engagement, he would not return to Yousheng Medical. Now this matter has become the biggest internal news of Yousheng Medical Group. Li Yuan was a little emotional. Before, Qin Susu said that Su Heng might be a perverted man with a mama's boy. Facts have proved that. The other party does not seem to be, and is even more cruel than Qin Susu. Then this news. Is it true? Why didn't my parents react? After a long time, Qin Susu asked again. Although I can't guarantee that it's all true. It's definitely not groundless. As for the lack of response from my uncle and aunt, it may be that the chairman of Su's medical group hasn't had the nerve to tell my uncle and aunt yet, and wants to save it in the end. But I don't think it's possible. My friend said that Su Heng had seen your photo a long time ago, and it is said that he didn't react at all. If he really liked you, he wouldn't force your parents to cancel the engagement, Li Yuan explained. Oh. Then, Qin Susu hesitated, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Susu, how about this? You go all the way back first, and I'll ask my friend to help find out if the situation is true. Then you can explain the situation directly to your uncle and aunt. Let your uncle and aunt go to the chairman of Su's medical to explain the situation. This way, neither family will be embarrassed, and the problem will be solved perfectly. Li Yuan expressed her opinion. All the way east? Qin Susu's mind moved, and suddenly she remembered the video she just watched. Well, it's definitely better than you staying in Wushi, Li Yuan said again. Chapter 99 Huge Funding Gap. That's fine. We can contact each other anytime. After thinking for a long time, Qin Susu took a deep breath and made a decision. Well, when do you plan to leave? The first stop on the way back is Lan City in Suqing Province? Hearing Qin Susu's agreement, Li Yuan was delighted and hurriedly said, First stop? I want to go to a camping site in Suqing Province that looks quite interesting. Anyway, you can help me find out first, and I will contact my parents after I find out everything clearly. Qin Susu said her plan. A campground in the northwest? Li Yuan frowned. It's okay. I saw a video of this campground. It looks like this campground is very powerful. Not like it's owned by an ordinary boss. It's okay. Qin Susu added hurriedly, as if she knew what Li Yuan was worried about. Then you should be careful. Don't worry. In a flash, the sun set, and Bingo Village was very lively in front of the store. Some people took pictures of the sunset. And some people leaned on the door from time to time to ask if there would be a camel roasting team building activity tonight, and whether Shu Yutian would show up to sing again. Looking around, there are people coming and going, plus tourists staying in the campsite, adding up to at least 200 or 300 people. Not to mention the permanent population, the number of people alone has exceeded most natural villages in Ase County, after all. The entire Ase County has a population of more than 10,000. The people we recruited this time are barely enough. But if we recruit again next time. At this time, on the 3rd floor of the ancient building, Yousheng just walked out of an empty room. Looking back, sighed slightly. The first 3-story building has a total of 12 habitable rooms, according to the standard of 2 people living in one room. It can accommodate 24 employees. We have just recruited 23 people, and we will be full if we only need 1 more person. But who can guarantee that the campsite will not recruit more people in the future? When I went upstairs just now, the salesperson in the canteen was busy sweating, sorting goods, replenishing goods, and settling accounts. It won't be long before the canteen needs more staff. And once the Guanque Tower is built and put into operation, it will definitely need more service operators than Yuan. If it doesn't work, we can build another ancient building across the street as a staff dormitory, which can also block the site behind. After a moment of silence, Yousheng stood by the bed and glanced at the 3-color steel houses across the street. The 3 prefabricated steel houses are still the same as before, but a football field-sized open space has been opened opposite the prefabricated steel houses, and the surroundings of this open space have been planted with Sephora japonica trees as thick as bowls. These Sephora japonica trees were bought by Yousheng from the system, and the survival rate is 99.99%. Originally, this open space was used to park heavy trucks and large goods. But now it has taken on 7 roasted whole camels for team building, so it can only be postponed. In fact, the best employee dormitory is a modern apartment building, and one building can solve the accommodation problems of many employees. But the campground has limited cash flow now, and there is no way to build such a high-cost apartment building. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Yousheng was about to go downstairs to see if there was any problem with the cafeteria, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up, Yousheng answered the phone immediately. Brother Zhong. It turned out that the call was from Long Ruofei. Xiao Su. Are you busy now? The next moment, Zhong Ruofei's voice came from the other side. You said? Brother Zhong. Xiao Su. It's like this. When I came here, I asked someone to help me ask about the breeding farm and the purchase of land. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. How is it? Yousheng subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of Yuan. At noon today, Shu Yutian finally contacted 7 loose camels and ostriches, and a truck will be sent to transport them tomorrow. But today, those who called to order roasted whole camels for team building activities did not dare to accept any of them. But if the farm matter can be settled, I dare to accept any orders. And I will not panic. The procedures for the farm are very simple, and it can be done in a few days. Zhong Ruofei replied. What about the land? Yousheng couldn't help asking again. When the relevant personnel heard that it was near Binggu village, they said there was no problem. We can also purchase it according to our previous plan. The land can also be classified as construction land. That is, Zhong Ruofei hesitated. When the other party heard that they were going to buy this kind of uninhabited land, they were very happy. In their eyes, it was a miracle that such a place could contribute to fiscal revenue. Things went much more smoothly than expected. That is what? Yousheng's expression moved. The system in Xia country is different from that on Earth. Once you buy it, it will be uploaded to the National Land Memorandum, and you will have 100% ownership. It's just like buying those deserted islands. As long as you buy it, you can use it with confidence. Otherwise, there is no need to think about buying land. It's just that the price is not very friendly to the current cash flow of our campsite. Of course, it is still worth it. Draw a circle with the Yuan as the center, and the area within 40 kilometers is ours, including a corner of Linghu and the Yaden landform you mentioned before. Of course, this is the attribute of construction land. If it is classified as agricultural land, the price will be cheaper. Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath. His idea is very simple. If you want to buy enough at once. Otherwise, the price may be higher. Not to mention the subsequent troubles. Agricultural land is meaningless. You can't grow crops here. How much does the construction land cost in total? After thinking for a moment, Yousheng asked. 50 million. Zhong Ruofei burst out the number. 50 million? Su Hang couldn't help but take a breath. This number was indeed beyond his expectations, and was beyond the current campground's financial capacity. Well, but the other party said that we can pay a deposit of 2 million first, and the remaining funds can be paid within 6 months. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei added, pay a deposit of 2 million, and pay the remaining 48 million within 6 months? Originally, Su Hang had already thought about giving up. But hearing this, he felt a lot of hope in his heart. 50 million cannot be taken out at once. But 2 million can still be taken out for the camping site now. After a moment, Su Hang asked again, how is the land used during the period of paying the deposit? As long as we pay the deposit, the staff of the relevant department will come here to survey, explore and stake the boundaries, and apply for the property certificate according to the procedures. But after the property certificate is processed, it needs to be pledged to the Shu Province Notary Office. When we pay the remaining amount, the Notary Office will hand over the property certificate to us. Of course, if we can't pay the remaining amount, the 2 million deposit will not be refunded, and the buildings on the land will be considered illegal buildings and will not be legally recognized. Zhong Ruofei said again, if this is the case, it will not affect our use of the land. Su Hang silently calculated. Apart from anything else, the act of driving the boundary stakes alone is very good. Xiao Su, what should we do now? Buy or not? If I buy, I will hire a driver here to send the goods back first, and I will come back when the procedures are completed. After a long time, Zhong Ruofei asked, how much money is in the campground's public account now? Su Hang followed up with a reply. Adding the reservation money from the 17 building events, the total is 2.35 million, but this does not include the turnover and income from the gas station. Not including the gas station? Buy. 1 minute or 2 minutes. Su Hang gritted his teeth and finally replied. The reason is simple, there is a gap in funds. But now is a rare opportunity, and a painful experience can solve many problems later. Chapter 100. The canteen is upgraded to a food stall. Okay, Xiao Su, I will find someone to handle the formalities tomorrow, and by the way, we will also get the formalities for the breeding farm done together. Hearing Su Hang's agreement, Zhong Ruofei actually breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. Just like that, after talking about recruiting security guards and registering a construction company, Su Hang finally hung up the phone. At this time, it was already 8:30 in the evening. There is a funding gap of 48 million all of a sudden. In addition to the Guanque Tower that is still under construction, the funding gap is at least more than 60 million. Looking at the black screen of the phone, Su Hang stroked his hair back. Before this, he really didn't understand how those big companies that seemed to be making money could go bankrupt. Now it seems that as long as there is a problem in one link, it will cause a chain reaction. Just like the current camping site, if you want to make 60 million in half a year, you have to maintain a daily net profit of about 340,000. But a yuan's net profit is only about 50,000 or 60,000 when it is full of guests. The gas station has only been officially in operation for 3 days, and the profit is not a reference. The level can only be seen after a full month. Therefore, team building activities must be done well, and we must find a way to make it a regular operation. If we want to make team building activities a regular operation, should we do something else besides roasting camels and ostriches? While thinking, Su Hang went downstairs and walked towards the yuan. However, after walking a few steps, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was the chef Ding Santai, Su branch secretary facing Su Hang. Ding Santai was a little restrained. Now, all the employees working in Bingdu village, even Zhang Gaping, know that Su Hang is different from ordinary village branch secretaries. He is a village branch secretary with an administrative level similar to that of a township head or town head. The most important thing is that Su Hang's cooking skills are far better than his. So, there is a different feeling when looking at Su Hang again. What's wrong, Xiao Ding? Su Hang looked at Ding Santai. Zhong Ruofei talked to Ding Santian a few days ago, saying that in addition to the basic salary, he would take out 1% of the canteen's turnover as quarterly performance. It is paid once every quarter. Since then, Ding Santai seems to have been injected with chicken blood, and he would not close the restaurant until 10 o'clock every night to rest. Secretary Su, can I discuss something with you? Ding Santai said unnaturally. Just tell me what you want to say. You are an old man in our camp. Seeing this, Su Hang smiled. Old man. Ding Santai suddenly relaxed a lot, and immediately straightened up. Secretary Sue, I was thinking about whether we could upgrade our canteen and turn it into a food stall. A lot of people came to watch the fun these 2 days. They just want to order some home-cooked dishes from us and drink some wine from Hiku. They think the food at the campsite is too expensive and not affordable. Turn it into a food stall? Su-hang looked back in the direction of the cafeteria. Yeah, although I can't make those big dishes. Home cooking is still no problem. When the time comes, we can hang up a sign of Bingu Village Food Stall and make a food stall menu. Ding Santai rubbed his hands. The idea is fine. But will it affect our staff meals? After a little thought, Su-hang looked at Ding Santai. The cafeteria has an available area of about 50 square meters, and it is indeed no problem to make a small food stall. As for the cost, it doesn't cost much to upgrade a food stall to a food stall. It just needs to buy 2 more rotating round tables. Don't worry, Secretary Sue. It will definitely not affect our staff meals. Upon hearing this, Ding Santion hurriedly assured. That's fine. Contact Mr. Zhong tomorrow and ask him to make a menu and sign for you. Su-hang nodded. Okay. Thank you, Secretary Sue. It's all our own business. What are you thanking me for? There was no more talk that night. The next day, at noon, the sun was shining brightly. Yousheng, in front of the Yanda hospital, Shu Yutian was constantly moving things into his private car. Beside the car, Song Qing and Tong Shui were talking to each other. Qing, which hospital are you going to next? After a long silence, Tong Shui looked at Song Qing. 2 days ago, Shu Yutian and Song Qing submitted their resignation reports in anger because someone was playing tricks on them. After all, Shu Yutian and Song Qing are the backbone doctors of the cardiology department of Yanda Hospital, especially Shu Yutian, who is already an associate chief physician, and Song Qing can also be an associate chief physician if he publishes another paper this year. Seeing the two resign, many leaders came out to persuade them to stay. But Shu Yutian and Song Qing were determined to leave, and finally completed the resignation procedures. Yanda Affiliated Hospital is one of the top hospitals in the country. Doctors who leave here have no worries about finding a new job. So Tong Shui asked this question. We don't plan to stay in Yousheng anymore. We have been here for so many years, and don't even have a house in Yousheng. We are really tired. Song Qing shook his head. Ah? You are going to other places? Tong Shui was stunned. She really didn't expect that the two would leave Yousheng directly. I'm tired. Lao Shi said that we should go to Bingu Village to listen to idol singing and completely empty our minds for a while. If we can tell, we might stay there in the future. Song Qing turned his head and glanced at Shu Yutian, who was moving goods. Ah, you are going to Bingu Village and live there permanently. Tong Shui's jaw almost dropped to the ground, and it took a long time to close. Well, that place is really good, lonely and quiet, as if it is out of this world. But now it's just what Lao Shi and I think. It's hard to say whether we can become villagers there in the end. Song Qing sighed slightly. This time, she and Shu Yutian went to Bingu Village not to make money, not to make a living, but only to heal. Ah? Is there any restriction in Bingu Village? Tong Shui really didn't know what to say. People like Shu Yutian and Song Qing are qualified to be introduced as high-level talents in any city. But Song Qing's tone seems to be uncertain. How could she not be surprised? Although a small building was built behind Bingu Village, the owner of the prefabricated steel house hotel didn't seem to be anything special. Alas, you don't know. There are 4 villagers in Bingu Village now, one of whom is Lao Shi's idol Shui Yun. Another is a retired top expert from Xiaogua Ancient Architecture Institute, and another is a former business tycoon in the medical field. You said our qualifications. Song Qing curled his lips. In fact, let alone Tong Shui. Even she felt for the first time that a village in the uninhabited area of the northwest would be so high-end. Then what about the young boss? After a long time, Tong Shui still couldn't digest the facts stated by Song Qing. For a moment, she was a little curious about the camping site owner, who apologized to her 18 times for the invoice. I don't know. But it must be not easy to make these 3 people willing to work in Bingu Village. Song Qing shook his head. She heard all these things from her husband, and she and Shu Yutian had already thought about it. This time, they would go to find Shu Yun first, then let Shu Yun help to say a few words, and maybe she could stay in Bingu Village. Tong Shui subconsciously took out her mobile phone, clicked on WeChat, and took a look at Su Hang's profile and information. Unfortunately, there was nothing in the information. The only address left was something like Maha Nakuan Chi Tawa Lao Di Shia Utaya Maha Di Lupu Ola La Tani Buri Longudan Para Chani Way Maha Sa. An incomprehensible non-mainstream address. Then when are you leaving? After a moment, Tong Shui looked at Song Qing again. Tomorrow, Lao Shi has already booked a camping platform over there. Song Qing looked up and took a deep look at the sign of the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University, said, "The tide rises and falls." 3 days passed in a flash. At 10 o'clock in the morning, ASE County, the county seat, Li Mei stood on the side of the road, looking anxiously at the end of the street, and raised her hand to check the time from time to time. "What's going on between my second uncle and that girl? I've been waiting for dozens of minutes." She said so. Today is the time when Li Mei and her second father agreed to go to Bingdu village to check the conditions. If the girl is willing, the village doctor of Bingdu village can solve it perfectly. If not, then we can only think of another way. Chapter 101 Villager number 5 and number 6. Ding! Half an hour later, just when Li Mei took out her phone again to ask where her second uncle had gone, a white SUV worth more than 100,000 yuan crossed the street and stopped in front of Li Mei. Xiao Mei. The car window rolled down. It was none other than Li Mei's second uncle, Li Kaiyuan. There was also a girl of 18 or 19 years old, with long hair, sitting on the passenger seat. She was the medical and nursing technical secondary school student that Li Kaiyuan introduced to Li Mei. "Uncle, didn't you say you had already been on the highway?" Li Mei immediately opened the back door and got in the car. There was a car accident on the road, and the traffic was blocked for an hour. As he stepped on the accelerator, the car moved forward, and Li Kaiyuan explained. After that, he did not forget to introduce Li Mei again. "Xiao Mei, the girl sitting in front of you is my friend's daughter, Shening, who graduated from Longshore Health School, majoring in nursing, and is quite suitable for the requirements of a village doctor." "Oh, hello. My name is Li Mei, and I am a village staff member in Bingdu village." Li Mei greeted her immediately after hearing it. Actually, Li Kaiyuan mentioned the name of this graduate yesterday, but today was the first time they met. Shening looked back at Li Mei and nodded. After a brief introduction, Li Kaiyuan said, "Xiao Mei, please introduce Shening to the specific situation of Bingdu village and the specific duties of the village doctor and related treatment." "Okay. Bingdu village now has 4 permanent residents. The village doctor is mainly stationed in the village clinic and is responsible for some simple medication guidance for the villagers. The salary is 2,900 per month. Regarding food and accommodation, in theory, they are not covered. But Bingdu village has a special geographical location. Secretary Shu should make arrangements." Li Mei then briefly explained the village doctor policy this time. "Does it need to be registered as a permanent resident in Bingdu village?" Shen Ying's voice was a little lower. "No need for this," Li Mei replied immediately. "That's good. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for me to go back to Jioga City after registering for 3 years. Does this count as a regular position?" After a moment of silence, Shen Ying turned to look at Li Mei. "No. Although the salary of the village doctor is allocated by the Jioga city government, the staff is not a public institution, but is managed under the contract system." Li Mei shook her head. "Not only is he a contract worker in such a remote place, his monthly salary is only 2,900 yuan. After hearing this, Shening muttered softly and turned around. "Oh, this is mainly because you have a secondary technical school diploma. If you have a junior college diploma, it will be higher, and there will be additional subsidies." Seeing Shen Ying's expression, Li Mei's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly explained. Shen Ying was obviously not satisfied with the treatment of the village doctor. The situation in Bingdu village was quite special, but the general policy was like this, and she, a small official, had no way to change it. What's wrong with a technical secondary school diploma? You have to live with a technical secondary school diploma. How can you live with 2,900 yuan a month? Now it costs hundreds of yuan to buy 2 pieces of clothing casually. Not to mention dinner with friends. And it's in such a remote place. You don't even have a car to come to Ase County, let alone go to Jioga City. How much does it cost to go home? If Uncle Li had told me about the treatment earlier, I wouldn't have come. It's really a waste of time." It seemed that Li Mei accidentally mentioned the technical secondary school diploma, which touched Shen Ying's soft spot. Or maybe Shen Ying felt regretful after seeing the situation in Ase County, and she actually looked at Li Mei angrily. Li Mei was stunned. She was just telling the truth. If the village doctor position was really a regular position with a high salary, It would not be the turn of a technical secondary school student. Right? The emotions of the post-05 generation nowadays are really hard to figure out. Xiaoshen, don't rush to refuse, since we are here. How about going to Binggu village to see the specific situation before making a decision? Even celebrities can stay there. The conditions may not be as bad as you think. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Li Kaiyuan hurriedly laughed. Shening glanced at Li Kaiyuan. And it was not until a long time later that she spoke again. Then we'll see when we get there. Hearing the word star, Xin Ying's expression eased a little. By the way, Xiaomei, have you called the village secretary over there? Is there any reception for us when we go there? After comforting Shening, Li Kaiyuan said to Li Mei again. I contacted Secretary Su last night. However, Secretary Su has something to do today and can't get away. But he will let the village deputy director receive us. Li Mei couldn't help shaking her head while answering. Actually, after what she did just now, she could see that Shening went to Binggu village most likely because of the celebrity. She wanted her to be the village doctor of Binggu village? It was really suspenseful. Little did she know that when Li Mei led people to Binggu village. Binggu village. Yiyuan. Shu Yutian looked at Shirlinian and Song Qing opposite with a surprised look. Ah? You want to register as a permanent resident in Binggu village? The next moment, Shu Yutian couldn't help but ask. The day before yesterday, Shirlinian and his wife came to Binggu village again and booked a tent at the camping site. The rest of the time was spent wandering around, chatting with them every day and helping them out. And nothing else. Shu Yutian originally thought that Shirlinian and his wife would leave the campsite in 2 days. He did not expect that Shirlinian and his wife would suddenly ask to register for permanent residence in Binggu village. How could he not be surprised? Yes. Shirlinian nodded heavily. In fact, since he came to Binggu village the day before yesterday and saw that Binggu village had undergone such great changes in a short period of time, he and Song Qing were more determined to stay. But he did not know how to bring it up. It was not until this moment that he mustered up the courage to find Shu Yutian. Old Shu, aren't you working at the affiliated hospital of Yousheng University? Across the street, Shu Yutian still couldn't believe it and asked again. My wife and I have quit our jobs. Shirlinian took a deep breath. Quit? Why? Shu Yutian stared at Shirlinian for a moment and said, although he was once a singer, he still felt that being a doctor in a big hospital was a very good job. It's hard to explain. Shirlinian looked back at Song Qing and then told him what happened after they went back. Then why do you want to stay in Binggu village? After a long time, Shu Yutian took a deep breath. We really like this place. We can calm down here, unlike in Yinshan where we feel the pressure every day. On the side, Song Qing, who had not spoken for a long time, looked at Shu Yutian. So I hope you can help and tell Secretary Su. I know that our qualifications may not meet the qualifications for entering the village. But? Shirlinian followed. This. Looking at Shirlinian and Song Qing, after thinking for a moment, Shu Yutian said, Old Shu, how about this? I will ask you when Xiao Su comes back from the construction site tonight. I had a lot of trouble when I entered the village. But I really can't guarantee that I can enter the village smoothly. Shirlinian is not only his loyal fan, but also took care of him when he was just injured, so he must help. But as for the result, Shu Yutian subconsciously remembered the situation when he entered the village. It was really difficult for him to enter the village at that time. Chapter 102 Have you ever come into contact with a CT machine? Okay, then I'll trouble you. Seeing Shu Yutian agree, Shirlinian and Song Qing were delighted and replied together. As long as they could talk to Secretary Su about this matter openly, they had already made a lot of preparations for the rest. It's okay, relax. Let's go find Xiao Su together in the evening. Shu Yutian nodded. Yes. By the way, there will be a few camels and ostriches to be sent to the village soon. I'll go over and take a look first. Raising his hand to check the time, Shu Yutian said again. Then we'll go there too. Shirlinian said hurriedly upon hearing this. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the sky was clear and blue. In the southwest corner of Yiyuan, at the construction site, Su Heng was wearing a safety helmet and discussing something with Lu Ming holding the drawings of Guanque Tower, and there was a 1.7-meter tall young man with glasses standing beside him. Just yesterday Zhong Ruofei, who had gone to Jioga City for business, finally returned. This time, Zhong Ruofei did a lot of things. The deposit for purchasing the land has been deposited into the relevant accounts of the relevant departments of Jioga City, and in a few days, staff will come here to survey and measure, and then drive boundary stakes. In addition, The formalities for Bingda Construction Company and Bingda Farm have been completed, and 2 barbecue chefs, 5 security guards, and an accountant for the construction company have also been recruited. Moreover, the 5 security guards are all veterans. The young man with glasses standing next to Lu Ming is the accountant of Bingda Construction Company, who is also a university undergraduate, and his name is Chen Jun Uncle Lu. We can start pouring the internal base of Guanque Tower tomorrow. After a moment, Su Heng turned his head and looked at the construction site behind him, and said, "Well, start mixing concrete tonight." Lu Ming nodded. It was not until yesterday that the foundation piles and steel bars in the foundation pit of Guanque Tower were tied up. As long as there are no problems with the funds, the construction progress can proceed as planned. After a pause, Lu Ming turned to look at the newly hired accountant. "Xiaochen, please contact Mr. Li Jijun and tell him that he can issue us an invoice now. We need to enter it into the account. By the way, count all the materials purchased before." "Okay, Mr. Lu." The accountant nodded hurriedly, walked aside, and took out his mobile phone. In his eyes, the head of the construction company is the old man in his 50s. As for Su Heng, he is a man of another level. Just like that, they talked about some things about the Guanque Tower, and Lu Ming's expression was much more relaxed. Originally, he was in charge of the Guanque Tower alone, but today he was too busy and had to call Su Heng to help temporarily. After a pause, Lu Ming spoke again. "Xiao Su, how is the drying of the village sanitation these 2 days? When I went there this morning, I found that the doors over there were all closed. It's almost dried. It can be used." Su Heng subconsciously glanced in the direction of the ancient building. It's not to mention that now the 2 ancient buildings are connected together, and the momentum is quite good. "Oh, have the equipment purchased by Lao Zhong arrived?" Lu Ming nodded. "Brother Zhong told me that the medical equipment is on the way, but because 2 of the equipment are more sophisticated, they can't move fast, so we have to wait for about a week." Su Heng replied. Zhong Ruofei has already told him about the medical equipment. Although it costs 6 million, the market value is more than 20 million, which is definitely a profit for Bingdu Village. To put it another way, after all, it is the village clinic used by Bingdu Village itself, and there is definitely nothing wrong with more complete equipment. As for the payment for the equipment, it won't be too late to pay after getting enough money for the land. 1 week? What about the village doctor? Lu Ming picked up the mineral water bottle next to him and took a sip. Although Bingdu Village has only 4 permanent residents now, there are already many people working here. In addition to the tourists coming and going, it is really necessary to start the village clinic as soon as possible. Yesterday, Director Li called and said that she would bring a girl to see the conditions of our Bingdu Village today. If possible, this girl can stay and be the village doctor of our Bingdu Village. Su Heng said casually. "Ah, someone has been chosen? Then do you want to go over and take a look later?" Lu Ming was delighted and said immediately, "No problem. I've arranged everything for Brother Zhong, and he can receive us." Su Heng waved his hand. In fact, Su Heng didn't have any big requirements for the village doctor, as long as he could endure the loneliness and stay in the village clinic on time every day. If he really encountered a difficult and complicated disease, he would definitely have to do it himself. "Oh, okay. We'll study the drawings later." Yeah. Little did they know that, just when Su Heng and Lu Ming mentioned the village doctor inadvertently, Li Mei and his party had already parked the car at the open space behind the color steel house, under the command of Zhong Ruofei. "Deputy Director Zhong, is this the place where the whole camel was roasted last time?" Standing next to the color steel house, looking around, Li Mei pointed to the open space behind her and said, "Just now." They had introduced each other. As expected, Zhong Ruofei's aura was no weaker than that of the village director Lu Ming. For this reason, her uncle had found an excuse to stay in the car. "Yeah." Zhong Ruofei nodded. Since Su Heng had already reminded him, he had been waiting here for a long time. "Will there be any activities at the campsite tonight?" On the side, Shening, who looked at the 3-story ancient building opposite, followed with a slightly relieved expression. "No tonight. The next event will be in a week." Zhong Ruofei looked at the girl in front of him again. "If things go well today, this person is the village doctor of Bingdu Village, so we need to pay more attention to him." "Oh!" A trace of disappointment flashed across Shen Ying's eyes. "Well, I will first introduce you to the specific situation of our Bingdu Village. Do you see this small building next to the food stall?" After a pause, Zhong Ruofei said, as he walked to the opposite side. Is this the building? Li Mei hurriedly followed him. It was not there when she came last time, but this time there is one more. We plan to use this small building as a village clinic. And the village doctor will also live in this building. The national highway is not very wide. While talking, Zhong Ruofei, Li Mei, and Shening have arrived in front of the small building. Pushing the door open, the three of them walked in directly. Ah? I live here? Hearing this, Shenying's face relaxed again. She saw this small building on the short video platform and liked it very much at that time. If she lived in it and posted a circle of friends, there would definitely be a lot of likes. Yes. We have reserved a place for the village doctor on the 3rd floor, with a private bathroom. In addition, the food stall next to it is where our employees eat. And the village doctor is also provided with 2 meals a day. Zhong Ruofei introduced again. It also has a private bathroom. And meals are provided? Shening was stunned at first. Then she was delighted. She calculated silently in her heart. If it was 2,900 yuan per month, with food and accommodation, it seemed acceptable. In addition, there were not many people in the village. And basically I just sat around every day. And I could go to the opposite side to see the excitement from time to time. The more she thought about it, the more Shening felt that being a village doctor in Binggu village seemed to be a good choice. Yes, Zhong Ruofei said with certainty. Beside her, Li Mei saw Shenying's face and felt slightly relieved. Since she finished talking about the treatment, Shening basically didn't say much along the way. She even stopped having any hope. But now seeing Shening like this, there should be a chance again. There was no way. Even she was a little tempted after hearing the conditions provided by Binggu village. The upstairs is now empty, and there is nothing to see. Behind this building is the camping site of Binggu Culture and Tourism. I'll take you there to have a look. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei introduced it again. Okay. I saw that the camping site behind the video is also very beautiful. Shening nodded hurriedly. It seems that she has already taken the posture of a half-made village doctor of Binggu village. However, as soon as one foot stepped out of the door, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something, and immediately looked at Shening. By the way, Xiaoshen, have you ever come into contact with a CT machine? Chapter 103. Even technical secondary school students can't handle it. CT machine? No. Shening was puzzled, and immediately shook her head. Li Mei beside her was also puzzled, and didn't know why Zhong Ruofei suddenly asked Shening this. It's just a village clinic. And it's not needed at all. No, let alone the village clinic, the township health center. It seems that the current Ase County People's Hospital does not have such equipment. What about color ultrasound? Zhong Ruofei thought for a while, and looked at Shening again. Color Doppler ultrasound? Neither do I. Shening continued to shake her head, but her expression had slowly changed. The smile just now had turned into a frown. Have you ever come into contact with the most common X-ray machine? Zhong Ruofei touched his chin. He did not show any disgusted expression, because Shening answered no, as if he was trying to understand Shenying's specific abilities. No. Shening continued to shake her head. Her expression had become very ugly. Oh, then what equipment have you come into contact with, or what department did you intern in? Just when Zhong Ruofei wanted to learn more, Shening seemed to be unable to bear it, and suddenly exploded. No, why are you asking so many questions about a village doctor? Can it be used? I didn't ask this question when I went to the big hospital in Jioga City for an interview. It feels like I'm begging to be your village doctor in Binggu village. To put it bluntly, it's already good to have someone come to this broken place. Why are you pretending here? She yelled, and left the room first. How come she? Seeing this, Zhong Ruofei frowned deeply. He didn't expect this girl's mood to be so unstable. Is it not possible to understand her ability before serving as a village doctor? Because nurses will rotate through a department during internship, and will also be exposed to a lot of medical equipment. I dare not expect her to operate independently. But if she needs it later, it would be fine if she can serve by her side for a while. Alas, Deputy Director Zhong, I'm sorry, the girl may have just graduated. I'll go and see what's going on first. Beside him, Li Mei hurriedly apologized to Zhong Ruofei and went out to chase Shening. In fact, she felt bad when Zhong Ruofei asked the second question just now. You know, she just said a word about technical secondary school education before, and Shening didn't say much all the way. Now she asked about this kind of medical equipment. How could Shening not explode? Of course, whether the village doctor thing succeeds or not. Shenying's safety must be guaranteed. I have something to do here. Call me if you need anything. Zhong Ruofei raised his hand to check the time, and said again. As the CEO who once helmed a large medical company, Zhong Ruofei had unknowingly developed that kind of efficient work style. If the other party is unwilling, he will definitely not force it. And he will not waste his time because of this matter. And this is Bingdu Village, not a school. No one will indulge such an emotionally unstable girl. I'm so sorry. After saying sorry again, Li Mei ran out of the room. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei closed the door, thought about it, took out his mobile phone and called Su Hang. Xiao Su, I just met the village doctor brought by Li. How is it? The next moment, Su Hang's voice came from the other end of the phone. I don't know much about this professional knowledge, but I'm a little emotionally unstable. Zhong Ruofei glanced back at the distance. At this time, Li Mei and Shening were still talking across the street. It can be seen that Shening was still very excited. He could vaguely hear words like putting on airs and making things difficult. Emotionally unstable? Forget it. You can't be impatient in this business. It's better to have nothing than to have something mediocre. With almost no hesitation, Su Hang's voice came again. Okay. What about Director Li? After a hesitation, Zhong Ruofei spoke again. I'll call Secretary Li. By the way, add 200 yuan for the gas for the car that brought the nurse and Secretary Li here. Okay. Time flies, and it's already 6 p.m. In the eastern part of Xia country, the sun is about to set at this time. But in the northwest, the sun is still hanging high in the sky. ASE County, South Street office. Li Mei dragged her tired body into the office. Xiao Li, are you back? How's the matter going? Seeing Li Mei, Zhang Qi at the door hurriedly put down the materials in his hand and asked. Even Lu Li on the other side looked at Li Mei. Today everyone knows that Li Mei went to Bingdu Village on a business trip. It didn't work. Li Mei sighed, and took out a cup to get a glass of water. It didn't work. Is it because the technical secondary school student didn't like the conditions of the Bingdu Village Health Center? I don't know why. After hearing that it didn't work, the atmosphere in the office inexplicably began to relax. Especially Lu Li, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes seemed to say I knew this would be the result. In fact, the conditions of the Bingdu Village Health Center are already very good, not the ordinary color steel house, and Bingdu Village also said that they would provide 2 meals a day. Li Mei slowly leaned back in her chair, rubbing her eyebrows. 2 meals? 2,900 a month is not bad. Why did you refuse? Zhang Qi in the front row became more and more curious. Originally, the matter was almost done, but the deputy director of Bingdu Village asked the girl if she had ever been in contact with large medical equipment. And she got angry. If she hadn't asked this, the village doctor's matter might have been settled. Li Mei curled her lips. This time she really saw what personality was. Ah? Just because of this? The people in the office were stunned again. They really didn't expect this to be the reason. Why else? But why would the deputy director ask such a question, not to mention a village clinic? Even our county hospital might not ask. After a moment, Zhang Qi couldn't help asking again. That's right, could it be that you really expect the village doctor to treat you? Others were also curious. Maybe it's a habit. I can see that Deputy Director Zhong must not be a simple person before he came to Bingdu Village. Later, I finally persuaded the girl to stop, and she said she would think about it again. But at this time, Secretary Su called again. Li Mei smiled bitterly. Ah, what did Secretary Su say? Zhang Qi became more and more curious. Secretary Su said that this person might not be needed in Bingdu Village, and finally gave him 200 yuan for gas. Speaking of this, Li Mei couldn't help but think of the situation at that time. Because her cell phone was on loud, when Shening heard Su Hang say he didn't want it anymore. She was furious on the spot, and all along the way she kept complaining and cursing. Anyway, everything was the fault of Bingdu Village. She also said that she would post this matter online. What should we do now? After a long while, Zhang Qi said again. If Bingdu Village can't even handle this junior college student who just graduated, what level of village doctor can it handle in the future? We can only wait for news. Su Zhisher told me later that I don't need to take care of this matter anymore, and if he really needs to be criticized in the end, he will bear the brunt of it. Li Mei took a big gulp from the water cup. There was no way. A village secretary at the level of a section chief said this to her. What else could she do? I don't know what Bingdu Village is thinking. Young people nowadays have bad tempers. Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely do everything I could to keep this little girl here. Even if he is a village party secretary at the section level. It would not look good to be criticized by the leader. Zhang Qi curled his lips in confusion. In a flash. At 8 o'clock in the afternoon. When Li Mei and her colleagues were talking about the Binggu village clinic. In the corridor of Yuan. Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei were also talking about it. Xiao Su. What about the village doctor? As he walked. Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. Chapter 104 Profits from Gas Stations. Village doctor, if not. Wait until the equipment comes back and find a solution. Su Heng also knew that Binggu village urgently needed a village clinic, but after listening to it, he felt that this technical secondary school student was really not suitable. He got angry after asking a few questions casually. What if he met an impatient patient? Well? Zhong Ruofei nodded. Xiao Su, the gas station has gradually stabilized in the past 2 days. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei said again. Oh, how about the profit? Su Heng immediately looked at Zhong Ruofei. A few days ago, there were quite a few people watching the barbecue at the campsite. Now the heat has begun to fade. And the current income should be relatively stable. Yesterday, the gas station made a profit of about 20,000 yuan a day. Zhong Ruofei replied. 20,000? Su Heng silently calculated. The gas station makes 20,000 yuan a day, plus about 60,000 yuan from the campsite, which is 80,000 yuan a day. There is still 250,000 yuan to the goal of 330,000 yuan a day. The main reason is that there are relatively few regular customers who come to our place to refuel. If there are regular customers, the profit can be increased a little more. Zhong Ruofei explained. Regular customers? Brother Zhong, what is the approximate profit per liter of oil at our gas station? After thinking for a while, Su Heng asked. Gasoline is about 80 cents per liter on average, and diesel is 50 to 60 cents per liter. A ton is only a little over 1,000 yuan. Most of what we sold yesterday was actually diesel. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Diesel? That means it's basically heavy trucks that are filling up. Su Heng frowned. There aren't many heavy trucks actually. The main reason is that the fuel tanks of these heavy trucks are very large, and one truck can be equivalent to many private gasoline trucks passing by. In fact, if we operate it well, our gas station's profit still has a lot of room for improvement. Zhong Ruofei waved his hand. Do you mean that our gas station lacks some publicity? Su Heng looked at Zhong Ruofei. At the beginning, this gas station was built entirely to ensure the fuel supply for its engineering vehicles, and it was not thought of relying on the gas station to expand and become stronger. But now the funding gap is relatively large. It would be great if the gas station could contribute more. On the one hand, there is no publicity. On the other hand, our territory is too small and not well known. Many drivers will fill up in advance in Ase County or go to Xinxing to refuel. Zhong Ruofei said again. Yesterday, he chatted with a heavy truck driver in his spare time. The driver said that the appearance of the Binggu village gas station did make some drivers in the truck circle feel more at ease. But it does not mean that drivers will choose to refuel and rest in Binggu village. It is the same as before. What if we will serve? After a moment of silence, Su Heng spoke. But just when he wanted to say something else, someone waved at him and Zhong Ruofei at the end of the corridor. And at the same time, a voice came. Xiao Su him. After taking a closer look, Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei looked at each other subconsciously. The one waving at them was none other than Shu Yutian. Shu Linian and Song Qing were standing beside him. Is there something wrong with old Shui? Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Let's go and have a look. 10 minutes later, in the living room where Su Heng lived. After making a cup of tea for everyone, Su Heng looked at Shu Yutian and the slightly unnatural Shu Linian couple. Brother Shui, what happened? I heard that the 7 camels and ostriches have been unloaded today. It's not about the camels. Shu Yutian shook his head hurriedly. Although the breeding farm in Binggu village has not been built yet, he has temporarily built a pit in the ruins next to the barbecue stall. Now the camels and ostriches are inside, and there are 5 security guards patrolling back and forth. So it is very safe. That is, Su Heng was more and more confused. Although Shu Yutian can now use crutches, his legs are not fully healed after all. So he dared not let him do anything else except contacting the camels. Xiao Su. It's like this. Today, Lao Shi and his wife found me and said they wanted to register as permanent residents in our Binggu village. You see? Straightening up, Shu Yutian finally made his intention clear. Ah, Dr. Sure wants to register as a permanent resident? Aren't you here to relax? After this, not only Su Hang was stunned, but even Zhong Ruofei beside him was stunned for a long time. Who would have thought that the backbone doctor of Yousheng University-affiliated hospital would want to stay in Bingdu Village? This time Shu Yutian came here because they regarded the couple as Shu Yutian's fans and customers of the camping site. That's all. They didn't think about anything else. Su's secretary, it's like this. Shu Yutian and Song Qing looked at each other. Then Shu Yutian explained his thoughts and reasons in detail very seriously. It was not until a few minutes later that Shu Yutian finished speaking. Paused. And then hurriedly added, Secretary Su, I know that the entry standards of Bingdu Village are relatively high. The two of us may not meet the requirements, but we can help the village for free. Moreover, we can solve our own accommodation and food, and will not cause trouble to Bingdu Village. No. Are you sure you want to register as a permanent resident in Bingdu Village? With your qualifications, you can find a good job in any first-tier city. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang looked at Shu Yutian. Sure, we have really thought about it. Otherwise we would not come to Bingdu Village again. Shu Yutian and Song Qing nodded together. At this time, their hearts were in their throats, not knowing what kind of decision the young party secretary Su would make. Su Hang looked at Zhong Ruofei meaningfully. Zhong Ruofei seemed to have thought of something, and nodded slightly. To be honest, we are short of people in the Bingdu Village clinic. If you don't mind the Bingdu Village doctor, then we in Bingdu Village will definitely welcome you with open arms. As for food and accommodation, since you are a villager of our Bingdu Village, I will definitely find a way to arrange it for you. But there is one thing I must say first. Once you become a village doctor, you must stay in Bingdu Village for 3 years. After a pause, Su Hang replied, Village doctor of Bingdu Village? Su's secretary, since we have chosen to live here permanently, we have no intention of leaving. Shu Yutian and Song Qing were stunned at first, then happy, and nodded immediately without saying anything. Even so, they had prepared some conditions for joining Bingdu Village, but they did not expect Su Hang to agree directly. How could they not be happy? That's fine. Let Mr. Zhong get you a permanent resident registration application form, and I'll report it after filling it out tomorrow. Su Hang said again. Yeah. At the same time, just when Bingdu Village had 2 more highly educated villagers, at the reception of Bingdu Campground, a young woman with shoulder-length hair and tight jeans and a great figure walked to the service desk. She was none other than Qin Susu, who had heard the news and was going back to High City slowly. Hello. Before Qin Susu could speak, the front desk staff answered the phone first. Hello, do you have any rooms like this in your campground? When Qin Susu replied, she actually took out her phone and clicked on a picture, asked, This kind of room? Sorry, our yuan was already full at 10 a.m. The receptionist shook her head immediately after seeing this. Ah, it was full at 10 a.m.? Qin Susu subconsciously glanced at the wall clock at the reception desk. Yeah, sometimes it's even earlier. The service staff nodded again. What about the camping platform outside? After a little thought, Qin Susu couldn't help asking again. Camping platform? Sorry, our camping platform was also full a long time ago. Ah, the camping platform was also full? Qin Susu was stunned. Chapter 105. The Compensation System of Bingdu Cultural Tourism. Your business is so good? Qin Susu was puzzled for a moment. Originally, she thought that the campsite had passed its peak in the past 2 days, and there should be no problem, but it turned out to be a good thing. If she had known this earlier, she should have called to make a reservation in advance. It can't be helped, as long as the customers who have visited our yuan have basically stayed there. The receptionist replied proudly. It has been more than half a month since the yuan officially started receiving tourists, and there has not been a single day when it was not fully booked, and there have been 0 negative reviews. In addition to the environment of a yuan, they pay more attention to the hygiene of the guest rooms. The bed sheets and quilt covers are changed every day, and they are all new. In addition, the kettle and cups for drinking water are also brand new. There is no such thing as boiling socks with kettles and wiping toilets with towels, as rumored on the internet. Even they themselves think that the environmental standards of the guest rooms in a yuan are too high. But the largest village party secretary of Bingdu Village said that it must be like this. Therefore, they only need to collect the things that are changed every day in the relevant linen room to get new ones. They don't have to worry about the rest. Oh, is there a room tomorrow? After thinking for a moment, Qin Susu asked again. She finally came to this place that looks very unique, and she would be unwilling to leave like this. Let me help you check it out. Pa. The receptionist tapped the keyboard on the cash register computer a few times and said, "Oh, there is one ordinary room left for 1,200 yuan a day. Do you need it? We check out at 1 p.m., and you can check in after cleaning and changing your belongings." "One room left? Well, then okay. Book it for me first. I'll stay in the car tonight. By the way, is it okay for me to park my car in your camping site parking lot?" Qin Susu asked again. "You have already booked a room, so there will be no problem. The restrooms in the campsite can be used. And don't worry, we are very safe here. In addition to the surveillance cameras all around, there will be special security personnel patrolling at night." The receptionist was not surprised to hear that Qin Susu wanted to stay in the car, because there are many tourists who have stayed overnight in the car in the past few days. Many of them are in the same situation as Qin Susu. "Okay, book a week first." Qin Susu immediately took out her bank card. The purpose of her coming here is to experience a campfire roasting whole camel party in the Northwest Wilderness, so she will not leave for a while. Of course, another reason is that it is better to stay here for a few more days than to stay in a place. Okay. The receptionist immediately checked in Qin Susu for the next day. About 10 minutes later, Qin Susu parked the car in the parking lot specially designated for the camping site. At this time, camping tourists were sitting in groups of 3 or 2 in front of the camping platform, gazing at the deep night sky or chatting in whispers, looking very comfortable. Beep, beep, beep. Just when Qin Susu was about to go to the food stall to see if there was anything to eat, a video call request suddenly came on her phone. After taking it out and taking a look, Qin Susu immediately connected the video. "Susu, where are you?" As soon as the call was connected, the picture of Li Yuan appeared on the phone screen. "I just arrived at the campsite I told you about the other day, but unfortunately there is no house today, so I can only spend the night in the car," Qin Susu said helplessly. "Ah? You live in the car? Is it safe?" Hearing that Qin Susu was going to live in the car at night, Li Yuan immediately showed concern. "It's okay. It seems that the owner of this campsite is very powerful. In addition to the food stalls and small shops, there are security patrols every night. If you don't have a net worth of over 100 million, you wouldn't dare to play like this." Qin Susu sighed while pointing the camera of her mobile phone at the surroundings. The camera can clearly see the illuminated Yuan and the 3-story building. "Wow, what kind of building is that? It looks beautiful." For a moment, Li Yuan, who was on the other side of the phone, was also attracted by the environment behind. "It's where I'm going to stay tomorrow. And there will be roasted whole camels here in a few days. I wonder if I can pay some money to attend the bonfire party." Qin Susu replied. "That's great. When I have time, I must come and experience it." After a moment, Li Yuan said with emotion and then straightened her expression. "Susu, my friend at Su's Medical called me today." What did he say?" When it comes to Su's Medical, Qin Susu inexplicably became a little more nervous. "My friend said that it is almost certain that the son of their chairman ran away from the marriage, and did say that he would return to work in the group as long as the marriage was cancelled. So you can tell your uncle and aunt tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Li Yuan nodded. "Is it really possible?" Qin Susu breathed a sigh of relief for no reason, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. "No problem. My friend also said that there are some disagreements within Su's Medical, and their chairman Su Lang urgently needs to bring his son into the group to train him as the next generation of successors. Therefore, as long as uncle and aunt take the initiative to give up the engagement, Su Lang and his wife will definitely agree at the first time." Li Yuan expressed her thoughts. "Okay, then I will call my dad tomorrow." After thinking for a long time, Qin Susu said again, "By the way, Susu, if your marriage is cancelled, will you come back to work?" Li Yuan asked casually. "Not for now." Qin Susu shook her head. "Why? Why else? When I asked for leave from work, I reported depression. Now I have been out for less than 2 months, and I am going back to cancel my leave. How can the leaders of the office let a depressed person go back so easily? What about you? These are all trivial matters. Let's settle the marriage cancellation first. At worst, I can give myself a year to empty myself." "Yeah." As the night deepened, after midnight, the lights in the open-air camp and the guest rooms in Yuan were turned off one after another. But Su Hang's room was still brightly lit. In front of the tea table, Su Hang and Zhong Ruofei were discussing something with a blueprint. Brother Zhong, what do you think of building it here? After a moment, Zhong Ruofei pointed to the map. In the evening, after confirming that Shilinian and Song Qing would register as permanent residents in Binggu Village, they discussed the arrangements for Shilinian and Song Qing. Next, Shilinian and Song Qing will move to the small building of the village clinic, and when the Guanque Tower is built later, there will be no shortage of places for tourists to stay. And then, they will make room in Yuan. As for the treatment, the village doctor must register first. And then the salary level will be determined according to the operating conditions of the village clinic. Some time ago, Zhong Ruofei and Su Hang discussed and designed a salary system for the campsite, which has 4 levels and 12 grades in total. They are the staff level, supervisor level, manager level and president level. The first level staff level has a basic salary of 3,000 yuan and pays 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and a year-end bonus of 1 month every year. The second level staff level has a basic salary of 3,500 yuan and pays 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and a year-end bonus of 1.5 month salary every year. By analogy, now in the entire campground, except for Ding Santai and Yuan's chef, who have reached the first level of supervisor, the rest are basically at the first level of staff. Of course, people like Zhong Ruofei, Lu Ming, Shu Yutian are now at the first level of president, and they have 3% dividend rights in addition to the basic salary. Shilinian and Song Qing, who have just joined, are definitely not at the president level now. As for Su Hang, he did not participate in it. Firstly, Su Hang is now in the system, and is not suitable for receiving salary from the enterprise. Secondly, the entire campground belongs to Su Hang, so there is no need to pay himself a salary. After doing all this, they discussed the farm. The procedures for the farm have been approved, and it must be done as soon as possible to make the roasted whole camel and roasted whole ostrich operate normally. Chapter 106 Selection of a breeding farm. Build it here? Will it be closer to the village? Looking at the map, Su Hang's expression changed, and he expressed his concerns. The smell of the breeding farm is not very good. The place Zhong Ruofei chose is in the southern area of Binggu Village, not far from 2 generators and another well, and it is convenient to have water and electricity. But once the stork tower is built, you can clearly see the breeding farm if you stand on the stork tower and watch the sunset, which really damages the scenery. But water and electricity are a problem in other places. Zhong Ruofei nodded and couldn't help sighing. How about building it about 2 kilometers north of the ruins of Binggu Village? After thinking for a long time, Su Hang pointed to a place on the map. Here? Zhong Ruofei looked at the location hurriedly. Well, there is a small river running through this place. We can build it next to the river this way. The livestock can get water. As for the circuit, we can find a way to divert another one. Su Hang expressed his opinion. I still remember that when he first came to Binggu Village to build a flat-roofed hut, he drew water from this small river. Now Binggu cultural tourism has no money. It won't be too late to move when this place is really needed later. What about the workers and fodder? Touching his chin, Zhong Ruofei said again. This time the campsite plans to build a breeding farm that can raise 300 camels, 300 ostriches, and 300 white yaks. So at least 3 practicing veterinarians and 15 workers who cut fodder are needed. Of course, the plan is this plan. There will definitely not be so many animals in the early stage. Otherwise, all these animals would cost at least 10 million. Just build a small house for night duty there, and build a feed silo next to it. I'll find a way to get fodder. Employees can stay and eat at the camping site for the time being. After a little thought, Su Hang replied. In fact, he had already thought about it. Fodder will be solved from the pond system, just like the supplies in a yuan. Now the sheets used every day are directly pawned and replaced with new ones from the system. The cost of a set is cheaper than the actual sheets, and quilts handed over to those cleaning companies. Okay, I'll ask someone to come up with a rough plan tomorrow. If there's no problem, we'll start the work. Zhong Ruofei thought about it, and felt that there was no problem, and then he said, although the campsite has a big financial deficit now, but in another week, the roasted whole lamb bonfire party will be staged one after another. These 17 building activities basically include accommodation, meals, and celebrity singing, and each activity costs 1.2 million. After deducting the cost, the net profit can be at least 6 million per week. It's easy to build a farm with this part of the funds, and once the farm is up, a virtuous cycle can be achieved. Well, I'll leave the farm to you. Su Hang nodded. By the way, Xiao Su, if the farm comes to live here, I'm afraid there won't be enough space. Zhong Ruofei hesitated again and said, This is easy. We can build another employee dormitory building opposite the store. This is low cost, the drawings are ready. And the construction period is short. We will definitely have enough time. Su Hang immediately told his plan. Then, there will be buildings on both sides of National Highway 215, and it will feel like a street. Zhong Ruofei thought about what the employee dormitory building would look like after it was built. And he was suddenly happy. Street? It's still far from being a street now. Su Hang smiled. Now Bingdu Village has just started, and there is still a long way to go to develop into a street. At least there is a thought. Zhong Ruofei grinned. That's right. The moon sets, the sun rises, at 9 o'clock the next morning, several villagers in Bingdu Village began a new day of busyness. The county seat of Ase County. The few office workers also began to go to their jobs. South Street office, Li Mei had just turned on the computer, and was about to start working. At this time a middle-aged man in a shirt suddenly walked into the office. Director Chiao. Seeing this, the staff in the office hurriedly greeted him. Even the old hands, and Lu Li were no exception. The man was none other than Qiao Long, the director of the South Street office. He nodded slightly. And after scanning everyone, Qiao Long finally set his sights on Li Mei. Xiao Li, you should go home and pack your things now. And go on a business trip for our South Street office. Business trip? Swish. The next moment, everyone in the office looked at Qiao Long. Li Mei was also surprised. Yes, yesterday the city issued a document asking each county to select a few grassroots workers to go to Lon City for 2 months of training. Our county finally decided that the South Street office and the North Street office would send one person each. Qiao Long explained and said, I thought you didn't have much work on hand, so you went for our South Street office and tried to get an outstanding student to bring honor to our Ase County. There happened to be a ride to Jioga City at noon, tomorrow morning. All the grassroots cadres in Jioga City will go to Lon City together. 2 months of training. When they first heard Qiao Long ask Li Mei to go on a business trip, many people showed envy, but when they heard that it would take 2 months of off-the-job training, the envy instantly turned into an expression of luckily it wasn't me. This kind of thing happens every 1 or 2 years. It sounds like going to the provincial capital is good. But in fact, there is no freedom at all in the provincial capital. Not to mention that you still have to take exams when you come back, and you still have to do what you should do when you come back. The work at hand will not be reduced at all because of off-the-job training. The assessment standards are still unified. Director, I will go back and clean up later. What about the work in Bingdu Village? Li Mei just started working. She has no idea about the ins and outs, and can only ask in a low voice while obeying the leader's arrangements. A job in Bingdu Village? There are only 3 or 4 villagers in Bingdu Village now. There is not much work at all. Besides, Secretary Su is only a second-level chief clerk. If there is any urgent matter, just let him come to the county government hall to handle it. After hearing this, Qiao Long waved his hand indifferently. In his opinion, Li Mei is indeed the best candidate for the full-time training in Lon City this time. If it were someone else, he would really be reluctant to let her go. Okay then, I'll call Secretary Su later. Li Mei didn't say anything else. Yes, others go to the conference room at 3 p.m. We will have a meeting to promote the characteristic villages. Qiao Long raised his hand to check the time, and then said, Okay, Director. All the staff in the office replied immediately. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Bingdu Village. Yu and Su Hang looked at his phone, and couldn't help frowning. Are you on a business trip? Soshir Linian and Song Qing can only go to the county town to register for permanent residence? What about the registration with the village doctor? Forget it. Li Mei is not here. Many procedures cannot be completed. Wait until she comes back. After thinking for a while, Su Hang put the phone back in his pocket. Today, he wanted to go to the gas station to see if there was any way to improve the profit level. Hello, Secretary Su. However, he had just walked a few steps along the corridor when he saw the front desk receptionist walking through the porch with a woman in jeans and appeared in front of him. Seeing Su Hang, the receptionist hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Secretary Su. I will take you to find the room. The receptionist gestured to the beautiful woman in jeans next to him with some restraint, explaining, although Zhong Ruofei is the president of Bingda Culture and Tourism, the sense of oppression that Su Heng gave them was far greater than Zhong Ruofei. Even when Bingda Culture and Tourism employees chatted privately, They said that they would rather face 2 presidents Zhong than 1 secretary Su. Chapter 107 The Third Ancient Building. You receive the guests first. Su Hang politely nodded to the receptionist and the woman, and then left the corridor. However, after walking a few steps, Su Hang looked back with some confusion. Why do I feel like I have seen this female tourist somewhere before? Of course, it was only a moment of confusion. Su Hang turned around and left. In this internet age, there are many beautiful women in various costumes, and sometimes it is normal to feel like you have seen them before. Little did they know, Su Hang was not the only one who was confused at this time. The female tourist also looked back in surprise at the direction Su Hang left. She was none other than Qin Susu, who had been staying in the car for a whole night, and finally waited for the guest room. Aren't you a camping site? Why is there a village party secretary, and this village party secretary is so young? Looking back, Qin Susu looked at the receptionist with great curiosity. She had always thought that this was a camping site. You may not know that this place is actually called Binggu Village. There are currently 4 villagers. The one who just passed by is the village party secretary of Binggu Village, Su Xinsheng. Party Secretary Su. As for the specific relationship between Binggu Cultural Tourism and Binggu Village, we are not very clear. The receptionist smiled and explained as he walked. A village of 4 people? Qin Susu was surprised again. Perhaps she had always lived in the eastern part of Xia country, and it was rare to hear of a village with only 4 people. Don't underestimate this village of 4 people. Every villager is not simple. By the way, the roasted camel video uploaded on the short video platform a few days ago, Shui Yun, who sang, was also one of the villagers, and he was the weakest among them. The receptionist sighed slightly. Before coming here to work, she simply wanted to try because she couldn't find a job. If the conditions were not good, she would just quit. In her heart, she even felt repulsion and contempt for Binggu Village. What happened? After arriving at Binggu Village, she found that Binggu Village actually had an unattainable temperament. They were not eligible to register as permanent residents here. Even he is considered weak? After hearing the explanation, Qin Susu looked back at the direction where Su Hang left, and couldn't help but become more curious. Well, the most powerful one should be Secretary Su. A little girl with us had already secretly liked Secretary Su after seeing him. As a result, the more we got to know each other, the less we dared to express our feelings. Now I have completely given up. The receptionist laughed. Don't dare to confess? You are young people. What are you afraid of? You have to charge bravely for love. What if it works? There is no high or low in love. And generally, the more powerful people are, they only care about the inner feelings. The difference in status is secondary. Those plots of domineering CEOs and Cinderella in movies and TV dramas are bloody. But art comes from life. There must be precedents. Qin Susu laughed. Haha, you are right. If our colleague had met you earlier, he might have changed his mind. The receptionist nodded in agreement. It's okay. You can tell her that there are many opportunities. It's still in time if she tries hard. But your Yuan is really beautiful. Qin Susu looked around and replied. Of course. There are many interesting places in Binggu Village. The receptionist said and pointed to the front. Your room is in front. If you want to order food, you can call the waiter directly, and the food will be delivered to your room. Okay, thank you. It's my duty. 10 minutes later, Qin Susu packed her luggage, looked around the room, and laid down on the bed. The conditions and environment here really touched her heart. Qin Susu had only one thought at this moment. This 1,000 yuan was the most worthwhile thing she had ever spent since this trip. By the way, call home and tell them about the situation. Business can't be delayed. After a while, Qin Susu sat up and picked up the phone. She took a deep breath and called her father Qin Yiming after mustering up her courage. After a while, the phone was finally connected. You still remember to call me? The next moment, a deep voice came from the other end of the phone after the call was connected. Dad, I was wrong before. Qin Susu whispered back. She has actually been reflecting on herself during this period of time. Thinking carefully, she was indeed a little impulsive at that time. Now it is impossible for her to say that she doesn't miss home. When will you come back? After a moment of silence, the scolding that Qin Susu imagined did not continue to appear. Back Qin Susu was stunned. What if I don't come back? Your school seems to have a research project on the endocrine of large animals such as camels. Try your best. Try to get promoted to associate professor as soon as possible. Qin Yiming said unhappily. Go to school, Qin Susu hesitated. Xiaoli told us that your mother went to your school after you took a long vacation. It's clear. You just need to come back to work. You also told the school that you have depression. You are so stupid to say that. Qin Yiming said again. My mother? Qin Susu didn't say anything else. Her mother Chu Xiangyuan works at the Haisher Pharmacological Research Institute of the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences. She knows a lot of people who do scientific research. It is indeed possible to go to your own school to say hello. Then about the marriage with Su Heng. Yuan told me that Su Heng himself didn't want to get married and ran away, which brought a lot of trouble to the Su family. After a while, Qin Susu asked the key point. I already know about this. Your uncle Su called me a few days ago and talked a lot. Later we discussed it. When Xiaoxing comes back, you two can meet each other properly. If you are sure that you don't like each other, forget it. Qin Yiming sighed. There is a saying in ancient times that if the adults of two families like each other, the marriage will definitely not be bad. If the children of two families like each other, but the parents of both sides don't like each other, the result is doomed to be not very good. But young people today simply cannot understand this. Forget it if we don't have a good impression of each other. Huh? Instantly Qin Susu seemed to have unloaded a huge burden. How could she have a good impression of Su Heng? That means she doesn't have to worry about whether there is an engagement or not, Su Heng or not, and just deal with it when the time comes. Then come back quickly to follow up on the project. I heard that your college is selecting a place these days, and you may have to go on a long business trip when the time comes. Qin Yiming said again. No problem. Qin Susu replied excitedly immediately. The main focus of Bingda cultural tourism is service and efficiency. Especially Zhong Ruofei's efficiency. Just when Qin Susu thought that the engagement had been completely settled. On the other side, at the entrance of Bingda food stall, a few tourists who had just walked out of the store couldn't help but look across the national highway. A crane and 5 or 6 workers were seen hoisting 3 connected colored steel houses across the national highway. What's going on? Are you going to demolish the colored steel houses? It feels good to put the colored steel houses across the street. At least they correspond to the food stalls and the store. Now that they have been demolished, a large area of bare land is exposed, which is really not very nice. After looking for a while, one of the tourists couldn't help but say, No! Coincidentally, Ting Santai just walked out of the door and heard the tourist's question, so he answered casually, No! What will happen then? The tourist immediately turned and looked at Ding Santai. At that time, I heard our general manager Zhong say that the color steel house will be moved to the side, and a small building will be built at the current location. Ding Santai took out a cigarette. Now, from 9 to 11 a.m. every day is the only time he can relax, and there are many guests in almost every other time period. Build a small building? The tourist subconsciously glanced behind him. Build this kind of small building? Yes. Ding Santai nodded. What will it be used for? The tourist's eyes lit up. I heard that the second and third floors seem to be staff dormitories. As for what the first floor will be used for, it is not clear yet. Ding Santai said. Staff dormitories? Why not a hotel? To be honest, if your campsite opens this kind of small building as a hotel, I will definitely not set up a tent on the camping platform. Hearing that the small building to be built opposite is still a staff dormitory, the tourist was disappointed and couldn't help but complain. He really couldn't understand why Bingda Campground had a better way to make money but didn't use it. If this kind of unique house was opened, there would definitely be a lot of people staying there. And there are houses on both sides of the national highway. It feels so good. Maybe the campground is building a better hotel now. Ding Santai smiled. He didn't know how many diners had complained about this problem during this period of time, but he was just an employee, and now he was at most in charge of the food stall. How could he make the decision on such a thing? Huh? A better hotel? One like a Yuan? The speaker was not interested. But the listener was interested. The other tourists beside him were more interested. They actually came to Yuan this time, but they didn't expect that there were no rooms, and they had to stay in an open-air camp. I heard from my fellow villagers that it is a different style from a Yuan, but it should be more upscale than a Yuan. Ting Santai flicked the ash with his fingers. What did you say? More upscale than a Yuan? Really, you are not bragging. The tourist stared. In his opinion, a Yuan should be the ceiling of the same type of camping sites. Oh, I'm not sure about this. If you are interested, you can go to the reception desk to ask. If that doesn't work, add the corporate WeChat account and keep an eye on the dynamics of the camping site. After taking a few puffs, Ding Santai threw the cigarette butt into the trash can. Corporate WeChat? Is it a public account? The tourist turned to look at the reception desk. It should be. I don't know about this. I just heard them say they are working on it. Ding Santai said again. Chapter 108 Building a Home for Truckers. The sun was shining brightly. The northwest of Xia country is like this sometimes. After a rain, it takes a long time to wait for the next one. Half an hour later, Su Heng arrived at the gas station at the entrance of the village. Perhaps because of the wrong time, or because of the hot weather, there were no vehicles refueling at the gas station at this time. Secretary Su. Seeing Su Heng, 2 staff members hurried over to say hello. How many heavy trucks have you received so far today? Su Heng asked after saying hello. We received 13 heavy trucks in total, which averages out to about 30 trucks per day. One of the staff members immediately reported the number. 30 trucks? Su Heng sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Binggu Village is still Binggu Village. Not to mention the gas stations in the highway service areas. The gas stations in Ase County alone may receive more than 30 heavy trucks per hour. If the number of heavy trucks received here can be increased, the profitability of the gas station will definitely increase by several levels. And these heavy trucks are basically just passing by to refuel, and they don't add much oil. The staff member said again. Oh! Su Heng nodded. Thinking for a moment, he looked at the staff again. By the way, when you refuel, do the heavy truck drivers have any needs that we can't solve here? Su Heng's idea is very simple. If you want to increase the reception of heavy trucks, you have to find the key core, such as the needs of heavy truck drivers, as long as the service is in place. It can more or less attract some heavy truck drivers to stop here to refuel. Needs? The staff thought for a moment, and looked at Su Heng. In fact, those drivers have many needs. Especially the heavy truck drivers who drive at night. Drivers who drive at night? Tell me more. Su Heng's mind moved, and he immediately became interested. Secretary Su. It's like this. 10 minutes. Half an hour. And an hour later, Su Heng left the gas station. After he stepped on the gas, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the place where the farm was determined to be built last night. At this time, Zhong Ruofei was discussing something with several men in engineering uniforms. Binggu Village focuses on doing things without delay. Since they are going to build a breeding farm, it will definitely not be like some departmental projects where just one project design and bidding takes several months or even half a year. Slightly larger projects start from 2 to 3 years. And the completion time is unknown. So, they started to move the color steel house in the morning, and the construction of the third ancient building was also his work. Xiao Su. Seeing Su Heng, Zhong Ruofei greeted a few men, and then came to Su Heng. Brother Zhong, what do you say here? Su Heng said. These people were from a construction company invited from Jioga City. They mainly built farms and other entities. They said it was okay. Camel dung, yak dung, and ostrich dung are all useful. It won't affect the river and the surrounding environment. Zhong Ruofei turned his head and looked into the distance. In fact, it's called a river, but it's more like a stream flowing out from Linghu. The water flow is far less than that of a real river. Okay. They didn't say how long the construction period would be? Su Heng nodded and asked again. I told them our requirements. They said that if we don't build accommodation for the farm staff, it can be done in 20 days at most. Zhong Ruofei replied. Oh, that's okay. Su Heng thought about it silently. This is almost what he thought. Most of the farm buildings are steel structures, and these are professional teams, so the speed will not be slow. Tomorrow they will provide us with the renderings, and if it is suitable, we will sign the contract. Their people will enter directly. Zhong Ruofei added. Yeah. Just like that, the two talked about how to introduce animals after the farm was built. Su Heng mentioned the gas station. Brother Zhong, I'm thinking about building a truck driver's home at the gas station to improve our heavy truck reception rate. Truck driver's home? Zhong Ruofei's eyes lit up. Yeah, I went there to chat today and found that truck drivers actually have a lot of needs. Now we don't have many truck drivers here. In addition to the lack of publicity, many services are not as complete as those in highway service areas. But if we build a truck driver's home, it will be different. Su Heng expressed his idea. When the time comes, we will open up a large piece of open space next to the gas station outside the village, and then build a house. As long as the heavy truck drivers refuel in our service area, they can enjoy free bathhouse, shared kitchen, shared washing machine, 24-hour drinking water, and other services. And we can also give them a guarantee For those who park and rest at night in our truck friends' home service area, we can strengthen security measures and never let them worry about gas thieves again. You can sleep well in the car. Gas thieves? Xiao Su, your idea is really... After hearing this, Zhong Ruofei immediately gave Su Heng a thumbs up. Let alone the other items, just the last one. Most service areas cannot do it. Many heavy truck drivers even sleep next to the fuel tank out of desperation. The most important thing is that the cost is very low. It can be done in 10 days. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei continued. Heavy truck drivers usually sleep in their own trucks, so there is no need to build a place to stay for the time being. And if you want to save costs, in fact, you don't even need to build a house. You can just build a row of color steel houses to get everything done. We'll find a way to promote it after it's done. Su Heng said. Yesterday, I asked accountant Xiao Zhu to register a corporate public account for our campsite, and added services such as food, clothing, housing and transportation. When the time comes, as long as those heavy truck drivers follow our public account, there will definitely be more and more truck drivers coming to our place. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Okay, that's it. You keep an eye on this. I'm going to build the staff dormitory tomorrow. After a little thought, Su Heng made arrangements. Lu Ming is now focusing on the Guanque Tower, so he has to personally handle the third 3-story ancient building. Okay. The sun rises and sets, and 3 days pass in a flash. The various projects in Bingdu village have begun to move forward steadily, and more ruins have been leveled. What outsiders don't know is that all the building materials cleared from the ruins have become pawn values. At this time, the pawn value in Su Heng's system has accumulated to 350,000, which is a considerable gain. And with the start of several projects, more and more people in Bingdu village have come. Especially at mealtime. Workers, employees, and tourists were all mixed together. And the front of the food stall was already crowded with people. And there was even a queue. At noon, when Zhong Ruofei was about to go to the food stall to eat, his cell phone rang. Picking it up, Zhong Ruofei showed a happy expression and answered the call immediately. Hello. Laogua. Chapter 109 Medical equipment arrives. Old Zhong. The next moment, a man's voice came from the phone. Old Gua, where are you? Zhong Ruofei walked to a secluded place and asked immediately. The caller was none other than his old friend Yutian, who was going to personally deliver the medical equipment to him. The convoy has arrived in Jiuge City. If we travel overnight tonight, we will be able to reach the village where you are tomorrow morning. Yutian's voice came quickly. Because the medical equipment is a precision instrument, it moves very slowly along the way. Otherwise, the medical equipment would have been delivered long ago. Okay, I'll wait for you tomorrow. Zhong Ruofei subconsciously looked back at the clinic. Shu Yutian and his wife have started preparing for the village clinic these 2 days. Once the equipment arrives, they will purchase some medicines, and the clinic can officially start operating. At present, at least 200 or 300 people stay in Bingdu village every day. It really won't work without a clinic. Okay, by the way, old Zhong, I see that your place is quite remote on the map. Do you want to prepare something in advance? After a pause, Yutian's voice rang again on the phone. No. We have everything here. Zhong Ruofei smiled. Anyone could hear a hint of pride in his voice. Once upon a time, Bingdu village only had 3 color steel houses and a flat-roofed hut. Now there are 2 3-story buildings, a yuan, a gas station, and the Guanque Tower, breeding farm, and cardholder home are under construction. I dare not say that Bingdu village is fully functional, but it has everything it should have. The only thing that is missing now is that all networks have to use wireless satellite networks. And Bingdu village cannot send and receive express delivery. Otherwise, living in Bingdu village is no different from living in other villages. It is even more convenient than other villages. What is there? Yutian's voice was a little surprised but soon returned to normal. Okay, I'll listen to you. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. At the same time, Yuan, Su Heng had just returned to his residence from the construction site of the third ancient building to eat, but found that Shu Yutian had been waiting at the door. Su's secretary. Brother Shu, just call me Xiao Su from now on. Su Heng waved his hand immediately. Now, although Shu Yutian and Song Qing have not completed the formalities, they have been recognized as villagers of Bingdu village, so there is no need to be so estranged. Okay. Xiao Su, it's like this. I want to go to Jiuge City. Shu Yutian hesitated for a moment, but finally changed his mind. Go to Jiuge City? Su Hang's expression moved. Well, my wife and I drew up a list of medicines for our clinic yesterday, and then called the Community Health Service Station of Nanjia office in Ase County. Not only did they have a very average attitude, but most of the medicines were not available. Shu Yutian sighed. According to the system, the village clinic can directly purchase medicines from the Community Health Service Station or Township Health Center at the next level. Of course, the village clinic can also purchase medicines by itself. The only difference is that if you purchase from the previous level, you can get some subsidies, but if you purchase from outside, you will not get any subsidies and need to be responsible for your own profits and losses. Okay, you can go find Mr. Zhong later and bring the startup capital for the clinic. Understand the reason. Su Hang was not surprised. Apart from the attitude, just based on the equipment purchased by Binggu Village Clinic, it is destined that Nanjia Community Health Service Station will not be able to supply medicines to Binggu Village Clinic. Okay, then I'll go to Jioga City with our purchasing truck tomorrow. Shu Yutian nodded. A few days ago, when they were discussing the village clinic, Su Hang said that the clinic, like the gas station, had a startup capital of 500,000 yuan. For the clinic, 300,000 yuan will be used to pay for part of the medical equipment, and the remaining 200,000 yuan will be used as medicine purchase funds. The rest will be borne by the clinic itself, including the remaining 6 million yuan of payment for medical equipment. By the way, Brother Shu, when you pass by Ase County, please go and register for permanent residence. I don't need to go. At this time, Su Hang suddenly thought of something and said again, Xiao Su, didn't you say that the village cadres in charge of our village went to Lan City for training? Should I go to find other officials in the street office? Shu Yutian paused. Don't look for other officials. Even if you do, they may not help you. You can go directly to the government hall to handle it. Su Hang waved his hand immediately. He handled his permanent residence registration by himself. Okay, by the way, Xiao Su, what about the procedures for the village clinic? If we open the door to receive patients, we may not be able to do it without the procedures. Shu Yutian nodded and asked again. Although his title has long been deputy chief physician, he must register to practice in a new place. Otherwise, if he encounters some people who deliberately make trouble, it will be a lot of trouble. Procedures for the village clinic? Su Hang raised his hand to check the time. Well, I'll call Secretary Li now and ask what procedures are required. When Li Mei called a few days ago, she was flustered and anxious, so she didn't mention the village doctor. Yeah. On both sides, Lan City, the weather in August is still hot and humid. Suiqing Province Ning District College. A group of people walked out of the office building one after another. Li Mei was one of them. At this time, she was chatting with a girl next to her. Is there really only 4 people in your village? Yeah, I am really stressed every day. I just hope that the villagers who come later can be a little more normal, otherwise this job is really impossible to do. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Li Mei's cell phone rang suddenly. Li Mei picked it up and took a look. She immediately said to her companion, Xiao Ma, our village secretary called me. Please go to the canteen and save a seat for me. The village secretary at the section level you mentioned? The companion could not help but reply. Those who came for the training were basically grassroots cadres from various towns or communities, especially those from Jioga City. They talked about this matter a lot in private. Many people were really curious about how Li Mei dealt with a village secretary who was much higher than her level. In addition to the video of the camel roasting at the campsite, whenever someone met Li Mei, they would ask about Binggu Village with special gossip. Yes. Then go and answer it quickly. He might have something urgent to talk to you about, the companion said immediately. Okay. Nodding, Li Mei then walked aside, took a deep breath, and answered the phone. Hello. Secretary Su. Secretary Li, is it convenient to talk now? Su Hang's voice soon came from the phone. It's convenient, you say? It's like this. How do we register the village doctor in our village? What procedures are required? Su Hang went straight to the point. No more nonsense. Village doctor? Have you found a village doctor? It would have been better if she hadn't heard it. After hearing it, Li Mei was instantly excited. Although she was told not to worry about it after the last visit to Binggu Village, how could she let it go completely? She was a little absent-minded during the training these 2 days. Now that she suddenly heard such news, how could she not be happy? Well, there are 2 new villagers joining our village. They happen to be studying medicine. I was thinking of registering one of them as our village doctor. Su Hang replied. What diplomas do the 2 villagers who study medicine have? If you want to register as a village doctor and a village clinic, you need to verify your diploma before you can determine your salary level. After her mood calmed down a little, Li Mei asked hurriedly. Chapter 110. Why is there no signal on the phone? Diploma? Su Hang's voice hesitated for a moment before it came again. I haven't asked specifically about the diploma yet. Please wait a moment. The next moment, you can faintly hear from the receiver in your hand. Brother, sure, your diploma is. Soon, another voice faintly came from the receiver. Doctor of Clinical Medicine, my wife has the same diploma as me. Secretary Li, the diploma of the village doctor reported by our Bingu village is a Doctor of Clinical Medicine, and his previous title in the affiliated hospital of Yousheng University was Associate Chief Physician. What do you think is the standard for the level? If this one can't be graded, the other one is also okay. The other one is just an attending physician, not an associate chief physician. Su Hang's voice became clear again. However, what Su Hang did not expect was that, after he finished speaking, there was no sound from the receiver for a while. Secretary Li, even though Su Hang reminded him twice, there was still no sound from the other end of the phone. Is there no signal on the phone? In a blink of an eye. At 10 o'clock the next morning, under the guidance of Zhong Ruofei, 5 box-type heavy trucks slowly stopped on the open space where the bonfire party was held before. After a while, a middle-aged man jumped down from the carriage. Old Zhong. Old Gua. As soon as they got off the car, the two of them hugged each other. The middle-aged man was none other than Guanque, who came to deliver medical equipment. Old Zhong, I didn't expect you to be here, Guanque said with emotion. It's quiet here. Zhong Ruofei smiled. By the way, have you eaten? Let's go to Yuan for dinner first. I've already eaten. By the way, old Zhong, where will these equipment be placed later? Looking around, Guanque was a little curious. Although I saw a gas station and 2 renovated small buildings when I entered the village, I didn't seem to see the sign of the village clinic. It's in the building opposite. Zhong Ruofei pointed to the village clinic. The small building next to the food stall? Seeing the opposite side of the national highway, Guanque frowned slightly. Oh, this small building looks more delicate. I wonder if the equipment can go in. Guanque immediately walked towards the clinic. Can't go in? It should be possible. When I told you the size of the equipment, I also measured the width of the stairs and the door. Zhong Ruofei's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly followed. If I remember correctly, the size and model of medical equipment will not change easily unless there is a major update. The equipment ordered this time is very advanced, and only tertiary hospitals above the prefecture level will be equipped. So in addition to the main equipment, a lot of auxiliary equipment has been added. Auxiliary equipment. Zhong Ruofei's face changed again. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ruofei and Guanque walked around the small building of the clinic and walked out of the door. It's okay to put those large equipment on the first floor, but they will definitely not be used. If all the auxiliary equipment is put in, there is no place to stay. How can it be used? Besides, if it is placed on the first floor, the external environment will also be a bit problematic. As for the second and third floors, forget it. You could only put an ultrasound machine and an endoscope. Guanque turned to look at Zhong Ruofei. Alas, I didn't think enough. Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't expect this result. Old Zhong, what should we do now? To be honest, I don't think it's very useful for you to have such large equipment here. Why don't I coordinate with the manufacturer to replace it with a small one for you? Guanque asked again. It's okay. Unload these large equipment on the first floor first. I'll find a solution with our branch secretary later. Zhong Ruofei replied helplessly. The equipment was finally transported here. How can it be returned and replaced with a smaller one? Okay, what about the people who use these devices? Ordinary doctors may not be able to handle them. Guanque hesitated. After walking around, he really wanted to say what he really thought, but he was worried that Zhong Ruofei would think too much. Anyway, if it was him, he would at most buy a B ultrasound machine, and if he had any serious illness in the future, he would have to go to a big city hospital. That's okay. 2 villagers in our village were deputy chief physicians of the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University before, and the equipment they use should be more advanced than these. Zhong Ruofei waved his hand, indicating that it was not a problem. Ah, the villagers are doctors of the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng? Old Zhong, are you kidding? Guanque was stunned for a moment. There's no need to lie to you about this. This? What kind of village is your village? After confirming again, Guanque, didn't know what to say. As the boss of the medical industry, he naturally knew what level the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University was in Xiagua. Any ordinary doctor there could go to other places to be a backbone, not to mention the deputy chief physician there. If this were placed in an ordinary city's top 3 hospitals, it would be an expert level. Don't think too much. Binggu village is just an ordinary village. There are only 6 villagers now. Let's go to my place to have some tea first, and then unload the goods. Zhong Ruofei patted Guitian on the shoulder. An ordinary village. The night was deep. Binggu village gradually returned to peace after a short bustle, and many tourists and workers had fallen asleep. Only the construction workers could be vaguely seen in the Guanque Tower, which worked in 3 shifts. At this time, in the staff dormitory building, Zhu Rui, the accountant of Binggu Culture and Tourism, and the receptionist of a Yuan and the cashier of the canteen were chatting. Have you heard? This afternoon, a large number of medical equipment was brought in, all for the Binggu village clinic. In the future, if we need to see a doctor, we can go directly to our clinic, and we don't have to go to any big hospital anymore. The receptionist of a Yuan said excitedly. She really didn't expect that a clinic in Binggu village could have such a high standard. Yes, I must hear about it. Zhu Rui took over the conversation while applying a facial mask. But it seems that those equipment cannot be used temporarily due to location reasons. Cannot be used? That's okay. Since Secretary Shu and his team have brought these equipment back, they will definitely not let them gather dust. Besides, it seems that 2 more people are going to join Binggu village in the next 2 days. The receptionist at a Yuan subconsciously looked back out the window and said, I know, are you talking about the 2 people who have been with Shu Yutian for the past 2 days? The cashier at the canteen hurried over. Yeah. The receptionist nodded. After a pause, the receptionist continued. Do you know where these 2 people came from? What's their background? It is said that they were deputy chief physicians of the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University, and one of them has been appointed as a village doctor by Secretary Shu. The receptionist's voice was lower than before. No way. Will doctors from this hospital come to us? A relative of ours is seriously ill. No other hospital offered him treatment, so he went to the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University. In the end, he spent more than 2,000 yuan to buy a scalper number to see the doctor. Zhu Rui's hand, which was slapping the mask, suddenly stopped. You could already guess the expression on the face behind the mask. What's wrong with us? Xiao Zhu, you've been working for almost a month. You still don't know what level the old villagers in Binggu village are at? They can stay. Why can't these 2 people? We'll talk about the reception at a Yuan first. I said they were 2 guests before. How come they moved to the small building next door? It turns out that Secretary Shu had arranged it in advance. On the side, the cashier of the canteen showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Anyway, I have thought about it. I will ask my mother to come and check it out after these 2 villagers start seeing patients. She has been to Lan City for several times, but there is no effect. Doctors from top hospitals must have different perspectives and knowledge. The receptionist nodded and said very seriously. Little did they know that just when the employees began to discuss the village clinic quietly, in a Yuan, Su Hang frowned. The equipment is too big, and the place we prepared is too small. Can't use it? Chapter 111, Driving Boundary Stakes. Well, I didn't expect that the new equipment had some auxiliary equipment. Across the tea table, Zhong Ruofei said with a flushed face and a little embarrassed. After unloading the car this afternoon, after paying Guitian 300,000 yuan for the equipment, he and Guitian talked about the past in a Yuan. We drank until half an hour ago, before sending Guitian back to the guest room. Guitian will return to Jiancheng with a convoy early tomorrow morning. The remaining 6 million yuan for the equipment will be paid by the health center in batches. Xiao Su, should we build a slightly larger village clinic in the next few days? After a moment of silence, Zhong Ruofei whispered again. There seems to be no other solution except this one. Let Brother Sher and the others make do here for now, after this period of time. We will find a way to build a more professional and larger village clinic. After thinking about it, Su Hang shook his head slightly. There are quite a few projects under construction in Binggu village now, Guanque Tower farm, Kaya home, and the 3rd employee dormitory under construction, so we have to slow down. At least we have to wait until the farm is operating normally, otherwise, the capital chain of Binggu cultural tourism will really not be able to hold up. Of course, there is a more important reason. The equipment this time is more advanced than expected, so ordinary buildings will definitely not work. That's right, after we get through this period, we will directly hire a professional hospital design team. Zhong Ruofei nodded, until a moment later. By the way, Xiao Su, do you have a lot of work tomorrow? What's wrong? Not much. Su Heng replied. Due to the experience of the first two ancient buildings, the third ancient building was built very quickly, and the workers were also very skilled. The second floor has been built in just a few days. It's like this. This afternoon, the head of the relevant department of Yoga City called me and said that their people would come to drive boundary stakes for us tomorrow. I was thinking of you. Lao Lu Lao Shui. We all went to take a look. Zhong Ruofei said. This is a big deal. We must figure it out. Upon hearing this, Su Heng nodded immediately. Now the relevant departments have their own satellite images, and once the boundary stakes are driven, the relevant data will be uploaded to the Xia Country Land Resource Library. By that time, Bingda Culture and Tourism will no longer have to worry about people with ulterior motives making a fuss about the land. Okay, I'll tell Lao Lu and Lao Shui later. Zhong Ruofei said again. Yeah. The night was deep, compared with the quiet and lonely northwest. The streets and alleys of Yincheng were full of lively atmosphere, even giving people the illusion that humans are nocturnal animals. At this time, in the third ring road, in a study, a man in his 60s, wearing glasses, was frowning and looking at the information in his hand, and from time to time at the door. Some very rhythmic folk music, and the sound of leather heels stepping on the floor came. Can you lower the volume? Perhaps the music disturbed his reading. The man finally couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted outside. However, a few minutes later, the music and footsteps still showed no sign of stopping, but the rhythm became faster and faster. It's so annoying. The man finally couldn't stand it anymore, and walked out of the study, and came to the living room, only to see a 50-year-old woman in the living room twisting her swimming ring in front of a dressing mirror. Can you lower the volume? Can you take care of others? Glancing at the woman fiercely, the man walked to a small speaker and pressed the power-off button. What are you doing? The music stopped suddenly. The old lady glared at the man fiercely. I told you to keep your voice down. I'm reading some information. Seeing the old lady's aggressiveness, the man's tone was much weaker than before. Reading some information? You retired last month. Why are you pretending? I have a square dance competition tomorrow. What if I embarrass myself on stage? The old lady walked to the small speaker angrily, and pressed the switch again. You square dance every day in the square dance competition. You haven't stopped since you retired. The man took a deep breath and pressed the power-off button again. Okay, are you really trying to make things difficult for me? The aunt rolled up her sleeves, and actually grabbed the man's few hairs, and wanted to send him back to the study. Let go! The man was furious, and while his hair was grabbed, he pushed the small speaker to the ground. Okay, you wait. After a while, all kinds of smashing sounds were heard in the room. Bang, bang. Ah! At the same time, on the third floor, a man looked up at the floor, and showed a helpless look. He was none other than Fan Tian. Old Fan, it started again. Do you want to go up and persuade them? At this time, a middle-aged woman who looked very elegant came to the living room with a fruit plate, looked up at the movement above, and said with a worried look, Persuade? I dare not. Fan Tian curled his lips. Alas, what do you think is the reason for all these days? Didn't Academician Feng retire last month? If this continues, I really don't know how many years Academician Feng can last. The middle-aged woman sighed. Her name is Wei Ling. She is Fan Tian's wife. The man who made the noise upstairs is quite famous. His name is Feng Shuyu. Before retirement, he was a doctoral supervisor at Xiaogua Renmin University, and also had a part-time position at Xiaogua Academy of Social Sciences. So the neighbors upstairs and downstairs called him Academician Feng. Retire? Although Academician Feng has resigned from his position, the relevant projects are still continuing. If it weren't for his wife's trouble, Academician Feng's achievements would be far more than what they are now. Fan Tian shook his head. Generally, people in units retire when they are 60. But universities are an exception. Some doctoral supervisors will continue to be rehired until they are really unable to work. However, Feng Shuyu's bad luck was caused by his wife. When his wife was young, she was unable to have children due to some problems with her follicles, so she adopted a child in the end. As a result, because her wife was too strong, the adopted child stopped contacting the family when he was 20 years old. Later, there would be 1 or 2 disturbances at home every once in a while. Sometimes, people really can't not believe in fate in their lives. Wei Ling picked up an apple and started to peel it. By the way, weren't you asked to go to the northwest for supervision this time? When will you leave? Are you going to the place you rode before? After National Day, Fan Tian said. It's still early. Yeah. Just when Fan Tian wanted to add something, there was another rapid sound from upstairs. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. Not good, old Fan. Hurry up and take a look. This time the noise is different. Wei Ling paused with the fruit knife in her hand, and her face was full of solemnity. Yeah. Fan Tian hurriedly ran to the door in his slippers. The noise upstairs this time was indeed different from the previous times. The moon set, the sun rose, Binggu Village ushered in a new day. Su Hang, Lu Ming and others drove pickup trucks and left the village early. Although they were not at the construction site today, the various projects did not stop. It was because most of the construction funds and workers' wages in Binggu Village were paid in cash. Unless they really couldn't work, they would never rest. Especially here at the truck friend's home. About a dozen color steel houses have been placed on one side of the gas station. It is estimated that all will be completed in 5 or 6 days. The construction progress of the breeding farm is also faster than expected, and the breeding shed has begun to be built. However, these two projects have not received much attention for the time being. Because all the employees and workers of Binggu Culture and Tourism are talking about the medical equipment delivered yesterday and the 2 villagers who just entered Binggu Village. It can be imagined that, through word of mouth, as long as Sherlinian and Song Qing start seeing patients, there will be many people coming to Binggu Village Clinic for medical treatment. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Ase County, Nanjia office. The people in the office were planning to pack up and go home for dinner. But at this time, Zhang Qi rushed into the office in a hurry. Big news! Big news! After entering the door, he first grabbed his cup and took a big sip of water, and then said, Chapter 112 This village surely can't suppress it. What big news! The colleagues in the office looked up at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was the most informed in the office. He was the little loudspeaker of the entire South Street office. He was the first to know about many things. The village clinic in Bingdu Village has just been registered. Zhang Qi panted. Bingdu Village Clinic. Didn't they say that the technical secondary school student didn't make it? How come they suddenly registered, and Shaoli is not here? Hearing this, many people in the office frowned. Especially Luli, who was at the edge. Her expression of originally planning to eat the big melon turned into dissatisfaction in an instant. That technical secondary school student didn't make it. But Bingdu Village has registered 2 more permanent villagers. What do you think their backgrounds are? Zhang Qi subconsciously glanced at Li Mei's workstation. Background? Could they be studying medicine? If so, Li Mei's luck is too good. Hearing this, Luli finally couldn't help it. The village she was responsible for had just settled the village clinic. Although the village doctor had a partner, they hadn't reached an agreement yet. I thought that the person who ranked last in the village clinic task assessment this time would be Li Mei, a newcomer she had led before. But now Li Mei has actually completed it directly. How could she accept this? Studying medicine? It would be fine if they were just studying simple medicine. But these 2 are the backbone doctors of the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University. One of them is even an associate chief physician. It was just going viral in the government hall. Many people said that they must go there to see their elderly family members when they have time. Zhang Qi curled his lips. In places like Ase County, the attraction of medical resources is far greater than that of celebrity fan clubs. Especially for top hospitals. They worship them extremely. Some people even think that the nurses in top hospitals are better than the attending doctors in county hospitals. If there is a villager who works in a big hospital, there will be a long queue at the gate every year when he goes home during festivals. The first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University? The next moment, the office became dead silent. In Xia State, the 4 major hospitals are deified in the hearts of the people. Some people even made up a jingle. Southern Yanya, Northern Yanfu, Eastern Luchi, Western Huachuan. The Northern Yanfu here refers to the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University. Therefore, compared to a young overseas medical doctor like Su Hang who just graduated, such a doctor is more attractive. Why would the doctors here come to Bingdu Village? They wouldn't go anywhere else. After a long time, a male colleague came back to his senses. Just now. He also thought that if he really got sick in the future, he could go to Bingdu Village first, and there was no need to go to Jioga City People's Hospital. It's not clear how he came to Bingdu Village. But it's certain that Li Mei will be happy in the future. These 2 people are villagers in her village, family, relatives who have any illnesses. It's so convenient. Why didn't Bingdu Village give it to me? Speaking of this, Zhang Qi's face was full of envy. That's right. Others nodded. Although Binggu Village seemed to give people a lot of pressure, but as a village cadre, the villagers there would definitely give some face. Li Mei really picked up a treasure this time. I don't know who mentioned it casually, but the office was very tacit, and no one said a word. Especially Luli, who was leaning against the wall. Her eyes were almost narrowed into a slit. Time flies, and it is already noon. Colleagues from the South Street office are walking towards the cafeteria one after another. Without exception, everyone is talking about the Bingdu Village Clinic. But at this time, Luli appeared at the door of Qiaolong, the director of the South Street office. Knock. 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 Director? Come in. As the voice came from inside, Luli pushed the door and entered the office. Is there something wrong with not going to eat at this time? Qiaolong, who was looking up, asked while reading the documents. Director, I have something I want to talk to you about, Luli said. Unlike the newly employed staff, Luli was much calmer and more composed when facing the leaders. Speak. Qiaolong put down the documents in his hand. Director, have you heard about the village doctor in Bingdu Village? Luli said again. I heard about it. Qiaolong sighed slightly. He had never taken that village seriously before, until Su Hang joined the company and began to pay attention to it. Now, he didn't want to ask any more questions about this village, just convey any policies from above to them. Director, I want to take charge of Bingdu Village. Luli looked at Qiaolong seriously. You are responsible for this village? What about Shaoli? Qiaolong frowned. Director, I'm telling you the truth. When there were only 4 villagers in Bingdu Village before, Shaoli might have been able to handle it, but now there are 2 experts from a big hospital. With Xiao Li's ability, he can't control this village at all. Luli said hurriedly. If Xiao Li can't control it, you can? Qiaolong looked at Luli with some doubt. Now, the only people who can control this village are probably some of the direct leaders in the county. No, the direct leaders of the county probably have to give some face to the village director Lu Ming. Although he is retired, he is still a member of Xiaoguo Jianyuan. Director, I am the most experienced person in our street office. I am definitely better than Xiao Li in dealing with people. I was the one who brought her up when she first joined. Now Bingdu Village has finally got 2 golden phoenixes. It would be a pity if they run away again. Besides, you know my style of doing things. I have no shame. So even if the villagers of Bingdu Village blame me, I can bear the grievance. Luli did not answer Qiaolong directly, but showed her qualifications. After that, seeing that Qiaolong had no reaction, Luli did not forget to add, Director, the most important thing is that Shaoli needs to be trained for 2 consecutive months. During this period, if no one does the work in Bingdu Village, it will delay many things. And to put it bluntly, Bingdu Village was originally my village at that time, and I gave it to Shaoli. After thinking for a moment, Qiaolong slowly leaned back in his chair. That's right. Bingdu Village does need a shameless village cadre who is not afraid of being scolded. And Shaoli is indeed a little inexperienced. Director, what do you think? Luli asked hurriedly. That's it. When Shaoli comes back from training, you can hand over the work to Shaoli, but there is one thing, you have to give her the villages with better conditions in your hands. Otherwise, she will have no villages. Qiaolong nodded. Okay, Director, I will also actively help deal with the affairs of Bingdu Village during Xiao Li's absence, and will never let Bingdu Village fall behind. Hearing Qiaolong's promise, Luli was overjoyed, and hurriedly promised. Okay. As the sun set, Bingdu Village, many workers and employees walked towards the food stalls one after another. Man is iron. Food is steel. Especially for those who work. They can't even take a meal. However, at this time, Qin Susu appeared at the reception desk of the campsite. During this period of time, she had no psychological burden. She watched the sunset every day, walked around the Gobi Desert, and even drove to the ice lake. She lived a very free and comfortable life. Hello. Seeing Qin Susu, the receptionist immediately greeted her. Hello. I would like to ask if there is any team building bonfire party here. Qin Susu asked. Now she only needs this wish. Completing this trip to Ice Lake Village will be perfect, and she can return to Haishur without regrets. Chapter 113 Progress of Guanque Tower. Team building bonfire party? The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then opened the cash register computer and looked at it before replying. We will host a team building in 2 days. 2 days later, Can I pay to participate? Qin Susu calculated the time and asked hurriedly. You may need to discuss this with the team building company. We are a group building company, and everything is based on the customer's wishes. If the customer allows us, there will be no problem. The front desk receptionist thought about it and replied, Oh, but I don't think your chances of joining are very high. Company team building activities are basically for their own employees and rarely accept outsiders. After a pause, the front desk receptionist said again, I know. I just want to try it. Qin Susu sighed slightly. Okay. By the way, doesn't your campsite organize such activities? When turning around to leave, Qin Susu couldn't help asking again. She really wanted to try what roasted whole camel tasted like. If I can't attend this time, I'll have to go back with regret. I heard that a camel farm is being built at the campsite. If the farm is built, the campsite may organize a bonfire party to roast whole camels. The receptionist said, You are going to build a farm? Qin Susu's expression changed. Well, did you see the small building across the street? That's the dormitory for the staff of our campsite farm. The receptionist pointed to the opposite side. I didn't expect your campsite to be more and more professional. This way, tourists will feel more at ease eating barbecue. Qin Susu gave a thumbs up. If so, even if you can't feel the atmosphere of roasting a whole camel over a campfire this time, there will be another chance later. How about this? You follow our campground's official account first. Our campground's official account will regularly publish relevant event content later. The receptionist put a small QR code sign at the front desk while speaking. Okay. Qin Susu immediately took out her mobile phone and scanned the QR code. Little did she know, just when the Binggu Campground's official account had another follower, a large pickup truck was speeding all the way to Binggu Village. The people in the car were none other than Su Hang, Lu Ming, Zhong Ruofei, and Shu Yutian. The driver was one of the 5 security guards at the campsite. They had been busy since morning today, and finally finished driving all the boundary stakes with the staff of the relevant departments of Jioga City. It was because, although the area of 40 kilometers around Binggu Village was demarcated when the land was purchased, it was impossible to make it so circular during the actual exploration process. And the only guarantee was that the total area would remain unchanged. For this reason, a corner of the ice lake and the Yaden landform on the water have all been demarcated within the boundary stakes. In another week, our property rights certificate will be sent to the Su Province Notary Office. As long as the remaining land payment is paid within half a year, the property rights certificate can be obtained directly from the notary office. Zhong Ruofei glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and said, Half a year. Su Hang turned his head and looked out the window. He was indeed a little worried when he first decided to buy the land. But now it seems that it is not that difficult. By the way, Xiao Su, can our roasted whole camel start normal operations? I have contacted 30 more in Chaidan County, Xi'an Province these 2 days. Speaking of funds, Shu Yutian said hurriedly, his legs are inconvenient. But that doesn't mean he's idle every day. If you can't buy camels in Jioga City, can't you find a way from Xi'an Province? I've been looking for them in Jioga City before. But I think we are all enterprises in Jioga City, and we should take care of each other. Old Shui, you contacted 30 camels? Upon hearing this, several people looked at Shu Yutian. But they require cash payment. We don't have that much money in our account now. Shu Yutian nodded. Originally, the camping site had more than 500,000 yuan in its account. But since the construction of the Kaya home, the farm and the staff dormitory, the cash flow in the account has been reduced to tens of thousands of yuan. Even though the gas station and the yuan have been providing cash flow, these cash flows can only barely make up for the daily consumption of several projects. It doesn't matter. The 7 company team building events we booked before will start one after another the day after tomorrow. These 7 events are all 1.2 million yuan in activity standards, which can contribute 8.4 million yuan to us. After deducting the cost, there will be at least 7 million yuan in profit, which can greatly ease our financial pressure. The only thing I feel sorry for is old Shui. He has to work hard for a while. If he were in other places, he could make a lot of money. Seeing Shu Yutian's worry, Zhong Ruofei immediately said that it was not a problem to pay the money for the camel in cash. Old Zhong, don't tell me that I make money by singing outside. To put it bluntly, I hadn't had any commercial performances for a long time before coming to Binggu Village. Even the supermarket in a small county didn't need me when it opened. Shu Yutian smiled, and his face was full of sadness. Only those who are in the entertainment industry can experience what it feels like to be out of fashion. So he really didn't think that his singing was the main reason for the popularity of the campfire party. The biggest gimmick was actually roasting whole camels, and he was just adding to the fun. In that case, shall we start operating the roasting whole camel bonfire party on a regular basis? On the side, Yousheng thought for a while and said, "No problem, as long as we pull these 30 camels back, it will be no problem to hold on for 2 months. During this period, our camel farm can be put into normal use. At that time, we will buy a batch of young camels and some adult camels. Slow transition is not a problem." Zhong Ruofei nodded. "Then we will reopen the team building reservations after Brother Shui's 30 camels arrive." Yousheng made a decision immediately. As long as there are team building orders in the future, Ice Lake Campground will be able to pay the land purchase fee in the shortest time. "Yeah. By the way, old Zhong, you said there will be a team building event the day after tomorrow. Can we start preparing for it tomorrow? We must do our best to hold these 7 events, otherwise it will affect the subsequent orders." Shu Yutian asked again. "Okay, we need to prepare beer, firewood and other things tomorrow." "Okay, I'll come to help tomorrow." "Okay." The moon sets and the sun rises. Early the next morning, the 4 of them were busy with their own things. Especially Lu Ming, who went to the construction site of the Guanque Tower at 6 in the morning. The sooner the Guanque Tower can be completed, the sooner it can contribute to the camping site. At present, the base of the Guanque Tower has been poured with reinforced concrete, and 2 elevator shafts have been reserved. The construction standards are all top-notch. The length and width of the entire base are 70 meters and 68 meters respectively, and the height of some parts has exceeded that of the buildings in a yuan. That is to say, there is construction cover on the periphery. Otherwise it would probably be another discussion. The next step is to cast the core structure of the Guanque Tower. The core is actually not difficult, and can be completed in a month at most. The real difficulty is the facade of the Guanque Tower, since the interior decoration can be carried out simultaneously when the facade is built. Therefore, Lu Ming now has only one idea. Time must be managed in a coordinated manner, and the construction time of the Guanque Tower must be shortened to the shortest possible to cope with the current dilemma. I dare not say that it will be opened and occupied in 3 months. But at least the Guanque Tower will start to dry and remove formaldehyde in 3 months. Lu Ming was like this. Zhong Ruofei and Shu Yutian also began to prepare for the team building. However, at around 10 o'clock in the morning, Yousheng, who was in charge of the construction of the employee dormitory building, found that something was wrong. There were more and more private cars parked on both sides of the national highway, and after parking, they did not go to the campground reception, but gathered in front of the canteen to discuss something. It seemed that they were definitely not tourists. What's going on? Even if it's a company team building, it's impossible to come so early. After a little thought, Yousheng jumped off the scaffolding. Chapter 114: Fire Before Opening. What's going on? A few minutes later, Yousheng came to the canteen and found that the cashier was trying hard to explain to some people. "Secretary Shu, you are here?" Seeing Yousheng, the cashier breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had seen a savior. Who are they?" Yousheng frowned. "Secretary Shu. It's like this. They all come to see Dr. Shu and Dr. Shu." The cashier explained to Yousheng first, then looked at everyone. "This is Secretary Shu of Binggu Village. You can ask Secretary Shu if you have any specific questions." "Secretary Shu?" Upon hearing this, more than a dozen people in the store immediately surrounded him and started talking at once. "Secretary Shu, why is the village clinic in your village not open?" "That's right. Isn't it said that village doctors cannot leave their posts within the specified time?" Secretary Shu. It was not until 10 minutes later that Yousheng found out from these people what was going on. It turned out that yesterday morning, after Shu Linian and his wife completed the permanent residence registration procedures and the village doctor registration, the news that the deputy chief physician of the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University began to see patients in Binggu Village began to spread wildly in the circle. Some people even called their relatives. The circle in the county town is small to begin with, and one person spreads 10 people, and 10 people spread 100 people. Especially those who are sick and have no conditions to go to big cities rushed to Binggu Village early this morning. They thought that since the Binggu Village clinic has been registered, it must have started business. However, when they arrived, they found that the Binggu Village clinic was not open, and there was not even a sign. This is what happened. Everyone, listen to me first. Calming down, Su Heng looked at everyone. Schwa. The next moment, the originally noisy scene suddenly became extremely quiet. It's like this. Our Bingdu Village clinic has been registered, but it has not yet started business. How about everyone come after the clinic is officially open? Su Heng said. Then when will it start business? Someone asked again. Dr. Shu and Dr. Song went to Jioga City, and will not be back until the afternoon. Su Heng said again. Come back in the afternoon? Then we'll wait until the afternoon. A man in his 50s was still unwilling to give up. Don't worry. Dr. Shu and his team went to Jioga City to purchase medicines. They will come back today. They have to sort out the medicines tomorrow. Right? So even if you wait here, you still can't see a doctor. Su Heng explained. So the clinic will be open the day after tomorrow? Hearing this, many people looked disappointed. That's right. How can you see a doctor if the medicines are not ready? Well, we will try to open the door the day after tomorrow. Su Heng nodded, but did not make a final decision. Tomorrow. Sure, Linian and Song Qing will have to sort out the medicines, and debug the ultrasound machine and endoscope, and even arrange the beds. It is considered fast to open the door the day after tomorrow. Okay then. After receiving a positive answer, the crowd began to slowly disperse, while another part of the people curiously went to other places in Bingdu Village. These people are local residents of Ase County. But this is their first time to come to Bingdu Village. Since I'm here, I naturally want to see this place that has been abandoned for decades. Xiao Wang. I have something else to do. If someone asks about the village clinic again, you should answer according to what I just said. Looking at the time, Su Heng said to the salesperson. Okay. Secretary Su. Time flies, and it's 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Throughout the whole day, people came to ask about the village clinic. And one wave left and another came. Until just now, there were fewer people asking about the village clinic. It is conceivable that once the village clinic opens, 6 beds will definitely not be enough. Xiao Su. At this time, Shu Linian and Song Qing and his wife jumped off the truck. Brother Shu. Is everything going well? Su Heng asked. He had just finished his meal and went out. And he ran into Shu Linian and his wife. Very smooth. I found several pharmaceutical companies in Jioga City. They said that as long as our village clinic purchases enough medicines, they can deliver them directly to us. Shu Linian nodded. This time he went to Jioga City with a total of 200,000 yuan for drug purchases. And now he has spent most of it. Half of the truck in the campsite is filled with drugs. That's good. Su Heng nodded. If the pharmaceutical company can really deliver here, it can save a lot of costs. Brother Shu. Can our village clinic open the day after tomorrow? Su Heng then roughly recounted what happened today. That's right. There will be no problem the day after tomorrow. Shu Linian nodded. And said confidently. Except for some OTC drugs. The prices of other drugs will follow the bidding prices of drug purchases in public hospitals in Sichuan province. So the drug prices will be marked quickly. That's fine. You haven't eaten yet. I'll let Xiaoding make it for you again. Su Heng turned his head and looked behind him. Yeah. However, Shu Linian took only 2 steps and suddenly thought of something and looked at Su Heng again. Xiao Su. Has the village cadre in charge of our Bingdu village been changed? Changed? Su Heng stopped in surprise. No. I was in contact with Xiaoli the day before yesterday. If Bingdu village really wanted to change the village cadre, Li Mei would definitely call. What happened? On the way back today, a person who claimed to be the village cadre called me and said that a relative of hers wanted to come to Bingdu village clinic for medical treatment in a while, and asked me to help take care of her. Sure, Linian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turns out that there are favors wherever you go. I received many such calls when I was working at the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. As a result, I received the same call again when I came to Bingdu village and started to see patients. It was a call from the village cadre. What's the name of this person who claims to be our village's cadre? Hearing this, Su Heng frowned. To put it bluntly, even if Li Mei has taken over Bingdu village for a long time, she has the nerve to call her relatives to take care of her. This person is quite shameless. I seem to have heard her introduce her. What's her name? Luli? After thinking carefully, Shu Linian replied. Luli? I haven't heard of her. Su Heng waved his hand immediately. Don't worry about her. I guess Li is not here for a while. This Luli is an assistant arranged by the South Street office for Bingdu village. If she contacts you again, you ask her to call me. Then I know. Shu Linian nodded immediately. Time flies, At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yousheng took a shower and lay on the bed with a book. Recently, when I have nothing to do, I will read an online novel written by a handsome author, August Wang, which is also a pastime after a busy day. Dong dong dong. But just when Yousheng saw the key point, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, there was a voice. Xiao Su, have you rested? Brother Zhong, not yet. Hearing this, Yousheng immediately put down his phone and opened the door. The person who came was none other than Zhong Ruofei, who had been busy roasting whole camels all day. What's wrong, Brother Zhong? Entering the door, after Zhong Ruofei sat down in the living room, Yousheng made a cup of tea and then said, Xiao Su, Xiao Wang, who was in charge of the canteen just now, came to see me. Chapter 115. The small shop is upgraded to a small supermarket. Xiao Wang, what's wrong? Is it because of those who come to our village to see a doctor? Yousheng's expression changed. Yes, today. At least 300 or 400 people came to our Binggu village from other places. And some people waited from morning to afternoon. So the small shop and the food stalls were overwhelmed with customers. Especially, the beverages and mineral water in the small shop were almost cleared out. Some types of cigarettes were also out of stock. So the turnover of our small shop hit a new high today. But it also exposed a lot of problems. And at this rate, the number of people who come to our Binggu village to see a doctor will definitely be more than today. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Brother Zhong, do you mean to expand the small shop again? After a little thought, Yousheng understood what Zhong Ruofei meant. Well, I thought that in addition to expanding the business space, we should also increase the variety of goods. Zhong Ruofei replied. That's right. We now have more than 20 permanent employees here. And we need a lot of daily necessities. And if someone is hospitalized behind a clinic in Binggu village, they will probably need some daily necessities, like toothbrushes, towels, bowls and chopsticks, socks, shampoo, etc. Oh, and if it doesn't work, we can add some fruits. I seem to have heard tourists complain the day before yesterday that they forgot to bring watermelons from outside. Yousheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. To put it bluntly, the previous canteen was purely for tourists. So the types of goods were mainly cigarettes, wine, beverages and snacks. There were basically no daily necessities. The company already covered the food and accommodation for the employees. So it was naturally impossible to cover all the other needs of the employees. They had to buy them themselves, regardless of whether the employees would choose their own supermarket in the end. At least they should be given a choice. Bring some fruits? That's good. Where is the place? Zhong Ruofei asked again while nodding. If there is no place, we can put it on the ground floor of our newly built dormitory building. After thinking for a while, Yousheng said, Xiao Su, do you mean to open up the ground floor of this small building? Zhong Ruofei's eyes lit up. As long as the load-bearing columns are not destroyed, there will be no problem. The total area of the ground floor is about 160 to 170 square meters, which should be enough. Yousheng replied. 160 to 170 square meters should be enough. Zhong Ruofei nodded. The business area of more than 100 square meters can already meet the standards of a small supermarket. Do we need to hire 2 more people? After a pause, Yousheng continued. That's for sure. When the time comes, let Xiao Wang be the store manager and give her a raise. Zhong Ruofei replied. Once the store is upgraded to a small supermarket, the management method and operation model must be upgraded accordingly, and it can no longer be managed as before. Okay, just keep an eye on it. I will build this small building as soon as possible. Okay, then when the store moves to the opposite side, we will leave this house for the food stalls, because there is not enough space for the food stalls now. Every day at mealtime, there are crowds of people. Zhong Ruofei immediately took out his mobile phone and clicked on the memo. Well, but when the wall is demolished here, the noise should be small, so as not to affect the normal operation of the food stall. If the food stall is closed now, many people will have no food to eat. Yousheng thought about it and replied. Last night, he took a look at the overall income and expenditure of the camping site. The highest daily turnover of the food stall was more than 6,000. It seems that it is not impossible to exceed 10,000 in daily turnover. It can be seen how many customers eat at the food stall. In addition, the food stall also bears the staff meals of nearly 30 people. Stopping for one day will cause a lot of delays. I will choose a time when no one is around and get it done as quickly as possible. Zhong Ruofei waved his hand, indicating that it was no problem. It's just a wall. Bingyu village is not short of workers now. That's fine. Xiaosu, there is another question. Zhong Ruofei picked up the teacup and took a sip. We have to find a way to solve the network problem. Now we use data traffic. The high charging standard is a small problem. The main problem is that the network will be disconnected from time to time. If optical fiber is introduced, the problems of internet and fixed telephone can be solved at once. Do we need to apply to the Ase County Communications Department to lay optical fiber in this place? Su Heng frowned slightly. We must apply. But I guess the cost is not very high. I will go to Jioga City to purchase the day after tomorrow and ask by the way. Zhong Ruofei replied. When they went to survey the boundary stakes yesterday, they found that there was a telecommunications base station more than 10 kilometers away from Bingyu village. It should not be difficult to connect an optical fiber from here. Go the day after tomorrow? What about the team building? Su Heng nodded and couldn't help asking. Old Shui can handle the team building alone. Okay. The night view of Yincheng is definitely one of the best in Xiagua. It even feels that 11 o'clock in the evening is the most beautiful time. At this time, Fan Tian just walked into the community. Just when he was about to go upstairs, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Xiao Fan. Looking back, Fan Tian couldn't help but sigh. There was an old man sitting on a bench not far from the stairs, with gauze wrapped around his head and a bandage on one hand. Academician Feng. Are you feeling better? As he walked over, Fan Tian asked. The old man was none other than Feng Shuyu, Xiaoguan's doctoral supervisor and neighbor upstairs. Yesterday, Feng Shuyu was beaten up by the old woman. Not only was his head cut, but his arms also had a lot of problems. If he hadn't stopped her in the end, Feng Shuyu would have been in a worse situation than he is now. Better? Academician Feng said weakly. Academician Feng. It's already 11 o'clock in the evening. Why don't you go back to rest? Raising his hand to check the time, Fan Tian also sat on the stool. Go back? I don't want to go back. Feng Shuyu looked up at his room with a cold face. Then Fan Tian hesitated. He wanted to say that there was nothing that the couple couldn't get over. But now Academician Feng's wife was indeed a bit too much. After such a commotion, Feng Shuyu definitely suspended the project topic of Xiaoguan University. Xiao Fan. Don't you often go out for cycling? Is there a particularly secluded place? I want to live there for a while. After a moment of silence, Feng Shuyu looked at Fan Tian seriously. Ah, you want to move out? Fan Tian was stunned, then hurriedly said. But your body is like this now. It doesn't matter about your body. I don't want to think about anything now. I just want to find a place to stay quietly for a while. It doesn't matter if the conditions are good or not, as long as there are few people. Feng Shuyu immediately waved his uninjured hand, looking like a lucky cat. A secluded place with no people, no conditions required, but I'm worried about you. Fan Tian rubbed his eyebrows. Xiao Fan, you can see how I am now. If I continue to stay here, I really don't know what will happen next. Feng Shuyu's eyes were full of pleading. Those who can live in this courtyard are old neighbors, the kind who know each other well. Then I'll think about it for you. After Fan Tian finished speaking, the two of them fell into a long silence under the light. 1 or 2 busy days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye. It was the morning of the 3rd day, not only the time for the team building roasted whole camel to be reopened, but also the day when the Bingyu village clinic officially opened to receive patients. At 10 o'clock in the morning, there were not many people in front of the village clinic. Wow, but at 11 o'clock in the afternoon, there was already a long line of people waiting to see the doctor in front of the village clinic, and even some people were pushing wheelchairs. This situation has surpassed all the township health centers and community health service stations in Ase County. Shilinian and Songqing, who were on the 2nd floor of the health center, were even busier. They each took a clinic and started seeing patients. They all started as residents and worked their way up from the emergency department. Although they focused on cardiology, they also knew a little about diseases in other departments. They would prescribe medicine for those who could be cured, and directly recommend that those who could not be cured go to other hospitals for treatment. Even so, before noon, all the 12 beds in the 6 wards were occupied. But there are still many patients queuing in front of the clinic. At this rate, many patients are bound to return disappointed today. We can't go on like this. It doesn't matter whether the village clinic makes money or not. Don't make brother Sure and sister Sure too tired. Opposite the village clinic, Su Heng, who was in charge of building the staff dormitory, couldn't help frowning when he looked at the situation across the national highway. This morning, he has been paying attention to the situation in the village clinic opposite. It is estimated that Shu Yutian and his wife have seen at least 100 patients in the morning. This is absolutely a normal number in other hospitals. But this is the village clinic of Binggu village. And there are only 2 doctors. There is no special pharmacy supervisor, and no special nurses for injections and infusions. How can it handle it? After thinking for a while, Su Hang took out his mobile phone and called Zhong Ruofei. Brother Zhong, where are you? I will be in Jioga City in 2 minutes. Zhong Ruofei's voice came from inside. Brother Zhong, after you finish the procurement and fiber optic work today, go to the talent market and recruit 2 more nurses and a pharmacist for the pharmacy to pick up medicines for the village clinic. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, Ah, looking for nurses and pharmacists? Zhong Ruofei was a little surprised. No way, there are too many people coming to our village clinic for treatment. Brother Shu and his team are a little overwhelmed. Don't worry, this time our village clinic is recruiting people ourselves instead of looking for village doctors. So there will definitely be people to do it. You can refer to the salary of nurses and pharmacists in Jioga City People's Hospital. Su Hang explained. It was difficult to find a village doctor before because of the various restrictions and conditions of village doctors, especially the fact that they cannot move or go to other units within 3 years, which would discourage most people. Okay, I got it. 2 minutes later, Su Hang hung up the phone, took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and picked up the brick again, including the 2 supermarket salesmen. There are 5 more people this time. If the farm is built, there will be 10 more. So the staff dormitory must be built quickly. Ding-ling-ling. However, at this moment, Su Hang's cell phone rang suddenly. Huh? Picking it up, Su Hang was surprised but answered the phone quickly. Chapter 116, he should go back after staying for a while. Brother Fan. The call was from Fan Tian. Xiao Su, I haven't contacted you for a long time. How are you doing recently? I was thinking about you coming to Yousheng for a gathering, but you didn't call me. The next moment, Fan Tian's voice came. It's mainly because I had something to do here, and didn't go anywhere. Su Hang smiled and said, Brother Fan, are you out cycling again? Are you almost at Binggu village? Cycling? No, I called you because I want to ask you for a favor. After a pause, Fan Tian's voice came again. Oh, you said? Su Hang said immediately. Here, among the many tourists he met, he would definitely help Fan Tian and Wang Long whenever he could, without any ambiguity. It's like this, are there any vacant prefabricated steel houses on your side? Fan Tian said. Prefabricated steel houses? Yes, what's wrong? Brother Fan? Su Hang told the truth. There are quite a few prefabricated steel houses in Bingdu village now. In addition to the original 3, Card Friend's home has reserved 12 more. Alas, it's a long story. An old neighbor of mine was beaten by his wife. They are both retired and are getting divorced. Fan Tian then explained the reason again. The situation is indeed special now. I thought about letting him stay with you for a while. The old man is quite pitiful. You are a doctor of medicine. If there is anything, you can take care of him immediately. He should be back after a while. What's the matter with favors? That's no problem. Call me when he arrives in Jioga City. I will definitely not let the old man suffer any injustice. After hearing this, Su Hang immediately agreed. To be honest, this matter is really not a big deal for Binggu village now. Especially since it was Fan Tian who asked. Xiao Su, I'm sorry to bother you. This time I owe you a favor. I may have to go to the northwest in 2 months. We'll meet again then. Fan Tian was slightly relieved. No problem, call me when you get here. Okay, I'll send you a message when my old neighbor leaves. Okay. Time flies, it's night. The bonfire is on, and the long-awaited camping camel roasting team building activity officially begins. Team building company employees, camping security guards, onlookers, passing heavy truck drivers, and patients and their families who are staying in the village clinic for medical treatment gather together, making the open space opposite the small building crowded with people, and it feels more lively than the square in Ase County. That's not all. As Shu Yutian walked towards the center of the bonfire with a microphone and a cane, the atmosphere of the entire event was pushed to its peak. Some people took photos, posted to moments, and made short videos. It was very lively for a while. But at this time, one of the chefs, who was responsible for barbecue, found Su Hang in the newly built employee dormitory building. Secretary Su, How do you deal with camel skin and camel bones? And ostrich feathers? He asked. Camel skin and camel bones? Su Hang's mind moved. After roasting the camel last time, he tried to see if the system could recycle the camel skin. However, the pawn system indicated that the camel skin could not be considered as waste items after it was taken off. Until now, the camel skin is still in the color steel house. Well, next, we will roast a camel and an ostrich every 3 days on average, the barbecue master said again, in order to let the roast know the freshness of the ingredients. Basically, they will be processed after the team building customers arrive. So, you can simply use salt to treat it and dry it and put it away. I will think of a way later. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang said. The barbecue chef's words just now reminded him that once the barbecue started to be regularized, there would be a steady supply of camel skins, camel bones, ostriches, yak skins and other things produced, and it was definitely not okay to throw them away. It was a pity to dispose of them cheaply, and the best way was to redevelop these things. Okay, Secretary Su, you go ahead. I'll go and pack up those things. The barbecue chef turned his head and looked behind him. When these guests started singing and drinking, the roasted camels and roasted ostriches had basically been eaten up. Okay. At the same time, in a hotel in Lon City, Chin Susu was bored looking at the scenery outside the window. Until the sound of the video call came, she gradually came back to her senses. Originally, she wanted to wait until the roasted whole camel bonfire party was over before returning to High City, but later she asked the company that organized the team building, and they didn't want outsiders to participate, so she rushed to Lon City, the capital of Suqing province. In advance? Dad, what's wrong? Chin Susu asked after connecting the video. Where are you now? Chin Yiming frowned. Lon City? We will probably reach High City the day after tomorrow. Chin Susu looked back out the window. Today your mother came back and said that your college's project has been reported as a key scientific research project. These past 2 days, your college leaders have been contacting some large animal farms. You should go to the college to make contact, so as not to delay things. Chin Yiming glared at Chin Susu unhappily. So soon? School hasn't started yet. Hearing this, Chin Susu couldn't help but be surprised. Today is only August 20th, and the general start time for colleges is at the end of August or the beginning of September. I'll tell you that this project has become a key scientific research project. Okay then. Chin Susu sighed. I've been out there for nearly 2 months without realizing it. And I have to work hard again. If I don't see you the day after tomorrow, you'll just wait for me. Don't worry. The next day, the sun rose, Gyoga City ushered in a new day, and Gyoga City was much more lively than Ase County. Especially during rush hour, there were workers rushing to work everywhere, but at this time, Zhao Ping, the director of Yousheng Camel Farm in Gyoga City, was staring at his phone and getting more and more angry, and finally threw his phone on the desk. This ice lake campground started again last night, and there were videos of roasting whole camels everywhere on the short videos. I saw it. There was also a man in his 40s sitting opposite the desk. The man's name is Go Shuiping, and he is the deputy director of Yousheng Camel Factory. Huh? Where did this outdated star get the camels? Zhao Ping was furious. He had been waiting for news since Shu Yutian called him last time. Although he had temporarily raised the price, Zhao Ping believed that Shu Yutian would eventually come to him to buy camels. When he watched the video again, the campsite was already on fire. I asked around, and the campsite bought the camels that were scattered around us. Later, I heard from a colleague that a camel factory in Chaidan County recently ordered 30 camels, which should be what they ordered. Go Shuiping straightened up. Ah, ordered from Chaidan County? Zhao Ping's face instantly turned ugly. The reason why he dared to raise the price temporarily before was that he thought the other party had money, and they were the only large camel farm in the entire Gyoga City. But if they ordered camels from Chaidan County now, wouldn't our farm have no chance at all? What about our camels, this year? The feeding cost is too high, and there are not many regular customers. I thought that at worst, I could restore the quotation to the original level later. Pa! Zhao Ping took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff with some annoyance. 30 camels plus some scattered camels. At least 2 months will be enough. In fact, we don't need to be too anxious now. It depends on whether we dare to do it. If we dare, we won't have any trouble selling our camels. On the other side, Go Shuiping hesitated for a moment and looked at Zhao Ping. We won't have any trouble selling our camels? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping raised his eyebrows. If we didn't have any trouble selling, how could the stock be so low that we couldn't hold on? Mr. Zhao, actually, this campsite has inspired me. You can change your mindset. Since they can roast whole camels, can't we? Go Shuiping rubbed his hands. In fact, when he watched the video last night, he couldn't help but have such an idea. We do it, but we are a breeding farm. Not a camping site, we are just tourists. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ping looked at Go Shuiping. We can also build a camping site. Binggu camping site is in Binggu village. We can build one near the county seat of Ase County. Not only is the rent there very cheap, water, electricity, accommodation and other conditions are several times better than Binggu village. Maybe we can intercept some team building activities in advance. Go Shuiping said again. Shall we build one near the county seat of Ase? Zhao Ping was silent again. It was not until a long time that he spoke with some concern. But the other party has a former star. And we don't have many people who are going for Shu Yun. Mr. Zhao, this is easier. They have Shu Yun. So we can also invite former stars. The price of stars is not very high now. Go Shuiping immediately waved his hand, indicating that this was not a problem. Shall we invite them too? But our farm now has only 50,000 or 60,000 yuan in public accounts. Even if the construction cost of the campsite is low. If we invite former stars, we need to prepare at least 2 million yuan in cash. Zhao Ping's brows were getting deeper and deeper. The camel farm still has a mortgage of 3 million. If it borrows another 2 million, it will be a 5 million loan. There are only 300 camels in the farm now. Even if they are all sold at the market price, it will be less than 8 million. Mr. Zhao, you can't calculate it this way. Do you know how much a team building activity booked at Binggu Campground costs? Go Shuiping has been working with Zhao Ping for several years. As soon as he sees Zhao Ping's face, he knows what he is worried about. How much? Zhao Ping's face has a hint of curiosity. One event costs 1.2 million. Go Pingshui quoted the price he had inquired about. What? 1,200,000? So profitable? Zhao Ping's eyes widened. Obviously, he didn't expect the price to be so high. What do you think? I made a preliminary estimate. One event costs 1.2 million. Even if we invite out-of-date stars, the cost of one event will not exceed 500,000. So we can make 700,000 per event? Zhao Ping leaned forward. Well, think about it. What does it mean to make 700,000 per event? It's equivalent to us selling more than 20 camels. What's a mere 2 million loan? It's just 3 or 4 events. Go Pingshui continued to analyze. Chapter 117 Decentralization of the Clinic. That makes sense. Why don't we give it a try? A few minutes later, Zhao Ping's face was already full of excitement. If a person wants to succeed, he must fight hard, but fighting without risking is not enough. Such a high profit is totally worth a try. Anyway, I think it's totally fine. This way, our camel farm will be revitalized, and we will make a lot of money. Go Ping nodded heavily. Okay, let's give it a try. I'll go to the bank at noon to see what the loan policy is. When you're done, you can also ask if there is any land for rent near the county seat of Ase County. If we want to do it, we should do it as soon as possible. Gnashing his teeth, Zhao Ping finally made a decision under the advice of Vice President Go Shuiping. Okay. At the same time, Binggu village, Su Hang didn't know that Yongshu Camel Farm had already begun to imitate Binggu Campground. He was on the phone at this time. The call was from Zhong Ruofei. What? It will take half a year to deliver optical fiber to our Binggu village. After hearing this, Su Hang frowned. If I remember correctly, the base station interface closest to Binggu village is only a dozen kilometers away. A dozen kilometers of lines will take half a year. Don't be too exaggerated. Well, but he said that if we are willing to pay a certain interface fee, it can be done in 10 days at most. After a while, Zhong Ruofei's voice came again. 10 days? These people are really... Su Hang was speechless. According to regulations, optical cable should be delivered to Binggu village for free. Now it's free for half a year and paid for 10 days, which is too realistic. How much is the interface fee? After a while, Su Hang asked again. Speechless. But in this society, the most important thing is that Binggu village is in urgent need of optical fiber, and half a year is too long. It's 100,000. And their team will come and finish the work in 10 days. But the line will be delivered by poles. Zhong Ruofei replied. I know. We will slowly deal with the matter of putting the optical cable into the underground corridor later. Su Heng turned and glanced at the village clinic. The work that can be completed in 10 days must be the work of delivering the line by poles. If it is done in the underground corridor, it will take several months to complete. Then 100,000 is acceptable. But they need to enter the site as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Su Heng made a decision. The 5 months saved could have earned back countless hundreds of thousands. Well, I'll go find their person in charge later. Zhong Ruofei replied, and a moment later the voice came again. Xiao Su, I recruited a pharmacist and 2 nurses at the talent market yesterday afternoon. They can report to the health center today and tomorrow morning. If I can't make it back, you can arrange it for me. Zhong Ruofei thought it would be difficult to recruit talents of this kind. As a result, when he heard that the treatment was the same as that of Joga People's Hospital and 2 meals were provided, he received more than a dozen electronic resumes in 1 hour. Okay, I'll find a way to solve the accommodation problem. If it doesn't work, let them stay on the first floor of the health room for a few days. After a little calculation, Su Heng said, the first floor is now filled with useless large medical equipment. Although it can't be used now, it can be moved to make room for 2 bunk beds. Even in large hospitals, the nurses or doctors on duty rest in bunk beds. There are very few staff dormitories that can really provide double rooms with bathrooms. Yeah. A few minutes later, Su Heng hung up the phone and started a new round of work. Laying bricks, adding cement, pouring concrete, preparing gray tiles, glazed tiles, light strips, etc. for the outside of the small building. He was busy until noon before he came to the food stall. Coincidentally, Su Heng just ran into Shi Linian, who came down to eat when he was about to enter the door. Brother Shi, I have recruited 3 people for you, a pharmacist and 2 nurses, who will be here tomorrow. You and Mrs. Shi should hold on today. Turning around and taking a look at the door of the clinic next to him, Su Heng said, today, the number of patients who came to see a doctor is not less than yesterday, but more and more. It is because yesterday, many patients with minor illnesses went home and started to promote again, saying that the directors of large hospitals are different, with good attitudes and high levels of expertise, and that the village clinic in Bingdu village has ultrasound machines and endoscopes, which are not backward at all. The most important thing is that they feel that they have made a profit, and that they only spent 100 or 80 yuan to see an expert from a top hospital. If they go to a big city, there will be scalpers, and they will not be able to leave without spending tens of thousands of yuan for various examinations, so they suddenly feel that they have made tens of thousands of yuan. In this case, how can there be few patients coming to see a doctor? 3 more recruited? Did Lao Zhong go to Jioga City? Shi Linian was stunned. To be honest, the pace of yesterday and today was really fast. I fell asleep within half a minute of lying down last night. It would be great if we could add some temporary staff. But to be honest, although I was physically tired in Bingdu village, I was not mentally tired. I was very relaxed. How is their salary calculated? I'll remember it when I go back, Shi Linian said again. Since receiving the 200,000 yuan drug purchase payment, the village clinic's accounts have been completely separated from the camping grounds. Since the 2 nurses and pharmacists work in the clinic, their salaries must be paid by the clinic. Of course, the general account of the clinic is still managed by Bingda Culture and Tourism, and the accounts must be reconciled here at the end of each month. You can ask Brother Zhong about the specific benefits when he comes back, but if the clinic is in a tight spot, the salaries of these 3 people can be paid by Bingda Culture and Tourism for a period of time. Su Heng looked at Shi Linian. He did not ask about the specific treatment of Jioga People's Hospital. Salary is fine, as long as the number of patients does not decrease. I estimate that the money for the equipment can be paid off in 4 or 5 months. If large equipment is put into use, it will probably be earlier. Upon hearing this, Shi Linian immediately waved his hand. Pay off in 4 or 5 months, so fast. Su Heng was shocked at first, then understood. Come to think of it, the couple saw at least 100 patients yesterday, and there were 12 inpatients, so the income must be quite a lot. Shi Linian and Song Qing have not collected the registration fee yet. If they collect the registration fee, this item alone will bring in more than 1,000 net income a day. By the way, Xiao Su, has Lao Zhong come back? After entering the door, Shi Linian first signaled Ding Santai to bring 2 employee meals, and then said after thinking for a while, not yet, what's wrong? Su Heng shook his head. Then can he help me recruit another toll collector? Yesterday, I was delayed for a long time because of the toll collection, Shu Yutian said immediately. Toll collector? How about this, brother Shu? You can interview the people you want in the clinic. After thinking for a moment, Yousheng said, the most frightening thing about hiring people is not knowing their background, especially in the medical industry. You need to know their true level. Because this industry has a very low tolerance rate, it's okay if nothing goes wrong, but if something goes wrong, it's definitely a big deal. In addition, it's better to completely delegate the general account of the village clinic to Bingda Culture and Tourism. After the Bingda Culture and Tourism Finance Department grows and develops, you can directly assign a financial director to the clinic. I recruit them myself? Shu Yutian looked at Yousheng in surprise. Well, after all, you are the one who employs them. And you are the only one who knows whether it is convenient or not. And you will also arrange the future planning of the village clinic. After all, you have worked in the top hospitals. Just like if you come to purchase medical equipment this time, you must know the size of the latest equipment. Yousheng nodded. Well, then, I still have some resources in this field. And I will definitely let our village clinic use these large medical equipment as soon as possible. I will also strictly control the employment. Seeing that Yousheng had even entrusted the next planning of the clinic to him, Shu Yutian nodded heavily after a long silence. He was even more determined to get the village clinic on the right track in the shortest possible time. This was a trust he had never received in all these years. What does it mean to have the final say in planning, even if he chose another site within the scope of Bingda Village to build a village clinic? It would be fine. Thank you for your hard work, brother Shu. Yousheng smiled. Why work so hard? It's all our own business. It will also benefit our villagers and our employees if the Bingda Village Health Center is running well. Shu Yutian waved his hand immediately. The tide rises and falls. A week has passed in a flash. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Bingda Village, Yousheng stood on the scaffold and stretched his body. This week, Bingda Campground has held 3 team-building activities. The atmosphere was very exciting under the leadership of Shu Yutian. Now it has gained a small reputation. That's not all. Since the campground announced the regular operation of roasting whole camels and whole ostriches on the official account, the campground has received 8 more events one after another. The time has been scheduled until mid-September. Therefore, the cash flow of the campsite has also become more abundant. Apart from daily expenses, there are already 2.1 million in the account. And it is still growing. And there is also good news in infrastructure. The 3rd staff dormitory building has been capped, and the facade has been installed. And the interior decoration is being carried out at the same time. After drying for a period of time, it can be officially occupied. The most important thing is that the canteen can be moved in. This week, the 2 employees of the canteen are really busy. Every day, they have to replenish a large amount of goods, place orders, and stock up. The most exaggerated thing is that they replenish the goods twice in one day. It was for this reason that Yousheng had to include the purchase of a 2nd truck in the plan. The progress of Guanque Tower was also good. 2 layers of the inner core had been poured. Even with the construction blocking, some building outlines could be seen. Huh? Raised his hand to check the time. Just when Yousheng was about to clean up the surrounding construction waste, the phone rang suddenly. Took it out and took a look. Yousheng immediately answered the phone. Brother Zhong, what's wrong? The call was from Zhong Ruofei. Xiao Su, our card member home is completed. Are you busy or free now? If you are free, come and take a look. If there are any problems, you can ask the construction team to rectify them on site. Soon, Zhong Ruofei's voice came from the receiver. It's completed? Okay, I'll come over later. Upon hearing this, Yousheng immediately said that it was no problem. During this period of time, he has been busy with the staff dormitory building, and has no time to pay attention to that place. Yousheng actually wanted to know what the card member home looked like after it was completed. Chapter 118 honored as the #1 natural village in Osset County. Swish, after more than 10 minutes, a pickup truck stopped next to the gas station. After getting off the car, Yousheng looked to the side. The card friend's home was built to the east of the gas station, but not right next to it. Instead, there was a lane about 50 meters wide. Also, although the gate of the card friend's home faces the National Highway 215, it is not close to it. It is nearly 30 meters away from the National Highway. Not bad. After walking forward for 2 minutes, Yousheng came to the gate of the card friend's home. Looking around, the entire card friend's home covers an area as large as 2 football fields. It has been completely hardened and has about 100 heavy truck parking spaces. There is a 2-meter-high iron fence around the periphery. The gate is not a modern retractable door, but a closed large iron gate. The 12-color steel houses are placed at the easternmost part of the car friend's home. Xiao Su. Is there anything else to improve? While checking, Zhong Ruofei came over with 2 middle-aged men. Not bad, we will plant a circle of trees around the cardholder's home later, so it will be more lively. Looking around again, Su Hang said. As time goes by, the beer bottles left over from each team building activity, cardboard boxes, and newly cleaned up waste building materials, anything that can be recycled by the system are all converted into pawn value. Now the pawn value has reached more than 500,000. The trees bought from the system are cheap, and the survival rate can reach 99.99%, which is definitely the most cost-effective exchange. If we buy trees from real life, it would be very good if 1/5 of the trees in Yuan and the campground survive. Yeah. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Su Hang is in charge of the greening and garbage disposal at the campground, so they basically never get involved. By the way, have you purchased the things needed for the shared room? After a pause, Su Hang asked. We have purchased them. We bought 5 washing machines, 10 induction cookers, and built a public bathroom for bathing. Zhong Ruofei said. The heavy truck home is very well prepared this time. In addition to some life services that drivers need, there is also a shared car wash room and a shared tool room. There are various tools for repairing cars. Anyway, as long as the heavy truck driver refuels at Binga gas station, he can enjoy these free resources after scanning the code at the door. Okay. Su Hang looked in the direction of the color steel house. According to this, the truck friend's home will be officially open for business tomorrow. Xiao Su. I want to assign 2 security guards here. After all, fuel tank safety is what heavy truck drivers value most. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei said again. Okay, let Song Fei manage it when the time comes. Su Hang replied. There are already 5 security guards in Binga Cultural Tourism, and if we recruit 2, it will be 7. Song Fei has been a special operations team member for 5 years, and is the current security captain. He sometimes works as a part-time driver. For this reason, Song Fei's salary level has been raised to the level of a supervisor. Okay, I will promote it on our official account later, and make a billboard for the gas station. Yes. Just like that, Su Hang and Zhong Ruofei walked and talked, and looked at the environment of the shared room one by one, before coming to the gate again. Brother Zhong, what is the progress of the farm now? Looking back at the cardholder's home again, Su Hang said. The steel frame of the breeding shed over there has been completed, and the hardening of the breeding house is in progress. After the hardening is completed, the whole house needs to be disinfected and sterilized. I estimate that it will take another 20 days. Zhong Ruofei was a little helpless. He originally thought that the construction of the breeding farm would be very fast. But when it was built, he found that a large-scale formal breeding farm was not as simple as simply building a few hay houses. There were also quarantine rooms and other requirements. That's why it has been delayed until now. 20 days is 20 days. Anyway, that can still cope with it. Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the farm is completed, the only project under construction in the camping site is the Guanque Tower. Well, I have already sent a recruitment notice to the farm some time ago, and many people have submitted resumes. Once the farm is completed, the staff will definitely be in place as soon as possible. Okay. Anyway, the staff dormitory building has already been ding-ling-ling. But just when Su Hang wanted to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from another place. After thinking about it, Su Hang gestured to Zhong Ruofei and walked to the side to answer the phone. Hello? Hello? Are you Xiao Su from Bingyu Village? The next moment, an old man's voice came from the phone. I am. Who are you? Su Hang's expression moved. Hello, my name is Feng Shuyu. I am an old neighbor introduced by Xiao Fan. He said he would contact you when I arrived in Jioga City. See. The voice came from the phone again. Feng Shuyu? Oh, are you Uncle Feng that Brother Fan told me about last time? Su Hang understood immediately. Yes. Uncle Feng, it's like this. We have a truck in Jioga City to transport goods today. How about you follow the truck? Su Hang said immediately. What's wrong? I've already troubled you enough. Okay, I'll ask the driver to contact you later. Thank you for your trouble. The sun was setting in the west. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was about half an hour before the end of the get-off-work day. This time period was basically the time for most workers to slack off. AC County, the staff of the South Street office were no exception. 7 or 8 people were gathered together holding cups of water, chatting from time to time. TSK, I have to say, doctors in big hospitals are different. My aunt went to the Bingdu Village clinic 3 days ago. Today, her condition has begun to improve, and she only spent more than 200 yuan. A female staff member by the window said with emotion. So only now can we see the gap between us and developed cities. The fact that the East is ahead of the West by more than 10 or 20 years is not just talk. Zhang Qi followed with emotion. The most important thing is that the people in Bingdu Village Health Center are also very professional. My third aunt came back and said that there are pharmacists, nurses, cashiers, wards, and the professionalism is not inferior to the street community health service station and township health center. Now you have to queue up for a long time to see a doctor, and sometimes you can't even get a turn. I really want to have a villager relative there, so that I don't have to go back and forth to see a doctor in the future. The female staff member sighed again. Since the news gradually spread, people who go to Bingdu Village for medical treatment are not only from Ase County, but also from Chaidan County and Jioga City. Bingdu Village really taught them a lesson, letting them know what it means to be indifferent to me today, and to be out of reach of me tomorrow. In the past, people would only look down on Bingdu Village, but now they wish they had a relative there. In addition to the village clinic, the campsite there is also very popular. I was shocked when I was watching a video the day before yesterday. I think it's okay to say that Bingdu Village is the largest natural village in Ase County. Zhang Qi agreed and said, "Who says it's not? There are at least 500 people going to Bingdu Village every day. Which natural village can do that? There are also gas stations, food stalls, and a super village clinic. Who knows if Bingdu Village will come up with other super things in the future? The only regret is that there are only 6 villagers registered as permanent residents there. If there are more permanent residents, I won't be surprised if Bingdu Village develops into Bingdu Town in the future." The woman nodded in approval. In her mind, Bingdu Village is now the largest natural village in Ase County, and is irreplaceable. But the villagers there are better than each other, and the level of entering the village has naturally reached a new height. Now I feel bad even if I go to Bingdu Village to apply for permanent residence registration. Therefore, Bingdu Village is destined to have few permanent residents. In fact, I don't think the number of permanent residents is a problem. The quality of the 600 villagers in other villages may not be as good as these 6 people. So Shaoli is really lucky. Bingdu Village will definitely be promoted as a benchmark in the future. At this point, Zhang Qi's eyes flashed with envy. As village cadres, their performance is the various indicators of the village. Except for some special circumstances, the annual evaluation at the end of the year will basically not go wrong. That's a must. Look at him. A newcomer. He went to the provincial capital for training for 2 months, and came back to get an excellent. It's too perfect. The woman took a sip from the water cup. Sometimes you really have to believe in fate. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. However, what the woman and Zhang Qi did not notice was that when Luli, who was sitting in a corner, heard them say that Bingdu Village was already the largest natural village in Ase County, her face was full of faint pride. And when she heard them envy Li Mei, her mouth showed a strong disdain, and her eyes seemed to say that Bingdu Village should also be counted as hers. In late August, the northwest of China could already feel a faint breeze in the evening. Bingdu Village, Su Heng brought an old friend, who was about 60 years old, whose forehead was still covered with a band-aid, to the food stall. The old man was none other than Feng Shuyu, who had just been picked up from Jioga City by a truck. "Uncle, I told you just now. If you feel uncomfortable during this period, you can go directly to the clinic next door. If you want to eat, come to the food stall here," Su Heng introduced as he walked. "Oh Xiao Su, thank you so much." Looking around, Feng Shuyu's face was full of satisfaction. After getting off the car, and seeing the ruins and 3-story buildings around him, he immediately fell in love with this place. Isn't this the place he dreamed of? It is extremely secluded, but can still guarantee the most basic survival. It is perfect to work on the scientific research project in hand quietly here. These are all trivial matters. Su Heng smiled and waved his hand. "By the way, Xiao Su, what is your relationship with Xiao Fan? You let Xiao Fan trouble you, I really." After a pause, Feng Shuyu couldn't help but say again, "Brother Fan and I are friends. You can just live here, and don't think about anything else." To be honest, The mobile toilet at the corner of the open-air camp was given by Brother Fan. Seeming to have seen what Feng Shuyu was thinking, Su Hang replied immediately. Is that so? Feng Shuyu felt a little relieved. But after a pause, he suddenly thought of something and pointed to the 3 prefabricated steel houses across the national highway and asked, By the way, Xiao Su, do I live over there? Chapter 119 Old Man Trap. When coming to Binggu Village, Fan Tian told Feng Shuyu that the accommodation conditions here were not very good, and it was very likely to be a prefabricated steel house. Looking around, it seemed that there were only 3 prefabricated steel houses here. So Feng Shuyu subconsciously thought that he would live here. Oh, not a prefabricated steel house. Upon hearing this, Su Hang immediately waved his hand. Then what is it? Feng Shuyu was a little surprised. You live in the house in our campground. Su Hang said again. Xiao Su in the campground? Really no need. I can live in a prefabricated steel house. I have a lot of things on hand now. Turning his head to look at the sign of Binggu Campground, Feng Shuyu waved his hands anxiously. Before leaving this time, he had another big fight with his wife before he got his salary card. But even if he got the salary card, there was only more than 3,000 yuan in it. He had to save money before this month's salary came. Don't worry, it's free. Seeing Feng Shuyu like this, Su Hang immediately replied. Free? How can this be? I told Xiao Fan that. You can't live here for nothing. You have to do whatever you have to do. Feng Shuyu was stunned. Half of the 3,000 yuan in his card was intended to be used for rent. It's really free, and to tell you the truth, our 3 prefabricated steel houses have been used as warehouses. No one can live there. Besides, all the villagers in Binggu village live there except for the 2 village doctors. Su Hang explained again. Now he lives in a single-family house. The first floor lobby was originally a nanny's room. Later, thinking that there would be no need for a nanny, it was changed into a small guest bedroom. No one has lived here until now. Since Fan Tian made the call, Su Hang planned to let the old man live here. Anyway, his bedroom and living room are on the 2nd floor, which does not affect his original life. Can't people live there? Feng Shuyu was stunned. Well, if you don't believe me, I'll take you there to see it later. Then how much is the room fee of your campsite? I'll go first. Seeing Su Hang's serious face, Feng Shuyu knew that the color steel house opposite might not be habitable, so he could only settle for the next best thing. Uncle Xiao Su, listen to me. It's like this. It can't be considered a place for external business just like that. After more than 10 minutes of extreme pulling, Su Hang and Feng Shuyu came to the gate of a yuan with the suitcase. At first, Feng Shuyu was a little embarrassed, thinking that he had caused a lot of trouble for Su Hang. He even said that he would be fine if he lived in a tent when he passed by the open-air camp. But from the moment he stepped into the gate of a yuan, he was praised by all kinds of people. His eyes were almost straight, especially when he saw the pavilion boat by the pond. He couldn't move his feet for a long time. Since then, the old man never said that he didn't want to live in the campground again, but kept saying it was a good place. A good place. This also fulfilled the joke of the campground receptionist. They said privately that Yuan had become an old man trap, whether it was a tourist or someone else. As long as they stepped into Yuan, they must stay there for a night. Half an hour later, Su Hang left Yuan, but he ran into Zhong Ruofei after walking a few steps. Xiao Su, have you eaten yet? Zhong Ruofei asked casually. Not yet? Su Hang shook his head. Oh, then go and eat quickly. By the way, who is the old man you brought this afternoon? Zhong Ruofei said as he walked. He is an old neighbor of a friend. By the way, the mobile toilet was bought by my friend. I finally settled the old man in the small guest room downstairs. Su Hang turned around and pointed at the mobile toilet. It's hard to say whether it would be arranged for other old neighbors, but Fan Tian's proposal must be properly arranged. Apart from anything else, this mobile toilet was a great help at a critical moment, and the favor must be repaid. Oh, no wonder you care so much. What does the old man do? Why did he come to live in our Bingdu village? Zhong Ruofei asked curiously while understanding. Alas, my friend said that there seemed to be some problems at home. As for what the old man does, my friend didn't give a detailed introduction, and I was embarrassed to ask. Su Hang shook his head. He doesn't like others to pry into his privacy, and he also doesn't like to pry into other people's privacy. Of course, if others take the initiative to ask, that's another matter. Will that affect whether you let him stay at my place? There is a guest bedroom next to my room. Zhong Ruofei thought for a while, and then said, "It doesn't affect at all. Besides, he will stay here for 2 days. Relax and go back." Su Hang waved his hand. "Oh, then." Zhong Ruofei didn't say anything else. "But then again, after the Guanque Tower is repaired, we will vacate 2 more rooms in a yuan. It's not a big deal to let brother Sher and sister Sher live in the clinic all the time." Yeah. The sun rises and sets, and a week passes in a flash. It is already September 3rd. Since the second day after the launch of the truck driver's home, the business at the gas station has been steadily increasing. Many truck drivers originally did not want to stay in Binggu village, but after hearing the gas station staff say that the truck driver's home offers free showers, free meals, and security guards patrolling at night to ensure that no oil is lost, they could no longer resist the temptation and drove their heavy trucks into the truck driver's home. It was because they had been traveling all the way, and they did not dare to sleep soundly even if they stayed overnight in the service area. A safe sleep had become a luxury. Truckers are a small circle. When the first truck entered trucker home, he posted the situation of trucker home to the group. In this way, one person told 10 people, 10 people told 100 people. And many drivers finally decided to make Binggu Village Trucker Home their new supply station. In this way, the gas station business would be bad. Moreover, some truckers parked their cars at Trucker Home and then came to the food stalls to consume various things, making the popularity of this place even stronger. Especially at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it felt that compared with the operas in the countryside in the 1970s and 1980s, it was just a stage away. That's not all. After a few days of drying, the third staff dormitory was officially put into use. Looking from the opposite building, it already feels a bit like a street. The small shop was also moved to the opposite side, and a sign of Bingdu supermarket was hung again. The reception capacity has increased significantly. However, although the reception capacity of the small supermarket has been improved, the cardholder's home has provided a lot of customers, making the current supermarket barely enough, and it can't be said to be rich. The same is true for the food stalls. The area has expanded, but there are more customers and it is still tight. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, because the third ancient building and the trucker's home were completed, Su Hang put his focus on the Guanque Tower again, and Zhong Ruofei took charge of the breeding farm. The optical fiber was also officially connected to Binggu village 3 days ago. Now Yuan, the ancient building, and the gas station are all equipped with broadband, Wi-Fi, and the speed is very fast. While the efficiency of the employees has been greatly improved, tourists at the campsite, heavy truck drivers, and even hospitalized patients have given good reviews. In short, everything is moving in the best direction. TSK. But just as everyone in Binggu village was doing their own thing, an urban off-road SUV had originally passed the location of the 3 small buildings, but it suddenly braked, turned around and stopped on the side of the road. If you look closely, you can vaguely see a paper sign in the car compartment, which reads for Xiaogui Jiafang. What is this place? It looks like a village, but it's not a village. There's a camping site sign over there. At this time, in the car, a middle-aged woman sitting in the back seat frowned and asked, "Let me check." A young man on the co-pilot seat hurriedly took out a map from his briefcase. And at the same time, he began to type information on his mobile phone. After a few minutes, the young man looked back at the woman. "Director, this is a place called Binggu Village in Asa County. It used to be an abandoned oil town and belonged to the category of no man's land. Now there are only 6 registered villagers." 6 villagers? After a little thought, the woman looked at a woman next to her who looked very capable. "Xiao Gao, you and Xiaoli will go down and ask a few more people. A village of 6 people can better explain the problem. We must grasp the key points." "Okay, Director." The woman nodded immediately. "The camera must be well hidden this time. Don't cause unnecessary trouble like the one in the county." The middle-aged woman reminded again before getting off the car. "Don't worry." At Bingdu supermarket, the newly appointed supermarket manager Wang Qian had just sent a customer away, and when she was about to look at the fruit section, a young man walked in at the door. "Boss, get a pack of cigarettes?" Looking at the counter, the young man said, "Okay." According to the young man's request, Wang Qian handed the cigarette to the young man. However, what Wang Qian did not expect was that the young man did not leave, but continued to wander around the supermarket, as if he wanted to buy other things. After a while, the young man casually said, "Boss, do you own this store? It looks like the business is pretty good." "No. Wang Qian did not notice anything wrong and replied casually. Who owns it? The young man asked again. Huh? Why are you asking this? At this time, Wang Qian paused and asked. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm also a wholesaler. I saw that we have a good flow of customers. So I wanted to ask if there is any possibility of cooperation? The young man explained hurriedly. Oh, so that's the case, Wang Qian said casually while expressing her understanding. You have to find Mr. Zhong from Bingde Cultural Tourism for procurement. He is in charge. Mr. Bong? Is he the owner of the campground? The young man said casually. I don't know about this. I only know that he is one of the 6 villagers in Bingdu village. Wang Qian smiled. 6 villagers? Really? You're not lying to me. Are you? I see there are a lot of people here. How could there be only 6 villagers? The young man was surprised. It's true. And you may not believe it. At the beginning, there was only Secretary Sue in this village. Wang Qian said casually. Ah? Only Secretary Sue? Can you tell me more about Secretary Sue? I still don't believe it. I'm afraid it's a problem for me to even eat if I stay in this place alone. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up, but soon returned to normal. Chapter 120. Some things can't be told. This is absolutely true. At first, Secretary Sue lived in a flat-roofed hut converted from a ruin. Later, he bought 3 color-coded steel houses. And I heard that he saved a lot of people before the clinic was built. By the way, our star villager had a car accident at that time, and it was he who treated him. Later, he also dug a well in the village, built a campsite, and introduced a gas station. That's not all. Now Bingdu village is building a breeding farm. Speaking of Su Hang, Wang Qian talked endlessly. So amazing? The more he listened, the young man's eyes widened. Of course. Wang Qian nodded very seriously. Now Su Hang has almost been said to be a different level person in their circle of employees. Why does he stay in such a remote place? If he is so amazing, he should have more development in other places. After a moment of silence, the young man couldn't help asking again. I don't know the details, but I know he is a doctor from a top university in Blue Star, and now he is an introduced talent in Geoga City, with a regular position. Wang Qian shook her head. Introducing talents? Is it a full-time village party secretary? The young man's expression changed. I think so. Just when Wang Qian wanted to say something else, 2 more customers came in at the supermarket entrance. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. Seeing this, the young man said something and left the small supermarket. Wang Qian nodded and didn't care. Then she looked at the customer who just came in. Hello, what do you need? Little did she know, just when Wang Qian, the supermarket manager, received a customer who asked a lot of questions, AC County, Yongshou Breeding Farm Director Zhao Ping and Deputy Director Go Shuiping appeared in an abandoned courtyard about 1 kilometer away from the county seat of Ase County. The yard is not small, it is as big as 3 or 4 basketball courts. There are 3 adobe houses with worn-out door curtains at the innermost part of the yard. 400,000 for such a place? After seeing it, Zhao Ping's eyes widened, and he looked at Go Shuiping with dissatisfaction. Since the last time he decided to build a camping site, he has started to make all kinds of arrangements. Now the 2 million loan has been obtained, and the only thing left is to choose a site and start construction. Mr. Zhao, don't underestimate this place in Ase County, it is already the cheapest. Go Shuiping replied helplessly. Originally they thought of renting a place. But after thinking about it, they felt that renting a place was not very reliable. What if the original owner temporarily increased the rent or terminated the lease after the camping site was put into operation? After thinking about it, they finally decided to buy a yard in the name of Yongshou Camel Farm. The cheapest? Zhao Ping frowned. Well, actually, I think the price is about the same. This place used to be a garbage recycling station. There is definitely enough land. And there is no problem with water and electricity. The most important thing is that the distance from the county town is just right. If we roast whole camels here, we may attract local people in the county town. Go Shuiping said immediately. In his opinion, this location is much more convenient and has a richer source of customers than Bingdu village. If you say so, I can consider it. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Ping's face finally relaxed a lot. Mr. Zhao, there is really no problem here. As long as we demolish those 3 adobe houses and rebuild a new one, there will be no need for any major projects. Go Ping said again. Rebuild a new house? Let's build a small building like the one in Bingde Campground. Zhao Ping touched his chin. To be honest, after seeing the 3-story ancient building at Guanque Campground, he really thought it was good. Now if he wants to build a campground, he subconsciously wants to imitate it. The kind of building at Guanque Campground? Go Shuiping's eyes widened, and then he shook his head. Mr. Zhao, if you build that kind of building, I'm afraid we can't keep up. Not to mention anything else, the design fee for that kind of building is not a small amount. He wanted to imitate Guanque Campground and build a full camel. But he never thought of imitating the characteristic buildings there. Just give up on that kind of building. But then the quality of our campsite will be lowered. Zhao Ping hesitated. Quality? Mr. Zhao, actually, we really don't need to compare with this. First, this kind of small building looks good, but is not very practical. Second, our main activity is the whole roasted camel team building activity. As long as we invite out-of-date stars, the quality will not be lowered, Go Ping hurriedly advised. Of course, he didn't say another thing. That is, if the campsite here is really built like the Guanque campsite, 2 million is really not enough. That's true. After a long silence, Zhao Ping said nothing. Mr. Zhao, is this place settled? Go Shuiping asked tentatively. Okay, but there is a prerequisite. The total cost of building the house cannot exceed 600,000. We must keep 1 million as working capital. Zhao Ping nodded and said, 600,000? It should be no problem. Looking around, Go Shuiping calculated silently in his mind. Here, just when Go Shuiping was about to take out his mobile phone to contact the owner of the yard, Zhao Ping suddenly thought of something and said, By the way, Mr. Go, a university in High City contacted me this morning. University in High City? Go Shuiping was a little surprised. Well, it's called Haisher Jiaodong University. I checked it out. This university ranks among the top 5 in the country. Zhao Ping nodded. Ah? Haisher Jiaodong University? We have nothing to do with their university. Why are they looking for us? Go Ping was shocked. He didn't go to college. But his child will take the college entrance examination next year. So he learned about many good universities in advance. Now it feels like a fairy tale to hear Zhao Ping say this. It is said that they want to do a scientific research project in our camel farm. They will pay us a certain amount of money and guarantee that our camels will not be harmed. Zhao Ping thought about it and said, Research project? No wonder. Then I must agree. Oh my goodness. Shanghai Jiaodong University is a top-tier university in China. If other people knew that our camel farm has cooperated with a university of this level, it would be a good publicity for our farm. Go Shuiping's eyes became brighter and brighter. It can be imagined that once the sign of cooperation with Shanghai Jiaodong University for scientific research is hung outside the door, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. Even the relevant departments of Jiuge City will give Yongshou Farm some face in the future. But I'm worried that we are going to build a camping site now. What if their scientific research project affects our roasted camels? They said that although the university's scientific research team does not live in the camel farm, they will number the relevant camels. Go Ping was very excited. But Zhao Ping was still a little hesitant. He had almost never dealt with people of this level in his life. And he always felt a little pressured. Mr. Zhao, it won't happen. We have 300 adult camels in stock now. How many can the scientific research team use? Besides, by the end of the year, our camels can give birth to many baby camels. So they can use the baby camels for scientific research. This is really a good opportunity to endorse our farm. It will definitely be a face-boosting thing if we tell others about it. Go Shuiping waved his hands repeatedly, signaling Zhao Ping not to worry. After a pause, Go Shuiping added, Mr. Zhao, there are not many opportunities to meet experts and professors from top domestic universities in the Northwest. I guess the relevant leaders in Jiuge City may not have the opportunity to meet them. The relevant leaders in Jiuge City? That's right. Then I'll call them back later. When I called this morning, I said I would get back before 6 p.m. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Ping raised his hand to check the time and straightened his body, saying, Okay, I'll start contacting the owner right now. Okay. The sun was setting, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The west of Bingyu village was all red. Many tourists took out their phones subconsciously when they saw this beautiful scenery, and some even went to the unopened ruins area to take pictures. Uncle Feng, are you reading? Yuan Su Heng, who had just returned from Guanque Tower, greeted Feng Shuyu. After a few days of getting along, the two had become much more familiar with each other than before. Whenever they met, they would greet each other, and even chat for a few minutes in their spare time. The only thing that puzzled Su Hang was that the old man sat in the pavilion by the pond all day, watching the koi or reading books. Sometimes he would even chat and play chess with other guests. He looked extremely relaxed and had no intention of leaving. "Xiao Su, you're back." Seeing Su Hang, Feng Shuyu smiled and greeted him. "Well, Uncle Feng, have you eaten yet? I'll go to the food stall later. If you haven't, I'll bring you a portion," Su Hang said again. Although the old man lived downstairs and didn't pay, he was very particular about other things. He ate, drank, and bought things at the right price. Not a penny less. "Thank you. I've already eaten. By the way, Xiao Su, I want to go to the village clinic later. I wonder if the doctor there is finished get off work." Feng Shuyu shook his head and said again, "You want to go to the clinic?" Su Hang immediately thought of what Fan Tian had said on the phone before, and said immediately, "Well, I'll take you there later. Xiao Su, I really trouble you this time." Feng Shuyu was stunned, and said after a while, "It's okay." Just like that. More than 10 minutes later, Su Hang first sent Feng Shuyu to the clinic and gave some instructions to Shi Linian and his wife, and then came to the food stall. It was rare that Zhong Ruofei, Shu Yutian, and Lu Ming were all here. Xiao Su, seeing Su Hang, Lu Ming immediately pulled over a stool and waved to Ding Santai, signaling to bring another meal. "Just now we were thinking whether we should go to your place after dinner. And you came over?" Shu Yutian said with a smile. There was no team-building activity today, so he could sit here. Otherwise, he would be busy on the opposite side. "Come to see me? Is there something?" Su Hang took a sip from the disposable water cup and said, "Just now the three of us were talking about this. Several projects of our campsite have been on track recently, and the cash flow of the campsite is increasing. This afternoon I checked the account book and found that there are already more than 8 million yuan. We are thinking about whether we should pay back part of the land payment first, and get the property certificate back from the notary office as soon as possible." On the side, Zhong Ruofei took over the conversation. Chapter 121 Bingdu Village does not support idlers. More than 8 million. So much? Hearing the number reported by Zhong Ruofei, Su Hang was surprised. Now the most stable campsites should be Yuan accommodation and the village clinic, but the finances of the village clinic have been separated. Every month. It only needs to summarize to Bingdu culture and tourism, but does not need to make money. It will not be accounted for at the end of the year. After the official opening of the Card Friends home, the gas station has contributed a lot. The daily net profit can reach about 60,000. In addition, supermarkets and food stalls have also contributed a lot. Zhong Ruofei nodded. The biggest contribution is the whole camel roasting team building. So far, the first 17 building sessions have been completed, and there is even one more scheduled later. Of course, these revenues are all after the legal tax payment after issuing invoices to customers. If only the pre-tax revenue is counted, it will be more. Oh! Su Hang understood. It turns out that the business without rent is indeed more profitable than expected. Then, why don't we wait a little longer? I think we should start operating the farm first. During this period, I feel that our whole camel roasting activities are not as popular as they were at the beginning. If you want to maintain the popularity, you have to continue to release new products. In addition to the bonfire party at night, we may need to add other entertainment activities. Let those team-building teams have fun during the day while they are having fun at night. After thinking about it, Su Hang expressed his opinion. He could understand the three people's eagerness to pay back, but some time ago, he was in the third staff dormitory, and he could hear all kinds of discussions from tourists coming and going every day, including comments about the campsite. After Su Hang finished speaking, the three of them looked at each other, thinking. After a while, Lu Ming spoke up. Xiao Su's words make sense. Our farm is designed to accommodate 300 camels, 300 ostriches and 300 yaks. In addition to the basic stock, we also need to introduce camels and yaks. These also cost a lot of money. After speaking, before Su Hang and the other two spoke, Lu Ming added, in addition, there are only so many things that can be legally grilled in Xiagua. If we want to introduce new ones later, it will be nothing more than roasted whole donkey, roasted farmed crocodile, roasted farmed pheasant, quail, ringneck pheasant, turkey, guinea fowl, partridge, farmed roe deer, farmed sika deer, farmed red deer, roasted farmed blue peacock, roasted red-eared turtle, and alligator turtle. The breeding costs of these animals are not low. After Lu Ming finished speaking this time, there was a silence at the table. The three looked at each other and were speechless. Until the end, the three silently gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. It must be said that the list of names Lu Ming casually said at the end made even them want to try it. Let alone the tourists. Well, then, let's wait a little longer and start the breeding farm first. In recent days, the attention to roasting whole camels in our campsite has indeed decreased. After that, I will think about whether we can organize some activities that young people like. After a long time, Shu Yutian spoke first. The villagers of Bingdu village now have their own division of labor. Su Hang is in charge of the overall situation. Zhong Ruofei is in charge of business operations. Shi Linian and his wife are in charge of the village clinic. Lu Ming is in charge of the construction company. And Shu Yutian is in charge of various activities planning at the campsite. Okay, that's it. Uncle Lu and I will focus on the Guanque Tower. Brother Zhong will focus on the breeding farm. And Brother Shui will handle all the remaining activities. Looking at Shu Yutian, Su Hang nodded. Now Shu Yutian's legs are recovering better and better. The plaster on his feet has been removed. And now he can move freely with just a cane. At the same time, in the village clinic, Shi Linian was carefully wiping the wound on Feng Shuyu's forehead with a cotton swab. Uncle, after disinfection this time, you don't need to apply anything anymore. After that, Shi Linian turned around and threw the disposable medical supplies he had just used into the special trash can. The big hospital is born. Shi Linian, who used the wrong word, naturally knew the harm of medical solid waste, so the medical waste generated by the village clinic was not mixed with other waste. Oh, thank you. Feng Shui nodded. By the way, Uncle, are you here for tourism? I heard your accent sounds like you are from Yousheng. While washing his hands, Shi Linian asked casually, did you recognize my accent? Feng Shui was a little surprised, but he did not answer Shi Linian's question. I went to school in Yousheng for more than 10 years. Shi Linian smiled. You went to school in Yousheng for more than 10 years? Is this true? I always thought you were a local. Feng Shui's eyes widened, full of disbelief. I used to work in the Department of Cardiology at the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. Shi Linian replied with a relaxed look. It seems that he has completely let go of the past. Ah, this. Feng Shui took a deep breath. As an old Yousheng person, he knew the status of the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. It was not until a long time later that he spoke again. I just said that when I passed by these 2 days, I found that there was always a queue at the village clinic. No wonder. No wonder. These are all things in the past. Now I am the village doctor of Bingdu village. While speaking, Shi Linian had already washed his hands and signaled Feng Shui to leave. However, Feng Shui had no intention of leaving. Village doctor? Dr. Shi, can I ask you one more question about this? Oh, you go. Shi Linian nodded. I want to ask you how you became a villager of Bingdu village. I chatted with several employees these days. It's not easy to become a formal villager of Bingdu village. Feng Shui leaned forward. This is actually not as mysterious as those employees say. At that time, Bingdu village happened to be in need of a village doctor, so my wife and I joined. Of course, although some conditions of Bingdu village's official villagers are better than those of employees, such as being able to live in a yuan, etc., Bingdu village does not support idlers, and it is not easy to join, Shi Linian said with some emotion. Anyway, until now, he still believes that if Bingdu village is not in need of a village doctor, he and Song Qing will definitely have no problem becoming official employees of Bingdu culture and tourism. But whether they can become Bingdu village villagers is really uncertain. And a few days ago, Su Hang mentioned that he would vacate a house for them in a yuan, so that they could move in. But he didn't agree. The village health is not really mature yet, and there are still patients hospitalized at night, so he has to stay here. The villagers of Bingdu village can live in a yuan without supporting idle people. Feng Shui actually fell into deep thought. Uncle. Seeing this, Shi Linian whispered a few more reminders, but Feng Shui still didn't respond. Uncle, the tides rise and fall, and another 4 days have passed in a flash. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, High City Jiaotong University, College of Life Sciences, Laboratory, several teachers are packing up. It will take at least half a year, said a man in his 30s, curling his lips. Half a year? Half a year is if all experiments go smoothly. If something unexpected happens, it may take a year. not to mention half a year. Next to him, another elderly man followed up. Hey, Mr. Zhu, why can't we do this project in Haisher? Said the man who spoke first. Haisher? What are you thinking? Haisher has a large camel farm, and the conditions for this scientific research are also very harsh. It must be above 1,500 meters above sea level. The man called Mr. Liu replied, I'm just complaining. Now I just hope that the accommodation conditions in Jioga City can be better. By the way, Xiaoqin, didn't you just drive back from the northwest? How are the conditions in Jioga City? After a pause, the man turned his head and looked at a woman at the door. She was none other than Qin Susu, who hurried back from the Binga campsite. But at school, everyone called her Xiaoqin or her full name Qin Zijuan, not her nickname Qin Susu. There's no problem living there. The food is mainly pasta, and the climate is very dry. Qin Susu replied while packing her things. As one of the top universities in China, Shanghai Jiaotong University is not short of research funds. Therefore, this time the project team booked a hotel in Jioga City that ranks among the top 3 for their 13 people. Although the price is based on the annual package price for permanent stay, the necessary services will not be reduced at all. Eating noodles? It's so annoying. The man touched his forehead helplessly. Okay, stop complaining, and pack up quickly. We have to leave tomorrow morning. After the plane lands, we have to go to the Yousheng camel farm first. The older teacher Lu patted the man's shoulder. Okay. Little did they know that, at this time, it was not only the experts and professors from Shanghai Jiaotong University who mentioned Yousheng camel farm. In Ase County, South Street office, Zhang Qi was holding a cup of water and chatting with others. Have you heard about it? A camping site that provides roasted whole camels will also be open near the county town. It seems to be the target of Bingu village camping site. Is it true? A female staff member asked curiously. Really, a friend of mine said it. He said that he was working there these days, and the person in charge there also said that he would invite celebrities to help out after the event starts. Zhang Qi said again. Ah, they want to invite celebrities too? Nowadays, all walks of life are too aggressive. Another colleague in the office took over the conversation. Who said no? Just when Zhang Qi wanted to say something else, a man suddenly rushed into the office door in a panic. What's wrong, old Wang? So excited. Seeing this, Zhang Qi changed his words and asked. Something big has happened. We may be finished. After entering the door, the man casually replied and sat in front of the computer and started typing on the keyboard. What happened? Zhang Qi and others were getting more and more curious. Even Lu Li was puzzled. The man was usually a very steady person. Just now, there was a big news. The Xiaogui Jiaofang program came to our northwestern provinces for a secret visit. The content of the secret visit was mainly about grassroots cadres services. The program will be broadcast at 7:30 tonight. The man swallowed subconsciously. Ah? Xiaogui Jiaofang? Secret visit. Swish. The next moment, the office suddenly became dead silent, and it felt like a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly. Chapter 122. You call this just starting out? Old Zhang, don't joke. My heart isn't very good. After a long while, Zhang Qi took a deep breath and wanted to confirm again if it was true. What is Xiaogui Jiaofang? It is a program launched by Xiaogui's First Media, which starts on time at 7:35 every night. If you accidentally become the protagonist of this program, you will be given a warning talk at the least, or lose your job and be held accountable at the worst. It can be said to be a serious King of Hell program. The most important thing is that you don't know why it came to secretly interview, and when it left. Do you think I'm joking? Now other street offices are all in a turmoil. No. It should be said that no one in the entire northwest area is calm from top to bottom. The man replied angrily. In fact, every village cadre knows very well what is going on in his village. If you dig deep and look for it, every village has more or less a lot of problems. The entire northwest area? Everyone was shocked again. Well, now we have only released the news that it is targeting the northwest region. But it is still unknown which county or village will appear on the show. After the man said this, he took a deep breath and picked up his phone. This feels like a lottery. The lottery will be drawn at 7:30 in the evening. How can we not be nervous? And it's not just the ordinary grassroots employees below. The upper-level management may be several times more nervous than the grassroots employees now. This, Zhang Qi and others were stunned again. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you call your village party secretary and ask about the situation? Have you encountered anyone with strange behavior in the past 10 days? If so, then wait for the execution. The man sighed, and then dialed a number. Yes, yes, hurry up and call the village party secretary. The next moment, someone was looking for their cell phones, and some were looking through documents. The office was in chaos. Even the usually calm Luli silently took out her cell phone. Of course, everyone in the office knew that. Calling the village party secretary was just a psychological comfort. If they were really being secretly investigated, the village party secretary probably wouldn't know. Time passed by minute by minute. Before 7:30, it was definitely a tormenting time for many people in the Northwest. Not just Ase County, other counties under Gyeongga City's sister cities, and Suching Province's sister provinces, all had similar situations. Some people didn't even have the heart to eat. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they sat in front of the TV early and turned on Xiaogui Channel 1. In the county seat of Ase County, South Street office, the atmosphere today is surprisingly solemn, and everyone tacitly does not leave work normally. There is no way once this award falls on one's head, even if one is at home, one must rush to the office as quickly as possible. Anyway, the result is already determined. Why don't we go directly to the multimedia room, where there is a TV? Perhaps because he felt that the atmosphere in the office was too depressing, Zhang Qi stood up and made a suggestion. Multimedia room? That's right. It's close to the leader's office. If it really happens, it will be convenient for the leader to find us. The middle-aged man named Zhang took a deep breath and said, although the village I was responsible for repeatedly said that they didn't see any strangers in the afternoon. Who can guarantee it until the last minute? I think so. Then, many people in the office agreed. Let's go! A few minutes later, everyone came to the door of the multimedia room. What Zhang Qi, Luli and others didn't expect was that many colleagues from other departments were already sitting inside. Even the director of the street office, Xiaolong. Come in. If you work hard, you won't be like this now. Seeing the people at the door, Xiaolong said unhappily. But everyone can see that he is just as nervous as the others, or even more so. Alas, as time goes by, more and more grassroots staff come to the media room, and the atmosphere becomes more and more solemn. At 7:10, 7:20, and 7:30, when a few familiar words and a dignified female host appeared on the TV screen, everyone in the multimedia room was in their throats. The only sounds in the huge media room are the broadcasts on TV and the heavy breathing of others. Dear viewers, welcome to today's Xiaogui interview. I am the host. In recent years, many people have many opinions about grassroots work. For this reason, our reporters visited some areas of the 5 northwestern provinces for interviews. Please see the details below. At 7:35, the program officially began. As soon as the host finished speaking, the screen switched to an area that seemed to be full of adobe houses. Hello, everyone. This is Neojia Village, Dangshan Town, Lesui County, Qishan Province. We see here, as the host announced the name of the first place to be interviewed, everyone in the multimedia room breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the first one is from Qishan Province and has nothing to do with them. Hello everyone. This is Xian Province. Time passed by minute every time the reporter reported a place name. Zhang Qi and others secretly thought that they were temporarily safe. But they became more nervous, and they were afraid that the name of Ase County would be reported on the next screen. A 20-minute program felt as long as several years. Finally, in the agony, the time came to 7:47, and the program would end in 3 minutes. It's safe. At this time, the atmosphere in the office began to gradually ease, and some people began to whisper to each other. Everyone looked at each other, feeling like they had survived a catastrophe. According to Xiaogui's management, the last 3 minutes are usually for summary, and no more problems will be reported. Sure enough, the next moment the image of the female host appeared on the screen again. Dear audience, although there are various problems with grassroots staff now, there are also some people who are shining and making great efforts in Gyeongga City, Suching Province. Gyeongga City, Suching Province? Swish, the multimedia room had been relaxed. But after hearing this sentence, the atmosphere froze instantly, and many people's hearts were even more shocked. What's going on? Is there something about Gyeongga City? However, the next moment, when they heard the next report, their eyes widened. Some people were stunned. Especially Zhang Qi and Lu Li, their expressions were extremely complicated. Jiuge City, there is such a village party secretary in Binggu Village, Ase County. After obtaining a doctorate from a top university, he did not stay in the big city, but resolutely chose the northwest. Originally, Binggu Village was a deserted village with nothing. But after he arrived, he was not afraid of hardship, and he built a campsite in the village one after another. In addition, he actively responded to the policy and built a village clinic. This spirit is touching, and it is worth learning for all young talents. In addition to the introduction, a video clip of Binggu Village appeared on the TV screen. Some people pay attention to Xia Guijia's interview. Some people never pay attention to this kind of program, like Su Lang and his wife, the chairman of Su's medical group in Hong Kong. And some people don't have time to watch it, such as Su Hang, Binggu Village, Yuan. Su Hang just returned to the house from the cardholder's home. This afternoon, I took the time to buy some evergreen Chinese pine and tower pine from the system and planted them around. Maybe because there are more and more people in Binggu Village. This time, the system actually delivered it to the cardholder's home in the form of Yualala, so that everyone thought that Su Hang ordered the trees from Jiuge City. At this point, the card friend's home was completely completed. When there are more people, we have to find a way to set up a courier company, so that the delivery system can be much more convenient. And it can also solve the problem of courier difficulties in Binggu Village. After muttering, Su Hang turned to the tea table and planned to make himself a cup of tea. However, just as he picked up the teapot, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Su, are you there? Brother Zhong. Upon hearing the voice, Su Hang immediately put down the teacup and went to the front hall to open the door. What's wrong? Brother Zhong? After pulling a chair over, Su Hang made a cup of tea for the two of them. They had been busy with their own things these past 2 days, and hadn't seen each other much. Xiao Su, I talked to the person in charge of the farm today. He said that if our farm is put into use normally, we can prepare to introduce livestock now. Zhong Ruofei said. Can we introduce livestock so soon? Su Hang was a little surprised. A week ago, Zhong Ruofei said that it would take 20 days for the farm to be put into operation. How come? Well, the person in charge said that the interior of the pen has been hardened and fully disinfected, and the remaining projects are some waterways, circuits, and other details. When our animals arrive, they will be almost there. In addition, the 2 veterinarians and 10 workers who feed the animals have been confirmed. Zhong Ruofei explained. Recently, he has been recruiting people almost every day. In addition to the 12 people in the farm, 2 more staff members were added because of the skyrocketing business of the gas station. After careful calculation today, if the workers and veterinarians of the farm are in place, the 3rd staff dormitory building will also be full. Binggu Cultural Tourism has 48 full-time employees. In that case, let's start purchasing. After a little thought, Su Hang nodded. A team-building activity of roasting whole camels was organized 2 days ago. Now the remaining funds on the books have reached 10 million. The pressure of purchasing farmed animals should not be too great. Then how much is appropriate to purchase? Zhong Ruofei asked again. Brother Zhong, what do you think? Su Hang did not answer, but looked at Zhong Ruofei. During this period of time, he did not pay much attention to the farm. Although Zhong Ruofei was asking, he must have some ideas in his mind. Here's what I think. When we first start, we can start with a smaller farm. We can add the animals that Lao Lu mentioned later. Zhong Ruofei took out a notepad and paper from his pocket and started to calculate for Su Hang on the spot. An adult camel costs 25,000 yuan. We'll buy 100 first, since the overall environment is not very good this year. An ostrich of 2 years old costs about 3,000 yuan. I'm thinking of buying 1,000 first. Ah, 1,000 ostriches? Su Hang couldn't help but stroke his hair back. Chapter 123 Super Powerful Free Advertisement. I have to say, Su Hang really underestimated the small scale of Zhong Ruofei's worldview. General ostrich farms don't have so many. If you really want to keep so many, you probably have to clear out several ostrich farms. I dare not say anything else. I guess there will definitely be no other 2 ages of ostriches in Jiuge City. Well, ostrich is different from camel. A fresh ostrich egg can be sold for about 50 yuan. Next time we do team building, we can add a roasted ostrich egg. So I thought of ordering more. 1,000 should be enough, and we can add more later if it's not enough. Zhong Ruofei didn't notice Su Hang's expression, but continued to calculate. As for yaks, I plan to order white yaks from Tianzhu County, Weiwu City, our province. This county is the only place in the world where white yaks are produced. This is also a small feature, however. White yaks are more expensive than ordinary black yaks. Each one is about 30,000, and breeding bulls are about 200,000. I plan to buy 100 white yaks and a breeding bull first. After saying that, Zhong Ruofei took a sip of tea and looked at Su Heng again. We just started with so many. A total of 8.7 million is needed, and these animals should be able to support for a long time. In Zhong Ruofei's opinion, this batch will definitely be able to last for a year or two. 8.7 million? Sure, I have a channel for fodder, you don't have to worry about it. After a little thought, Su Heng nodded. The fodder in the pond system is super cheap. One day, I was free and did a simple calculation. 3,000 pond value is enough for the fodder needed by 100 yaks every day. Okay, then I'll contact Lao Shui later and ask him to. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Zhong Ruofei wanted to say something else, Su Heng's cell phone rang suddenly. At a glance, Su Heng's expression moved, and after signaling to Zhong Ruofei, he walked to the side and answered the phone. The caller ID showed a local unfamiliar number. There must be something going on. Hello, hello. Hello, are you Secretary Su? The next moment, a slightly excited man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Who are you? Su Heng asked again. Oh, I'm the director of our South Street office, Qiao Long. The man's voice sounded quickly. Is it Director Qiao? Hello? Su Heng was a little puzzled. He didn't know why Qiao Long suddenly called him. He knew the man's name, but he usually contacted Li Mei for work, and he didn't go to the county town very often. So he hadn't seen him until now. Su, do you have time tomorrow? Can you come to the county? Qiao Long said hurriedly. For other village secretaries, there might not be room for negotiation. Just let him come. But facing Su Heng, who was at the same level, Qiao Long really couldn't speak in an imperative tone. Go to the county? What for? Su Heng was getting more and more confused. Of course there is a meeting here. Mainly because the county leaders want to see you, Qiao Long said again. Speaking of which, as soon as the focus interview program tonight ended, he received a call from the relevant county leaders. At the same time, the relevant leaders in the city also called the county. In addition, according to gossip, the province also seemed to have called Jiuge City. Qiao Long could understand this very well. It was because Bingdu Village had earned a lot of face for Ase County, Jiuge City, and even Suqing Province. Other provinces were criticized and only this one was praised. How could the relevant leaders not be happy? As expected, Su Heng would definitely be used as a model to learn from and publicize in the future. See me? Wait. Secretary Su, you don't know yet. Do you? Su Heng's continuous doubts made Qiao Long hear something wrong. Know what? The more Su Heng talked, the more confused he became. Oh my god, such a big thing happened. But you didn't know that Bingdu Village was featured in the Xiaogui Jiaofang column tonight. Qiao Long's voice suddenly became much louder. Ah? A few minutes later, Su Heng appeared in front of Zhong Ruofei again and said, Brother Zhong, our Bingdu Village was featured in the Xiaogui Jiaofang column. I may have to go to the county town tomorrow. Ah, why? When he heard it, Zhong Ruofei was instantly shocked, and his eyes were full of disbelief. I have the impression that if you are on the Xiaogui Jiaofang program, there is basically nothing good about it. But if you think about it carefully, Bingdu cultural tourism really has no black spots. All the necessary procedures are in place. In addition, it provides a lot of jobs and also plants a lot of trees here. It should be a good thing. Su Heng blushed for no reason. Just now, he had learned the whole story from Qiao Long. Although I don't know when the Jiaofang program came to Bingdu Village quietly, he is really not as great as the program says. Of course, what the news said about the construction of Bingdu Village is indeed true. Let me see. Zhong Ruofei immediately took out his mobile phone to check. Although some people do not pay attention to the program Xiaogui Jiaofang, it does not hinder its super high influence. In many people's minds, this program represents justice, so the village party secretary and the place praised by this program are absolutely correct and trustworthy. In addition, the Bingdu Village segment broadcast at the end of Jiaofang also attracted the attention of many people. The large ruins under the setting sun, the exquisite small building, looks really impressive. For this reason, just after 8 o'clock in the evening, the newly installed landline at the campsite rang, basically asking about the roasted camel and the campsite. Some even placed orders directly. Of course, Some people consulted the village clinic. What's going on? So many inquiries all of a sudden. Did they spend money on advertising? In this way, the receptionist at the campground, who was still unaware of the situation, was shocked and couldn't help but wonder. In less than 20 minutes, 7 orders were received. If it were normal, the number of calls in 2 or 3 hours might not be more than the 20 minutes just now. It wasn't until the phone rang and the family called to say that the village party secretary of Binggu village was on the Xiaoguiju visit that the receptionist completely understood. Oh my god. I have to watch this show. Maybe I'll be there. Unfortunately, the receptionist didn't have a chance to watch the video. The phone was just taken out and was completely drowned by the ringing of the phone. In this information age, all kinds of news spread very quickly. By 10 o'clock in the evening, not only the entire camping staff knew about it, but even the patients and tourists who were seeing the doctor knew about it. In this regard, they also agreed and gave a thumbs up, thinking that Xiaoguiji was right. A single clinic can explain the problem. But some people agree. Some people frown deeply after seeing the news. Gyoga City, Yongsho Breeding Farm. What's the matter with this Xiaoguiji interview? Why not do it secretly at this time and praise the village party secretary so highly? Bang! Zhao Ping threw his phone directly on the table. In this situation, you don't need to think about what will happen to Binggu village next. To put it bluntly, sometimes spending millions of dollars on advertising in the prime time of local TV stations does not have such a publicity effect. What's more terrible is that Binggu cultural tourism did not spend a penny this time. The only thing that made people feel a little relieved was that Binggu village didn't have much reception capacity at the moment. And it was unlikely that they would make a lot of money by taking advantage of this opportunity. Huh? Across the desk, Vice President Go Shuiping exhaled the smoke he had just inhaled. 2 days ago, their campsite had officially started construction, and it was given a high-sounding name, called Western Legend. On the other hand, they also contacted several out-of-date stars, intending to have a head-on confrontation with Binggu campsite. But before it even started, they were hit hard by Xiaogua's satellite TV. Many people will definitely go straight to Binggu camping site. After a long silence, Zhao Ping lit a cigarette for himself before looking at Go Shuiping again. What should we do now? Mr. Zhao, I just thought about it carefully. In fact, we don't need to panic too much. Putting the cigarette butt in the ashtray, Go Shuiping replied. Don't panic too much? What do you mean? Zhao Ping leaned forward and said hurriedly. Mr. Zhao, our camping site is estimated to take more than a month to build. By then, the popularity of Binggu village should have passed, and we may have more advantages at that time. Go Shuiping looked at Zhao Ping. More advantages? Zhao Ping frowned. He really couldn't think of any advantages on their side. This time, they built an ordinary 2-story cast-in-place building. Its appearance can't be compared with Binggu cultural tourism. Mr. Zhao, don't forget that the scientific research team of Shanghai Jiaotong University will arrive in Gyoga City tomorrow afternoon. We can use them to endorse it. No matter how powerful the village party secretary of Binggu village is he as good as those experts from Shanghai Jiaotong University? And we can also advertise the largest breeding farm in Gyoga City. Is Binggu Campground okay? Many tourists attach great importance to the source of food. Go Shuiping said again. The largest breeding farm in Gyoga City? That's absolutely true. Zhao Ping's face was slightly relieved. So, the only thing we can do now is to remain unchanged in the face of change. Tomorrow, we should treat the scientific research team of Shanghai Jiaotong University well. I heard that there is a department head of high rank there. Go Shuiping leaned back slowly. Yesterday, I heard that Yongsho Breeding Farm has a project to cooperate with Shanghai Jiaotong University. Many relevant leaders have called. This makes Go Shuiping very happy. This will be a capital for bragging when he goes out in the future. Therefore, the relationship with these experts and professors of the School of Life Sciences of Shanghai Jiaotong University must be put first no matter what. Okay. As the night deepened, just when Zhao Ping and Go Shuiping used Shanghai Jiaotong University as a capital to show off. In Binggu village, by the Yuan Pond, Feng Shui was talking on the phone in a low voice. Dean Wang, I want to discuss something with you. Teacher, although you have just stepped down from the post of dean, you are still the pillar of our college. And as your student, you can just call me by my name. The dean really can't stand it. Also, if you have anything to do, just tell me directly. After a while, a slightly helpless voice came from the other end of Feng Shui's phone. Chapter 124 Super awesome without knowing it. At the same time, Yousheng, Law School of Xiaogua Renmin University, a middle-aged man answered the phone and shook his head helplessly. The man's name is Wang Tinggao, who has just taken over the position of dean of the law school. Feng Shuyu is his teacher, a direct disciple, although his teacher's ability in life is a little bit worse. He is definitely a god-level existence in the professional field. He is the former dean of the law school of Xiaogua Renmin University, doctoral supervisor, and the honorary dean of the law school of another key domestic university, and also serves in the Xiaogua Academy of Social Sciences. In addition, he is also the consultant of the Economic Law Research Institute of the Xiaogua Law Society, the consultant of the Expert Advisory Group of the Yousheng Municipal People's Government, the special consultant of the Supreme People's Court of Xiaogua, the representative of the 10th Xiaogua, and the member of the Legal Committee, etc. He has participated in the legislation of important laws many times, especially the criminal law. He even participated in the compilation of many legal major-related textbooks. He still has 2 national key research projects, and is still the face of the law school. In addition, many of his disciples are also very powerful. Some of them have entered relevant departments and become the backbone, and some have been deeply involved in the legal community. One of them is very popular on the internet. It was really hard to get used to such a great man and teacher calling him Dean Wang. Everything should have rules. What would happen if there were no rules? What else should I call you if not Dean? Just when Wang Tinggao was helpless, Feng Shuyu's voice came over the phone again. Teacher. Okay. Let's not talk about this. I just want to tell you that I may not go to the school for a long time, but I will definitely not delay the project I have, and the work of guiding 2 doctoral students. Feng Shuyu did not continue to struggle, and went straight to the point. Teacher, you can arrange when to come to school. Wang Tinggao replied immediately after hearing this. Not to mention that his teacher has now entered the re-employment stage, even before retirement. He would rarely appear in the college due to various projects and activities, and would only come back when important matters needed to be decided. In addition, the situation at home of his teacher is no secret, so there is no time requirement. That's it, you go ahead. Okay, teacher. After hanging up the phone, Wang Tinggao looked at the black screen of the phone, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's probably another conflict at home. Alas, this is fate. God makes a person outstanding in his profession, but his life will be discounted. Sometimes, he had thought about persuading his teacher to divorce more than once, but he thought it was inappropriate. After all, his teacher and his wife had gone through hardships together when they were young, and the teacher was very sentimental. This might be the reason why he has persisted until now. Bingdu Village. Yiyuan. Feng Shuyu didn't know Wang Tinggao was muttering. At this time, he looked back at his residence and sighed. I have lived here for free for more than 10 days. I feel really embarrassed to stay there any longer. But Bingdu Village doesn't support idle people. During this period of time, the more Feng Shuyu lived there, the more satisfied he was with Yiyuan and Bingdu Village. After he felt better, the progress of the projects in his hands was much faster. This further strengthened Feng Shuyu's determination to register as a permanent resident in Bingdu Village. But Feng Shuyu was in trouble after chatting with the village doctor Shi Linian last time. He really couldn't think of what he could do in Bingdu Village. Be a legal consultant? Bingdu Village doesn't seem to need one. First, there are only a few people in Bingdu Village now. Second, I am old now, and have no physical strength to be a litigation lawyer. Besides, I have 2 projects on hand, and I have to guide doctoral students online. So I don't have much time. Do something else? It seems that I really don't know anything except legal matters. The more Feng Shuyu thought about it, the more he felt that he was not qualified to be a permanent resident of Bingdu Village, and he was even more embarrassed to go to Suhang. This is what happened in front of him. What should I do? For a moment, Feng Shuyu fell into deep thought again. Time flies. The next day, the capital of Suqing Province, Lan City, Ning District, a group of grassroots staff who came for training walked out of the building one after another. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2 and talked about yesterday's Xiaoguiju interview. There is no way yesterday's program was aimed at them, and they couldn't help but talk about it. Shaoli, when the leader was explaining the policy just now, he said that the village cadres will need to live in the village office during working hours. The Bingyu village you saw through the video last night is really beautiful, and there is a camping site. It must be very interesting to work there. As they walked forward, a middle-aged woman came to Li Mei's side. Although Su Hang's direct interview did not appear in yesterday's program, Bingyu village was perfectly presented to the national audience. That's right, your village secretary is so outstanding, so amazing. there are many things that you don't have to worry about. At this time, another staff member from Gyeoga City came over and said with envy, "They are really envious of Li Mei now." When the program was broadcast, the scene exploded. Many people asked why they didn't meet such a village secretary. Although it is very stressful to be in charge of such a village, the future prospects are also great. Not only will she be evaluated at the end of the year, but she will also be more valued by the leaders. In 2 years, promotion is a foregone conclusion. How can they not be envious? I may not be able to go to Bingdu Village. However, after the 2 grassroots staff members finished speaking, Li Mei was not as happy as she imagined, but felt a little aggrieved. "What? You can't go to Bingdu Village? Why? Aren't you the village cadre?" The people who were traveling with him were stunned. Now not only the trainers, but even the lecturers knew that Li Mei had taken charge of a particularly magical and awesome natural village. One of my colleagues sent me a message saying that after the training, the village in charge would be adjusted, so I should be prepared in advance. Li Mei bit her lip. "Ah, adjustments? What do you mean? Just because Bingdu Village was praised, you change people?" The 2 people who were traveling with him stopped in their tracks instantly, somewhat indignant. There are so many things about picking peaches, but this is the first time I have seen such a quick and direct one. They sent a message a few days ago, and they said our director has agreed. Li Mei's voice became lower and lower. That day, when she saw the private message from Lu Li, she was completely stunned. Although she did not make any contribution to Bingdu Village, she definitely did her best for Bingdu Village. It is really hard to accept the sudden change of village. They sent a message a few days ago. The middle-aged woman has been working for many years. After hesitating for a while, she asked again, "Does the village party secretary of Bingdu Village know about this? If other villages change the village cadres, it may be a matter of a word, but your village party secretary is different. If you want to change your director, you must first ask for the other party's opinion." "That's right, your village party secretary is not ordinary." This time, he was praised by the national media. Another woman followed suit. "I'm not sure about this, but I think Secretary Shu should know. Otherwise my colleagues wouldn't have sent me a message." Li Mei's mood became increasingly depressed. In the past few days, she had wanted to call her village secretary more than once to ask about the situation, but she felt that it was inappropriate to call. In the eyes of this group of abnormal villagers, she was just an ordinary staff member, not that important at all, and it would be the same no matter who replaced her. So, she kept this matter to herself and planned to go to Bingdu Village to hand over her work after the training. Well, if your party secretary Sue doesn't know, there is still hope. But if he agrees, the middle-aged woman sighed and patted Li Mei on the shoulder. "Xiaoli, don't even think about it. Let's eat first, after all. There is still more than a month before the training is over. Who knows if there will be any changes?" Another person in the same group winked at the middle-aged woman and said, "That's right. Let's eat first." Lan City is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Bingdu Village. The sky above Lan City is blue, but the sky above Bingdu Village is filled with clouds, which means it will rain. However, such weather did not affect the popularity of Bingdu Village. Due to the program last night, the campsite reception desk has been ringing non-stop, and finally received 12 team-building activities. The dates have been scheduled until the Mid-Autumn Festival. That's not all, there are many people who rush directly to Bingdu Village to watch the fun, plus people who come to the Bingdu Village clinic to see a doctor, making the ancient building crowded, just like the temple fair during the spring festival. Xiao Su should have arrived in the county by now. He is busy enough today. At this time, on the 3rd floor of the new employee dormitory, Zhong Ruofei stood in front of the window, looking at the situation across the national highway, and said to Shu Yutian next to him. This morning, he was going to come and discuss the introduction of camels with Shu Yutian. However, because there were too many people coming to Bingdu Village today, the supermarkets and food stalls were too busy. He had no choice but to go over and help. He had just finished talking with Shu Yutian. "It must be here," Shu Yutian said, looking at the time. Although the program yesterday happened suddenly, they did not feel that the program over-promoted Su Hang, because without Su Hang, there would be no Bingdu Village today. Especially these villagers. They basically stayed in Bingdu Village because of Su Hang. Let's discuss it when Xiao Su comes back. I feel that our village needs to add some more things. Everything is tight. Once there are too many people, it will be a bit unbearable. Zhong Ruofei sighed. There are so many people today. If Ding Santai wants to ensure that the employees have meals, He will probably have to swing the iron spoon until sparks fly. According to this situation, we must add another canteen, otherwise Ding Santai will definitely be exhausted. Who said it's not? The same applies to employee dormitories. I estimate that at least 2 more should be built. Shu Yutian nodded in agreement. Yes, when the time comes, we will build it along the national highway. The more symmetrical the small building is, the more distinctive it will be. Zhong Ruofei nodded. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something, and looked at Shu Yutian again. By the way, old Shui, the reception desk received a big job this morning. You may need to prepare in advance. Big job? What big job? After hearing this, Shu Yutian asked immediately. Chapter 125 Setting up the village office. A team building of more than 400 people requires 4 whole roasted camels and 4 ostriches. Zhong Ruofei said. Ah, 400 people? What kind of unit is this? Shu Yutian's eyes widened. He subconsciously thought it was a sales company. It seemed that only such companies would have hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people when they held activities. It is a large petrochemical company in Suqing province. This company is headquartered in Lan City, but it also has a branch in Jioga City. In addition, the person in charge here also said that the team building activity was held on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it was also the 9th anniversary of the establishment of their Jioga branch. So they hoped that we could organize more quality programs. And it would be best if we could organize a Mid-Autumn Festival celebration party. Zhong Ruofei looked at Shu Yutian. At first, the call was answered by the receptionist, and then he personally confirmed it again before finalizing the event. We need to organize a party? This company is so large that it must have its own activity center. Why do they want to come to our side? Shu Yutian couldn't help but look back at the rear window. He really couldn't figure it out. No matter how many years the company celebrated, something like this should be held in the company itself. This side is a large open space of sand and stone, and a circle of trees were planted around it. There are probably 2 reasons. One is that they hold similar activities every year, and they want to change things up this year. The other is that it is probably related to our village being on the Xiaoguijiaofang. As a large local enterprise, shouldn't they support it openly? After a little thought, Zhong Ruofei gave his analysis. What about the cost? It's definitely okay to hold a party, but the cost can't be compared with other companies. After a pause, Shu Yutian couldn't help asking again. In his opinion, the company may have chosen this place for a little bit of both reasons. But the bigger reason is the first one. It is really hard to arouse the interest of employees if it is a similar event every year. In addition, the video of roasting a whole camel will appear on the local hot list from time to time, and the company's leaders must want to try it. The agreed price is 5 million. But they said that in addition to you, there must be a 4th or 5th tier star in the program provided. Zhong Ruofei said. 5 million? So many. Shu Yutian was more surprised than when he first heard the number of people for the team building. If the price is this high, it is not too much to ask for a 4th or 5th tier star. This kind of company is not short of money. It is normal to hold such an event. Zhong Ruofei glanced out the window. Only those who have worked in top companies know that millions of dollars in event expenses are very common in such companies. Sometimes, the group goes abroad for healthcare and travel, and the air tickets alone cost this much, not to mention other expenses. I know, the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, which is the 27th day of the 9th lunar month, is still a little over a month away. After a calculation, Shu Yutian said. Okay, I'll contact a few old friends in the circle first, see if they have time. Although they have passed their peak period, they are much better than me, and they are completely qualified for the 5th tier standard. Shu Yutian took out his mobile phone. According to the previous profit ratio, the net profit of a 1.2 million event is about 700,000. The net profit of this 5 million event must be guaranteed to be around 3 million. In this way, all costs must be controlled within 2 million. I don't understand your industry. You can plan it. I will send you the specific requirements of this company tonight. Zhong Ruofei said again. Okay. Time flies, and the sun is setting in the west. AC County, County Government Building. Su Heng had just walked out of the hall, and a voice came from behind him. Su's secretary Su. Su's secretary Su. Director Chiao. Looking back, Su Heng greeted him, and it was Chiao Long, the director of the South Street office, who called him. After arriving in Asai County today, I basically met various leaders from Suncheng, the first leader of Asai County, to Chiao Long at the end, and I almost recognized them all. The content of the chat was also similar, all praising and complimenting him, saying that he had done a great job. Keep up the good work, and so on. However, this is limited to those with higher ranks than Su Hang. Those with the same rank as Su Hang basically just chatted with each other. They formally accepted Su Hang's status as a second-level chief clerk from the bottom of their hearts, and put Su Hang on the same level as them. Su Secretary, I just forgot something. Xiaolong came to Su Hang quickly. You say? The day before yesterday afternoon, the city issued a notice, said that village cadres will be stationed in the village in the future, and will be on duty at the village office. I just remembered that our Bingdu village does not have a village office, Xiaolong said immediately. Although Lu Li had privately approached Xiaolong to express her intention to take over Bingdu village, Xiaolong felt that everything had to wait until Li Mei came back to hand over all the materials and affairs before Lu Li could be formally introduced to Su Hang. Therefore, the current policy was communicated as much as possible, and Lu Li was not mentioned in front of Su Hang at all. Oh, cadres will be stationed in the village? When? Su Hang's expression changed. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a similar policy on Earth, where village cadres are stationed in the village office. It seems to be before the end of the year, Xiaolong said. How did you get the village office? After thinking for a while, Su Hang asked. If you think about it carefully, Bingdu village still needs a village office even if there is no policy of permanent cadres in the village. It's okay for the villagers of Bingdu village. But what about outsiders? You can't discuss everything in a yuan. According to the policy, the subsidy standard for the village office of a large administrative village is 500,000 yuan. And the standard for the label of a natural village is 100,000 yuan. For the part exceeding the limit, the village committee needs to find a way to raise funds. So Xiaolong hesitated. So our subsidy standard is 100,000? Su Hang's expression changed. Well, I know that many people go to our village every day. The floating population has exceeded all natural villages, and even many administrative villages. But there are only 6 permanent residents registered in our village, Xiaolong explained. According to the relevant regulations of Xia State, the permanent residents of a natural village need to reach more than 1,000 people before it can be considered to be upgraded to an administrative village. Based on this item alone, perhaps Bingdu village will not be able to become a formal administrative village for a long time. At most, we can only find a way to refer to the standards of administrative villages in some aspects. Secretary Su, actually. This is a very simple matter. The subsidy standard for the natural village office is low, but the requirements are also low. Basically, there are 3 or 4 tiled houses. One is used to live in village cadres, one is used as a meeting room, and one is used as a cultural activity room. There are almost no village committees that subsidize themselves. Or seeing Su Hang hesitate, Xiaolong hurriedly added that he was not making up stories, but that the natural village offices in Ase County are basically like this. The cost is only about 100,000 yuan. The administrative village provides a lot of subsidies, but also has many requirements. In addition to these, a small rural stage must be built. Okay, we will try to build the village office as soon as possible, and it will definitely not delay the work. After a little thought, Su Hang nodded. Okay, I will submit the application to the higher authorities tomorrow, and start the approval process. Once the subsidy is in place, your village can start construction. Just 3 small houses. It can be done in 10 or 20 days. Seeing Su Hang agreed, Xiaolong said hurriedly. By the way, Su Secretary, I think it's almost time. Why don't we go have a meal together? Let's experience the canteen of our South Street office. Raising his hand to check the time, Xiaolong looked at Su Hang. Thank you, Director Xiao. There are a lot of things to do in Bingdu village. I have to rush back early. I will definitely go to the South Street office when I have time later. Su Hang waved his hand immediately. I have delayed a lot of things today. Besides, Li Mei is not here. There is no point in going. Okay, Director Xiao. Call in advance when you come to Bingdu village in the future. Must. At the same time, Jioga City, in the lobby of a hotel, Qin Susu and a dozen colleagues were sitting in the lounge area chatting. They arrived at Jioga Airport at 4 p.m. this afternoon. As soon as they got off the car, they were taken to Yongshou Farm for a tour. Finally, the farm manager Zhao Ping and the deputy manager Go Shuiping insisted on treating them to a meal. They didn't arrive at the hotel until now. After completing the check-in procedures, they were done for the day. By the way, Xiaoqin, I heard that you went to a campsite before. Is it called Bingu Campsite? While waiting, a man in his 50s looked at Qin Susu. The man's name was Wang Qing. He was the head of the Department of Biology, College of Life Sciences, Shanghai Jiaotong University, and the leader of this team. If it were an ordinary university, the head of a secondary college would be considered a regular department at most. But High City Jiaotong University is a famous university after all. So Wang Qing's level is one level higher than that of ordinary universities. Yeah. It's more than 500 kilometers from here. Qin Susu nodded. More than 500 kilometers? So far. I thought it was not far from Jioga City. And I planned to go there on the weekend. Wang Qing showed a look of surprise. Ah? You are going to Bingu village? Qin Susu paused. Well, the village party secretary of this village was praised by Xia Guiju yesterday. From the later pictures, I saw that the buildings over there are quite distinctive and exquisite. I want to go there to see it in person, Wang Qing said. He was praised by Xia Guiju? A young and handsome face immediately appeared in Qin Susu's mind. Do you know him? Wang Qing looked at Qin Susu in confusion. No, we just met at that time. The waiter took me to the camping site for accommodation, and I happened to meet the village party secretary of Bingu village. Qin Susu waved her hand immediately. Oh, is Bingu village really that good? I think Xia Guijiafang gave this village party secretary a high evaluation. Wang Qing asked curiously. The campsite and buildings in Bingu village are really beautiful. Especially Yuan, which is absolutely stunning. As for the village party secretary, he is really amazing. And I heard from the waiter there that not only is the village party secretary amazing, but the villagers there are also extraordinary. Qin Susu nodded. She chatted with the waiter a lot during the days she lived in Yuan. I said, let's go there when we have time on a weekend. If you have been there, lead the way, Wang Qing said after thinking for a while. No problem. As night fell, there was a team building event in the evening, and the news about Bingu village had not yet subsided. The barbecue square was even more lively than usual. It felt like there were at least 300 or 400 people. When Su Hang returned to Yuan's residence, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Ah, we didn't show anything substantial in the county today, and you asked us to build a village office? On the second floor, after hearing what Su Hang said, Zhong Ruofei looked surprised. Chapter 126 Is Sincerity the Ultimate Weapon? Zhong Ruofei thought that Su Hang would at least bring back a few honorary certificates when he went to the county this time, so that he would be worthy of the big event yesterday. In the end, he didn't see any certificates, but was asked to build a village office. The village office thing is actually a coincidence. We have to build it sooner or later. Across the tea table, Lu Ming looked calm. He has worked in the system for many years. Generally, if there is a reward for such a thing, it will definitely be put together with other commendation meetings. If we do it separately, it will seem too deliberate, which is not good. As for the village office, Bingu village really cannot do without it. Uncle Lu is right. The most important issue now is how to run the village office. We can pay a little money ourselves. It is impossible to really build 3 small tiled houses to deal with the job. Su Hang waved his hand. In fact, I didn't think about asking for any honorary certificate when I went to Ase County today. I just wanted to pave the way for Bingu village. Otherwise, many people would say that Bingu village was showing off. Well, we live in a Yuan, and it's not appropriate for Secretary Li to live in a small tiled house. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Then where do you think our village office should be built? After that, Su Hang stood up and came to the side of the tea table. Since the boundary stakes were driven last time, Zhong Ruofei has made a real-life sand table of Bingu village in Jioga City. It was just placed in Su Hang's living room a few days ago. Where should it be built? The 3 of them then stood up and came to Su Hang's side, staring at the sand table and thinking, why don't we build it here? After a moment, Su Hang pointed to an area. Ah? The 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. It was because Su Hang was not pointing to anything else, but the open space where barbecue bonfire parties were held every day. This place is right in the center of Bingu village. And there are also staff dormitories on the periphery. As long as we build along the trees on the east and west sides of this open space, it will be fine. Su Hang pointed to the specific location. I think Xiaosu's idea is good. We can also build a large rural stage at the northernmost part of this area. In this way, all the buildings can enclose this large open space, forming a large yard. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming spoke first. Yes, This yard is large enough, and it will not hinder us from holding activities here. Moreover, the rural theater that Uncle Lu mentioned may be used for activities after it is built. Finally, we will build a standard basketball court in the northeast corner of this open space. Put a few table tennis tables and some fitness equipment, and even build an activity center for our campsite staff. On the side, Shu Yutian expressed his opinion. What old Shu said is right. Our company is really in need of a place for employees to hang out. When we start the construction here, we can also add another dormitory building next to the third employee dormitory. The more he talked, the brighter Zhong Ruofei's eyes became. In the past few days, he has heard many employees complain that Bingdu Village is good in everything except for the lack of a place to hang out. They can't even play basketball or badminton to keep fit. Now, won't all the problems be solved with this renovation? Is it settled then? Su Heng looked at the three people. Xiao Su, there is no problem with this area. But the architectural style should probably be designed by your friend, including the village stage. Otherwise, the sense of separation will be very serious. After a pause, Lu Ming said, adding the modern architectural style to the village office, it really feels like a play when standing on a yuan and looking north. And the architectural design here cannot be too small, because this open space is the size of a standard football field. If it is built too small, the aura will not be suppressed. I know this. The core area of Bingdu Village must use the design style of my friend. I will show you the design drawings of my friend first when they come out. Su Heng nodded. Knock. Knock. Knock, however. Su Heng had only said half of his words when there was a knock on the door. At the same time, another voice came. Xiao Su, have you rested? Is it Uncle Feng? Su Heng nodded to the three people, then went to the front hall and opened the door. Sure enough, the person standing outside the door was none other than Feng Shuyu, who lived downstairs. Xiao Su, you are busy now. Forget it, I'll come back tomorrow. Here, seeing that there was someone else in the living room, Feng Shuyu hurriedly apologized and turned to leave. It's okay. Uncle Feng, we've finished talking about it. If you have anything to say, come in and tell me, Su Heng said, looking at Feng Shuyu. It must be something important for him to come to see him at this time. Then, Feng Shuyu hesitated. It's really okay. Just like that. After a few rounds of arguing, Feng Shuyu followed Su Heng to the living room. After greeting Lu Ming and others, he sat down with an embarrassed look on his face. Feng Shuyu was familiar with Su Heng, but he didn't have much contact with the others. Uncle Feng, what's wrong with you? After making a cup of tea for Feng Shuyu, Su Heng spoke. Xiao Su. Feng Shuyu rubbed his hands, and finally straightened up, and said, Xiao Su, I want to apply for permanent residence registration in Bingdu Village. I don't know what the conditions here are. From last night to more than 10 minutes ago, his mind was full of this matter, but he couldn't think of any solution. So he thought of asking Su Heng directly to see what the conditions were. Ah? You want to register for permanent residence in Bingdu Village? Not only Su Heng, but also Zhong Ruofei and the other two in front of the tea table were stunned. After Su Heng told them last time, they all thought that the old man would go home in a few days. How could they not be surprised when he wanted to register for permanent residence in Bingdu Village? Yeah. Feng Shuyu nodded hurriedly. After saying that, he felt much more relaxed. Uncle Feng, Brother Fan didn't mean you. Su Heng asked. It's hard to explain. If there was still hope for that family, I would never ask Xiao Fan to help me find a place. Feng Shuyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. After that, before Su Heng spoke, he said, I really want to register for permanent residence in Bingdu Village. But when I talked to Dr. Shi last time, he said that Bingdu Village doesn't support idle people, but I only have more than 3,000 yuan in my card now, and I don't have anything else to help Bingdu Village. After thinking it over, I just want to ask what the conditions are for registering permanent residence here. I will try my best to complete it. If I really can't complete it, I will leave Bingdu Village and completely give up this idea. Bingdu Village doesn't support idle people? Su Heng and the other four looked at each other subconsciously. Especially Su Heng, he really didn't know there was such a saying. The villagers of Bingdu Village are not idle now. Xiao Su, then the conditions for joining Bingdu Village are? Feng Shuyu looked at Su Heng seriously. No. Uncle, do you really want to register for permanent residence in Bingdu Village? Su Heng came back to his senses and said, Yes. I know I may not be able to do it now. But Feng Shuyu said again. Then if you really think about it, fill out an application form for permanent residence registration. We will pass by the county tomorrow. You can go and handle it. Su Hang looked at Feng Shuyu. It must be said that sincerity is sometimes the first killer move. Looking at Feng Shuyu's sincere eyes and frank approach, Su Hang really found it difficult to refuse. It can be imagined that even if he just made up a condition in his mind, the old man in front of him would try his best to make it happen. Of course, there is another reason. After interacting with the old man for a period of time, I feel that he is very well-mannered and a really good person. Ah? Fill out an application form? Upon hearing this, Feng Shuyu was completely stunned. When he came here, he had thought of various conditions, and even thought that he would be directly rejected by Su Hang. In the end, he was asked to fill out the permanent residence application form directly. This surprise was too sudden. Su Hang glanced at Lu Ming and the other two before saying, Uncle Feng. In fact, there are no conditions required to register for permanent residence in Binggu Village. As long as you are truly willing to stay here, it's fine. Those so-called conditions are just everyone's random guesses. If you don't believe it, you can ask them. Feng Shuyu hesitated to speak, until he saw Lu Ming and the other two nodding to him. He took a deep breath. Lu Ming and the other two had no opinion on Su Hang accepting Feng Shuyu, and even thought it was a normal thing. As long as Su Hang nods, it'll be fine. Just because they had nothing when they entered the village, didn't they? Especially Zhong Ruofei, who had no money because of wandering all the way, and finally had to work in Bingdu Village to earn money. Okay, I'll fill out the application form now, and register tomorrow. Yes. The moon sets, the sun rises, and it's 5:30 the next afternoon. Although Bingdu Village still has the prestige of being on the Xiaogui Jiafeng, Su Hang and others have no time to show off themselves. Early in the morning, Su Hang began to select the styles of the village office and the rural stage in the system. There is no other way, the village office can't afford to delay this, and it must be implemented as soon as possible. Shu Yutian was processing the existing orders while preparing for the big team building for the Mid-Autumn Festival. In short, everyone was busy and happy. But at this time, a piece of news was quietly spread among the camping staff. At the camping reception, a receptionist saw that there was no one at the reception for the time being, and then came to the supervisor Niu Yin. Sister Yin, there is a big news. Do you want to hear it? What news? Upon hearing it, Niu Yin came over immediately. Just now, there was news that Binggu Village has one more official villager. The receptionist whispered. Ah, is it true? Niu Yin was shocked. Really, the news came from the truck driver. He saw with his own eyes the 7th villager of Bingdu Village register as a permanent resident in the county. Speaking of this, the receptionist paused for a moment and kept it a secret. Sister Yin, are you now curious about the origin of the 7th villager of Bingdu Village? Yes. Niu Yin nodded hurriedly. Now everyone knows that the villagers of Bingdu Village are not simple, and the 7th one must be very powerful. Otherwise, how could he become the 7th villager? Let me tell you, the 7th villager is not a big shot. He is the old man with a band-aid on his forehead who lives in Yiyuan. Last night, he moved Secretary Su with his sincerity. And the old man told the driver on the way that there are actually no conditions for joining Bingdu Village. So sincerity is the first killer move. Those who want to register in Bingdu Village can really try it. Once you succeed, TSK, you can even speak an octave higher when you go out and talk to others. The receptionist smiled and waved his hand. After a pause, he added, Anyway, I plan to ask Secretary Su in a couple of days. Ah, sincerity is the first killer move? Why don't I believe it? We are all adults. Can we not be so naive? What's the old man's name? Do you know him? Do you dare to tell me his name so I can search for it? Hearing that his colleague wanted to apply for permanent residence registration, Niu Yin said with a suspicious look on her face. Chapter 127 3 Rooms. 3 rooms. Sister Yin, why don't you believe it? Seeing Niu Yin say that she is naive, the receptionist curled her lips. It's not that I don't believe you, but what you said is simply impossible. Niu Yin said again. Sister Yin, you really are. I will ask the driver right now. See what the old man who just registered for long-term residence is called. Perhaps to save face, the receptionist picked up her phone and sent a message. After about 5 or 6 minutes, as the receptionist's phone message notification sounded, she glanced at the message on her phone and then looked at Niu Yin. Sister Yin, The old man's name is Feng Shuyu. Shu means reading, Yu means universe. Feng Shuyu? Yousheng, who was originally sitting in front of the computer, immediately started typing on the keyboard, and pressed the enter key after a while. However, with this tap, the next moment, Yousheng frowned directly, and her eyes were fixed on the screen. 1 minute or 2 minutes. Seeing that Yousheng had not moved, the receptionist immediately smiled and said, "Have you found out, Sister Yin? If you can't find out, don't read it. If you search for ordinary people's names on the internet, there will only be one line of information about how many people have the same name in the country." She looked like I knew it was like that. "It's found. Come and see for yourself." It was not until this moment that Yousheng slowly raised her head. Her expression was extremely complicated. She was surprised but not surprised. Shocked, but it seemed like it should be like this. "It's found? Sister Yin, you?" The receptionist came to the counter and looked at the computer screen. "Ah, this?" When she saw the information displayed on the web page, the receptionist's eyes widened, and her voice suddenly increased by several octaves. "This is too much." Former Dean of the Law School of Renmin University of Xiagua. Doctoral Supervisor. Xiagua Academy of Social Sciences participated in legislation. The more she looked down, the lower the receptionist's voice became, and the wider her mouth opened. And she felt like her eyes were about to fly out. "Sister Yin, could it be a duplicate name? Did you see a photo of him attending an event? If not the old man in a Yuan, who else could it be?" Yousheng replied unhappily. "I think he is too low-key. I can't even tell that such a powerful person is so good." It was not until a long time later that the receptionist slowly straightened up, looking at her again. The light of hope in her eyes 10 minutes ago had completely disappeared. Yousheng was right. She was really too naive and too young. She actually believed the nonsense that sincerity was the first killer move. "I originally thought the 7th villager was just an ordinary person. Now he is good." Looking at his resume, he seems to be more powerful than the first 6 villagers in Bingu village. "Do you still want to apply for long-term residence registration now?" Seeing the receptionist like an eggplant hit by frost, Yousheng couldn't help laughing. "Register? What the hell is the registration? I want to know who spread this rumor now. What a waste of feelings. When the old man comes back, I have to ask how many years of sentence will be imposed for spreading rumors like this." The receptionist's voice became louder again. At the same time, at the construction site of Guanque Tower, Yousheng placed a blueprint on the square table in the shed. He didn't know what had just happened at the reception desk. "Uncle Lu, what do you think of the design of the village office and the rural stage?" Yousheng looked at Lu Ming. "Your friend is so fast?" Lu Ming was startled and hurriedly looked at the blueprint. "When I asked him last night, my friend said that he had some design manuscripts in his hand, and he threw them all to me. I selected them and printed them out." Yousheng replied without blushing or beating his heart. In fact, he had been looking through the system since last night, and finally spent 300,000 pawn values to get a detailed design. This is so beautiful. Especially this theater. Look at Lu Ming again. The moment he saw the style of the drawing, his eyes became straight. Just like when he saw the design drawing of the Guanque Tower. The design drawing is a general plan. An ancient theater with great beauty and art is located in the northernmost part of the open space, facing the 3rd staff dormitory. And 2 independent small buildings are added next to the ancient theater, just like a golden boy and a jade girl serving beside a fairy. On the east and west sides are 2 rows of small buildings with modern interiors and exteriors that are exactly the same as the staff dormitories. However, these 2 rows of buildings are 1 floor lower than the ancient theater and 1 floor higher than the staff dormitories. If the staff dormitories are built along the national highway, it will be a complete U-shaped building complex when viewed from a high altitude. The only difference is that there are entrances and exits on both sides of the east and west. "Uncle Lu, is this okay?" After a moment, Yousheng asked. "It's too good. Not to mention being a village office. Even if it is placed in Jioga City, it is a very explosive existence." Lu Ming replied without raising his head. However, after a moment, he raised his head again and said hesitantly, "Xiao Su, is it a bit to use such a building as a village office? After all, you bought the land here." When they heard about building a village office last night, Zhong Ruofei and Shu Yutian's first reaction was to build the village office outside the Bingda cultural tourism area. But after thinking about it, if it really needs to be built outside the area, it has to be 40 kilometers away which seems a little immoral. The village cadres must be exhausted from traveling dozens of kilometers every day to do things. That's when I thought of finding a place here. And at worst, I could move hours later. But now this design is really super scary. Uncle Lu. It's like this. Only the 3 rooms on the first floor at the edge of this building complex are the village office. And the rest are our own things of Bingda cultural tourism. Upon hearing this, Su Hang knew what Lu Ming was thinking, and said immediately, "Ah? Only 3 of them are the village office?" Lu Ming seemed to be thinking. "Yes. The 3 houses registered for our village are," Su Hang said again. "Although the standards of Bingdu village are high, one thing is another. Since you only approve Bingdu village according to the standards of natural villages, then Bingdu village can only be given 3 of them. It is equivalent to spending 100,000 to buy 3 of them, that's all. When the houses are built, the security inspection and fire protection have passed. And when you can start applying for the property rights certificate, these 3 houses will be transferred to the name of the Bingdu Village Committee." I said that this is perfect. Lu Ming nodded immediately. "Uncle Lu, when will the construction start here? The village office's affairs cannot be delayed for too long." After a little thought, Su Hang asked again. "Well, I'll have someone go to the relevant construction department of Ase County to file a record. And we'll start after the record is completed. As for the Guanque Tower, the core will be poured in 10 days or so. And the facade will need major work. And the ordinary infrastructure workers here will just go there," Lu Ming said after a moment of calculation. "Since Bingda Construction Company Limited was registered, everything has been done in accordance with the standards. The Guanque Tower is the same. It will be officially open to the public after the completion of the fire inspection. Okay, if there are not enough workers, we can add more. The capital change should be fine now," Su Hang said. After Xiaoguijia's visit, the orders for team building activities rose sharply. There is basically one every 2 days. In addition to the gas station, the business of Bingda supermarket and the food stalls is getting more and more popular. Not to mention the current capital flow. It is even possible to pay off the land purchase debt in advance. Okay, I have already found the master craftsmen in advance, a total of 10. Lu Ming said, as he began to collect the drawings. But just when Lu Ming wanted to say something else, Su Hang's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, Su Hang answered the phone immediately. "What's wrong, brother Zhong?" The call was from Zhong Ruofei. "Xiao Su, just now an employee told me that old Feng who came to the village was so powerful that I was stunned. As a result, I checked. Oh my goodness!" Zhong Ruofei's voice came immediately. Since it was confirmed last night that Feng Shuyu would register for long-term residence in Bingdu village. Several people talked a lot, now they have changed their names, and Zhong Ruofei's voice was very loud. Lu Ming next to Su Hang could hear it clearly. "Uncle Feng is very powerful. How?" Su Hang glanced at Lu Ming in confusion. "He is actually the doctoral supervisor of the Law School of Renmin University of Xia. The Law School of Renmin University is one of the famous 5 colleges and 4 departments, and old Feng has also participated in legislation. Will our Bingdu village be afraid of lawsuits in the future? Old Feng is really too low-key. I didn't see it at all. He even made himself look so pitiful last night." Zhong Ruofei's voice was full of excitement. As a person who had been out for half a year, he naturally knew what such a person meant. Let alone anything else. Every word from those students of old Feng is quite remarkable. "Ah, Uncle Feng is a doctoral supervisor of law at Renmin University? Why has he never mentioned this?" Su Hang and Lu Ming were both stunned. Especially Su Hang. Feng Shuyu gave him the impression of an ordinary old man who had suffered a lot at home, but in the end, he was a professional in law. "I don't know. I'll ask him when he comes back tonight. But then again, you are awesome. Xiao Su, you just agreed casually, and our Bingyu village has another big boss." At the same time, Shu Yutian was sitting at the desk looking at a schedule. Just now, he had listed all the requirements for the event on August 15th. The page was filled with dense writing. From how many boxes of beer to the speech of the petrochemical company leader, and when to set off the fireworks, everything was included. Besides me, there is another 4th or 5th tier star. After staring at the requirement at the top of the schedule for a long time, Shu Yutian picked up the phone. After flipping through it for a while, he dialed the number in his hand. Beep. Beep. Soon, the call was connected. "Hello. Lao Luo. What are you doing recently?" Shu Yutian said. The call was to his old buddy Luo Lin. Luo Lin was also very popular like him more than 10 years ago. His songs could be heard in the streets and alleys. Later, due to some reasons, he rarely performed. However, his name has been circulating in the entertainment industry. Even if he comes out now, he is definitely a 4th or 5th tier star. I'm drinking tea and chatting with Lao Yang. We just talked about you. And then you called? The next moment, a slightly hoarse male voice came from the phone. Ah? You and Lao Yang are together. Shu Yutian paused. Chapter 128 Bingdu Village Villagers Only. For a moment, Shu Yutian's face flashed with a trace of sadness. Lao Yang, also known as Yang Jiang, the three of them once had a place in the music industry, and they were good friends. Now Luo Lin is silent. Yang Jiang has changed his career to become an actor, and can only play some supporting roles. Although he sometimes performs very well, he is ultimately no match for the young actor supported by Capo. And he almost died on National Highway 215. While he was stunned, Luo Lin's voice sounded again. Is your leg injury better? I called you earlier, and you deliberately concealed it. If it weren't for the entertainment media reporting that you were singing in a camping site in the northwest, we wouldn't know it. It's just a broken leg, no big deal, Shu Yutian said immediately. Although he has no family, he still has many friends. Luo Lin and Yang Jiang are the two closest to him. When will you come back? Let's meet up when you come back. Yang Jiang's voice came from the receiver. I registered as a permanent resident here. I will go back to see you when I have time. Shu Yutian smiled and said, Ah? You registered as a permanent resident there? My brother. Are you kidding? Lao Yang and I thought you were just working part-time at the campsite. As outdated singers, Luo Lin and Yang Jiang were not surprised by the singing behavior after seeing the news on the internet. Except for the injury. Just because a singer goes to a bar when he is down and out, it is normal to take tens of thousands of yuan of commercial performances in a small county. I am not kidding. I am now a villager of Bingdu Village in the jurisdiction of Nanjia Office, Jioga City, Ase County, Suqing Province. Shu Yutian replied very seriously. In the past, he could not settle down, and often fantasized that one day he would be able to return to the peak of the music scene. But since he settled in Bingdu Village, his heart has become calmer and calmer. Now he is thinking about running the camping site well, and getting Bingdu Village back on track step by step. What on earth are you thinking, Northwest? Luo Lin and Yang Jiang on the other side of the phone still couldn't understand. In their opinion, even if the Northwest is good, it is not a corner of Shanghai. Let's not talk about this. The main reason I called today is to ask you for a favor, if Lao Yang has time. Come with us. Shu Yutian didn't talk about this topic anymore, and went straight to the point. He really didn't want to introduce the current situation of Bingdu Village in detail, lest the two old brothers think he was pretending to be cool. Help? The other end of the phone paused. Well, my campsite has a small party on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. We need a singer, if you two come. It's still the same old rule, 300,000 each, Shu Yutian said again. They once had an agreement that no matter how big the star is, as long as the other party undertakes the event, the appearance fee is 300,000 as a friendly price. Of course, with the current status of the two people, this is actually the price for an event. Yang Jiang doesn't even have this price. Campsite party? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Lin's voice came slowly. I can go over to help you. But forget about the money. We'll go over to see you. If you don't like living there, come back to Haishur with us after this time. Don't, if you don't want to take the money, don't come. I'll take the money and find someone else. Shu Yutian replied immediately. Brothers are brothers. Business is business. After all, the campground is also making money. We okay. It's settled. I'll call you two in advance when the time comes. Okay then. After hanging up the phone, Shu Yutian took out a pen and ticked the first item on the list. Then he looked at the second item. There are still 6 ordinary singing and dancing programs? This is easy. You can find any performing arts company to do it. The cost is about 20,000 to 30,000. After thinking about it, Shu Yutian marked it again, and then looked at the third item. Lights and stage are definitely there. The company leader is going to speak. Just like that. 2 hours later, Shu Yutian finally straightened up slowly. Looking up again. Night had slowly fallen. Huh? It's almost done. Shu Yutian muttered to himself. And then he packed up and prepared to go eat. But before he could pack up, there was a knock on the door. Old Shui. Upon hearing this, Shu Yutian immediately came to the door and opened it. Old Zhong. What's wrong? The person knocking on the door was none other than Zhong Ruofei. Uncle Feng just said that we should have a meal together. We want to get to know each other formally. Zhong Ruofei said. Bingu Campground has a rule that no matter if you are a shareholder or the campground manager, you have to pay for your own meals in a yuan. Otherwise, the company's accounts will be messed up. Formally get to know each other? Didn't we already get to know each other last night? Shu Yutian was a little surprised. Uncle Feng insisted on paying for the meal and bought gifts for each of us old villagers in Jioga City. Zhong Ruofei explained. Uncle Feng is so particular? Actually, it's not necessary. Shu Yutian scratched his head. The villagers before them didn't do that when they entered the village. As the doctoral supervisor of the law school of Xiaogua Renmin University, how could the previous dean not be particular about his work? Zhong Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Until now, he has not completely digested the shock brought by Feng Shuyu's identity. Wait, old Zhong. What did you say? Uncle Feng is the doctoral supervisor of the law school of Xiaogua Renmin University. The previous dean? Shu Yutian fell into a stagnation. And his expression was exactly the same as the receptionist at the campground when he first learned about Feng Shuyu's identity. What do you think? Let's go! They are probably waiting there. I just saw that Lao Shi and his wife have gone over. Zhong Ruofei did not explain any more, but urged him. As expected, Feng Shuyu would definitely introduce himself in detail at the dinner table. Okay. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. There were bursts of laughter from time to time in a large private room in Yuan. Outside, two waiters would look inside from time to time. Is this Secretary Su welcoming new villagers? After a pause, one of the waiters said with envy, it would be nice if she could have such a day someday. But unfortunately, she would never have such a chance in this life. This private room is a private room for the villagers of Bingu village. It is not open to the public at ordinary times. It is only used when there are guests from Bingu village, or when the villagers use it. For this reason, various rumors have begun to spread among the staff of the camping site. And they even regard being a formal villager of Bingu village as a symbol of identity and status. Especially with the joining of Feng Shuyu, Bingu village has been brought to a new height. Now, let alone the Nanjia office, ASE County is afraid that even the leaders of some departments in Jioga City have to give face to the villagers of Bingu village. So in the eyes of many employees, when they can be invited to this private room for dinner, it means that their identity and status have reached a new level. It seems that Feng, who participated in the legislation, invited us. Another waiter shook his head. In the past, they only felt a great sense of oppression when they saw Su hang alone, but now they feel a lot of pressure when they meet every villager. This is normal for people who are particular. Little did they know that, while the two waiters outside were talking quietly, inside the box, Su Hang took out a drawing and hung it on the wall behind him. Everyone. Look, I discussed the design of the village office with Uncle Lu this afternoon, and this is the final rendering. If you have any ideas, please tell me. Su Hang looked at the other 6 people. 2 hours ago, Feng Shuyu formally introduced himself, including his current job, etc. Finally, he said that although it was difficult to be the legal advisor of the campsite due to his identity, it was no problem to be the legal advisor of Bingu village. He could only do what he could, because the Xia state had relevant regulations. Experts and professors who had participated in legislation could no longer hold relevant positions in enterprises. In this regard, Su Hang and others naturally welcomed it. After discussing the accommodation, Feng Shuyu temporarily lived in the current guest room. And after the Guanque Tower was built, Yuan would vacate a few more guest rooms. At that time, all the villagers of Bingu village, including Shi Linian, Song Qing and his wife, would live in a Yuan. Village office? Seeing the renderings, except Lu Ming, the eyes of the others widened, and they could not hide their shock, especially Shu Yutian, who stared at the theater building in the renderings and never left. It was not until a while later that they slowly came back to their senses. Xiao Su, are all these buildings the village office? Shi Linian couldn't help but ask. I don't know why. After seeing the renderings, he actually had the idea of moving the clinic inside. In the past few days, the number of people who come to the Bingu village clinic for treatment has only increased, and the current 3-story building has reached its limit, and many patients' illnesses require the large medical equipment on the first floor. No, 3 of them, we will use the others ourselves. Su Heng said. Oh, I said. Sure, Linian sighed slightly, and said nothing more. If all of them were village clinics, he could still fight for it. But now Binga Village needs to use them by itself. To be honest, whether it is Binga Cultural Tourism or Binga Construction Company, they are actually short of offices now. Xiao Su, when will the construction start? After a long time, Shu Yutian, who slowly came back to his senses, looked at Su Heng. Recently, the village cadres will come to the village in a while, and the construction period is estimated to be 2 months. Su Heng said. Then can we build this ancient theater first? I want to use it as a background, Shu Yutian said hurriedly. At the same time, he also roughly talked about the team building of Su Province Petrochemical Company. He just thought about it. If this theater is used as a background, all kinds of lights will be turned on. The effect will definitely be amazing. So that's it. After listening, Su Heng thought about it and asked, how many days are left before this event? The team building activities of Binga Cultural Tourism can become more and more popular. In addition to the unexpected traffic, it also has a lot to do with the service attitude of the camping site. Every event is done with all efforts. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of negative reviews on the short video. After seeing the negative reviews, customers would naturally not consider Binga Village Campground again. 27 days. Shu Yutian replied immediately. That's about right. When the time comes, we will build this first. The rest of the buildings will be completed within 2 months. Su Heng nodded. Great. Shu Yutian subconsciously clenched his fist. Chapter 129 3 Minutes of Feeling Sorry for Xiaoli. The tides rise and fall, and a week passes in a flash. At 9 o'clock in the morning, AC County, 1 kilometer south of the county street, Xiaoping and Go Shuiping looked at the progress of the project in front of them with satisfaction. Compared with the original garbage recycling site, this place has become brand new, and a signpost has been erected at the door, which clearly reads, Western Legend Campground, in large letters. According to this progress, the campground will be officially completed in another 20 days. Mr. Zhao, facts have proved that our decision was correct. Before the official opening, didn't a company in Jiuge City already book an event? After a moment, Go Ping looked at Zhao Ping with some pride. During this period, they have begun to advertise in Jiuge City in advance under the name of the Camel Factory. And just this morning he received a call from this company, saying that they wanted to book a roasted whole camel the day before National Day. The final quotation was the same as that of the Binga Campground, 1.2 million per event, plus celebrity support and roasted whole camels. That's what I said. But it feels like this company is not targeting us at all. Zhao Ping sighed slightly. This company is a biotechnology company in Lan City. When booking the event, it clearly stated that it hopes to invite the scientific research team of Shanghai Jiaotong University to participate. There is almost no need to guess that this company just wants to use this event to establish a connection with the scientific research team of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Mr. Zhao, you are wrong. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as we organize this event well and promote it, won't the source of customers in the future be endless? Go Shuiping immediately waved his hand. He had already thought about it. Even if it didn't make money for the first time, he had to make this event beautiful. I dare not say that it will be much better than the Ice Lake Campground, but it must not be much worse than there. But how do we invite the scientific research team of High City Jiaotong University? Zhao Ping hesitated for a moment, and then asked. We can just invite them in our name, anyway. The next day is National Day, so we can celebrate the holiday in advance. The most important thing is that they are doing scientific research in our camel factory, so they must give us this face. Go Ping Ping signaled Zhao Ping not to worry. He will take care of it when the time comes. Okay, I hope we can get back on track and make some money as soon as possible. Zhao Ping looked at the construction site again. Don't worry, at the latest 1 month, the company's deposit has been paid. What are you afraid of? Yeah. Little did they know that, just as Go Shuiping and Zhao Ping were calculating their own camping business, the county government office building, the first leader Sun Chung slowly put down the phone and looked at his deputy across the desk. It's a call from the relevant department of the city organization, he said with some emotion. Organization department? Is it about the secretary of Bingu Village? After hearing this, looking at Sun Cheng's expression again, the deputy said tentatively. Yeah. Sun Chung nodded. I knew there would be a follow-up to this matter. It was named and praised by media like Xiaoguo Jiafeng, and it also earned face for Suqing province. How could there be no response? The deputy leaned back in his chair. 10 days have passed since this incident. The outside world may no longer pay attention to it, but they are very clear that this matter has not really passed. What does it say? After a pause, the deputy couldn't help but ask curiously. The position of the party secretary of Bingu Village remains unchanged, and the salary will be raised to assistant researcher. The official document will be sent to the office tomorrow, Sun Chung said with some emotion. Ah, assistant researcher, this? The deputy was stunned for a moment. He had expected that the party secretary of Bingu Village would be rewarded, but he never expected that the intensity would be so great. What does assistant researcher mean? It is a formal deputy director's salary. Many staff members will never get over this hurdle in their lifetime. The most important thing is that looking at the entire Xia country, this is the first time I have seen a village party secretary of such a high level. There is no way. Someone in the city just said that this is the intention of the relevant departments of the province. They also said that the benchmark of Bingu Village must be set up to let those graduates from famous universities in the country see that they can still do a lot in our northwest. Sun Chung spread his hands. This may be the benefit of a benchmark, and it is a benchmark set by such an important media in front of the national audience. But even if it is a benchmark, this level directly jumps from a second-level chief clerk to an assistant researcher. The deputy stroked his hair back. If he had improved so quickly back then, he would definitely not be sitting here now. It seems that some leaders have raised the same question as you, but one leader said that he is so young, it is only a matter of time, and since it is a benchmark, you can't use common sense to look at it. So, the matter was settled. Sun Chung said again. That's true. The deputy smiled bitterly again. Although this reason sounds a bit unreasonable, it is also true. Okay, let's have another meeting tomorrow to study it. Find ways to support Bingu Village again. It has been designated as a model. There will definitely be many leaders coming to inspect it later. Standing up, Sun Chung said again. Some things don't even require you to think about what will happen next. This is a must. There are only 2 points in a day when workers are most excited. One is lunchtime, the other is when they get off work in the afternoon. At 11:30 in the morning, South Street office, just when Lu Li and others were about to go to the cafeteria for lunch, Zhang Qi rushed into the office in a hurry. Comrades, big news, big news! He shouted as soon as he entered the door. What's wrong? Colleagues have long been accustomed to Zhang Qi's style. The South Street office's small loudspeaker broadcast is not in vain. It's first-hand information. You will be shocked if I tell you. Zhang Qi picked up the cup and took a gulp. Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. Old Zhang in the last row glared at Zhang Qi. Ahem, after clearing his throat, Zhang Qi looked at the others. The party secretary of Bingu Village has been selected as a provincial role model. His position remains unchanged and his rank has been changed to assistant researcher. What? Assistant researcher? Swish. The next moment, the office became dead silent. You could hear a pin drop clearly. After a long time, the female colleague next to her slowly came back to her senses. Zhang Qi. Don't joke. If you really become an assistant researcher, you will be higher than the director of our street office, she said. How dare I joke about this? The documents will arrive in the office tomorrow. Zhang Qi glanced at the female colleague unhappily. But the office was silent again. Perhaps most people thought of themselves. They are already in their 40s, but are still ordinary clerks. Now, the one who deserves the most sympathy is Xiaoli. If she knew that the village party secretary of her village had become a deputy director, she would probably cry in the toilet. After a pause, Zhang Qi sighed. Anyway, his first reaction after hearing the news was to feel sorry for Xiaoli for 3 minutes. Of course, Zhang Qi didn't know that Bingu Village quietly registered a 7th permanent resident a week ago. If he knew, he would not feel sorry for Xiao Lu for 3 minutes. But at least 10 minutes. Why sympathize with Xiaoli? At the corner of the window, Lu Li, who had been silent, suddenly spoke after hearing this. Shouldn't it be? The village party secretary of Bingu Village is so powerful, it's really stressful to work there. Hearing this, Zhang Qi couldn't help but look at Lu Li. But just after he finished speaking, he couldn't help but ask, Sister Lu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look weird? You look a little nervous. Me? Nervous? What can I be nervous about? Lu Li hurriedly picked up the small round mirror on the desk and took a look. You obviously. Zhang Qi hesitated. At this time, Lu Li's expression was obviously different from usual. Just take care of yourself. After glancing at Zhang Qi again, Lu Li stood up and left the office. Okay, let's eat. Let's eat. Seeing this, the people in the office also went to the cafeteria one after another. At 12 o'clock noon, Binggu Village, Yousheng, who didn't know about his level upgrade, came to the barbecue square, even forgot that he was praised by Xiaoguiju. After all, the operation of Binggu Village is the most important. Everyone has been busy like a top these 2 days, and it is difficult to have time to rest. At this time, construction fences had been erected all around the barbecue square, which directly surrounded the square. However, this did not affect the bonfire party held in a large square in the middle. September 26th is the Mid-Autumn Festival. There should be no problem. Looking up at the highest construction fence in the north, Yousheng was thoughtful. In the past week, the flow of customers in Binggu Village has become more and more stable, and the floating population can be maintained at 500 to 600 people every day, especially those who come to see a doctor. In the end, Shi Linian and Song Qing had to ask the toll collector to make 120 number plates. Anyone who hasn't received a badge can only wait until the next day. At the farm, the first batch of camels, ostriches, and white yaks are on the way, and will be delivered to Binggu Village tomorrow. 2 veterinarians and 10 workers moved into the 3rd dormitory building yesterday morning. That's not all. Yousheng also bought a lot of fodder in the pond system. So far, the farm has officially entered the trial operation stage. The wood will be delivered this afternoon. After taking a deep breath, Yousheng turned around and left. The village office project started 4 days ago. Due to Shu Yutian's needs, Yousheng first built the ancient theater, while Lu Ming was still in charge of the Guanque Tower. Su's secretary. However, Yousheng had only taken 2 steps when a voice came from behind him. Looking back, Yousheng immediately said, "Master Han, what's wrong?" The voice came from one of the full-time camel roasting masters, Han Shuping. "Su's secretary, it's like this. Since the team building activities have not stopped for a while, there is almost no room for camel skins, camel bones, and ostrich skins. What do you think we should do with them?" Han Shuping said a little restrainedly. Although Han Shuping is old, the staff of the campsite can't let go at all when facing the official villagers of Binggu Village. What's more, the person in front of him is the village secretary of Binggu Village. Is the warehouse full? Yousheng subconsciously glanced in the direction of the color steel house. Chapter 130, The First Creative Store. A few minutes later, Yousheng and Han Shuping came to the color steel house. Taking advantage of the opportunity to build the village office, Yousheng built another staff dormitory along the national highway. At this time, the color steel house was already placed next to the foundation of the 4th staff dormitory. Of course, the 4th staff dormitory must be built before the village office and the theater. So many? When he opened the door and took a look, Yousheng frowned. The color steel house was full of camel bones, camel skins, and ostrich skins. Especially camel bones, which took up more than half of the space. Last time, Yousheng thought that the color steel house could be used for a while, and he was busy all the time and didn't have time to deal with these things. As a result, now we are only roasting whole camels and whole ostriches. If there are customers roasting yaks later, I guess there will be cowhide and cow bones at that time. Han Shuping said hurriedly. There is a rule in Xia country that anyone who provides barbecue only provides full-width meat racks instead of selling the whole camel to customers. The fur and other things belong to the campsite. Since the campsite does not make camel viscera dishes, they were directly disposed of, and only the fur was left. The bones were collected by customers after they were discarded. If customers want to take the bones, the campsite will not object. It is really not going to work if we continue like this. Staring at the things in the color steel house for a while, Yousheng suddenly had an idea and looked at Han Shuping. "Master Han, do you know a craftsman who can handle camel skin? How do you say it is handled? Is it purchased, or?" Han Shuping was a little confused. "No, it's about processing camel skin into the kind of mature leather that can be used to make bags." Yousheng waved his hand immediately. Just for a moment, a bag brand on earth flashed through his mind. If camel skin and cowhide can be made into various styles of genuine leather bags and belts, it can be regarded as maximizing the value of camel skin. Camel bones and cow bones can be polished into bracelets. This kind of bracelet is very popular on Earth, and the price is not bad. As for sales, when the time comes, open a Binggu cultural and creative store on the ground floor of the 4th employee dormitory building, specializing in selling these things. And in order to ensure authenticity, you can also ask the master to make it on the spot at the door. Just like many silver shops will make it at their own door. Are you going to use camel skin to make a leather bag? Let me think about it. After a while, Han Shuping's eyes suddenly lit up. Secretary Sue, I do know 2 rural masters. They can process camel skin and sew some things by hand. But if you want to make a bag, I'm afraid you have to find a professional to design it. They can only make the old-fashioned hanging bag. That doesn't matter? Upon hearing this, Su Heng waved his hand immediately. What luxury bags are not available in the pawn system? You can just pick a few and use them. Then I'll contact them for you? Yes, if they are interested. They can come to Bingdu village to see their craftsmanship first, and then determine the salary. Su Heng nodded. Okay, Su's secretary, I'll contact them right away. Han Shuping immediately picked up his phone. Thank you for your hard work. Just when Su Heng was planning to open a cultural and creative store in Bingdu village, Gyeoga City, west of the city, in a petrochemical factory covering thousands of acres, a middle-aged man looked at the documents in his hand with a trace of worry on his face. Mr. Wan, are we really going to the Bingdu camping site to celebrate the company's anniversary? He said. Yeah. Across from the desk, a man in his 50s nodded. His name is Wan Xiang, and he is the general manager of the Gyeoga branch of the Su Province Petrochemical Company. The company mainly operates natural gas mining, oil refining and other industries. However, what is a bit puzzling is that although Gyeoga City has no shortage of such petrochemical companies, Ase County has not yet been connected to natural gas. The people and businesses all use liquefied gas and coal. Even the relevant leaders of Ase County applied for it many times, but were politely rejected in the end. They said that the population headquarters of Ase County did not meet the standards, and did not meet the standards for opening a branch on the main natural gas pipeline. After several rounds of discussion, the relevant person in charge of Ase County no longer mentioned the issue of natural gas, because they knew it would be useless to mention it. General Manager 1. The head office just called and said that the deputy general manager of the head office would visit the grassroots employees of our branch on the Mid-Autumn Festival, and would also participate in our company's celebration activities. After a pause, the man hesitated. The man was the office director of the branch, and was mainly responsible for various administrative work. Some time ago, when a leader saw Xiaoguijia's visit and decided to go to Bingdu village to hold this event, no one thought too much. We have been doing the same thing every year in recent years. It would be nice to change it up this year. But today, when the headquarters called, it was different. The leaders of the headquarters are coming to visit? Wan Xiang frowned. Well, I am worried that the leaders of the headquarters will think we are very casual and informal when they see us celebrating the company at Bingdu Campground. After all, you have seen the environment of the campground on the short video platform. It's just a bonfire in the middle of an open space, and there's nothing around it. The office director hurriedly said. Whatever. Haven't you sent the relevant procedures to the campsite? Including the leaders' speeches. They shouldn't put it directly on the open space. And we require 2 stars to sing. And the specifications and standards are also in line with the price. Lighting a cigarette, Wan Xiang slowly leaned back in his chair. Mr. Wan, it's not about the stars or the price. The main thing is that Bingdu Village Campsite has never held such an event before. I guess at most they will have a red carpet, which is about the same level as the groundbreaking ceremony of the construction site. The office director sighed. As long as the leaders from the headquarters come, there will definitely be relevant personnel to take photos and videos, and then post the leaders' condolences to the company's self-media platform. Su Province Petrochemical Company is not a small enterprise. Its annual revenue is nearly 100 billion yuan, and it has 60,000 formal employees. So many people will definitely laugh at the Gyeoga branch when they see the quality of the content of this event. What should we do? We have already paid the deposit to the campsite. They have already started preparing various things in advance, and the money will definitely not be refunded to us. After thinking for a moment, Wan Xiang looked at the office director. Because they wanted to invite a star in addition to Shu Yutian, they directly transferred a deposit of 2 million to the camping site. The office director was speechless for a moment. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It was not until a long time later that Wan Xiang spoke again. Forget it. Let's do it according to our previous plan. If the leaders above are not satisfied with the environment of the Bingdu village camping site, we will say that we are responding to the call, which is a disguised way of helping Bingdu village. Responding to the call? The office director touched his chin, and his worry was much less. As long as this statement is mentioned, the leaders of the headquarters can't say anything. After all, Binggu village is a village that Xiaoguoju visited. Then let's do it. Think about it in another way. It's not easy to hold such an event in the Gobi Desert. At least the leaders of the headquarters have never seen it. Wan Xiang no longer hesitated and finally made a decision. Okay. Mr. Wan. Then I'll contact the headquarters to see when the leaders will arrive. Yes. 2 minutes later. Wait for the office director to leave. Wan Xiang was silent for a moment. And finally picked up his phone and dialed a number. The note on it was Mr. Zhong from Binggu Campground. Beep. 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 Soon. The number was connected. Hello. Mr. Zhong. I am Wan Xiang from Jioga Petrochemical. And I am the company that booked the Mid-Autumn Festival event. Wan Xiang said. He originally booked the event with Zhong Ruofei. Oh. Mr. Wan. Hello. What's wrong? The next moment, Zhong Ruofei's voice came. Mr. Zhong. It's like this. Our headquarter leader is coming to this event suddenly. Can you please clean up the ground a little and make a small platform for speeches when you check out? All the expenses will be included in the bill. Wan Xiang said. It's okay to explain to the leader. But it's better to make it a little bit similar. Don't be too embarrassing. The platform for speaking? Zhong Ruofei hesitated. Well, you see, Wan Xiang said again. Boss Wan. Don't worry about this. Since our campsite has accepted this event, we will definitely go all out. If I remember correctly, there is a speech by the leader on the list you provided. Boss Shui, who is in charge of this matter, will make all arrangements. Zhong Ruofei's voice came soon. Oh, then please. Wan Xiang felt a little relieved after hearing this. If nothing else, at least this answer will make people feel that Binggu Campground is very reliable. It should not be as rough as the office director thinks. This is what we should do. I still say that, since you trust us, we will definitely do our best, and never let you lose face. Perhaps sensing Wan Xiang's worry, Zhong Ruofei promised again. Then excuse me. It's okay. You can call me anytime if you have anything to do later. I will send you the phone number of our general manager Shui later. Okay. Busy time always passes in a flash. In the evening, Yuan, Su Hang's single-family house, Zhong Ruofei and Lu Ming were both there. Xiao Su, are you saying that we should open a cultural and creative store? After listening to what Su Hang said, Zhong Ruofei and Lu Ming looked at each other. Yes, sell leather bags, belts and bone bracelets, horn combs and the like. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with those camel skins and camel bones. Su Hang nodded. In the evening, Han Shuping found him again, saying that he had contacted 2 old craftsmen who could deal with camel skins, and that he would come to Binggu village the day after tomorrow to see their skills. What about ostrich leather? Lu Ming touched his chin and thought for a moment before asking again, with great interest. Ostrich leather? I checked and found that ostrich leather can also be used to make leather goods, especially leather shoes. A pair of genuine ostrich leather shoes can be sold at a very good price abroad. Su Hang said again. Xiao Su's idea is absolutely fine. When the time comes, we will put Binggu Culture and Tourism's own logo on the leather goods. Maybe it can be operated into a good brand in the future. Hearing that genuine ostrich leather shoes are very scarce, Zhong Ruofei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 131 Industry, starting from a small workshop. This is really a good idea, but it is also very difficult. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something, and gradually calmed down. Just now, he just said it casually, it is so difficult to own a high-end brand, with the current strength of Binggu Culture and Tourism. It is not dared to think about it for the time being. Not to mention anything else, it seems that there is not even a well-known domestic brand in the entire Jioga city, and even the entire Suqing province, let alone an international brand that is heading to Blue Star. I found 2 masters who can process fur. They will come the day after tomorrow. Let's see how well they can process fur first. Su Hang nodded. The most urgent task is to make the fur and bones into products that can be preserved for a long time. Brand operation is a later matter. To be pessimistic, whether or not people will buy these things at the beginning is another matter. Not to mention the level. Xiao Su. If the level of these 2 folk masters is good enough, do we need to set up a leather workshop at the farm? Lu Ming said on the side. That's what I planned. Su Hang took a sip from the teacup. It's not as simple as imagined for old folk artists to process leather. The process is extremely complicated. Generally, there are 2 types. Making leather without hair is relatively simple. After washing, depilation, scraping and other treatments, it can be made into leather. But the smell during the leather making process is extremely unpleasant. It is definitely not suitable to put it in the staff dormitory building. This is still the ancient method of artificial leather making. If it is industrial leather making, the smell is absolutely amazing. You can smell it for miles around. As for the other kind of fur with hair, the processing procedures are more complicated and more time-consuming. Since the raw hides in Bingdu village are all salted, cleaning the salt is a big project. And then you have to remove the grease and blood, and use a scraper to clean it bit by bit without damaging the leather itself, which is very laborious. After this step is completed, the leather needs to be tanned, which is more complicated. After preparing the vegetable tanning liquid, it takes several weeks to soak the raw hide. Of course, although the process of processing fur is complicated, the quality is much better than artificial leather. It is plastic, and it is highly absorbent and environmentally friendly. Even if it is burned, it will not release toxic substances. The most important thing is that over time, vegetable tanning will gradually turn into brown, showing a high-end atmosphere. The artificial leather on the market is also dyed brown directly when it leaves the factory for this reason. For all these reasons, it is most appropriate to put the leather workshop next to the breeding farm. Now the water and electricity network have been led there. In addition, a sewage purification pool has been specially built next to the breeding farm, which can save a lot of trouble. The only thing to do is to install an air purification system in the leather workshop. Okay, I'll arrange it. The farm has recently reached the final stage, and will build a fur processing workshop. After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei nodded. But soon, he looked at Su Heng again. Do I have to register a leather processing factory of the type of individual business? I checked the relevant policies of Xiagua this afternoon. There are many aspects involved in processing animal fur, so you have to obtain relevant business licenses, Su Heng replied. For this reason, he even went to ask Bingdu Village's legal advisor Lao Feng. Lao Feng said, anything related to animal products must be qualified. Otherwise it will be very troublesome later. Okay, I'll ask about the details when I go to Jioga City tomorrow, Zhong Ruofei replied. By the way, Brother Zhong, how is the cash flow of our campsite now? Even though it's just a small leather workshop, it will probably cost a lot of money to purchase a set of equipment and tools. After a pause, Su Heng asked again. If there is no village office, the ancient theater building is not a concern for Bingdu Village's cash flow. But this time, the budget for the 4-story ancient buildings and the ancient theater building in the east and west rows of the barbecue square exceeds 10 million, which accounts for a large part of the cash pool. In addition, it is time for the Guanque Tower to spend a lot of money. Not to mention other things, the daily wages of 10 master craftsmen are not a small amount. There is no problem with our cash flow, and I plan to pay back part of the debt to Jioga City after the Mid-Autumn Festival. When it comes to funds, Zhong Ruofei waved his hand immediately. Is our cash flow so abundant now? Hearing that they can still pay back part of the debt after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Heng and Lu Ming were both stunned. Since our village was interviewed by Xiaoguijiao, we have basically held a team building every 2 days. In addition, more and more heavy truck drivers are staying overnight at the truck friend's home, which has caused our gas station business to soar, and even heavy trucks have lined up. I checked yesterday, and the daily profit of the gas station has reached 70,000, which exceeds the net profit of the camping site. If this continues, we will probably need to add another diesel depot. Zhong Ruofei smiled. The weather now is just right for traveling, playing, and team building. After the National Day, team building activities will probably decrease. But by that time, many projects in Bingdu Village will have been put on track one after another, and they will not be as dependent on team building activities as they are now. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Just when Su Heng was about to say something else, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up and taking a look, Su Heng was immediately surprised. After nodding to Zhong Ruofei and Lu Ming, he stood up and answered the phone. Secretary Sun, hello. The call was from Sun Chung, the first leader of Ase County. Secretary Su, are you busy now? The next moment, Sun Cheng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Not busy, you say? It's like this. After discussion by the higher authorities, it was decided to establish Bingdu Village as a model and benchmark for rural construction in our Suqing province. Your position will remain unchanged, and your rank will be set as assistant researcher. The document will arrive at the county tomorrow. Ah, your rank has been raised to assistant researcher? Su Heng paused. At the tea table, Lu Ming and Zhong Ruofei looked at each other in surprise after hearing these words. They naturally knew what assistant investigator meant. The deputy division-level village party secretary is still so young. In the future, the employees of Bingda Cultural Tourism will probably face a lot of pressure from Xiao Su. After coming back to his senses, Zhong Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. Days passed, and the Mid-Autumn Festival was getting closer and closer. Bingdu Village was busy, and various projects were also progressing steadily. On September 6th, Su Heng met two old-fur craftsmen. After seeing their craftsmanship, he kept them in Bingdu Village with a basic salary of 8,000 yuan per month. This basic salary level has reached the highest level of Bingda Cultural Tourism. On the same day, the foundation treatment of the ancient theater and the podiums on both sides was completed, and the ground part began to be built. On September 7, Zhong Ruofei spent money to find a professional accounting company in Jioga City to register an individual business called Bingda Leather Factory. On September 13, Bingda Farm was officially completed. 100 camels, 1,000 ostriches, and 100 yaks were fully enclosed. Veterinarians and feeding workers officially took up their posts. However, the director of the farm has not yet been decided, and Zhong Ruofei will temporarily serve as a concurrent post. It was on this day that the leather workshop began to work under the guidance of two old craftsmen. The design of the leather workshop was not like an ancient building, but an ordinary modern two-story house with an operating shed and other professional things. At the same time, 3 colored steel houses filled with fur and camel bones were moved to the side of the leather workshop. On September 18th, the 4th employee dormitory was officially completed and entered the stage of drying and interior decoration. At this point, the 4 small buildings stood opposite each other along National Highway 215, and already had a bit of the feeling of a small street in the northwest. On this day, the ancient theater building was built to the 3rd floor, and only 1 floor was left to top it off. At the same time, the main part of the podium on both sides had been completed, and glazed tiles were installed. On September 24th, with only 3 days left before the Mid-Autumn Festival, the ancient theater building was officially completed, and the fences began to be removed one after another. Shu Yutian and several workers also began to prepare for the petrochemical company's party. Of course, the fences were removed from the ancient theater building. On this day, firecrackers suddenly sounded about 1 kilometer away from the streets of Ase County, and the Western Legend camping ground of Yongshou Camel Factory was officially completed. After the ribbon-cutting celebration, Zhao Ping and Go Shuiping also began to prepare for the first team-building activity of the Western Legend campground. On September 25th, at 7 p.m., Su Heng stood in front of the 4 small building and looked at a row of buildings in the north, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a few months, Bingdu Village finally has a bit of shape now, and is no longer as lonely as before. When the Guanque Tower is completed, the campground will not only have a greatly improved reception capacity, but also with the ancient theater and the 4-story ancient office buildings on the east and west sides of the Bonfire Square. The core area of Bingdu Village will appear more high-end and more beautiful. The campground reception will be moved here tomorrow. Looking back, taking a look at the bottom floor of the 4th small building, Su Heng turned and walked towards Yiyuan. There is no other way. The food stalls are in urgent need of space. The first floor of the first ancient building can only be reserved for the food stalls. The 3 ground floors here, one is used as a reception desk, one is used as a cultural and creative store. The remaining one is planned to be a roadside barbecue restaurant. There is no other way. Recently, individual guests staying in the campsite have been complaining more and more. Many people saw the team building staff eating grilled camel meat. They can only stand outside and worry, so they often look for the reception desk. Some heavy truck drivers, who stayed overnight in Bingdu Village, also asked a lot of questions. After thinking about it, Su Heng decided to open a street barbecue restaurant opposite the clinic, providing red willow, iron-skewered camel meat, mutton, yak meat, ostrich meat, etc. to meet different types of needs. In this way, some special tripe, heart and liver and other foods can be brought in, which can also share the pressure of the food stalls. 10 minutes later, Su Heng returned to Yuan's residence. Just when he was about to wash his face before going to eat, there was a knock on the door. "Xiao Su, are you there?" After hearing this, Su Heng turned to the door and opened it. "Brother Shi, come in and sit down first." The one knocking on the door was none other than Shi Linian. Chapter 132. Back and forth 2 buses. Shu Yutian is an official villager of Bingdu village, so he was not so restrained, and immediately followed Su Hang into the house, and sat on the sofa. "Xiao Su, I have something to discuss with you," he said. "Brother Shu, what's wrong?" Su Hang said while pouring tea. "Xiao Su, our clinic wants to invest in buying an operating bus line." Shu Yutian straightened up. "Buy an operating bus line?" Su Hang put the teacup in front of Shu Yutian, and couldn't help but said in surprise. "Well, now the clinic receives many requests from patients every day, mostly accommodation and transportation." Shu Yutian sighed. "Now the clinic only has 100 appointments per day, and there is no hotel for ordinary people at the camping site for the time being, which causes many patients to rush back the same day after coming. Those who have cars at home are fine, but those who hitchhike here will have a hard time coming back." After thinking about it, Shu Yutian thinks that the clinic can solve all problems by operating a regular route. "Brother Shu, which route do you want to set?" After thinking for a moment, Su Hang looked at Shu Yutian. "I will use the funds from the clinic to buy 2 buses, starting from our Bingdu village, passing through Ase County, and finally arriving at Jioga bus station. There will be 2 trips every day, one at 7 a.m. and one at 3 p.m. The 7 a.m. trip will arrive in Jioga City and return in the afternoon, and the 3 p.m. trip will depart from Jioga City and return to our Bingdu village the next morning." Shu Yutian hurriedly expressed his thoughts. After a pause, Shu Yutian added, "There is another benefit to this. If there are any urgently needed medicines in our village clinic, we can bring them back by bus. Brother Shu, I have actually been considering the issue of going in and out of our Bingdu village recently. It is really inconvenient to come to our Bingdu village without a car." Su Hang nodded and changed the subject. "But the operation of the bus route should be handled by Bingdu Culture and Tourism, and the clinic does not need to worry about it." "Xiao Su, it's okay. There is a lot of surplus in the clinic's account now." Upon hearing this, Shu Yutian replied immediately, "It's okay. The money in the village clinic's account should be used to pay off the outstanding medical equipment debt first." Su Hang waved his hand. Since Shu Yutian came to discuss the route with him, he must have made a budget. 2 buses plus route operation fees, hiring drivers and attendants, etc. At least 1 or 2 million yuan will be spent. Although the money for the medical equipment was owed to Zhong Ruofei's best friend, the closer the person is, the sooner he should pay it off. The village clinic has paid back 1 million 2 days ago, and now there is 5 million left. Speaking of the accounts, Shu Yutian said again, "Ah, the clinic has already paid back 1 million yuan, and is still able to invest in operating the bus?" Su Hang's eyes widened. "Although the clinic is full of patients every day, it has only been in operation for less than 2 months. "Yeah," Shu Yutian nodded. "Then is our medicine too expensive? Otherwise, how could we make so much money?" Su Hang looked at Shu Yutian. Although he is also a doctor of modern medicine, he really didn't know that the medical industry has such high profits. "Our medicines are sold according to the winning bid price of the Su Province drug procurement platform, and there is no markup. Sometimes, the medicines are even cheaper than the hospital price." Shu Yutian shook his head. "This is also one of the reasons why there are so many patients coming to the Bingdu village clinic." "Why?" Su Hang was increasingly puzzled. "It's like this. I recently contacted some pharmaceutical manufacturers. All you need to do is add a delivery fee from the pharmaceutical company. It's not like some big hospitals, where the pharmaceutical representatives take one layer, and some unscrupulous doctors take another layer," Shu Yutian explained. "So that's how it is." Hearing this, Su Hang understood. This is equivalent to the money that originally belonged to the pharmaceutical representatives and unscrupulous doctors in the big hospital going to the account of the clinic. No wonder they can earn so much. "Xiao Su, what do you think?" "Brother Shu, if that's the case, I'll contact the bus route first. If it's confirmed, the village clinic will first put 2 buses on board." After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, "Okay." Just like that, after chatting for a while about the operation of the clinic, Shu Yutian left the 2nd floor. "Operating bus routes? Does this require application to the Road Transport Management Agency?" After thinking for a while, Su Hang raised his hand to check the time, and picked up his phone. On Earth, anyone engaged in passenger transport within the county-level administrative area should apply to the county-level Road Transport Management Agency. The route proposed by Shu Yutian only passes through the county seat of Ase County, and finally enters the station in Jioga City. So you should apply to the Jioga City Management Department. As for the application, it is actually not as difficult as you think. Just fill out an application form for road passenger transport route operation and a feasibility plan. Entry plan and quality commitment letter. Finally, pay a certain line operation management fee and deposit. But this is not the earth after all. And everything must be asked clearly. Beep. Beep. The call was connected soon. Hello, Xiaoli? Su Heng said. Originally, he wanted to call Xiaolong, the director of the South Street office. But now his administrative level seems to be one level higher than Xiaolong. Calling him directly feels a little bit like using his rank to pressure others. It would be better to call the village cadre. Su secretary, why did you think of calling me? The next moment, a very unexpected and somewhat pleasant voice came from the phone. You are still in training. Is it inconvenient to talk? Su Heng was a little confused, not knowing why Li Mei said that. Today's training has ended a long time ago. There will be a final exam in a week. Once it's over, it's completely over. Li Mei replied immediately. Oh, by the way, Secretary Li, I called you to ask you. Do you know where to apply for the operating route? Binggu Village wants to apply for 2 buses that go directly to Jioga City. Hearing this, Su Heng went straight to the point. Secretary Su, this is not very clear to me. I have to ask my classmates, who work in the Transportation Administration Bureau. By the way, didn't our colleague Luli solve it for you? After a while, Li Mei's voice came again. A little puzzled. Luli? Su Heng's expression changed, and he suddenly remembered a name that Shu Yutian had mentioned before. After a pause, Su Heng immediately asked. By the way, Officer Li, is this Luli the staff member who helped handle the affairs of Binggu Village during your training? Ah, Secretary Su, Luli is the officer who took over my responsibility for Binggu Village. Don't you know? She sent me a message saying that when I return, I will go to Binggu Village with her to formally hand over. I thought that she has been helping to handle the affairs of Binggu Village during this period. Li Mei became more and more confused. Because that's what Luli said in the message she sent her. She replaced you? Su Heng's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Shu Yutian's words flashed through his mind again. Yeah. Did you think that our Binggu Village is a bit remote, and the conditions are not very good? You may have to work in the village later. So you took the initiative to find Luli to replace you? After a moment of silence, Su Heng asked. Su Secretary, how could I dislike Binggu Village? Binggu Village is now ranked first among all natural villages, and is also supplied by Xiagua coking coal. Li Mei's voice was full of loss and grievance. That is to say, I didn't see Li Mei in person. I guess her eyes were already full of tears at this time. Okay. I know. Please ask me about the operating route later. The village cadres in Binggu Village will not be easily replaced. Hearing this, Su Heng had already guessed most of it. Binggu Village will not be easily replaced. Secretary Su. What do you mean? After a moment of silence, Li Mei's voice was low. Don't worry about the rest. Just ask about the operating route. Raising his hand to check the time, Su Heng said again. I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first. Okay. Secretary Su. I'll ask you right now. Perhaps due to Su Heng's aura and status, Li Mei didn't dare to mention the village cadres again. Looking at the black screen of his mobile phone, after thinking for a moment, Su Heng dialed a number again. Beep. Beep. Soon the call was connected. Hello. Director Qiao, I am Su Xinqing from Binggu Village. Su Heng said. The call was to Qiaolong, the director of the South Street office. Hello. Secretary Su, do you need any help? The next moment, Qiaolong's voice came immediately. It can be heard that, compared with the last time, his attitude towards Su Xinqing has changed again. Of course, this is understandable. When working in such an organization, the rank represents status. It's like this. I just heard Xiaoli say that our Binggu Village is going to change the village cadres? Su Heng asked. Oh, that's right. Luli is an old cadre, and has more experience than Xiaoli. I thought that such a staff member would be more efficient in handling affairs for Binggu Village, and she would not bring personal emotions to work. After a slight pause, Xiaolong's voice came over. But just when he wanted to say something else, Su Heng interrupted directly. Director Qiao, Binggu Village doesn't want this Luli. The previous Xiaoli will do. Ah? Don't want Luli? You are? Hearing that Su Heng's tone seemed a little wrong, Xiaolong asked hurriedly. It's like this. Some time ago, Luli called our village doctor, Shu Yutian, the deputy chief physician from the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University. and asked him to help take care of her relatives. I think this behavior is very problematic. It's like this before the official handover. If the official handover is done, who knows what else she will ask for? Su Heng spoke again. He didn't mention the conversation with Li Mei just now. Ah, there is such a thing? Xiaolong was shocked, and his tone was a little embarrassed. Just now, he was praising Lu Li for her experience, but... So we will never accept Lu Li in Binggu village. I even think she is not suitable to be a village cadre. I just didn't say anything because of Director Chiao's face. Otherwise, according to Dr. Shi's opinion, we should report it directly to the relevant departments in the county. This matter is really not a small matter. Su Heng said again. This. Secretary Su, I know. I will handle this matter. Xiaolong's voice came immediately, and a sound of swallowing saliva was faintly heard. Okay, anyway. Don't change the village cadres in charge of Binggu village for us. Don't worry, I will definitely not change them. In a blink of an eye, the next day, at 8:30 in the morning, AC County, South Street office, a group of grassroots staff walked into the office one after another. Sister Lu, you look good today? Zhang Qi, who was sitting at the door, saw Lu Li, who had just entered the door, and couldn't help but say something. Nonsense. The day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we have a holiday. How can we not be happy? Glancing at Zhang Qi, Lu Li sat down at her seat and turned on the office computer. Going back to your hometown? Zhang Qi added. Chapter 133 Office in Jioga City. Of course, aren't you going back? Lu Li flipped through the documents on her desk again. It can be seen that Lu Li has lost the desire to go to work as the holiday is approaching. My hometown is in the county town. Zhang Qi curled his lips. After a pause, just when Zhang Qi wanted to talk to others about something, a voice suddenly appeared at the door of the office. Looking up, the staff members looked serious. Director, Lu Li, come to my office. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards his own office. Xiaolong looked around, and finally looked at Lu Li. Okay, Director. Hearing this, Lu Li was startled. A little confused but still followed quickly. After Lu Li left, Zhang Qi and others looked at each other subconsciously. The director seems to be in a bad mood today. I think so too. Usually he would greet us first. Why today? Okay. Don't guess. Maybe the director has something urgent to do. I heard that there will be a supervision team after the National Day. It is probably related to this matter. After chatting for a few words, a staff member, who was about 50 years old and sitting in the back row, said, Supervision team? Is it true? Zhang Qi and others all turned around and looked at the man. The last time Xiaoguoju visited, the incident had just passed, and they really couldn't stand it. One of my nephews works in a department in Lon City, he said, and the supervision level this time is very high, and he is from Yousheng. The man said again. Yousheng? Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. They already knew how heavy the word Yousheng was. So everyone should get to work, finish the things at hand, no matter how high the supervision level is. It is better than the silent secret visit of Xiaoguoju. That's right. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became serious. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. Just when Zhang Qi and others had just started working, the office door was pushed open again. Lu Li walked in with red eyes. She walked to her seat without saying a word and began to pack her things. Soon she turned around and left the office with her bag. What happened to Sister Lu? It seems like she just cried. Such a scene scared everyone in the office. That's it. Zhang Qi couldn't help but look in the direction where Lu Li left. After a few minutes of silence, Zhang Qi, who was known as the small loudspeaker broadcaster of the South Street office, finally couldn't help himself. Wait for me. I'll go ask around. Zhang Qi left the office. He didn't return to the office until more than half an hour later. What's going on? Seeing Zhang Qi, the staff in the office immediately looked up at him. In fact, they were waiting for him to come back the moment he left. Sister Lu is on standby, Zhang Qi said after taking a sip of water from his cup. Ah, on standby. Why standby? Everyone stared, with disbelief on their faces. Lu Li was either a leader or an ordinary grassroots village cadre, and she was not part of the Xia country's civil service. The word on standby was not just a casual remark, and sometimes she would just be gone. What standby? Do you know why? Zhang Qi half leaned on the desk. Why? The story has to start from Binggu village. Binggu village. Yes, according to the news. Sister Lu found the director more than a month ago, expressing her intention to take over Bingu village again. She said that something was wrong with her recent state, especially after hearing the news about Bingu village. Zhang Qi glanced at Lu Li's position. Ah, did the director agree to this? Everyone frowned instantly. Bingu village was originally given to newcomer Li Mei after Lu Li didn't want it anymore. Although no one said anything, everyone knew it. As a result, when she saw Bingu village developing, she wanted to take it back. It was really a bit too much. The director agreed because he thought Sister Lu had more experience than Xiao Li. Zhang Qi nodded. Because of this, you are on standby. It doesn't seem to be the case. A female colleague couldn't help asking again. This kind of thing can only be criticized from a moral perspective. There are too many such things in reality. Not really. But the next day after Lu Jia found the director, she called the doctor from the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng University in Bingu village, saying that she was the village cadre in charge of Bingu village and that a relative was going to see a doctor at the Bingu village clinic and asked him to take care of her. Zhang Qi took another sip of water. Ah, Sister Lu is so direct. She is an associate chief physician from a big hospital. How can you? An ordinary village cadre. The female colleague looked stunned. Apart from other things, one of her relatives is a leader. When her family members go to Jioga City Hospital for treatment, they are very polite. The villagers of Bingu village are not easy to deal with. Why should they give you a village cadre face? Of course, this is not the main reason why Sister Lu is on leave, Zhang Qi said with some emotion. Ah, this is not the main reason? A group of colleagues became more and more confused. It would be fine if no one paid attention to this matter. But once someone seriously investigated it, it would be no small matter. Well, according to gossip, Secretary Su of Bingu village had no intention of pursuing the matter of arranging conveniences for his relatives. It was not until I called Xiao Li yesterday to ask about the matter that I learned that Bingu village had quietly changed the village cadres. Can you imagine what level Secretary Su is now? How can this be tolerated? Last night, a call was made directly to Director Qiao, which made Director Qiao speechless. Zhang Qi pouted and shook his head. No way, what is Sister Lu thinking? Why didn't you go to Secretary Su after you found the director? Is Secretary Su just an ordinary village secretary? And speaking of which, even an ordinary village secretary would have to say it in advance. Colleagues looked at each other. If this is the case, then Lu Li is not wronged at all for being on leave. She has brought it upon herself. Maybe she is used to her work and subconsciously thinks Bingu village is an ordinary village. After a long silence, a male colleague at the edge broke the silence and said, but Zhang Qi hesitated. After a pause, he said, the identities of several villagers in Bingu village are there. It's a clear card. How can you make a mistake? A clear card? You said that it has been almost 2 months since the 2 experts registered for permanent residence. Are there any new villagers registered in Bingu village? If there are, I really want to know if the new villagers have other identities. The female colleague followed with emotion. New villagers? Xiao Li is in training in Lan City, and Lu Li doesn't care about Bingu village. Perhaps only the villagers of Bingu village know. By the way, old Zhang, why don't you go to the county government hall to register for long-term residence and ask? The male colleague next to him took over the conversation and looked at Zhang Qi. I go to the government hall? Forget it, we'll know when Xiao Li comes back. It's more important to prepare for supervision first. Zhang Qi sighed. The melons that should be eaten have been eaten, and it's more important to work next. Yes, work. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Bingu village, there are a few white clouds floating in the blue sky, which confirms the idiom the sky is high and the clouds are light all the time. At this time, Zhong Ruofei was chatting with Su Heng in front of the 4-staff dormitory building. Xiao Su, are you talking about ordering 2 buses and hiring 2 bus drivers and 2 attendants? Zhong Ruofei's eyes lit up. Yes, after the formalities are completed, we will run the special line from Bingu village to Jioga City. Su Heng nodded. Not long after I called Xiao Long last night, I received another call from Li Mei. Li Mei said that the current shuttle bus routes are easy to approve, and the line operation and management fee is 15,000 yuan per year, plus a deposit of 50,000 yuan. If we withdraw from the operating route at any time, the deposit will be fully refunded. So the matter was completely settled. Of course, once it is included in the unified management, the ticket price and other things must be in accordance with the price set by the Transportation Administration Bureau. If so, our Bingu village can be regarded as having a real public transportation tool for the outside world. Zhong Ruofei turned his head and glanced at the tourists in the distance. Well, at that time, the bus will stop at the cardholder's home, and the driver and the attendant will live in the new dormitory. This will be very convenient for refueling and other things, Su Heng said with some emotion. Fortunately, with the help of the village committee, we built another staff dormitory this time. Otherwise, the newly recruited people would have no place to live. If this dormitory is fully occupied, the number of formal employees of Bingde Culture and Tourism will reach 96. Except for those labor-intensive enterprises. This number is not a small number in Xiao's private enterprises. That's good. What about Geoga City? The driver needs to stay overnight there. While nodding, Zhong Ruofei said again, I was thinking about renting a house in Geoga City in the name of Bingde Culture and Tourism. If I stay in a hotel, the cost will be a bit high. After thinking for a while, Su Heng replied, although Bingde Village opened this line not for profit, it just wanted to solve the problem of the clinic. But the operating costs must be saved if it can be saved. Rent a house? Xiao Su, if we rent a house, why don't we just set up an office in Geoga City? Now it's hard for the trucks that go there to purchase goods to find a place to rest at noon. And next time I go to Geoga City for business, I don't have to stay in a hotel if I can't come back in one day. When he heard that he wanted to rent a house, Zhong Ruofei thought for a moment and looked at Su Heng. Set up an office? Su Heng's expression changed. How big a house do you need? After a moment, Su Heng felt that the idea of setting up an office was indeed very good. There are not many people going there now, so just rent a 3-bedroom house first. Okay. Then I'll go to Geoga City to look at houses this time. Okay, by the way, Brother Zhong, the cost of purchasing the bus this time will be paid from the clinic's account. After a pause, Su Heng added, Clinic? That's fine. After hearing this, Zhong Ruofei was not surprised. Just because he received the call immediately when the clinic returned 1 million to Guanque. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something and asked again. Xiao Su, another thing is the standard of the bus. I see that most of the buses in Ase County are King Long buses with more than 30 seats. We also use this kind of bus or Chapter 134 opening on the spot. We should use 61-seat buses, Su Heng said without thinking. According to the plan, Bingde Village will have 2 trips this time. Even if we use 61-seat buses, we can only send 120 people a day if they are fully occupied. It would be really boring to use small buses. Okay, then I'll call and ask about the price of a 61-seat bus. Zhong Ruofei nodded. But just when he took out his cell phone, the cell phone rang first. It was an unfamiliar number. At a glance, Zhong Ruofei nodded to Su Heng first, and then walked aside to answer the phone. Hello, how are you? After about a few minutes, Zhong Ruofei came to Su Heng again. It was the newly hired barbecue chef. He will be here soon. Would you like to try the chef's cooking in the afternoon? He said. The Bingde Village barbecue restaurant has been renovated in the past 2 days. It has a meat freezer, sterilizer, barbecue stove, etc. All it needs is a professional barbecue chef to open for business. I have something to do this afternoon. You and our employees can just go and try it. By the way, is the meat in our barbecue restaurant ready? Su Heng waved his hand. It's ready. The 2 chefs who roasted camels helped us process a yak, an ostrich, 2 sheep, and a camel yesterday. Zhong Ruofei nodded. The opening of the self-operated barbecue restaurant means that the farm has a long-term customer. Even if there are no team-building activities. Some cattle, ostriches, etc. may need to be processed. For this purpose, he even went to Geoga City to apply for a slaughter license in the name of the farm. Sheep? Did we buy the sheep? Su Heng paused. If I remember correctly, the farm did not build a sheep pen. Yes, we bought 5 from the county town. I want to try it first. If there are many people eating, we can raise some on our farm later. If there are few people eating, we can just buy them from Ase County. We don't need to raise them ourselves. Zhong Ruofei replied. That's fine, Brother Su. I just remembered that the petrochemical company will have a team building the day after tomorrow. They have more than 400 people. How did you find accommodation for the night? Su Heng looked back at the barbecue restaurant, and suddenly his expression changed and he asked again. A few days ago, I heard from Lao Shui that all the leaders and middle-level managers of the petrochemical company were arranged to stay in the guest rooms in a yuan, and the employees were all living in camping tents. After a little thought, Zhong Ruofei said, with so many people, Can the tents in the camping site accommodate them? It's a bit cold at night now. The tents need to provide some heating equipment. Su Heng looked across. It's no problem to squeeze in. I heard that some employees don't want to spend the night in Bingdu Village and want to return to Gyoga City overnight. Don't want to spend the night here? Okay. But then again, the people in Guanque Tower should hurry up. After a moment of silence, Su Heng said, This is the case in front of the 4-staff dormitory building. Behind the building, Shu Yutian also answered the phone. After more than 2 months of recuperation, he has thrown away his cane. Although he walks slower than a normal person, it no longer affects anything. Lao Luo, you will arrive at Bingdu Village at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Shu Yutian said in surprise. The day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th. Today, we have already started to set up the venue in advance. This event does not use the ancient theater, but only uses the ancient theater as the background. Therefore, it is necessary to build a stage about 1 meter high in front of the ancient theater, with a red carpet on it and a speech seat on one side. In addition, in order to make the entire venue look impressive, Shu Yutian also found a professional lighting show team when he was looking for a performing arts company in Gyoga City. Tomorrow afternoon, the performing arts company and the lighting show team will arrive in Bingdu Village for rehearsal and equipment debugging. For this purpose, Shu Yutian also applied in advance for the 4th employee dormitory that was not yet fully occupied. The performing arts company and the lighting show team will stay there for 2 nights. Yeah. The next moment, Luo Lin's voice came from the phone. Why so early? Shu Yutian couldn't help asking again. If I remember correctly, the flight from High City to Gyoga City should be around 3 p.m., so it won't arrive at Bingdu Village at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We drive ourselves. Luo Lin's voice sounded again. What? Driving ourselves? From High City to Gyoga City? Shu Yutian's eyes widened. Yeah, we left High City the day before yesterday, and we just finished watching the Danxia landform and plan to go to Gyoga City. It's so hard to come to the northwest. It's so boring to take a plane. Luo Lin explained. So that's how it is. I was wondering why we arrived at Bingdu Village at 8 o'clock in the morning. Shu Yutian understood instantly. By the way, old Shui, do you have any extra accommodation? After a pause, Luo Lin's voice came again. Accommodation? Don't worry. I have already prepared it for you too. Shu Yutian was helpless. Although all the guest rooms in Yuan were reserved for the petrochemical company, the place he lived in was a 2-bedroom and 1 living room, and no one had ever lived in the guest room. Now that my old friend is here, it's just right for us to stay here. We can have a drink and chat at night. Old Shui, it doesn't matter to us. We can just stay in the car at night. I'm asking for extra accommodation. Luo Lin said again. Extra? What do you mean, apart from you two? Is there anyone else? A trace of confusion flashed across Shu Yutian's face. Yeah, I met an old acquaintance here at Chisai Danxia today. After listening to our itinerary, she insisted on coming with us. Luo Lin laughed dryly twice. Old acquaintance. Wait. Lao Luo. Tell me the truth. Is this old acquaintance really someone you met in Chisai Danxia? Shu Yutian's face changed slightly, as if he had guessed the identity of the old acquaintance Luo Lin mentioned. Well, just prepare a place. Okay. Let's not talk about it now. We have to drive. The next moment, Luo Lin's phone went silent after he finished speaking. Tomorrow? Shu Yutian stood there in silence for a long time before walking towards the theater. In a flash, the sun was setting in the west. Just as the Ice Lake Campground was busy, the Western Legend Campground was also busy. Move the bonfire a little further to the left, so that everyone can perform the Guizhuang dance. Go Shuiping directed the workers while looking at the plan in his hand. Bosco, when will the celebrity we invited arrive? Zhao Ping looked around and asked. In order to match the bonfire party at Binga Campground, Go Shuiping started to make various contacts 10 days ago. However, when I read the news on the internet, I thought it seemed easy to invite out-of-date celebrities. But when I really wanted to contact them, I found that I couldn't find anyone in that circle. Some people even hung up the phone when they heard that they were from the camel farm. Finally, after much effort, they finally contacted a 4th-tier singer named Gao Hai. But when the other party heard that they were from a remote county in the northwest, he directly said that he would not sing without 500,000 yuan. He also said that this was the lowest price. Now it costs a lot of money for an internet celebrity to appear. Zhao Ping and Guo Shuiping had no choice but to bite their teeth and agree. But because of this, the cost of the first Western Legend campground was greatly increased. The 2 million yuan loaned at the beginning was almost used up. It cost 400,000 yuan to buy the land, 600,000 yuan to renovate the place, and 500,000 yuan to invite celebrities. There were also miscellaneous things such as hiring a barbecue chef, preparing drinks, firewood, etc. The most important thing was that Zhao Ping and Guo Shuiping planned to promote the first campfire party of Western Legend. So they spent money to hire a professional filming team and planned to make a promotional video. All these led to the fact that Western Legend's camping site now has only more than 100,000 yuan on the books. He will arrive in Jiuge City on the morning of September 30th. Guo Pingping replied. Ah? September 30th? Will he be in time? Zhao Ping frowned. He originally thought that the star would arrive in Jiuge City around the 29th. And then, he would take his family and relatives to have a meal with the outdated star, so that they can also see with their own eyes what the star looks like in real life. Now it's good. The performance on the evening of the 30th will not arrive in Jiuge City until the morning of the 30th. Mr. Zhao, there is no way. Now those stars' commercial performances are the same. The time is extremely tight, and they rarely stay overnight in the local area. There were even many who sang 2 songs on time and then turned around and left. Guo Shuiping looked at Zhao Ping helplessly. What about Gao Hai after his performance here tonight? Should he go back to Jiuge City to spend the night or? Rubbing his eyebrows, Zhao Ping said again after a moment. The initial discussion is to send us back to Jiuge City overnight, and send us to the airport the next day to fly back to Jiancheng. Guo Shuiping replied. Boss Guo, what about our subsequent activities? What if every celebrity we invited is like this? A trace of worry flashed across Zhao Ping's face. It's true that even celebrities don't know. I didn't expect there would be so many things. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. Let's do this first. It should be easier to make the camping site famous later. Upon hearing this, Guo Shuiping waved his hand immediately. Although the Western Legend camping site has been officially opened, it has not received any team building orders except this one. In the eyes of the two, the main reason is that the publicity is not in place. Okay, at 10 o'clock in the evening, a bright moon hung high in the sky. Bingyu village is much more lively than usual. Especially in front of the 4th dormitory building, there are more than a dozen beer tables. Many people are drinking beer and eating skewers. They look very comfortable. From time to time, you can even hear a sentence. Boss, add another handful of camel meat. It turned out that, in the afternoon, Zhong Ruofei received the barbecue chef and wanted to take his employees to taste the chef's skills first. As a result, the chef had just rolled up his sleeves in front of the barbecue stove and attracted many tourists, heavy truck drivers, and even many patients' families. Especially when they heard that they were selling roasted camel meat and roasted ostrich meat. They said they wanted to try it without hesitation. Recently, they had always seen roasted whole camels on videos, but never had the chance to try them. Now they had the chance to eat camel meat and ostrich meat, so they couldn't miss it. As a last resort, Zhong Ruofei said that it was an internal tasting for employees, and it was not officially open to the public. There was not even a price list, but many individual customers refused to accept this. They said that it would only take a few minutes to make a price list. This was not a reason at all. So, a few hours later, the scene in front of us appeared. Chapter 135, the 5th profit point. I didn't expect that tourists would have such a great demand for barbecue. In front of the Binggu food stall, Zhong Ruofei said with a sigh. The barbecue restaurant opposite opened on the spot this afternoon, which made the number of people eating at the food stall less than usual. The most important thing is, just when he went over to take a look, from this afternoon till now, the turnover has far exceeded that of the food stall. If the barbecue meat had not been skewered in advance, it would have been higher if it had been skewered on the spot. Finally, I opened a store that can share the pressure, otherwise I would have been unable to hold on. Next to him, the food stall manager and chef Ding Santai breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't know how busy he was during this period. Every day, he seemed to be either cooking or frying noodles. So much so that a buddy in the same dormitory said that his hands kept shaking when he was sleeping, as if he was swinging a big spoon. Thank you for your hard work. Zhong Ruofei patted Ding Santai's shoulder. Apart from anything else, Ding Santai's tiredness was absolutely real. By the way, did you see Mr. Shui this afternoon? After a pause, Zhong Ruofei asked with some doubt. In the afternoon, because of the interference of tourists. He didn't get to taste the skills of the barbecue master. Now, seeing that there were empty tables across the street, he went to Shu Yutian to drink a beer and eat barbecue to relax. Mr. Shu, I greeted him at around 3 p.m., but he seemed to be worried. After recalling for a moment, Ding Santai said, Worried? Zhong Ruofei frowned. Well, maybe he's too tired recently. Anyway, he looks a little listless. Ding Santai didn't dare to confirm it completely. Too tired? Raising his hand to check the time, Zhong Ruofei said. Since Mr. Shui is too tired, let's not call him. Let's go over and have a beer and some barbecue. Okay. Ding Santai nodded. In fact, when he came in the afternoon, Zhong Ruofei said that he wanted to go to the opposite side to eat barbecue with him in the evening, to feel the skills of the barbecue chef and give some suggestions. It was nothing. Just because he would be in charge of this barbecue restaurant next. The two cooks who helped to skewer the meat this afternoon were from the food stall. Yiyuan. By the pond. In the pavilion, Shu Yutian was leaning against the pillar alone, quietly looking at the bright moon in the sky. Although it was not yet the 15th day of August, the moon on the 13th of August was already very round. Huh? After a long time, he took a deep breath. And then Shu Yutian slowly got up and walked towards his room. At the same time, on National Highway 215, a business car was driving along under the moonlight. What do you think old Shui is doing now? The driver looked up at the rearview mirror and said. The driver was none other than Luo Lin, Shu Yutian's old buddy. What else can he do? He is probably scolding us, thinking we are meddling in other people's business. In the back row, Yang Jiang said after looking at the person sitting next to him. There was a woman sitting next to him who looked very tasteful and had a temperament of about 36 or 37 years old. He guessed it? The woman asked nervously. Old Shui's leg was injured. Not stupid. How could it be so coincidental that you could meet an acquaintance on the way, and the acquaintance would follow you to a place so remote that even buses can't get through? Luo Ping curled his lips. Then, the woman hesitated. Li Wei, you must seize the opportunity this time. I feel that he has changed a lot since he stayed in Bingdu village. It seems that he is not as stubborn as before. On the side, Yang Jiang gave the woman an encouraging look. The woman's name is Song Li Wei. She was Shu Yutian's college classmate, because they spent a long time together. They gradually fell in love and became boyfriend and girlfriend, but because Shu Yutian was very popular at the time, they did not make an official announcement. Later, Shu Yutian's family squeezed him for money like a bloodsucker, which made Shu Yutian's popularity slowly decline. Until one time, Shu Yutian's family went directly to Song Liwei's house because they couldn't find Shu Yutian. Since then, Shu Yutian was worried that his family would cause trouble for Song Liwei again. So he took the initiative to break up. Later, Shu Yutian's popularity became lower and lower, and he slowly sank in the crowd. But Song Liwei's career is rising step by step. Now she is the editor-in-chief of Women's Wear, the top fashion magazine in Xia country. Some first-line female stars in China even spend a lot of money to be on the cover of Women's Wear. In addition, Women's Wear holds a charity dinner every year. Most of the big stars in Xia country's entertainment circle will attend. It is called a feast in the entertainment circle. This shows the influence and status of Women's Wear. During this period, Song Liwei wanted to reconcile with Shu Yutian more than once. But Shu Yutian thought that the gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger, and his status and position were not worthy of Song Liwei now. If they got back together, it would have a great impact on Song Liwei. The most important thing was that Shu Yutian thought that once they got back together, the group of vampires at home would come after Song Liwei again. So, one chased, and the other escaped. And the two have been single until now. The day before yesterday, Song Liwei called Luo Lin again to inquire about Shu Yutian's recent situation. She heard that Shu Yutian was still at the barbecue camping site here, and she insisted on coming with him. This is what happened. Is he really not that stubborn anymore? Song Liwei's eyes lit up. 2 months ago, she was almost heartbroken after seeing the video of Shu Yutian singing in a wheelchair at a bonfire party on the internet. She wanted to rush over to take Shu Yutian back at that time. But then she thought of Shu Yutian's temper and finally held back. I'm just guessing. We'll know the details when we meet tomorrow. Yang Jiang shook his head. Well, I know. I just hope he won't hide from me this time. Song Liwei's eyes darkened again. Don't worry, he can't hide this time. At this time, Luo Lin, who was driving, took over the conversation. Why? Song Liwei looked up in surprise. Because the village we went to this time is very remote, there is nowhere to hide. On the side, Yang Jiang laughed. The moon sets, the sun rises, and in a blink of an eye it is 7:30 the next morning. After Su Hang arranged everything early, he went to the construction site of Guanque Tower with Lu Ming. The construction of Guanque Tower has reached the most critical time these days. After these few days of work, it will probably take another 10 days to start dismantling the fences and enter the drying stage. Calculating the time. From the foundation excavation of Guanque Tower to now, 3 shifts have been working every day, and employees are paid in cash. It took more than 2 months to reach this progress with such intensity. It can be imagined that if this project was placed in other places in the country, it would take 1 or 2 years to think about it. Zhong Ruofei went to Jiuge City to deal with the office and the operation of the bus line. Shi Linian and his wife were stationed in the health center, and Feng Shuyu was busy with some things on his own project. Shu Yutian was the only one who could speak at the campsite. Good morning, Mr. Shui. In front of the gate of Yuan, many employees greeted Shu Yutian when they saw him. Good morning. Did Mr. Shui stay up late again last night? You should take care of your rest. An employee said something after greeting him. It was because Shu Yutian had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and it was obvious that he hadn't slept much. Thank you. Shu Yutian replied absent-mindedly and walked towards the gate of the campsite. But he had only taken a few steps when his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, Shu Yutian took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and answered the call. Hello, old Shui. Where are you now? We'll be there soon. The next moment, Yang Jiang's slightly excited voice came from the phone. Are you almost there? Have you entered the village? Shu Yutian tried his best to keep his emotions stable. Old Shui, you're in a good village. There's even a cardholder's home. And there's a gas station next to it. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have refueled in the county town. Yang Jiang's voice said again. Then I know. You keep going along the national highway. I'll wait for you on the roadside. Shu Yutian said. Got it. Time flies, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning. In Yuan, Shu Yutian is walking in front, followed by Luo Lin and Yang Jiang, who are chattering non-stop, and Song Liwei, who is quietly silent and doesn't know what she's thinking. Old Shui, no wonder you registered as a permanent resident here. Even Haishur doesn't have such a beautiful and stylish place. When he saw the pond through the corridor, Luo Lin couldn't help but sigh again. Even Song Liwei's eyes flashed with surprise. Before entering the village, they thought it was just an ordinary camping site, but after entering, they found that although Binggu village was not big, the existing buildings were very unique and beautiful, like works of art. They were really amazed, and directly broke their inherent impression of remote villages in the northwest. That's right, I thought you were suffering here, but you were secretly enjoying yourself here. Liwei, don't you think so? This grandson is really mean, and made us worry for nothing. Yang Jiang, who was standing aside, gently punched Shu Yutian in front of him with his fist. They had long guessed the state of Shu Yutian and Song Liwei. After getting off the car, the two just looked at each other and didn't speak again. Although Song Liwei had been looking for opportunities, Shu Yutian never looked at her directly. So they could only think of ways to create opportunities for the two to talk. Of course, they really liked Yuan, and it was not a deliberate flattery. After a pause, seeing that Shu Yutian didn't say anything, Luo Lin said again. By the way, old Shui, do you need anyone in Binggu village? If I don't want to stay in Haishur anymore, I'll come here to spend a few days. That's right, I'll come too. By the way, Liwei, are you coming? Yang Jiang smiled. Me? Song Liwei glanced at Shu Yutian's back. Coincidentally, just when Song Liwei was about to speak, an old man came over to the four of them. It was none other than Feng Shuyu. Xiao Shui, are you receiving guests? He greeted Shu Yutian first after seeing him. Uncle Feng, these are my friends. I'll take them around to Yuan. Shu Yutian smiled. The awkwardness just now disappeared instantly. Okay. Then say hello to your friends for me. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Feng Shuyu smiled, nodded to the 3 people behind Shu Yutian, and then walked to the other end of the corridor. Well, you are busy. Shu Yutian smiled again. After Feng Shuyu left, Yang Jiang turned back and looked at Song Liwei meaningfully. His eyes seemed to say, Did you see it? Is his state different from before? After a while, Yang Jiang turned to Shu Yutian and said, Old Shui, who is this old man? He looks very sophisticated and well-educated. Is he also a villager of your Bingdu village? Chapter 136. I suspect you are pretending. But I have no evidence. You mean the old man who just passed by? When Feng Shui was mentioned, Shu Yutian looked back at the corridor. Yes. Uncle Feng is the former dean of the law school of Xiaogua Renmin University. A doctoral supervisor. And his personal cultivation is naturally impeccable. When mentioning the villagers of Bingdu village, Shu Yutian introduced them casually and naturally. What? Xiaogua Renmin University Law School. It would be better if he didn't hear it. Once he heard it, Luo Lin, Yangjiang stopped in his tracks instantly, with a look of surprise on his face. Even Song Liwei, who is used to seeing all kinds of big things, was stunned on the spot. In the minds of ordinary people, being a star is a pretty good profession, making a lot of money, going in and out of various occasions every day in a glamorous manner, just like an upper-class person. But in reality, these stars will also be scared when facing a person like Feng Shuyu. Well, he once participated in legislation, Shu Yutian said as he walked. Participated in legislation? I. The next moment, the already stunned scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Luo Lin and Yang Jiang have been friends for 17 or 18 years. So he naturally knows what kind of person Shu Yutian is. He would never lie about such a thing. It was not until they turned around the corridor that Luo Lin asked again. Old Shui, how did he come to your Bingdu village? Luo Lin suddenly became very interested in Bingdu village, and even forgot his mission to ease the atmosphere between Shu Yutian and Song Liwei. He felt that this place was quiet, so he came. Shu Yutian knew the real reason why Feng Shui came to the village, but he did not say it. I was wondering if he is the village leader of your Bingdu village now. Yang Jiang, who finally recovered, couldn't help but take over the conversation. In his opinion, it is really difficult for ordinary people to suppress a person of this level as a villager. No. Uncle Feng is just an ordinary villager like me now. Shu Yutian smiled. Ah? Ordinary villager? Then, can the secretary and director of your village suppress this big guy? Yang Jiang became more and more curious. Old Yang. In fact, there is no such thing as being able to suppress or not in our Bingdu village. Everyone has their own division of labor. When they are busy with their own things. When they are free, everyone sits together like a family to eat a meal. It's really good. Shu Yutian glanced at Yang Jiang. Oh! But when Yang Jiang wanted to say something else, Shu Yutian added, of course, our village party secretary and village director are not as weak as you think. The village party secretary is now an assistant researcher, which is what you often call a deputy director. Our village director was once the chief expert of the Xiaogua Ancient Architecture Institute, and his rank before retirement was not low. The scene became quiet again. Luo Lin and Yang Jiang looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. Before they came, they thought it was an honor for Bingdu village that Shu Yutian could join them. Shu Yutian was definitely the one with the highest social status. What was even more ridiculous was that they had just joked that they would come here to register for permanent residence when they were free in a few years. Now it seems that it is not a matter of registration or not, but a matter of whether people want to or not. Old Shui, didn't you say before that there were 7 people in your village? What about the remaining 3? After a long time, Luo Lin took a deep breath. One of the remaining 3 was a former business tycoon, and the other 2 were the backbones of the first affiliated hospital of Yousheng. Shu Yutian said casually. The first affiliated hospital of Yousheng in an instant. The 3 of them could no longer hold back. Are you still being unreasonable? Okay. Don't talk about our village. I live in front of you. You guys take a good rest first, and I'll go to set up the scene. Before the 3 of them came back to their senses, Shu Yutian said again. It turned out that, while they were talking, they had already arrived at Shu Yutian's residence. Where do you live? Luo Lin and the other 2 subconsciously stopped and looked straight ahead. Time flies, and it's already 11 o'clock in the morning. Shu Yutian's residence. Luo Lin, Yang Jiang, and Song Liwei were sitting in the living room chatting about something. Shu Yutian was not there because he was preparing for tomorrow's team-building activities. I have to say, Lao Shui's place is really good. Luo Lin took a sip of the teacup and said with emotion, especially this Bingdu village. It's really amazing. If I didn't know Lao Shui, I really suspected that he was deliberately pretending to be cool in front of us. It's the last time again. The more you talk, the more inferior I feel. Yang Jiang curled his lips. Since they knew the details of Binggu Village, they subconsciously became cautious, for fear that their casual actions would affect other villagers' views of Shu Yutian. As for the joke about joining Binggu Village to live a leisurely life here, they dared not make it anymore. If a passing waiter heard it, he would definitely be looked down upon. Li Wei, look. I'm right, old Shui has really changed a lot here, especially when he mentioned Binggu Village. There was light in his eyes. The last time he was in this state was when he just became popular. Putting down the teacup, Luo Lin looked at Song Li Wei. I see. Song Li Wei pursed her lips. What are you going to do? I feel like we can't persuade him. It's up to you. Yang Jiang looked at Song Li Wei. Huh? After taking a deep breath, Song Li Wei slowly spoke. It's definitely not possible to rely on myself. So I want to start with Binggu Village. What? Start with Binggu Village? The two of them scratched their heads at the same time in tacit understanding. Didn't you just say that? When Yutian mentioned Binggu Village, his eyes lit up. You may not be able to persuade the villagers in Binggu Village. Song Li Wei expressed her thoughts. That's true. But the villagers in Binggu Village don't. Upon hearing this, the two nodded in approval but hesitated. Song Li Wei is a heavyweight in the fashion circle, but the villagers in Binggu Village may not pay attention to her. I know. So I want to. But just when Song Li Wei wanted to say something else, Luo Lin's cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up, Luo Lin looked at the two. Old Shui called. Probably asking us to have dinner. Let's go! Didn't Old Shui say there's a barbecue restaurant opposite the small building, which has grilled camel meat and ostrich meat? Let's go and try it. Yang Jiang touched his stomach and said immediately, yeah. About 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the campground gate and found that Shu Yutian had arrived before them. What are you eating? Shu Yutian asked. Just the roasted camel and roasted yak you mentioned before. Others are boring. Yang Jiang pointed to the barbecue restaurant across the national highway. At this time, there were already many diners sitting there. Okay. Shu Yutian nodded. But just when they were about to leave, a waiter holding a mobile phone rushed to them with an excited look on his face. Mr. Shui, are they the singer Luo Lin and the actor Yang Jiang? I have seen many TV dramas starring Yang Jiang, she said. Yeah. Shu Yutian nodded. There's nothing to hide in front of his own employees. Besides, there will be a team-building activity tomorrow, and the two will also go on stage to sing. Then can I take a photo with them? The waiter summoned up the courage to ask in a low voice. This Shu Yutian subconsciously looked at Luo Lin and Yang Jiang. No problem. Surprisingly, Luo Lin and Yang Jiang agreed very straightforwardly, and even had a slight sigh of relief on their faces. Their expressions seemed to say that someone finally knew about them, otherwise, how could they face the other villagers in Binggu Village later? Thank you. Seeing this, the waiter immediately went up and took a photo with the two of them. Perhaps because the waiter's action of taking a photo with the two of them attracted the attention of others, or perhaps because Yang Jiang has played many small supporting roles that are deeply rooted in people's hearts, there is a familiar face. During the meal, people kept asking for photos and autographs. Some people even posted the video of several people signing for tourists on the short video platform, and in their personal circle of friends. Especially the locals who came to see the doctor. As soon as the short video was posted, it directly became a local hot spot and caused heated discussions. 2 more stars came to Binggu Village. What are they doing in Binggu? I don't know. There must be some big event in Binggu Village. Otherwise it's impossible for 2 stars to appear at the same time. By the way, it seems to be Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow. Do you think it will be a Mid-Autumn Festival event? A local netizen speculated. Then this speculation caused more discussion. That makes sense. Of course. If that's the case, can we go to Binggu Village tomorrow to see 3 stars singing on the same stage? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? I'll go to Binggu Village tomorrow. I'll go too. 3 stars singing on the same stage is already comparable to a small concert. Who says it's not? We haven't held a star-studded concert in Jioga City for many years. Brothers, if anyone is going tomorrow, can you take me with you? I don't have a car. Address, room 5002. Building 19. Ale Garden. Jioga City. I provide professional chartered car service. Tomorrow, we will go to Binggu Village for 300 yuan per person. If it's full, leave. Time flies. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There's still half an hour before the workers get off work. But few people are working at this time. Just because tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, there will be a day off. Xiagua does not have a holiday. After the holiday, they will come back to work for 3 days, and then it will be the national day. In Ase County, the staff of the South Street office are the same, all quietly packing up their things. Huh? What's going on? At this moment Zhang Qi, the little loudspeaker, suddenly screamed. What are you doing? You are making a fuss. Zhang Qi's sudden shouting really scared the other people in the office. Oh my goodness. 2 more stars have appeared in Bingdu Village. Zhang Qi said hurriedly. Who? Many staff members looked at Zhang Qi in surprise. Luo Lin and Yang Jiang. Zhang Qi said. Yang Jiang? Someone was puzzled. It's the one who often plays minor roles. You will definitely know him if I show you his photos. Zhang Qi hurriedly handed the phone to a female colleague. Some actors may not know their names, but you will recognize them instantly when you see their faces. It turned out to be them. Sure enough, the female staff member showed an expression of I see after reading it. After a pause, the female staff member couldn't help but say, what are they doing in Bingdu Village? Could it be that they are new villagers in Bingdu Village again? If it is Bingdu Village, there is really nothing to say. Chapter 137 National Day Opening. I read the news online that Bingdu Village might hold a party tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi denied it immediately. Although the villagers in Bingdu Village are not simple, there is no reason for celebrities to gather in that place. Shu Yutian was just injured at the beginning and stayed in Bingdu Village by chance. Holding a party? Do you need a ticket? The female colleague's eyes lit up. Probably not. When Shu Yutian sang at the team building activity at the campground, she didn't ask for a ticket. Whether it was the heavy truck drivers passing by or other people, they could listen to the songs outside, but they couldn't participate in the roasted whole camel. Zhang Qi waved his hand immediately. He was sure of this. Why don't we go over there tomorrow? I like this actor very much. Maybe we can take a photo together. Hearing this, the female colleague was a little moved. If anyone drives over, take me with you. We can rush back in the evening. It won't affect work the day after tomorrow. In the back row, a male staff member also showed interest. I do have a car, but are you sure you want to go? Don't fool me. I mainly want to see what Bingdu Village looks like now. After a little thought, Zhang Qi looked at the 2 people. Why would I lie to you? We'll fill up your tank. The female staff member said hurriedly. Then it's settled. Zhang Qi immediately made the decision. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh again. It's a pity that Xiaoli didn't come back. Otherwise we should have been able to benefit from Xiaoli. Similar scenes did not only happen in Nanjia office. Many people in Ase County, Jioga City, and even Chaidan County and Xian Province wanted to go to Bingdu Village to watch the fun. But Shu Yutian, the person in charge of the event, did not notice all this. He thought it was normal for tourists to take photos with his 2 old friends. When he first went on stage, many people took photos with him. It was nothing unusual. Unconsciously, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Shu Yutian arranged for the staff of the Performing Arts Company and the Lighting Company to come to Su Hang's room. Xiao Su, I want to trouble you with something. After sitting down, Shu Yutian said a little embarrassedly. Brother Shui, what's wrong? Su Hang replied while wiping his hair with a towel. I was busy at Guanque Tower today. I was covered in dirt and dust. I just took a shower. Xiao Su, it's like this. Didn't I have a few friends over today? I can't accommodate them in my room. Can I squeeze in with you? Shu Yutian said a little embarrassedly. He originally wanted to squeeze in with Zhong Ruofei, but Zhong Ruofei went to Jioga City. It seems that the only vacant house now is Su Hang's. Although Lao Feng is living on the 1st floor now, there is still an empty bedroom on the 2nd floor. Can't accommodate? Su Hang looked surprised. Brother Shui, didn't you say you invited 2 friends last time? Your room has 2 bedrooms and a living room, so it should be fine. Xiao Su. It's mainly because another friend came with us. Shu Yutian felt even more embarrassed. Oh! Su Hang nodded. Just when Su Hang wanted to say something else, Shu Yutian hurriedly added. It's a woman. If it was a man, the 4 of us could make do. A woman? Su Hang's expression changed, and he looked at Shu Yutian. Xiao Su. It's not what you think. We have nothing to do with each other. After being looked at by Su Hang, Shu Yutian suddenly felt a little embarrassed and hurried to explain. Oh! Su Hang smiled. And he had already guessed it in his mind. Then Su Hang deliberately tried again. Brother Shui, your friend came all the way to our Bingdu village. But you, the host, live somewhere else. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? This Shu Yutian bit his lip. I think you should think about it again. Seeing this, Su Hang could already guess that this female friend must have something to do with Shu Yutian. Then why don't you let my female friend live with you? It's not appropriate for my two brothers to come all the way to Bingdu village without drinking with them. On this side, after thinking for a while, Shu Yutian said seriously, Ahem. Upon hearing this, Su Hang coughed dryly and almost choked. He hurriedly said, Brother Shui, I was just joking. Please clean up this room. He wanted to talk about Shu Yutian's female friend. But this guy said, Okay, I'll go over and tell them. Seeing Su Hang agreed, Shu Yutian hurriedly said, Su Hang couldn't help but wipe his forehead and muttered in his heart, Brother Shui is really a real person. Ding-ling-ling. Coincidentally, just when Su Hang sent Shu Yutian away and was about to make a cup of tea, the phone on the sofa suddenly rang. He picked it up and took a look, and answered it immediately. Brother Zhong. Xiao Su, is it convenient now? The next moment, Zhong Ruofei's voice came over. It's okay now. Xiao Su, it's like this today. The procedures for our Bingdu village to Joga City operating route have been completed. As long as the vehicles and drivers are in place, the National Day station will start scheduling tickets. Zhong Ruofei said. Officially open on National Day? Okay, what about the bus? Su Hang's mind moved. This progress is much faster than he expected. Originally, he thought that it would be fast if it could be done in mid-October. The bus has been ordered. The factory will send someone to deliver the bus to us tomorrow. It will arrive in the village around September 29th. Zhong Ruofei hurriedly said. When I first called, the price was 850,000 yuan per bus. Maybe it's because buses have gradually withdrawn from the stage of history in some places, or the manufacturer's sales target for this year has not been completed. Finally, I managed to negotiate down to 1.2 million for 2 vehicles. That's fine. Su Hang raised his hand to check the time. In 4 days, Bingdu village will completely end the days without public transportation. And our Bingdu village office in Joga City has also been set up. We rented a 4-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. It's 3,500 per month. It's very close to the station. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei's voice came again. 3,500? That's not very expensive. Su Hang was a little surprised. 4 bedrooms and 1 living room are enough for the employees who currently go to Joga City for business. Well, the housing prices in Joga City are not high to begin with on average. Only 5,000 to 6,000 per square meter, and those in bad locations are only over 4,000. Zhong Ruofei replied. I was wondering why the monthly rent is so cheap. By the way, when will you come back? Brother Zhong? After thinking for a while, Su Hang asked again. Tomorrow morning. Okay, after you come back, you can help Brother Shui organize and receive the team building of this petrochemical company. He has to greet his friends and organize the event process. I'm worried that he can't handle it alone, Uncle Lu, and I don't have any time tomorrow. Su Hang glanced out the window. Until now, he and Lu Ming have been taking turns to rest. At this moment, Lu Ming is still at the construction site of Guanque Tower. No problem. Little did they know that, while Su Hang and Zhong Ruo were on the phone, Yuan, in the pavilion beside the pond, Feng Shuyu was lying on a chair with a comfortable look on his face, looking at the bright moon in the sky, playing a real version of the moonlight in the lotus pond. It can be seen that Feng Shuyu's current state is much better than when he first came to Bingdu village. Hello, excuse me. Can I sit here? Just then, a female voice came from behind Feng Shuyu. Hearing this, Feng Shuyu immediately turned around, seeing a woman standing at the entrance of the pavilion. She said somewhat embarrassedly, Ah, who are you? Sorry to bother you. Seeing that the person on the recliner was Feng Shuyu, the woman was stunned at first, then hurriedly said sorry, and turned to leave. The woman was none other than Song Liwei. Song Liwei was originally in Shu Yutian's room, but seeing that Shu Yutian had been avoiding her intentionally or unintentionally, she was even unwilling to go back to her room. I was feeling depressed and wanted to relax in Yuan. I happened to pass by the pavilion at this time, and I felt that it was very interesting and wanted to sit down. Song Liwei thought that the person on the lounge chair was a tourist of Yuan, so she greeted him. But it turned out to be the villager of Bingdu village, whom she had met once today. The villagers of Bingdu village and tourists are completely different things. So, I can't disturb them anymore. It's okay, I don't own this pavilion alone. By the way, are you the friend that Xiao Shui brought today? On this side, before Song Yue turned around, Feng Shuyu smiled and spoke first. "Ah, you remember me?" Song Liwei was stunned, somewhat surprised. "There are only a few people in our Bingdu village." Feng Shuyu stood up. "Come and sit here, I have been sitting for a long time, and am about to go back." "Leader, please don't worry." I just asked casually. Seeing this, Song Liwei felt more and more embarrassed, and waved her hands repeatedly. "It's okay, Yuan belongs to everyone. Not just me. If you do this, how can I explain to our branch secretary?" Feng Shuyu started to pack his things directly. "Leader." "No. No." "Then you sit down. Can I sit in the back? I'll be embarrassed if you leave." Song Yue was really a little flustered. To be honest, no matter how big a star she was facing, she was never as nervous as she was now. That's fine. Perhaps because he saw that Song Liwei was a little nervous, Feng Shuyu sat back down again. Perhaps because the mutual courtesy just now made the two of them more familiar with each other, after sitting down. They chatted casually. "Girl, are you going to sing on stage tomorrow?" "Leader, I just came here to join in the fun." "Leader? Don't call me leader. Call me Lao Feng or Uncle Feng if you don't mind. By the way, since you are not here to help, you must have a good relationship with Xiao Shui since you came all the way here. By the way, how did he treat you in the afternoon? Where did he arrange your accommodation?" Feng Shuyu smiled and asked casually. "Our relationship." Perhaps because she was in a bad mood or because Feng Shuyu's words just hit the heart, Song Liwei's nose was sore instantly, and her voice became choked. "Hey girl. What's wrong with you?" Feng Shuyu panicked when he noticed that Song Liwei was not in a good state. He thought he had said something wrong. "Uncle Feng, I'm really sorry. I just lost my composure." Song Liwei wiped her tears and explained hurriedly. Chapter 138 Worried Parents. "It's really not because of me?" Feng Shuyu asked again, in a low voice tentatively. "Uncle, it really has nothing to do with you. It's because of me. To be honest, I came here specifically to see him." Song Liwei took a deep breath and adjusted herself. "Xiao Shui." "Yes, you may not know that. I met him more than 10 years ago, when we were in college." Song Liwei then told the purpose of her trip, and all the past experiences with Shu Yutian. People are like this sometimes. They may seldom talk about the past with acquaintances, but they are more willing to speak their mind to strangers. And this talk lasted for more than 10 minutes. Looking at Feng Shuyu at this time, he had already sat up straight, his eyes were wide open. "You said that because of Xiao Shui's family. They broke up?" "Yes, their family is like vampires, spending lavishly outside, and when they have no money, they go to him and even find me more than once. Yutian took the initiative to break up in order not to cause trouble for me." Song Liwei nodded. After the matter was said, I felt a lot more relaxed. I was not as nervous as before when facing Feng Shuyu. What happened later? Feng Shuyu frowned. Later, Yutian's condition kept declining because of his family, and he finally quit the music industry. I have looked for him more than once, but he thought he would drag me down and kept avoiding me. Song Liwei subconsciously glanced at Shu Yutian's residence before continuing. It was only this time in Bingdu village that he had no place to hide otherwise. He would have gone to other places long ago. I didn't expect Xiao Shui to have such a past. After a long silence, Feng Shuyu looked at Song Liwei. "Girl, what if he still doesn't accept you this time?" "I have thought about it. I will never leave until he resolves his knot this time. I know what he is worried about. But I'm not afraid. I don't care if his family comes to make trouble again. Even if I have to give up my current career. It's fine," Song Liwei said firmly. "Oh!" Feng Shuyu stared at Song Liwei's eyes for a moment, and didn't say anything, as if he was trying to make sure whether Song Liwei was lying or not. "Then can you help me persuade him?" To be honest, my two friends and I said in the afternoon that he might not listen to anyone now, but he would definitely listen to the opinions of the villagers of Bingdu village. Looking at Feng Shuyu, Song Liwei thought for a while, and took a deep breath. Today, she had thought about looking for the villagers of Bingdu village. But then she changed her mind and thought, the villagers of Bingdu village didn't know her. So why should they help her, finally? She temporarily suppressed this idea. But now God has inexplicably given her an opportunity to chat with the villagers of Bingdu village, so how can she miss it? So, I will chat with Xiao Shui alone after I finish this period of time. If it is really as you said, then I will take care of your affairs. How can I watch two lovers miss their lives? As for Xiao Shui's family, you don't have to worry anymore. I'll help you deal with it. There are no such unreasonable families in the world. Feng Shui said after a little thought. Uncle Feng. Thank you so much. If there is any lie in what I said just now, let me. Seeing Feng Shui agreed, Song Liwei was so excited that she even wanted to swear. Okay. Girl. Xiao Shui's matter is our village's matter. As the oldest in the village. Who cares if I don't care? Feng Shui glared and said immediately. Uncle Feng. The moon sets, the sun rises. In the blink of an eye. It was 10 o'clock the next morning. Perhaps because of the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, many yards of units in Jioga City were deserted. Even the security guards were not there. Only Jioga Petrochemical Company in the east of the city was bustling. 8 buses were lined up in a long line and parked in front of the company. Employees in work clothes were getting on the buses in batches. There were 2 off-road vehicles parked in front of the first bus. Boss Lu, shall we set off now? In front of the first bus, Wan Xiang, general manager of Jioga Petrochemical, said to a man in his 50s wearing a suit next to him. The man was none other than Lu Ji, the vice president of the group, who came from Lanzhou to visit the branch. Okay. Lu Ji nodded expressionlessly. Just like that. About half an hour later, the convoy, led by 2 off-road vehicles, slowly drove to the highway intersection. Mr. Wan, what time will we get there? Don't delay the process. This time, in addition to the office staff of our head office, there is also a newspaper reporter. In the car, Lu Ji raised his hand to check the time and said, We arrived around 3 p.m. Hearing this, Wan Xiang said hurriedly. He had already heard some dissatisfaction in Lu Ji's words. But there was nothing he could do. He could only explain it. If the group had informed them earlier that there would be newspaper reporters in addition to internal staff, they would not have booked a bonfire party, and would have just held a company event to deal with it. As a result, the head office was secretive about everything it did. Who could he blame? They only told him that they had brought newspaper reporters when they arrived. 3 o'clock in the afternoon? What are the arrangements when we get there? Lu Ji raised his hand to check the time. We'll have a simple group meal after we get there, and the activity will officially start at 8 o'clock in the evening. Wan Xiang reported the process. Is this campsite reliable? It has good reviews online. Oh! Lu Ji glanced out the window, and then looked at Wan Xiang again. Boss Wan, what did you think of putting this construction company activity in such a far place? Do you know that, boss? I just looked at the map, and there is no one around this village. Lu Ji's face was full of suspicion, and his eyes seemed to ask if you had any private transactions with the owner of this campsite, and if you took kickbacks. No. No. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiang denied it immediately. He had been the CEO for many years. So how could he not hear the hidden meaning in Lu Ji's words? What is that? Lu Ji raised his eyebrows. Boss Lu. It's like this. This Bingyu village was interviewed by Xiao Guijiao more than a month ago. Wan Xiang replied hurriedly. What? It was interviewed by Xiao Guijiao? What happened? Tell me in detail? Lu Ji instantly became interested. Boss Lu. This village was praised by Xiao Guijiao more than a month ago. And I just wanted to support it. This also shows that our Jioga City branch has been supporting local development. And it is not what is said on the internet. Local mining. Foreign spending. Seeing Lu Ji's expression change, Wan Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Then I must explain this to reporter Sun from the newspaper later. This way. Even if our activities are a little simple and deserted. It doesn't matter. By the way, if possible, we can also invite local villagers to our condolence activities. This way, we can directly raise the activities to another level. Lu Ji's face looked much better than before. There was only one purpose for this condolence activity, which was to let the newspaper reporters and the company's own media report this condolence trip well, so as to warm up for his next promotion. As for camel meat, I'm really not interested in celebrity concerts. When I first saw the location of Bingyu village on the map, my heart sank instantly. I even thought that doing a visit to the grassroots at the campsite would be seen as perfunctory. But now it's different. If I say that I'm going there, it will make the report more interesting. Okay, Mr. Lu, if you want to invite the villagers, I'll contact you when you get there. Wan Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this matter had been dealt with for the most part. As long as the campsite was not too simple, there would be no problem. 8 buses plus 2 off-road vehicles in front. Such a convoy is quite eye-catching on the road. Going all the way, when passing through Ase County, it attracted the attention of many passers-by. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the first bus finally appeared at the location of the trucker's home at the entrance of Bingyu village. However, after seeing the situation in front clearly, the driver was stunned, slowly stepped on the brakes, and looked at the back seat in confusion. Mr. Wan, didn't you say that there are not many people in Bingyu village? Why is it more congested than in the city? The driver's eyes were full of confusion. There were private cars parked on both sides of the national highway. That was not all. Looking forward, many vehicles were stuck in the middle of the road, causing their team to have no way to move forward. Traffic jam. At this time, Wan Xiang was also confused. But he didn't know how to explain to the driver, after all. It was his first time in Bingyu village. Looking back at Lu Ji beside him, I saw that he was still squinting and sleeping. After thinking for a while, Wan Xiang immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Beep beep. After a moment, the call was quickly connected. Mr. Zhong. Hello. I am Wan Xiang from Jiuge Petrochemical. We have arrived at the village, but there seems to be a traffic jam. Can we get in? Wan Xiang said hurriedly. Have you arrived? The next moment, Zhong Ruofei's tired voice came. Yes. Mr. Wan. Do you think this is okay? Please park all your vehicles in the truck friend's home first. I will send someone to pick you up later. It will definitely not delay your activities. Zhong Ruofei replied hurriedly. Treat the truck friend's home? Wan Xiang looked out the window. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. At the same time, there were crowds of people in front of the 4 small buildings. It was a dark mass. There was no sign of a national highway at all. It looked like a mess. Even though the 7 security guards of Bingyu village were doing their best to maintain order, they were of no use at all, which caused a long section of the national highway to be blocked. Many cars could only move forward slowly. Old Shui. The people from the petrochemical company have arrived. On the second floor corridor, Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath and looked at Shu Yutian. Arrived? Shu Yutian turned his head and glanced at the campsite outside the rear window. The story started this morning. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Bingyu village was still the same as usual. And there was nothing unusual. There were even fewer tourists than usual because of the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, at 10 o'clock, more and more private cars came. It was not until this time that Bingyu Cultural Tourism realized that something was wrong. Later, more and more private cars were parked on both sides of the national highway. And some even drove directly into the depths of the ruins. Chapter 139, How Will Your Village Survive the Winter? I'll be there soon. Shu Yutian took a deep breath. Although there were too many accidents today, supermarkets were packed, food stalls and barbecue restaurants were packed. Even the mobile toilets in a corner of the open-air camp had a long queue. But the team building of the petrochemical company must be guaranteed no matter what. By the way, old Shui, when you go there, go to the construction site and call for 2 forklifts. After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei said again, Forklift? Shu Yutian was a little puzzled. It's like this, there is a 50-meter wide passage between the trucker's home and the gas station. You let the forklift push the passage northward, so that it can be connected to the abandoned road in the village. Zhong Ruofei glanced at the grand occasion, outside the window again. Old Zhong, you said you want to divert the heavy truck drivers who cross the national highway? After hearing this, Shu Yutian instantly understood what Zhong Ruofei meant. Although Bingyu village has been abandoned for decades, the original road can still be used by cars, and it is not blocked. The situation here is like this. It is not only a waste of time, but also unsafe for heavy trucks to pass through. It is better to guide them directly through from the north. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Okay, I will get some cigarettes from the gas station in advance, and apologize to every heavy truck driver, after all. It is our carelessness that caused the congestion on the national highway. Shu Yutian sighed and added. This is what we should do, then we will act separately. I will go down and sort out this side. Okay. Half an hour later, Shu Yutian appeared at the truck friend's home, and met Wan Xiang and his party. Are you Mr. Wan from Jiuge Petrochemical? I'm sorry to trouble you. I'm Shu Yutian from Bingyu village. Shu Yutian apologized while shaking hands. Oh, it's Mr. Shui. We've contacted each other by phone before. Mr. Shui, this is Mr. Lu from our group company. After shaking hands, Wan Xiang introduced Lu Ji to Shu Yutian. Mr. Lu, hello. Hello. However, before Shu Yutian could speak again, Lu Ji asked first. Mr. Shui, what's going on, before we set off? Mr. Wan told me that there were few people in Bingyu village. Mr. Lu, it's like this. Didn't we invite 2 celebrities for our celebration event? As a result, it was accidentally uploaded to the short video platform. In addition, Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Many people want to come and join in the fun. We have explained to them that this is a team-building activity, but they are unwilling to leave. And they also say that it is the same to stand outside and feel the atmosphere. Shu Yutian hurriedly explained. Huh? 2 stars? Didn't you say you would invite one? On the side, Wan Xiang couldn't help but ask in surprise. Mr. Wan, it's like this. Although you said you only need 1 star, we think that it is your company's anniversary after all. And 1 is a bit too simple. And don't worry, the price is still the same. Shu Yutian said again. The leaders of Yousheng Petrochemical were all there. So he certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to say that the 2 of them just happened to have tea together. Oh, thank you for your trouble. As expected, Wan Xiang nodded with great satisfaction after hearing this. And his eyes when he looked at Shu Yutian also changed a little bit compared to before. Mr. Wan is too polite. Yousheng Petrochemical is also a leading enterprise in Yousheng City. And we can't let Yousheng Petrochemical lose face no matter what. Shu Yutian said another polite remark. People say polite remark is hypocritical. But facts prove that polite remark is really useful. After saying this, even Lu Ji beside him showed an expression of satisfaction. Then Mr. Shui, what should we do next? After a pause, Wan Xiang said. Mr. Lu, Mr. Wan, we will walk over there. You can see that it may be a bit difficult to take a car, but it's not too far anyway. The other 2 COs can also take a look at the scenery around Bingdu village. Shu Yutian explained. Okay. Lu Ji and Wan Xiang nodded in unison. By the way, Mr. Shui, how many villagers are there in your Bingdu village now? Mr. Lu said he wanted to invite the villagers to participate in an event in the evening. While walking forward, Wan Xiang suddenly thought of something and spoke. Our villagers? Shu Yutian was stunned. Yes, this time. General Manager Lu came here to express his condolences to our grassroots employees, and there was a newspaper reporter with him. Later, I heard that Bingdu village was in urgent need of development. So I thought about linking the village and the enterprise. Wan Xiang explained. Listening to the words, Shu Yutian instantly understood what Wan Xiang meant. Especially when he said that there was a newspaper reporter with him. He knew what Lu Ji meant, which was nothing more than wanting to elevate this condolence to a higher level. How is it? Talking about this, Lu Ji next to him also looked at Shu Yutian. Mr. Lu, it's like this. It's definitely okay for our village to participate in the event. But there are only 7 people in the village now. And I'm afraid it won't achieve the publicity effect you want. After hesitating for a while, Shu Yutian said very bluntly. Ah? Only 7 people? What about the staff of the campsite? Wan Xiang was stunned. We are having a big team building today, and all the staff have to serve us. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. Shu Yutian shook his head. At this time, the staff of the campsite wished that each person could be split into 2 people. So how could they have time to participate in such a consolation activity? Then, Lu Ji frowned instantly. When he got off the car just now, he had communicated with the accompanying newspaper reporter. The newspaper reporter also said that he would interview the villagers of Bingdu village at that time. What should we do in this situation now? Mr. Lu, if you really have a need, you can actually invite some people who come to watch the fun to participate in your activities. Most of them are local residents of Yousheng City. After thinking for a while, Shu Yutian first looked at Wan Xiang and then looked at Lu Ji. Invite these people? Lu Ji's eyes lit up. Yes. But I think there are too many people. Who should I invite? Don't let unnecessary discussions arise. We media is so developed now. However, just when Lu Ji wanted to speak, Wan Xiang on the side expressed his concerns first. Mr. Wan is also thinking about it. Inviting some randomly will definitely cause a scramble for the quota. Shu Yutian looked up and glanced ahead. They were about to reach the door of the clinic. Looking around, there were still crowds of people. It was a dark mass. If there were not 3,000, there would be at least 2,000. Wait, Mr. Shui, how big is your venue? What if we invite everyone in? However, at this moment, Lu Ji stopped. Invite everyone in? Shu Yutian paused, and even Wan Xiang was stunned. Well, I just thought about it. It would be more meaningful if this team-building activity became a big party for private enterprises and villages. It can better demonstrate the corporate culture of our Yousheng Petrochemical Group and our social responsibility. Lu Ji nodded. Mr. Lu, there should be no problem with our venue, but we only have 4 camels and 4 ostriches. After a moment, Shu Yutian looked at Lu Ji. Don't you have any spare ones? You can add a few temporarily. Beer is available. If you are too busy, you can use the strong young men in our company. These are all extra charges to our account. After Lu Ji said this, he looked at Wan Xiang again. Mr. Wan, what do you think? If this event is well organized, it may be directly listed on the provincial publicity platform. Just a moment ago, Lu Ji even had a flash of the scene of the petrochemical company employees and local residents holding hands and dancing the Guizhuang dance beside the bonfire in his mind. This scene is definitely the kind that will be on the headlines. Mr. Lu, I'm definitely thinking about promoting our company. Just look at the camping site. After hearing this, Wan Xiang turned his head and looked at Shu Yutian again. He could see that the leader liked this. Since the leader thought it was okay, he naturally had no problem with it. If it were any other company, we would never change the plan at the last minute, but since it's Mr. Lu, we will definitely do our best if Mr. Wan says so. Shu Yutian touched his chin. If it were in the past, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. But now that he has the support of the breeding farm, what is there to be afraid of? Could it be possible to eat all those 100 camels, 100 yaks, and 1,000 ostriches? Okay, then it's settled. I'll call a few dozen guys for you later. Well, I'll call now. Mr. Shui, you've worked hard. We'll definitely reward you handsomely after this event. Wan Xiang looked at Shu Yutian again. His eyes were not just as simple as being pleased, but also a little grateful. Time passed by minute, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening. On the second floor of the 4-staff dormitory building, Shu Yutian and Wan Xiang stood in front of the back window and looked at the bonfire square. Beautiful. It's really beautiful. Mr. Shui, I really have nothing to say about the service of your camping site. I will ask the accountant to transfer all the extra expenses in a while. After a moment, Wan Xiang gave Shu Yutian a thumbs up. Starting from 7 o'clock this afternoon, several waves of thunderous cheers rang out in the huge square. The first wave was when Lu Ji announced that he would invite all tourists to join the bonfire party. The second wave was when the bonfire was lit and Lu Ji was speaking. One should be grateful to others for their kindness and be soft-hearted. If you come to join in the fun and enjoy the bonus for free, you will naturally support them. This also made Lu Ji extremely happy. This scale and popularity are 3 times stronger than those large-scale parties organized by the group. How could he not be happy? The third wave was when the curtain was drawn, the ancient theater in Bingdu village was exposed, and the light show began. Especially when the lights of the ancient theater were turned on, the huge square became silent instantly, and you could hear the sound of people gasping in surprise. Then, there were the sounds of various mobile phones taking photos. The fourth wave was the applause when Luo Lin and Yang Jiang and Shu Yutian sang on stage. The fifth wave was the start of the bonfire party, when thousands of people danced the Guizhuang dance. The sixth wave was when various entertainment companies started to perform. Until just now, Wan Xiang from the Jioga branch felt that the people below were a little too excited, so he found Shu Yutian. Mr. Wan, you are too kind. Our Bingdu village has just started. Take today's emergency as an example. It actually exposed many problems. Shu Yutian waved his hand. Mr. Shui is too modest. It's just the beginning. How excellent will it be in the future, by the way? Mr. Shui, it's Mid-Autumn Festival, and the weather is getting colder. How will your village spend the winter? Wan Xiang glanced at the petrochemical employees wearing coats and dancing Guizhuang outside the window again, and said casually, Chapter 140 Early Repayment of 10 million yuan. Wintering? This year our village should have no problem. But next year is hard to say. The cost will be very high. Shu Yutian looked at Wan Xiang. Now, whether it is a yuan or the staff dormitory, electric water heating devices are reserved inside. Heating can be achieved by plugging in electricity, but this can only be used when Bingdu village has sufficient electricity now. If Bingdu village builds some more buildings next year, 2 wind turbines will definitely not be enough. The cost will increase greatly. Oh! Then how about opening a natural gas pipeline distribution station for you? This may reduce the cost. Wan Xiang nodded and said casually, Open a distribution station for us? Shu Yutian was stunned. Yes. Our natural gas pipeline passes about 45 kilometers south of your Bingdu village. It is very easy to open one. Wan Xiang nodded. Mr. Wan, this is of course a good thing for our Bingdu village. But is it difficult to approve it? As far as I know, the county seat of Ase County has applied for it several times and was rejected, saying that the population does not meet the standard. Our Bingdu village has only 7 permanent residents now. Coming back to his senses, Shu Yutian said again in surprise. If Bingdu Village can attract natural gas, it will definitely become the envy of several nearby counties. With natural gas, a lot of coal and gas can be saved. Even the employees of Bingdu Cultural Tourism can cook freely, no longer have to go to the staff canteen every day. Oh, it doesn't matter. The opening of gas distribution stations in county level and below units is the final decision of our group's comprehensive internal assessment, and population is only one factor. General Manager Liu, who is chatting with the newspaper reporter below, is responsible for this area. It was hard to say whether Mr. Liu would approve it before, but now there is definitely no problem. Wan Xiang smiled and explained. Mr. Wan, if that's the case, thank you so much. Listen to the words. Shu Yutian understood it at this point. Mr. Shui, you are too polite. It's mutual. You Bingdu Village gave us Jioga Petrochemical with such high standards, so we naturally can't be rude. But there is one thing. According to the regulations of the group company, a deposit of 5 million is required to open a gas station. I really can't do anything about it. Wan Xiang waved his hand immediately. He is such a person, if others show him respect, he will show him respect. This time, Bingdu Culture and Tourism really made him proud. How could he not try to take care of it? Mr. Wan, there is no problem with the deposit, then please help us apply for it. Upon hearing this, Shu Yutian hurriedly assured. Although the number of 5 million sounds like a lot, if such an opportunity is given to Ase County or Chaidan County, let alone 5 million, even if it is 50 million, they will not hesitate for half a second. Don't worry, I will ask the business department to prepare the application form when I go back tomorrow. It should be approved after the National Day, but you will definitely not need it this year. Wan Xiang said again. I'm so grateful that it was approved. Shu Yutian replied hurriedly. Natural gas pipelines are different from optical cables. It's not possible to deliver them from more than 40 kilometers away in 10 days or half a month. This is a small matter. Maybe I will come to your Bingdu Village again in the future. Don't worry. As long as General Wan comes to our Bingdu Village, we will definitely give him the best reception. At the same time, Yuan, Su Hang's room. Su Hang came to the living room after washing his face. Zhong Ruofei and Lu Ming were there. Although we have dealt with this matter today, it has exposed too many of our shortcomings. Our emergency response ability is really too poor. After sitting down, Su Hang said, since entering the fence construction site early this morning, he has not come out again until lunchtime. Originally, Su Hang wanted to come out to help, but Zhong Ruofei and Shu Yutian both said they could handle it, so Su Hang and Lu Ming could concentrate on the Guanque Tower. So, until half an hour ago, he and Lu Ming returned to Yuan. We have learned a lot this time, luckily. Mr. Liu from the petrochemical company wants to hold a national party for publicity, otherwise, I really don't know how it will end. Zhong Ruofei nodded heavily with a tired look on his face. Today, Bingdu Campground really set a record. Not only was the Bingdu supermarket almost completely sold out, Bingdu food stalls and Bingdu barbecue never stopped, and the gas station was full of cars waiting to fill up on the national highway. The last big party was the same, in the afternoon. 3 camels and 3 yaks were temporarily added. Fortunately, the problem was discovered in time, and it's still not too late to remedy it. Su Hang nodded. Although today's big team building is past, judging from the tourists' reaction to the light show of the ancient theater, there will definitely be many people coming to Bingdu Village for team building activities later. Well, first of all, security. We still have too few security guards. 7 people have tried their best, but we're still drowned in the crowd. I want to recruit 5 more, to increase the number to 12. After a little thought, Zhong Ruofei took out his notebook and began to write down. 12 security guards? Su Hang nodded and thought about it and added, in addition to increasing the number of security personnel, I will call the South Street office tomorrow to see if they can apply for a police station for us. Our security personnel do not have the power to enforce the law. It will be much more convenient to have a police station. Police station? Zhong Ruofei's eyes lit up, but soon showed a hint of hesitation. Xiao Su, our Bingdu village has a relatively small permanent population now. Will the higher authorities approve it? I remember that according to regulations, only large communities with more than 1,000 households will be equipped with police stations. I will coordinate this. If the application is approved, reserve 2 rooms next to the village office. Su Hang waved his hand. If it was before, there might be no hope. But now, he has begun to have a certain say. And such small matters can usually be handled. Okay. Zhong Ruofei took a note and continued. Then we may need to build 2 more staff dormitory buildings along the street, and add some ground floor shops. The reception capacity of supermarkets and food stalls must be strengthened. 2 staff dormitory buildings? Okay. Su Hang nodded. Finally. Ordinary hotels. Now accommodation for non-tourists has become a big problem. Zhong Ruofei took a note again and looked at Su Hang. Today, the campsite reception was almost overcrowded. Many people wanted to stay here for a night after watching the show. It turned out that it was not that Bingda Cultural Tourism did not want to receive these individual guests, but that there was really no transportation capacity. At this time, Lu Ming, who had not said much, looked at Zhong Ruofei. The matter of ordinary hotels can be delayed a little. Uncle Lu, what do you mean? Zhong Ruofei said in confusion. He knew that Lu Ming must have a reason for saying this. It's like this. The Guanque Tower will be completed in a while. After it is completed, let Xiao Su's friends design a regular hotel with a large guest room capacity, and the same style as the existing building. Lu Ming picked up the teacup and took a sip. After the lights of the ancient theater were turned on tonight, he stood on the Guanque Tower and looked around, which was really a great feeling. The whole building was connected to Yuan, and it felt like he was walking into a palace in the sky. This undoubtedly added another super filming location to Bingdu Village. So he had already thought about it. Although he could not guarantee that all the buildings in the huge Bingda Cultural Tourism property were of this characteristic style, he had to ensure that at least the core area was like this. Well, this is done according to what Uncle Lu said. I'll ask my friend to take care of it when the time comes. Su Hang nodded slightly. In fact, he and Lu Ming thought the same thing. Although Bingda campsite has no shortage of tourists, there are still too few places for tourists to check in at the campsite. Only the Yotan landform has not been developed yet. As for the ruins of the oil town, they will eventually disappear with the development of Bingdu Village. Okay. Zhong Ruofei marked it on the notebook again. Xiao Su, another thing is that after tonight, we will have a lot of surplus in our accounts. Should we pay back part of the land payment first? After a little calculation, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Hang again. How much surplus is there? Su Hang touched his chin. About 12 million. Zhong Ruofei reported the number. So much? Lu Ming on the side was surprised. Well, today's big party of the petrochemical company alone can contribute a lot to us, and there are other team-building activities accumulated in the past period of time. Zhong Ruofei explained. He didn't even count the camels and yaks that the petrochemical company temporarily added today. In this case, let's pay back 10 million first, but will this affect our subsequent projects? Although the theater has been built, the 2 rows of office buildings in the square have not yet started construction. Su Hang glanced at the sand table next to the tea table. No, we now have 5 stable profit points, which can fully guarantee cash flow. Zhong Ruofei immediately assured. Okay, then pay back 10 million first. After hearing this, Su Hang no longer hesitated and made a decision. After paying back the 10 million, as long as he pays back another 38 million in the next 5 months, he can get the property certificate back from the Su province notary office. Okay. Knock. 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 Just when Zhong Ruofei wanted to say something else, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, there was a voice. Xiao Su, are you there? Uncle Feng? Upon hearing this, Su Hang immediately walked to the door and opened it. The person knocking on the door was none other than Feng Shuyu. Uncle Feng, come in quickly. Yes. Old Lu Xiaozhong. You are all here. After entering the door, seeing the 2 of them, Feng Shuyu greeted them, and then sat down in front of the tea table, which was completely different from the state when he applied to join Bingdu Village before. Uncle Feng, do you still drink Maojian? I'll make it for you. Zhong Ruofei was about to get up. No, I'll do it myself. Waving his hand, Feng Shuyu took a teacup from the table while washing it. He casually said, It's just right. Everyone is talking about how to deal with this matter. What's the matter? Su Hang, Lu Ming, and the other 2 were all surprised. It's about Xiao Shui. Feng Shuyu filled his teacup with water before sighing. Last night, I was thinking about my project at Xiao Songlong Pavilion, and I ran into a girl who said she was Xiao Shui's girlfriend. Shui's girlfriend? 1 minute. 2 minutes. After about 10 minutes, Feng Shuyu looked at the 3 people who were already stunned. What do you think we should do now? I originally wanted to go talk to Xiao Shui directly, but I felt It was not appropriate. Chapter 141. Gotta make a home entity. After a while, Su Hang and the other two couldn't help but look at each other. Especially Lu Ming, he whispered to himself. I didn't expect Xiao Shui to have such a past. Uncle Feng wants to talk to Brother Shui mainly to confirm the truth of this matter? After a little thought, Su Hang gradually understood Feng Shu's intention. Well, if this is true, I think it's a pity that Xiao Shui missed such a good girl who has been waiting for him, but asking directly seems to be a bit of an offense to Xiao Shui's privacy. Feng Shu nodded. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, I think it's probably true. Brother Shui came to me last night and mentioned his female friend. She should be the one Uncle Feng mentioned. Did you talk about it? What's the situation? Tell me in detail. It must be said that everyone is the same when eating melons, regardless of gender, age or status. Swish. The next moment, the three of them stared at Su Hang. It was this scene that was not seen by the employees of Bingu Cultural Tourism. Otherwise, they would never believe that the bigwigs of Bingu Village were still talking about development and projects just a moment ago, but turn around and close their notebooks to talk about the emotional problems of the villagers. I didn't care at the time, but Brother Shui's expression looked very unnatural. After carefully recalling it, Su Hang said, So this is true? Lu Ming touched his chin. It's not certain whether it's true or not, but he must have had an affair with this female friend. How about this? Let's have a drink with Brother Shui in a few days. Maybe we can ask anything when we get drunk. Su Hang thought about it and said what he thought. Drinking? No. I've thought about this. Xiao Shui's body has not fully recovered yet, and it's not suitable for drinking. Upon hearing this, Feng Shu immediately shook his head. Old Feng, you can do it. A doctoral supervisor in the law school has a lot of life tips. I have to be careful when drinking with you in the future. Lu Ming glared. Ahem. Old Lu. I'm just worried about Xiao Shui. We won't. Feng Shu laughed dryly and explained hurriedly. Uncle Feng, I think this matter can be discussed in the long run. At this time, Zhong Ruofei, who had not said much, spoke up. Discuss in the long run? What do you mean? Feng Shu immediately moved forward. Lu Ming and Su Hang also leaned forward. Zhong Ruofei was not vague either. He immediately opened his notebook again, took out a pen and started drawing on the paper. We can do this. This and then this. At the same time, in Hong Kong City, in a high-end open-air coffee shop by the sea, Su Lang and his wife stared at the bright moon in the sky in a trance. And they didn't know what they were thinking. It was not until a long time later that Tu Pei sighed and looked at Su Lang. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. I don't know how Xiaoxing is doing. In the past, the three of us spent the Mid-Autumn Festival together every year. This year, I'm really not used to it. He should be celebrating the festival with other people in the campsite. Su Lang picked up the coffee and put it back when he had already brought it to his mouth. How do you know? Tu Pei was stunned but soon thought of something and said unhappily. You said you didn't want to care about Xiaoxing anymore, but have you been secretly paying attention to the situation over there? Not secretly. I just happened to see a short video that day. Su Lang turned his head and didn't look at Tu Pei again. You are in Gang City. If you don't search for Bingu Village, would the short video platform push such news to you? Tu Pei rolled her eyes at Su Lang. Su Liang hesitated to speak, but in the end, he didn't say anything. By the way, what do you think of the background of Su Xinxing who bought the land in Bingu Village? Not only did he make the uninhabited area flourish, but he was also on Xiaogui Jiaofang. It's a pity that this person's face-to-face interview video did not appear on Xiaogui Jiaofang. Otherwise, I really want to see this person's true face. Compared with Su Lang's evasiveness, Tu Pei is much more direct. Whenever she has time, she will search for videos related to Bingu Village on short videos. It's a pity that there are many videos about Bingu Village on the short video platform, but Su Hang's figure was not found on them. There were only bonfire parties, celebrity singing, roasted camels and the like. This person's ability is really terrifying. Someone just posted a video of the event over there, not to mention anything else. The design fee for that piece of building alone is a considerable amount, and he was praised by the official media. There must be a stronger relationship behind him. Su Lang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sometimes he even felt that this person was more capable than him and had a better background. Alas, Tu Pei sighed. In fact, I have thought a lot during this period of time. It may not be a bad thing for Xiaoxing to work with this person. He should be able to grow and become more mature. If he enters Su's medical now, he will probably suffer a lot of setbacks. After a while, Su Lang turned his head to look at Tu Pei. Huh? The board of directors is looking for trouble again? Upon hearing this, Tu Pei's heart skipped a beat. For a chairman to say that his son would suffer setbacks if he entered the company. The situation was obviously not good. The company's stock price has just stabilized recently. But the board of directors has proposed a plan for a private placement. In this way, my shares will be diluted a lot. When Su's medical was mentioned, Su Lang's face gradually turned cold. Ah, private placement? Won't the stock price fall again? Although Tu Pei doesn't trade stocks, she knows that this is not a good thing for the stock price. This is their combination punch. Getting up, Su Lang came to the guardrail, gazing at the brightly lit streets on the other side, and fell into deep thought. Then, don't worry, I will never let the board succeed easily until the last moment. In fact, it was not just Su Lang and his wife who were in distress at this time. ASE County, Western Legend Campground, Zhao Ping, and Go Shuiping stared at the video images on their mobile phones, completely dumbfounded. After a long time, Zhao Ping couldn't help but ask, "What is Guanque Campground doing? Isn't this a bad market?" They have been warming up for the team building activities 2 days later, and they have been promoting the presence of heavyweight guests from Shanghai Jiaotong University and celebrities. What a result! Before they could make any moves, Guanque Campground hit them back. They invited a celebrity, and Guanque Campground directly invited 3. The most important thing is that Guanque Campground also built a super shocking ancient theater background. How can they play with this? Those companies that want to organize team building activities are not fools. At the same price, they will definitely give priority to Guanque Campground. Mr. Zhao, now that things have come to this, we can only fight hard. Go Shuiping gritted his teeth and put away his phone. What do you mean? Zhao Ping raised his eyebrows. Mr. Zhao, we can't build that kind of ancient theater. But at least, we can compete with the camping site in terms of the number of stars. Just let the person we invite 2 friends in the circle. Go Shuiping nodded. Number of stars? You mean we also invite 3? Stop it. Now we only have more than 100,000 yuan in liquid funds. How can we invite stars? When he heard this, Zhao Ping shook his head like a rattle. To be honest, he already regretted setting up the campground. Don't let the campground fail, and the camel farm go bankrupt. Mr. Zhao, the company will pay us the balance the day after tomorrow. Isn't that money? Go Ping said. Balance? What do we earn? Our team building unit is Jiuga City Petrochemical Company. They won't add money. Zhao Ping's eyes widened. Mr. Zhao, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. We should take a long-term view. This is our first shot. We have to make a promotional video again. Who will watch the promotional video made according to the previous plan? Go Shuiping asked. This? Zhao Ping was speechless for a moment. Mr. Zhao, believe me, the first business is basically a loss-making business. As long as people know that there is another camping site in Ase County that is as powerful as Bingu Village, our goal has been achieved. Imagine that if 2 companies are doing team building at the same time, one goes to Bingu Village, and the other has to come to us? Go Shuiping continued to analyze. But Zhao Ping still hesitated. This sounds fine, but it feels a little unreliable. Who knows what will happen to the Ice Lake Campground later? What if we can't keep up? Mr. Zhao, there is no turning back after starting. If you don't continue to invest, you can make some money this time. But what about the future? It's winter next, and there will be very few team building resources. You have to grab them. Go Ping hurriedly persuaded again. This time, Zhao Ping did not refute but fell into deep thought. Yes, what to do in winter? There are not many people coming to play in the Northwest in winter. If there is no rush, they must all be in Guanque Campground. The moon sets, the sun rises, early the next morning, Bingu Village ushered in a new day. Because he was too tired the day before, Zhong Ruofei directly said that he would go to work at 10 o'clock today, so that Bingu Village was still quiet at 8 o'clock in the morning. Many employees were still asleep. However, Su Hang and Lu Ming came to the Guanque Tower construction site early. Last night, several people planned for Shu Yutian's matter for half the night, and did not leave until the early morning. Uncle Lu, good morning. After greeting him, Su Hang picked up the blueprint. These days, the interior decoration and the exterior facade are being carried out simultaneously, which is very difficult. But the effect is also very obvious. The Guanque Tower is getting closer to the day of official completion. Xiao Su, it's been very cold in the morning these days. You should wear something thicker to avoid catching a cold. Lu Ming handed Su Hang a pair of gloves. Yes, there will be frost in about a month after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Hang nodded and took the gloves. Once that time comes, there will be fewer tourists coming to the northwest. I hope that our Guanque Tower will continue to be full of guests after it is completed and contribute more profits. Lu Ming sighed casually. The gap between the northwest and the south lies here. If it were in the south, there would be no need to worry about the climate. Uncle Lu. In fact, the cultural tourism industry is seasonal no matter where it is. If we want to keep the cash flow of our Bingdu village stable, I think we should at least have a physical enterprise. After all, the physical enterprise is the ballast stone. Su Hang said casually. Chapter 142. Let's not leave yet. Entity, let's start one. Hearing Su Hang's words, Lu Ming immediately became interested. There is only one breeding farm in Bingdu village that can be considered entity, and it is only for Bingdu village. The others can only be considered consumer stores. When the Bingdu village breeding farm can sell farmed animals to the outside world, it may be considered a real entity. Right now, the financial pressure is relatively large, and there is no better idea. Let's talk about it after the debt is paid off. Su Hang shook his head slightly. You can think about it, but you have to pay attention to the rhythm. The current economic ecosystem of Bingdu village is actually very weak and can't stand any messing around. Okay, let's get to work. We'll try to finish building the Guanque Tower as soon as possible. Yes. In fact, Su Hang and Lu Ming are not the only ones who get up early. In the village clinic, due to the habits they developed in the big hospital, Shu Yutian and Song Qing have already checked the only 6 wards. This also makes the hospitalized patients and their families feel that there is actually no difference between the Bingdu village clinic and the hospital. We still have too few wards and medical staff. Fortunately, our clinic doesn't have a night shift. Otherwise, not to mention Xiaoli and the others, I almost couldn't hold on. Song Qing said as he walked downstairs, moving his shoulders. Since the operation of Bingdu Village Health Center, it has basically been running at full capacity. More and more patients come to Bingdu Village for medical treatment as word of mouth and fame continue to grow. There are even some high-risk and critically ill patients seeking medical treatment. These people have already regarded Bingdu Village Health Center as a city hospital. There are many people who want to cut in line every day. They all say that it is not easy to come here. So let's take a look. If I refuse, I feel that it is not easy to come to Bingdu Village, but if I don't refuse, the clinic will lose its rules and order. Especially yesterday, I was on the verge of collapse. Yeah. Shu Yutian nodded. Do you want to recruit a few more? Song Qing asked tentatively. I want to recruit too. But our place is only this big. Unless we build a place the size of a township hospital. Shu Yutian sighed. Township clinic? Song Qing's eyes lit up. Old Shu, this is totally possible. You can discuss it with Xiao Su. Even if the money for the bus comes from our clinic, it should be no problem to build a village clinic of the size of a township clinic with our clinic's cash flow. That's what you said. But have you ever thought that after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather will get colder and colder, and the new construction project will definitely be stopped for us? It still can't solve the existing problems. Shu Yutian turned around and looked at Song Qing. Then let's hold on for a while. We'll talk about it after the new year. By then, our village clinic's cash flow will be more abundant, and maybe we can build a larger village clinic. Shu Yutian expressed his thoughts. That's right. Build something similar at once, so we don't have to move around all the time later. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Song Qing was about to say something, her WeChat suddenly rang with a video call request. Take it out and take a look. Song Qing immediately connected the video. Xiaoshu. It turned out that the video was from an old colleague Tong Shui. Although they had resigned from the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University, they had always kept in touch, and would ask each other about their recent situation from time to time. Qing, the event you held in Bingdu Village last night was very explosive, especially the background of the ancient theater and the light show were simply beautiful. As soon as the call was connected, Tong Shui started to speak. Since Shu Yutian and his wife came to Bingdu Village, Tong Shui would add the 3 words Bingdu Village to the follow column in the short video. It must be beautiful. Song Qing smiled. She actually went there last night and took a look around, feeling the atmosphere of the party. I will definitely go there again when I have time, Tong Shui said seriously. Uh-huh. I will definitely receive you throughout your visit. Song Qing pointed the camera of her mobile phone out of the window, letting Tong Shui take another look at the situation at the Bonfire Square. Okay. By the way, where is Brother Shu? Tong Shui paused and continued. Next to me. We just finished checking the room. Song Qingqing immediately handed the phone to Shu Linian. What's wrong? Is there something? Shu Linian smiled and greeted Tong Shui. Tong Shui was like his youngest sister. They didn't contact each other usually. But once her name was mentioned, there was something wrong. Brother Shu is really smart. I really want to ask you for help. Tong Shui smiled. You tell me. It's like this. When I was watching the short video of the party in Bingdu Village last night, my grandparents happened to see it. They were very interested in the ancient theater and insisted on going to Bingdu Village to see it in person. I just wanted to ask you to help arrange it, Tong Shui said helplessly. Ah, your grandparents are back? Upon hearing this, Shu Linian and Song Qing looked at each other in surprise. Tong Shui was born in a medical family. Her grandfather was the vice president of Yousheng Union Hospital. And her grandmother is a famous pediatric expert in China. The old couple has a very free and easy personality. When they reached retirement age, they did not accept the hospital's reemployment, but began to travel around the world. When they come to a place they like, they stay there for 3 to 5 months and then go to the next place. For this reason, the deeds of the two old people are widely circulated in the medical circle of Yousheng. Some people are extremely envious, thinking this is the dream life after retirement. But some people also hold opposing views, thinking that the old couple are not doing their job properly. And the medical field has lost 2 leading experts. They just came back from abroad the day before yesterday. As a result, such a thing happened again. It really makes people worry. The 2 of them are almost 140 years old in total. Tong Shui's face was full of helplessness. He, the realm of the old man and the old grandmother is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Shu Linian subconsciously glanced at Song Qing. It would be worth it if they could wait until old Master Tong came. Then, Tong Shui said a little embarrassedly, when will the old man come? I'll arrange it, Shu Linian said. Originally, he was going to leave tomorrow. But I stopped him. Finally, he decided to stay at home for another week and go to Bingdu Village a week later, Tong Shui said. A week later? Okay, tell him to call me the day before he leaves. After thinking it over in his mind, Shu Linian nodded in agreement. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Shu. I'll transfer some money to you later, Tong Shui said again. Transfer money? No need. Don't worry, Brother Shu. Let's put it in perspective. After all, that's a campsite. Time flies, and it's already 10 o'clock in the morning. Ase County, South Street office. Zhang Qi and others chatted while doing their work. Yesterday was really great. I feel like I saved a lot of money. A concert plus a roasted camel would cost thousands of dollars in the city? At the door, Zhang Qi sighed again. Who said it wasn't? I didn't expect Bingdu Village to be so beautiful. I really envy Xiaoli. A female staff member in the back row immediately took over the conversation. Yesterday, Bingdu Village had a big change in their impression. Many colleagues even think that although the current Bingdu Village is small in scale, it is of high quality. In general, it is not inferior to those large administrative villages. Who said it wasn't? I heard a leader say a few days ago that the county is studying how to support Bingdu Village and make Bingdu Village a real benchmark village. Zhang Qi first carefully glanced at the door, then said, Ah, is it true? Really? How does the county plan to support it? I feel that Bingdu Village is now ahead of the administrative villages, gas stations, supermarkets, clinics, etc. The female staff member became more and more envious. The specific policies have not been discussed in the meeting yet. Zhang Qi is indeed a small loudspeaker broadcaster, knowing what he should know and knowing what he shouldn't know. No research. That shouldn't be the case. Won't the leaders of Yousheng come to supervise the work in a while? Bingdu Village must be the first stop. The female staff member put down the pen in her hand. In her opinion, only by helping Bingdu Village quickly can Bingdu Village perform better. No way. The county leaders went to the city to hold a business mobilization meeting. No one hosted it. Zhang Qi said again. Business mobilization meeting? I said. The female staff member understood instantly. At the end of the year, there will be a business conference specifically for the Northwest region in Guanque City. Shangxi, and many powerful large enterprises will participate. As for where these enterprises will be settled in the end, it depends on the means and policies of the 5 northwest provinces and regions. This matter was mobilized and prepared half a year ago. Alas, but then again, our Joga city is definitely just pretending, especially our county. Which company can look down on us? It feels like the competition for investment is still a competition among the capitals of the 5 provinces. Zhang Qi took a sip from the water glass. In Zhang Qi's opinion, this is really not something that Ase County can participate in and compete for. If they go there, the CEOs of those big companies probably won't even look at them. That's what they say. But the work that needs to be done still needs to be done. The result is only one aspect. The important thing is the attitude, isn't it? The female staff member followed. I'm just talking. Okay, get to work. All the investment promotion is the business of the big leaders. We just need to take care of our own little piece of land. At the same time, Binggu Village, Yuan, Shu Yutian glanced at Luo Lin and Yang Jiang, who were leaning on the sofa. Lao Luo, let's go to eat later. Although they are old brothers, one thing is another. In the morning, he had asked the finance department to transfer 300,000 yuan to the two of them, which was considered an explanation for their hard work yesterday. It was precisely because of the appearance of the two that the team-building activity last night was a great success. Apart from anything else, this morning alone, the Binggu Cultural Tourism Reception Desk received 5 team-building orders. Eat? Good. I'll go call Li Wei. She seems to be wandering around Yuan. Hearing about eating, Luo Lin stood up immediately. Yeah. Shu Yutian nodded. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something and said again. By the way, Lao Luo, when are you leaving? I'll ask the driver to fill up the gas for you at the gas station first. Depart? Luo Lin and Yang Jiang looked at each other. Yeah. We're not leaving yet. Chapter 143. This is called professionalism. Ah, you're not leaving? Shu Yutian was startled at first, but soon he looked at the two of them meaningfully. After a while, Shu Yutian said to the two of them seriously, Is it because of her? It's impossible. She is now a high-ranking fashion leader, and I am just an event organizer at a campsite in a remote village in the northwest. Do you think we are suitable for each other? Suitable. What made Shu Yutian helpless was that Luo Lin and Yang Jiang nodded heavily at the same time the next moment. Don't lie with your eyes open. Okay? Shu Yutian glared at him unhappily. Old Shui, I'm telling the truth. If you said this a few months ago, it might be a little bit wrong. But now, don't underestimate yourself. Luo Lin also gradually became serious. The more I learned about Binggu Village in the past 2 days, the more I felt that this village was a bit unattainable. I even felt that there was a super mysterious big capital behind this village. It took less than half a year for a place that was originally a ruin to develop into this. Is this something that ordinary people can do? Song Liwei's little business territory is really nothing in front of this mysterious capital. Lao Luo, this is different. Binggu Village is Binggu Village. I am me. I should be considered the weakest villager in Binggu Village. Shu Yutian hesitated for a moment before speaking. The weakest, old Shui? How can I be embarrassed by what you said? Luo Lin glared. Lao Luo, you really don't need to persuade me anymore. I know you have good intentions. But I have my own ideas about this matter. There is something going on in the square. So I have to go there first. If you two really want to play in Binggu Village for 2 days, I will definitely welcome you. You can stay in this house as long as you want. But if you stay because of this, it's really a waste of your time, Shu Yutian said. And then, he was silent for a moment before he said again. Okay. Let's go eat first. After that, Shu Yutian walked out of the room first. Alas! Looking at Shu Yutian's departing back, Luo Lin and Yang Jiang looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Why is this kid so stubborn? In a blink of an eye, the sun was setting, and in the pavilion of Yuan, it was surprising that Zhong Ruofei, Luo Lin, and Yang Jiang sat together drinking tea and enjoying the scenery of Yuan. So what the girl you brought here said is true. Zhong Ruofei looked very satisfied. Last night, a group of old men came up with a plan to talk to Shu Yutian's 2 old brothers first, to see what was going on. That's why the scene in front of us happened. It's true, Li Wei probably had no other choice but to ask the old man for help. Sorry to bother you, Luo Lin sighed. When Zhong Ruofei found them, they were a little surprised and even a little envious. It seems that Binggu Village is more united than they thought. If one villager has problems, Other villagers will not just stand by and watch. At this moment, he really thought of registering for permanent residence in Bingu village, but looking at his own conditions, he could only suppress this idea. What trouble is it? Everyone must hope that Lao Shui will not leave regrets in his life. Zhong Ruofei waved his hand and looked at Luo Lin again. So now Lao Shui is mainly worried that once they get back together, the family will cause trouble for the girl. I feel that this is not the most important thing. Putting down the teacup, Yang Jiang shook his head. What is that? The main thing is that old Shui is a little inferior now. He always feels that his current status is not worthy of Li Wei. And he is worried that it will affect Li Wei's career. Yang Jiang said. Inferiority, not worthy, as long as it is true love. Status should not be a problem. Zhong Ruofei's expression moved. It is old Shui who feels that. Yang Jiang and Luo Lin explained together, fearing that Zhong Ruofei would misunderstand. Okay. So please give him more advice. The three of us will return to High City tomorrow morning. It is also free to stay any longer. Luo Lin said again. You're leaving tomorrow morning? Won't you stay for 2 more days? In fact, there are still many beautiful sights near our Bingu village. There is a Yaden landform 40 kilometers away from here, very stunning. Zhong Ruofei was a little surprised. No, we still have some things to deal with there. And Li Wei said she was fine. But we know it very well. She came here this time and left many important things behind. Yang Jiang said. Okay, since you have something to do, I won't keep you. You are welcome to come often in the future. Thank you. Mr. Zhong, don't worry, old Shui has registered as a permanent resident in Bingu village, and the three of us will definitely come often. Especially Li Wei will definitely come here from time to time in the future. Okay, contact us in advance when you come. As the night deepened, Su Hang's room, Su Hang, Lu Ming, Feng Shuyu, Zhong Ruofei, and several other single old men gathered together on time again. Uncle, I found out. Zhong Ruofei looked at Feng Shuyu. What do you mean? Before Feng Shuyu could speak, Lu Ming asked curiously. What this girl said is true. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Really? Really? Then things will be much easier. I'll do the work on Xiao Shui's side. I'm just worried that his family will cause trouble. Feng Shuyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Uncle Feng, old Shui's family is only one aspect. The biggest problem now is that old Shui feels that he is not worthy of Song Li Wei now. Zhong Ruofei sighed. Ah, not worthy? Is this girl very good? Feng Shuyu was stunned. He always thought that Shu Yutian's family was the main reason. Yes. She is very good. I searched online today. Her personal net worth should be around 400 to 500 million. The most important thing is that she has a very high status in the entertainment industry. Every year, most of the top celebrities in the entertainment industry will go to the charity dinner. Zhong Ruofei nodded. But Zhong Ruofei didn't look very surprised when he said this. After all, he was a partner of a listed medical company. A personal asset level of 400 to 500 million yuan can only be considered medium. Oh, so it is a bit powerful. But it is not a problem. According to Xiao Shui's idea, many strong women should not think about finding a partner. Feng Shuyu touched his chin. After listening to it, I think Brother Shui really likes Song Li Wei. Not being worthy is just an excuse. He probably doesn't want Song Li Wei to be affected or hurt because of him. But Brother Shui doesn't know. The more he does this, the more hurt Song Li Wei will suffer. Beside him, Su Hang, who had not spoken much, analyzed. That makes sense. Lu Ming nodded. Then now, Zhong Ruofei glanced at a few people. Leave this to me, I'll go talk to Xiao Shui later. When I was young, I mediated cases that were much more complicated than this. This is nothing. Upon hearing this, Feng Shuyu stood up and said, and then he didn't forget to add. By the way, where is Xiao Shui staying tonight? Let's settle it as soon as possible, so we can have dinner earlier. Uncle Feng, Brother Shui is in his room tonight, and his 2 friends are arranged to stay in the Yuan guest room. Su Hang was stunned, and said hurriedly, thinking about it carefully. It is true. In terms of mediation, Feng Shuyu is absolutely professional. I know. You wait for my good news. After giving Su Hang and the others a look of reassurance, Feng Shuyu went to Shu Yutian's residence. The moon sets, the sun rises. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Luo Lin and Yang Jiang packed their things early, and planned to go find Song Yue. According to the plan, they must rush to Lan City tonight, and then return all the way. Knock. 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 A few minutes later, the two came to a guest room, and Luo Lin knocked on the door. Li Wei, Are you up? If I remember correctly, Song Liwei stayed in this room last night. However, after knocking and waiting for a while, there was no response from the room. Liwei? Luolin knocked again, but unfortunately there was still no response. What's going on? The two looked at each other in surprise. Just when Luolin wanted to take out his mobile phone to call Song Liwei, a voice sounded behind them. Lao Luo. Hearing this, Luolin and Yang Jiang subconsciously turned around to look. However, it didn't matter that they turned around. Their mouths opened wide, and their eyes almost popped out. The person behind them was none other than Shu Yutian. What was even more terrible was that Song Liwei was standing next to Shu Yutian. Of course, this was nothing. Shu Yutian and Song Liwei were holding hands, and Song Liwei was leaning against Shu Yutian. How could they not be surprised? Am I dazzled? After a moment, Luolin still couldn't believe it, and rubbed his eyes again. You're not seeing things. Song Liwei first looked at Shu Yutian sweetly before saying, You? Yang Jiang took a deep breath. We're back together. Shu Yutian nodded. When? Luolin glared, and walked quickly to the two of them. Last night. Shu Yutian smiled sweetly at Song Liwei, and it seemed that he had let go of all his psychological burdens. Last night? Luolin still couldn't believe it. They didn't say a word in the afternoon. But how come they had a century of reunion in the evening? Uncle Feng found us last night. Thinking back to what happened last night, Shu Yutian was actually a little dazed. At the beginning, he clearly remembered that he had always refused. But as they talked, he felt that what his Uncle Feng said made a lot of sense. Moreover, the sentence isn't it enough to have a doctoral supervisor at Renmin University Law School and 5 villagers from Binggu village to support you? Directly dispelled all his concerns. Later, he followed his Uncle Feng to the door of Song Liwei's room. Uncle Feng? The former dean of Renmin University Law School? Luolin and Yang Jiang looked at each other again. Facts once again prove that the villagers of Binggu village really cannot be judged by common sense. Yeah. Shu Yutian and Song Liwei nodded at the same time. Then Liwei, are you going back to Haisha today? Perhaps he really couldn't bear to see Shu Yutian and Song Liwei showing off their affection, Yang Jiang said. No, I want to discuss our wedding with Yutian. Song Liwei shook her head. Wedding? Puff! Luolin almost stumbled and fell to the ground. It was also decided last night. Uncle Feng said that this wedding should have been held more than 10 years ago. So, Shu Yutian explained a little embarrassedly. Chapter 144 Talents delivered to the door. After staring at Shu Yutian and Song Liwei for a long time, Luolin and Yang Jiang slowly accepted the second depth charge. When? Luolin asked. Thinking back, these two people were not the kind who had just met for a blind date, so it was understandable that they made such a decision. The initial plan is New Year's Day, Shu Yutian said. New Year's Day? That means there are still 3 months? After a calculation, Yang Jiang said. What about the location? Liwei Circle is not small. There should be many big names present at that time. In our Binggu village. Shu Yutian smiled. Not only is he now a permanent resident of Binggu village, this small community gives him a sense of support and home. So even if the king of the world comes, his wedding will be held in Binggu village. I guess so. Yang Jiang glanced at the two again. Why don't you stay here for 2 more days? Song Liwei smiled and said. Forget it. Let's go back early to deal with things over there first. After things over there are dealt with, we will come over to help. Luolin shook his head. When their old brother got married, they couldn't be there on the same day as if they were attending a banquet. Okay. Little did they know that when Shu Yutian and Song Liwei were planning to put a happy end to their frustrated love with marriage, the villagers of Binggu village were also talking about it. In front of the village health room, Shi Linian was looking at Zhong Ruofei in astonishment. Ah? Old Shui is getting married. With that woman? Yes. It's set on New Year's Day. Uncle Feng is really awesome, and his professionalism is honest. Zhong Ruofei's face was full of emotion when they saw Feng Shui with Shu Yutian and Song Liwei appear at Su Hang's door last night. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They thought Feng Shui should be fine, but they didn't expect him to be so efficient. Not only did he succeed, but he also helped to set the wedding date. It was really amazing. The wedding will be held in our Binggu village? I heard from my wife that the woman seemed to be extraordinary. Will she have high requirements for the wedding? After sighing for a moment, Shi Linian asked. It's in our Binggu village. This is what the woman took the initiative to propose. And she also said that she wanted Uncle Feng to be their witness. Zhong Ruofei laughed. Oh, Uncle Feng is the most suitable witness. If it weren't for Uncle Feng, who knows how long they would have been in a mess. Then our Bingdu village will be lively again. Shu Linian laughed. That's a must, Xiao Su also said last night. This is a big event in Bingdu village. Yeah. By the way, old Shu, are you looking for me? After talking about this, Zhong Ruofei suddenly remembered that Shu Linian had something else to ask him. Old Zhong, it's like this. Please book me a room in the most luxurious room in Yuan. My former colleague's grandpa and grandma will come to visit us in a couple of days. After being reminded, Shu Linian also remembered his business, and said hurriedly, Okay, that's absolutely no problem. When will they come? Zhong Ruofei nodded immediately. A week later, Shu Linian said, Okay, I'll call the reception desk right away. Ding-ling-ling. However, when Zhong Ruofei was halfway through his words, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. He said to Shu Linian, Old Shu, don't worry about this. I have to go to the cardholder's home. The 2 buses we ordered have arrived. We need to go and receive them. The buses have arrived? Then you should get busy. Upon hearing this, Shu Linian said immediately, In the past 2 days, the news that Bingdu village will soon have buses has begun to spread wildly in the patient circle. Even when going to the ward for rounds, the family members of the patients would ask when the buses in Bingdu village will officially start operating. As expected, the dedicated line will be full after it is opened. Okay. After nodding to Shu Linian, Zhong Ruofei turned around and answered the phone. Hello. Wait a moment. I'll be there soon. Although the team building of Jioga Petrochemical has been over for 2 days, the villagers of Bingdu village have not been idle, but have become increasingly busy. Yuan. Su Hang was also on the phone. Director Chiao. Is it convenient to talk now? It's okay now. Secretary Su. Go ahead. The next moment, Xiao Long's voice came. Since the last Luli incident, Xiao Long has paid special attention to Bingdu village. He has directly sent messages or called Su Hang for many things. Director Chiao. It's like this. Bingdu Campground held an event 2 days ago. Secretary Su. I saw this event on the short video platform. It's great. It's just that Bingdu Campground didn't tell us in advance. Otherwise this kind of private enterprise cooperation would definitely be on the Jioga City news. Speaking of the event, Xiao Long couldn't help but sigh again. When he saw the video, he was shocked and envious. Ase County has never held a private enterprise cooperation with Jioga Petrochemical. It was originally a team-building activity. But something went wrong, and we had to change it to a private enterprise cooperation. Su Hang told the truth. As for the news that Bingdu village and Jioga Petrochemical had reached a preliminary agreement on natural gas supply, Su Hang did not intend to tell Xiao Long. After all, the matter has not been settled yet. It will not be too late to notify the South Street office when the application submitted by Jioga Petrochemical is officially approved. Oh, so that's the case. Then you, Director Chiao, because there have been many activities in our village camping site recently, plus the tourists coming and going, heavy truck drivers, people who come to our Bingdu village for medical treatment. There are hundreds of floating populations, so there are some minor problems with public security. Su Hang said. I see. Does Secretary Su mean to apply for a police station for your Bingdu village? Xiao Long is an old hand, and he immediately understood what Su Hang meant. Yes. That's no problem, in fact. The relevant leaders of the county mentioned this matter at the meeting 2 days ago, saying that our Bingdu village should be built according to the provincial benchmark village, and it should have everything it should have. I will submit the application today, however. According to relevant regulations, the police station may only have 1 station police officer at the beginning. Xiao Long replied hurriedly. Number of people is not a problem, as long as there is a police station. Su Hang replied immediately. What Bingdu village lacks in security is people with law enforcement power, not the number of people. Okay. Then I'll trouble Director Chiao. When you have time to come to our village, I will definitely treat you well. Secretary Su. You are too polite. This is what I should do. I will definitely go there when I finish my work here. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Hang raised his hand to check the time, and packed up his things again. In 3 days, the fence of Guanque Tower will be removed, and the detailed decoration will begin. So I dare not slack off in the next 2 days. However, as soon as I went out, I ran into Han Shuping, who was in charge of the barbecue. Su Hang. Before Su Hang could speak, Han Shuping greeted him first. Uncle Han, what's wrong? Su Heng said. Although he is now a deputy division-level village secretary, he still addresses people older than him as uncle and aunt at the campsite. Su Heng, Han Shuping felt a little embarrassed. Uncle Han, if you have something to say, you can tell me. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Seeing this, Su Heng immediately said that he didn't need to be too nervous. Secretary Su, I just want to ask if our leather factory is still hiring? After taking a deep breath, Han Shuping said. Hiring? Su Heng paused. In fact, there is a leather factory sign over there, but in fact it is just a handicraft workshop. Now camel skin, cowhide and various bones are processed by 2 masters over there, so there are more than enough manpower. We are still short of someone who can make yak bone and camel bone bracelets. Secretary Su, I won't hide it from you. This is a relative of mine from my hometown. He used to live a normal life, but he couldn't make it after his wife got seriously ill 2 years ago. Now he has to take medicine every day, which costs a lot. Yesterday he called me and asked if I could take care of him, so I wanted to ask you. Han Shuping sighed and explained the whole story. Oh, can he make bracelets? After hearing this, Su Heng's expression changed slightly. Hand strings? I don't think he can make hand strings. But he is an old leather worker, and his craftsmanship is very good, and when he was young, he made shadow puppets for some art teams. Later, he seemed to have been given the title of an intangible cultural heritage inheritor of shadow puppetry. Han Shuping hurriedly introduced. An intangible cultural heritage inheritor of shadow puppetry? Su Heng was stunned. Yeah, but now shadow puppetry is becoming increasingly degenerate, and this intangible cultural heritage inheritor is basically just a title now. The relevant organization seem to only give more than 1,000 subsidies every year, and the subsidies have not been paid in time since a few years ago. The subsidies from the year before last have not been paid yet. Han Shuping sighed again. Uncle Han, how about this? When do you think he has time? I want to meet your relative. After thinking for a moment, Su Heng said immediately. Although the future development ideas of shadow puppet making and leather workshops are different, as long as the craftsmanship is strong, everything is not a problem. The 2 masters we have recruited now are for fur processing. If possible, it would be good to let this teacher make leather bags. Okay, Su's secretary, thank you so much. Hearing this, Han Shuping hurriedly said happily. Although the matter has not been confirmed, as long as I can meet Su Heng, it is already half done. Well, does Uncle Han have anything else to do? After a pause, Su Heng asked. Su's secretary, you are busy. Sorry to bother you. Nothing. A few minutes later, after Su Heng left, Han Shuping immediately walked to a corner of the corridor, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. Beep. Beep. The call was connected soon. Before Han Shuping could speak, a voice full of vicissitudes and fatigue came from the phone. How is it? Uncle, when are you free? Secretary Su here wants to meet you in person and talk to you. I hope it is very high. Han Shuping said. Are you going to Bingu village? Yes. How about after National Day? I'm going to take your aunt to Lon City for a follow-up checkup these 2 days. Will it have any impact? After a moment of hesitation, a voice came from the other end of the phone. No, Su Jishu is not an ordinary village secretary. He has a high level. What he said is fine. Han Shuping immediately said that it was fine, but after a pause, Han Shuping added, by the way, uncle, bring your certificate of intangible cultural heritage inheritor when you come. Okay. Chapter 145. The Stork Tower is completed. The sun rises and sets, and it is September 30th in a blink of an eye. The next day is the annual National Day of Xia Country. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, whether it is the first-tier metropolis of Xia Country or the remote small county in the west, almost all the workers have no intention of going to work and plan to enjoy the next 7 days of vacation. AC County, South Street office. A group of colleagues also gathered together to talk about the plans for the next few days. By the way, have you heard? Today, the newly opened camping site next to the county town is also going to hold a team building. At the door, Zhang Qi said. How can I not hear about it? The campsite has been promoting itself in the county these past 2 days, and they say they have invited 3 mysterious celebrities. After hearing this, the female staff member behind Zhang Qi took over the conversation. Are you going to see it? Zhang Qi asked again. Go. It's only 1 kilometer away from us anyway. I want to see what celebrities will come. The female colleague nodded. It's the same as I thought, but then again, This campsite seems to be very powerful, and it looks like it wants to compete with Binggu campsite. Zhang Qi took a sip of the teacup and said, Strong? Strong? Bullshit. The two campsites are not even on the same level. Okay, anyway. I feel like this campsite is just trying to show off. Upon hearing this, the female staff member immediately showed a trace of disdain on her face. What do you mean? Seeing that his colleague seemed to know something, Zhang Qi immediately became interested. A relative of mine happened to work for them. It is said that the owner of this campsite is the owner of Yousheng Camel Farm in Jioga City, and the performance is average. The only thing that can be shown off is that it seems to have recently cooperated with High City Jiaotong University on a project. The female staff member said what she had heard. Ah, they actually have a project cooperation with Shanghai Jiaotong University? Then the strength should not be. Zhang Qi was stunned. It's all just a gimmick, let alone other things. Ice Lake Campground has an extremely beautiful ancient theater and a light show. Is there one here? They dare to directly let go of the private enterprise party. Is this okay? The female colleague shook her head and laughed again. That's right. Zhang Qi nodded in agreement. These 2 days, this Western Legend Campground has been emphasizing celebrities in its promotion, but never mentioning roasted whole camels. Obviously, it is not a private enterprise party. Otherwise, they will definitely promote it crazily. Besides, Binggu Village and this campground are not on the same path. They have accommodation there. Do they have it here? Anyway, I feel that if this campground sinks to low-end customers, it may still attract some passing tourists. If it insists on competing with Binggu Campground, it will close down sooner or later. The female staff member said again. Wait, after saying so much, are you still going tonight? Looking at his colleagues who were getting more and more excited, Zhang Qi couldn't help laughing. Go! It's okay to see the excitement. The female staff member was stunned. And then said with certainty, little did they know that. Just when the rumor about the Western Legend Campground having an evening event started to spread in Ase County. At the entrance of a Yuan in Binggu Village, Shu Yutian and Zhong Ruofei were walking side by side and chatting. Did your wife go back to High City? She went back. She took our bus to Jioga City. She had a lot of things to deal with there. She came back to get the marriage certificate after she dealt with them. Shu Yutian nodded. The Binggu Village line will be officially open tomorrow morning. There will be one trip to Binggu Village at 8:30 in the morning, and one trip back to Jioga City. Therefore, a car must go to Jioga City first. Doesn't it feel good? Zhong Ruofei looked at Shu Yutian with a smile on his face. I really have to thank Uncle Feng this time. Shu Yutian looked at the depths of the corridor with great emotion. That's a must. By the way, I saw a short video when I was resting last night. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something and spoke. Old Zhong, are you talking about the legendary campground in the west? Shu Yutian stopped. Yes, it's this campground that just opened not long ago. They also invited 3 celebrities for the team building activity this time. It feels like they are benchmarking us. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Benchmarking us? I asked someone yesterday. Do you know who the owner of this campground is? Shu Yutian's mouth curled up. Who? It's the Yousheng Camel Farm in Jioga City where I ordered the camel for the first time. Is it them? Zhong Ruofei frowned. Should we benchmark against him? This guy wanted to take advantage of us. Zhong Ruofei narrowed his eyes slightly. If other businesses did this, Zhong Ruofei might not have the idea of deliberately benchmarking. After all, there are many similar businesses in modern society. Ice Lake Campground has no right to prohibit other campgrounds from organizing team building. But after knowing that it was this camel farm, I inexplicably wanted to play with it. Benchmark? He is not worthy. He is amazing to survive this winter. Since the Jioga Petrochemical Private Enterprise Party, those who booked our campground were not actually here for roasted whole camels. Most of them booked us for our night view. And what do they have there? It's just an ordinary campsite. Upon hearing this, Shu Yutian smiled faintly. During this period, he often chatted with the person in charge of team building customers. In fact, as long as the price is certain, they will not specifically require the number of stars, nor will they compare with the Jioga Petrochemical event. Because they know very well that Jioga Petrochemical spends much more money than they do. After a pause, Shu Yutian added, and we will soon have another killer weapon. Once the lights are on, our place is likely to become a popular check-in spot. What about them? That's right. Zhong Ruofei subconsciously glanced at the southwest corner of Yuan. Although the view was blocked by the tree corridor, the tall construction fence could be vaguely seen. During this period, Many tourists have been asking what was being built there. They did not elaborate, but only explained that it would be announced on the official WeChat account of Binga Culture and Tourism. Wait, from what Xiaosu said, I think it will be a matter of a few days. Uncle Lu has already applied for fire inspection. Let's take advantage of these 2 days to train our employees and promote it to tourists. We can't help it. After the construction of Guanque Tower, we have to rush to build the village office building and an ordinary hotel, plus 2 staff dormitories. These must be completed before the weather gets cold. That's right. After the completion of this year's infrastructure project in Bingu village, it will be officially over. Yeah. Just like that. The two of them walked and talked and disappeared into the depths of a yuan soon. On October 1st and October 2nd, when the Western Legend Campground followed suit and held an event and began to promote its own campground, the pace of Bingu village was not affected at all. On October 1st, the Bingu village route was officially open to the public. It was fully booked that day, according to the fare standard of Jioga City long-distance bus station. The fare for a 500-kilometer journey is 170. In the most ideal case of full occupancy, the gross income per trip is 12,000 yuan. But excluding the cost of gas, driver wages, etc., the single trip can earn about 5,000 yuan. Of course, this is under the ideal full passenger situation. Sometimes passengers get off halfway, and sometimes it is impossible to be full from the station. The net profit of a single trip is only more than 2,000 yuan. But how much money is earned is secondary. The significance of opening the route is far greater than making money itself. Everything was normal on October 2 ND. Bingu village held another ordinary team building. October 3 RD, it was another ordinary holiday. There were only individual tourists and people coming to see a doctor in Bingu village. At 5 p.m., just when individual tourists started to go to food stalls or barbecue restaurants to eat, the movement from the southwest corner of a yuan attracted the attention of many people. All I heard was the sound of steel pipes colliding, as if something was being dismantled. What's going on? While they were puzzled, the fences were dismantled piece by piece as time went by, and many tourists were stunned. A 3-story building with 4 eaves, black tiles and red pillars, magnificent and 70 to 80 meters high, gradually appeared in the southwest corner of a yuan. There was also a huge plaque hanging on the ancient building, on which the word stork was clearly written. Oh my goodness! What is this? After coming to their senses, some tourists rushed directly into the reception desk of Binga Culture and Tourism. There is no way. They have never seen such an ancient building with great beauty and momentum since they were young. They can feel a great sense of oppression even when standing next to the national highway. How can they not be curious? Even after the appearance of this ancient building, the tourists who originally regarded a yuan as the ceiling suddenly felt a sense of betrayal in their hearts. The little sweet girl turned into Mrs. Niu in an instant. Hello, what is the building that was just demolished? Can we go over and take a look? Some tourists saw the receptionist and went straight to the point. Are you talking about the ancient building whose fences were just removed? Yes. Hello, this ancient building is a new landscape accommodation building built at our Binga campsite, called Guanque. It was built based on the origin of the name of our Bingu village. You can overlook the Gobi Desert and watch the sunset from above. The receptionist immediately began to introduce. Although they had not seen the true face of the Guanque Tower with their own eyes, they had memorized various promotional slogans in the past 2 days. Overlooking the Gobi Desert, watching the sunset from afar, when will it be open to the public? The more they listened, the more excited the tourists became. They wished they could check in here right now, but they also knew that this extremely shocking building had just had its fences removed, and it was impossible for it to be open to the public right now. The specific opening hours will be announced after the formaldehyde in the guest rooms meets the standard and passes the fire inspection of the relevant departments. The receptionist said again. When will it be open? Can we go there today to take a photo? A tourist rubbed his hands excitedly. It may be uncertain today, but it should be possible tomorrow. The receptionist said again. Okay. Okay. How do we get there? Should we go through a yuan? The tourist continued to ask. His idea was simple. Even if he couldn't get to the edge of the building this afternoon, it would be nice to explore the road first and enjoy the sight. Chapter 146 Determine the organizational structure. After the Guanque Tower is officially open to the public, you can reach the Guanque Tower through the southwest corner of a yuan. The receptionist said again. The southwest corner of a yuan? Okay. Just when many individual tourists were excited, in front of the Guanque Tower, looking at the huge word Guaju, Su Hang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It took several months, 3 shifts, salary is paid immediately. The Guanque Tower finally had a result at this moment. Although the blueprint of the Guanque Tower built in Binggu Village used the one on Earth, the layout is not exactly the same. On Earth, there is a large square in front of the Guanque Tower, with a podium around it. In front of the base of Binggu Village is only a small square without a podium. The design style near the small square is still a garden-style garden. The reason for designing it like this is to be able to perfectly combine with the Yuan. Now, as long as you pass through the southwest gate of a Yuan, walk along the tree-lined path, and the garden corridor, for about 100 meters, you can reach the Guanque Tower, giving people a feeling that the Guanque Tower and a Yuan are originally one. And after the wall is built, tourists staying there can only reach the Guanque Tower through a Yuan. Xiaosu. The internal elevator, and water, and electricity have just been debugged. There is no problem. Let's try the lighting project tonight. While thinking, Lu Ming came to Su Hang. Then start removing formaldehyde from tomorrow. Su Hang nodded. The day before yesterday, Lu Ming had already taken relevant staff to do the fire inspection. Fire inspection may be a little difficult for other new construction companies, but it is a piece of cake for Lu Ming. In addition, the drawings produced by the system have almost no shortcomings. It is difficult to think about it, unless it is deliberately difficult. But Lu Ming's current pension is still paid by Xiagua Architecture Institute. So this is not a problem. Yeah. Lu Ming nodded. Uncle, let's go, have dinner with Brother Zhong, Brother Shui, and the others tonight. Looking at the time, Su Hang said, Let's go! In a blink of an eye, at 8 o'clock in the evening, as the staff at the campsite reception pressed the switch, the ancient theater, the 4 staff dormitories along the national highway, Yuan, the decorative lights of the Guanque Tower lit up one by one, attracting many campsite tourists, and the heavy truck driver, who was having dinner, exclaimed again. Then he took out his mobile phone and started taking all kinds of photos, all kinds of group photos. Even many campsite employees picked up their mobile phones. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had forgotten that this was just a camping site, and had already treated Binggu Village as a serious tourist attraction. It was shocking enough when I saw this building in the afternoon, but I didn't expect it to be even more amazing at night. It directly satisfied my fantasy of the palace in the sky. A tourist couldn't help but sigh while uploading it to his circle of friends. I really want to stay in it for a night. The tourist next to him echoed. I want to. But I guess the cost of staying here for a night will not be lower than a yuan. Of course. First of all, the view is different. This building has a high base, and even the first floor has a very wide view. Forget it. It's a little more expensive. I just hope it can open earlier. Yeah. People were talking about taking pictures outside a yuan, and in the Binggu Village's special box in a yuan. The villagers of Binggu Village were also talking about the Guanque Tower, especially Feng Shuyu and Shirlenian. Although I have seen the renderings of the Guanque Tower before, I couldn't help but be shocked when the real thing appeared in front of me. I didn't expect that Binggu Village got its name like this. From now on, Guanque Tower will basically be the cultural landmark of our Binggu Village. Putting down the teacup, Feng Shuyu said with emotion. The more he stayed in Binggu Village, the more he liked this place, the people here, the changes here. I can't stop. When we designed it, we wanted to give our village a cultural endorsement. In the future, anyone who has lived in Guanque Tower will understand the origin of Binggu. Su Hang replied. If I hadn't heard that legend, I really wouldn't have thought of building the Guanque Tower. When will it be open? Feng Shuyu asked again. It will be officially open to the public when the formaldehyde level reaches the standard. But if people in our village want to go up and take a look, they can ask Uncle Lu for the key at any time. Su Hang couldn't help laughing. It was nothing else. Now everyone could see what Feng Shuyu was thinking. That's great. Sure enough, Feng Shuyu grinned and laughed. It wasn't until a while later that Feng Shuyu spoke again. Xiaosu, if the Guanque Tower starts operating, will it have to recruit a group of employees? Although the Guanque Tower is a single-family building, it has a large volume inside. Yeah. Su Hang nodded. The Guanque Tower is designed with 4 eaves, 3 floors, and 6 inner floors. There are 24 main guest rooms above the 2nd floor, excluding the linen room and the service room. There are only 16 guest rooms on the 1st floor because of the dining hall. Even so, there are 136 rooms in total. So there are at least 8 people for the waiters, the restaurant, and the front desk. Adding the existing employees, The total number of employees of Binga Cultural Tourism has exceeded 100. After a pause, Su Hang said, but before recruiting this time, I want to adjust the organizational structure of our Binga Cultural Tourism. There are more and more employees now, and the preliminary plan can no longer keep up. Adjust the organizational structure? Makes sense. After hearing this, Zhong Ruofei and others nodded, and Feng Shuyu took over the conversation. In fact, I found the problem some time ago. I saw that when he received customers, he only said that he was the person in charge of team building activities. And some customers would not take it seriously. And it's not just Xiao Shui. Many people in Binga Cultural Tourism lack an identity to introduce themselves to the outside world. Uncle Feng is right. Su Hang then looked at Shu Yutian. Brother Shui, I thought of registering another Binga Culture Media while we are finalizing the organizational structure. Then Binga Culture Media will be operated independently, just like Binga Construction Company and the Village Clinic. This way, the finances will not be in chaos, and the work efficiency will be higher. Establishing Binga Culture Media? Shu Yutian seemed to be thinking. Well, in the future, your Binga Culture Media will only be responsible for performing arts activities. After all, this is what you are best at. Otherwise, you will be too tired. In fact, many things in team building activities can be directly connected with the supermarket and the reception desk. But now you do it yourself. Su Hang said again. Okay. Hearing this, Shu Yutian actually breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, he was a singer who had passed his prime before. Singing and entertainment were his strengths. But he was not very good at organizing barbecue activities. Sometimes he was very tired, but his efficiency was average. But, Brother Shui, if Binga Culture Media and Binga Culture and Tourism are established, they will only provide the paid and registered capital, and you will have to figure out the rest of the personnel and so on. As for the workplace, after our 2 rows of office buildings are built, in addition to the village office and the police station, we will give you 10 rooms, and we will give Binga Construction Company 10 rooms. The rest will be handed over to Binga Culture and Tourism. After a pause, Su Hang added another sentence. I understand. Shu Yutian nodded immediately. Su Hang's words were very clear. In the future, Binga Culture Media Company Limited, Binga Construction Company Limited and the Village Health Center will be financially independent, and each will rely on their own abilities. If they make a lot of money, they can build their own office building with their own money. If they don't operate properly and only make money through internal activities, they can only live in the 10 office buildings that were originally allocated. After a moment, Su Hang looked at Zhong Ruofei again. Brother Zhong, the same thing in the future. Just operate Binga Culture and Tourism well. All infrastructure projects will be handed over to Binga Construction Company, so you can relax. Yes. Zhong Ruofei nodded heavily. As a former business tycoon, he knows the importance of organizational structure, so that he can free up his hands to do more things. In addition to the top management, we are also confirming some middle-level management this time. If there is no suitable candidate, leave it vacant first. It is better to have nothing than to have something unqualified. Su Hang took a sip from the teacup. Okay. I will draw up a list of middle-level managers tonight. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. Yes. Xiao Su. I will also help Binga Culture and Tourism draft a company charter, including dividend shares, the veto power of the actual controller, etc. On the side, Feng Shuyu also said, then I'll trouble Uncle Feng. Hearing this, Su Hang was delighted. Now Shu Yutian, Lu Ming, Zhong Ruofei, in addition to their job salaries, receive 3% of the dividends from Binga Culture and Tourism. Shi Linian and his wife, in addition to their job salaries, receive 1% of the dividends from the village clinic's annual profits. Feng Shuyu was given a legal advisory subsidy for Bingu Village. When the standard was set for Feng Shuyu refused for a long time, saying that he had a salary and asking for money was useless. In the end, it was not until he said that he would not take the money and the villagers of Bingu Village were embarrassed to ask him for money that it was decided. We are all family. Why be polite? By the way, Xiao Su, I have one more question. Now that the Guanque Tower is completed, will we start the main construction of the 2 rows of office buildings tomorrow? Feng Shuyu waved his hand and said curiously. Yes, in addition to the 2 rows of office buildings, there are also 2 staff dormitories and an ordinary hotel. These must be completed before the weather gets cold. Su Hang nodded. Will it be in time? It should be no problem. The interior of these buildings are reinforced concrete structures. Besides, we still work in 3 shifts, and the salary will be paid immediately. Su Hang replied confidently. There was a construction company called Yuanda on Earth that took 19 days to build a 57-story building. Bingdu Village's building was considered slow. That's fine. After it's built, we can start preparing for our Xiao Shui's wedding. Feng Shu smiled again. That's right. I'll definitely plan it for our Xiao Shui when the time comes. Yeah. Just like that, the 7 villagers of Bingdu Village ate and talked, and then opened a bottle of white wine, and didn't leave until very late. After returning to his room and washing up, Su Hang did not go to bed, but called out the pawn system. There is no other way. A new project will start tomorrow. 2 staff dormitory buildings are the simplest. The foundations of 2 rows of 4-story office buildings have been dug. Only the hotel for ordinary people has not been found yet. Let's not talk about the site selection for now. At least the blueprints should be made. Right? 1 minute. 2 minutes. It was not until a long time later that Su Hang's face gradually showed a satisfied smile. The moon sets, the sun rises, and it is 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day. At the Binga reception desk, just when Yousheng had just received a reservation call and was about to register, Zhu Rui, the accountant of Binga Culture and Tourism, suddenly walked in with a stack of documents in his hand. Sister Niu, this is for you. After saying hello, Zhu Rui handed the documents to Yousheng. Chapter 147, An Ordinary Small Hotel. What is this? Yousheng took the document with some doubts and asked casually. The appointment letter of our Bingda Cultural Tourism? Zhu Rui said casually. Appointment letter? So many? Yousheng was immediately curious. And the colleague next to her also came over curiously. If I remember correctly, I have never seen such a document since I joined the company. And it is still such a thick stack. Well, Sister Niu, you are on the list. I am optimistic about you. You will see slowly. I have to go to other places to deliver the documents. Zhu Rui smiled, and then turned and left the reception desk. On the list? What does that mean? Yousheng and her colleagues immediately looked at the first document. They immediately started reading it with great interest. On the document, it was written, Zhong Ruofei is hereby appointed as CEO of Bingda Culture and Tourism, to coordinate and manage all matters related to Bingda Culture and Tourism. The official seal of Bingda Culture and Tourism was also stamped under the document. Hasn't Mr. Zhong always been the president? While somewhat puzzled, Yousheng and her colleagues turned to the second page, and it was written, Lu Ming is hereby appointed as Vice President of Bingda Culture and Tourism, in charge of Bingda Construction Company Limited and President of Bingda Construction Company Ltd. Mr. Lu, isn't this normal? Yousheng muttered to herself and opened the third page. The content of the third page was, Shu Yutian is hereby appointed as Vice President of Bingda Culture and Tourism, and Bingda Culture Media Company Limited is established and President of Bingda Culture Media Company Ltd. A cultural media company is established? Mr. Shui is in charge? At this time, Yousheng and her colleagues finally showed surprise. Shu Yutian's position in Bingda Culture and Tourism is well known. But this is the first time that his specific position has been so clearly defined. However, turning to the fourth page, when she saw the content clearly, Yousheng became more and more interested. It was written on the fourth page. Establishment of the Catering Department. Ding Santai is hereby appointed as the manager of the Catering Department of Bingda Culture and Tourism, in charge of the food stalls, barbecue restaurants, Yuan internal restaurant staff, and Guanque restaurant staff. My goodness, Chef Ding is the manager of the catering department? If the first 3 appointments were expected, the 4th appointment was beyond the expectations of the 2. Because usually after get off work in the evening, each department would visit each other and chat a lot. Let's see who else becomes a manager. With this thought in mind, Yousheng and her colleagues quickly flipped through the pages. Establishing a security department. Song Fei is hereby appointed as the manager of the security department. Establishing a customer service department. Yousheng is hereby appointed as the manager of the customer service department. Zhu Rui is hereby appointed as the manager of the Bingda Cultural Tourism Finance Department. Wang Qian is hereby appointed as the manager of Bingda Supermarket. Zhang Xiaola is hereby appointed as the manager of Bingda Gas Station. It was not until 5 or 6 minutes later that the 2 of them finished reading the entire stack of appointment letters. Sister Niu, congratulations. At this time, the staff member next to her looked at Yousheng with envy. She finally understood what Zhu Rui meant by being on the list. The most important thing is that there is a sentence behind all the appointment documents. Starting from next month, the salary of the position will be adjusted at the same time. I really didn't expect this. Yousheng replied with some surprise. But she couldn't hide her happiness on her face. She was even more determined to continue working in Bingda Culture and Tourism. If I remember correctly, the starting salary of the manager of Bingda Culture and Tourism is 6,000, not including other benefits and bonuses. Just for this reason, it is higher than the salary of most units in Jioga City. What else is she not satisfied with? Should Sister Nyo show some appreciation tonight by going to the barbecue restaurant across the street? The female receptionist smiled again. In fact, although it felt very sudden that Yousheng was promoted to the manager of the customer service department, it was not surprising, because Yousheng is in charge of many things now. Okay, I'll pay for it myself, but then again, you will have many opportunities in the future. You see, the customer service department is still short of several supervisors and a deputy manager. In addition, there are many vacancies in the management positions of the newly established departments. Yousheng agreed very readily. After all, this is a normal thing. Well, I will definitely try my best to fight for it. After a pause, the female receptionist couldn't help but ask curiously. By the way, Sister Nyo, I can understand that Secretary Su is not among them, but why is Dr. Shu not on this list? Academician Feng and others feel that the other villagers in Bingdu village are presidents and vice presidents. Don't you know, now the village clinic and Bingda Culture and Tourism are separated. Dr. Shu and Dr. Song are in charge of the village clinic, and they are definitely not among them. Yousheng took a look at the appointment letter and explained. What about Academician Feng? Academician Feng has a special status, and will definitely not work in Bingda Culture and Tourism. But I heard that he is now the legal advisor of Bingdu village. He doesn't interfere with us, and only deals with a few Bingdu villagers. No wonder. At this point, the female receptionist finally understood the specific positions of the Bingdu villagers, and at the same time had a clear positioning of her own identity. Hurry up and work. Don't forget, the lights in the Guanque Tower have started to light up. As expected, our customer service department will have another tough battle next. Yousheng put the appointment letter aside and continued to type on the keyboard. The Bingda Cultural Tourism Customer Service Department was like this, and the other departments that received the appointment documents one after another were similar. There were constant calls for treats. But the joys and sorrows of the world are not the same. Some people are happy while others are sad, and there is no trace of smile on their faces. AC County, Western Legend Camping Site. At the reception desk, Zhao Ping and Go Shuiping stared at the landline quietly with extremely gloomy faces, and the receptionist standing by dared not speak. In order to better operate, Zhao Ping also recruited 2 waiters, a chef who specializes in cooking and a full-time barbecue chef. It was not until a long time later that Zhao Ping looked at the receptionist. No customer called since this morning? Yes. The waiter nodded weakly. What about individual customers? Zhao Ping couldn't help asking again. 2 groups of individual customers came, but they walked around for a while and left. The waiter replied in a low voice. This shouldn't be. We have also placed an advertisement, released a promotional video, and the atmosphere that night was super good. Zhao Ping couldn't help looking at Go Shuiping. The day before National Day, they finally spent another $1 million to invite 2 celebrities. After the final calculation, they found that they really lost money to gain publicity. This grand team building activity did not make a penny, and they also spent a camel and various material costs. Labor costs. What made Zhao Ping even more depressed was that he had not received any team building activity orders since then. Only a few scattered individual tourists. As of today, there is less than 10,000 yuan left on the campsite's account. If this continues, it will be difficult to pay the salaries of several employees this month. Is it because the weather has been cold recently that no one is camping? But there seem to be a lot of orders at Bingda Campground. After a pause, Zhao Ping added, the customers who ordered at Bingda Campground are not going for the roasted camels, but for the characteristic buildings in Bingdu village. If there were no characteristic buildings, they would be the same as us. After a long time, Go Ping rubbed his brows and said distressfully, characteristic buildings? Mr. Go, I have long said that if we want to benchmark the Bingdu village campground, we must benchmark the entire set. But you just won't listen. Now it's good. Not only have we spent the 2 million loan, but we have gained nothing. Maybe because he was upset because of the lack of business. Zhao Ping was immediately annoyed when he heard this. Boss Zhao, can we be more realistic? Can we keep up with the construction in Binggu Village with our strength? Let's not talk about anything else. First take a look at the new building they put up yesterday. Let's not talk about the construction cost of this building. But the design fee is probably worth our entire camel farm. Being complained, Go Pingshui also got angry. Then he took out his mobile phone and opened one of the videos and handed it over. After seeing the content of the video clearly, Zhao Ping's eyes widened, and his voice became smaller and smaller. This boss is too. Do you think we can keep up? Go Pingshui took back the phone in a bad mood. The atmosphere was dead silent again. After a long time, Zhao Ping spoke again. What should we do now? Now we have no choice but to endure. After this winter, business should pick up in the spring. Go Shuiping replied. Endure? What about the operating costs in the next few months? The daily feed and labor costs of the camel farm are already high. And now there is a campsite. In addition, there is a 2 million loan interest. Hearing that Go Shuiping had no solution, Zhao Ping complained again. Mr. Zhao, then what do you say we should do? We have done what we should do. Who can guarantee that a business will be successful? Business is slow after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Go Shuiping asked back. Is this a reason? At the beginning, I said not to build a campsite. Not to build a campsite, but you insisted that you could revitalize the farm. What's the result? Now you tell me there is no way. Zhao Ping became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Mr. Zhao, it's meaningless if you say that. You agreed to it at the beginning. Swish, Go Shuiping stood up directly. I agree. If you hadn't been pushing me, would I have agreed? I pushed you? Okay, Zhao Ping, just because of what you said. You can go to whoever you want in the future. I won't serve you anymore. With a glare, Go Shuiping immediately turned around and walked out of the room. Not serving? You're throwing a tantrum now. You're still Go Shuiping. I think you're a complete asshole. If you don't give me an explanation for this, it's not over. Seeing this, Zhao Ping also cursed and followed him out. In the end, only the receptionist, who was at a loss, was left. At the same time, in Bingdu Village, at the new construction site next to the Bonfire Square, Su Hang came to Lu Ming with a blueprint. Uncle Lu, this is the ordinary hotel I asked my friend to help design. Do you think it's okay? Although it's ordinary and has no special features, I think it can be used. After all, it's an ordinary hotel and doesn't need to be too exquisite. After that, Su Hang handed over the blueprint. Ordinary hotel? Let me see. Lu Ming took the blueprint. However, the next moment, Lu Ming rolled his eyes after seeing the renderings provided by Su Hang. Is this ordinary? When he looked at Su Hang again, he already had a feeling of wanting to stab him. And his expression seemed to say, as an assistant researcher, do you have any misunderstandings about ordinary things? Chapter 148 Bag Design. I have a friend. Uncle Lu, is it not good enough? Do you want me to ask my friend to help you change it to a slightly better one? Seeing Lu Ming frowning, Su Hang hurriedly said, Better, Xiao Su. Your standard is already very high. After hearing this, Lu Ming was frightened and hurriedly dissuaded him. How dare you make it better? What Bingdu Village lacks now is an ordinary hotel, the kind that people who need to see a doctor, the kind that heavy truck drivers, etc. can afford to stay in after just one look. Not like the Guanque Tower, ordinary people can tell at a glance that this building is for those tourists who have money and time to travel around the northwest. Very high? Su Hang paused. I spent a long time searching in the pawn system last night before I found a 7-story straight plank building with a modern interior and a slightly antique exterior. Each floor is divided into north and south directions and has 60 guest rooms. The first floor has fewer guest rooms because there is a reception desk, public toilets, etc., and in total, it can provide 400 ordinary guest rooms. In addition to this, either a purely modern building or an exterior design that is more beautiful than this one. It's really high. Why don't we use this one? Lu Ming said hurriedly. He was really afraid that Su Hang would suddenly withdraw the blueprint and then make one that was even less suitable for ordinary people. Okay then. Looking at Lu Ming again, Su Hang finally nodded. By the way, Xiao Su, where is the location of this ordinary hotel? I'll have a survey done this afternoon. After a little thought, Lu Ming said again, I want to put this hotel to the west of our campsite. Upon hearing this, Su Hang immediately took the Bingdu Village floor plan from the side and pointed at it. Oh! Seeing the location selected by Su Hang, Lu Ming nodded and spoke again. Is this along the national highway? Not along the street. Just like our campsite. I plan to continue to build a 3-story antique building near the national highway. Behind the building is the hotel parking lot. And behind it is this 7-story building. There is a passage of about 50 meters between this ordinary hotel and the campsite. Tree pits are reserved on both sides of the passage. Su Hang expressed his thoughts. Now the 4 staff dormitories have taken shape, and the 5th and 6th buildings are also designed next to them. If a 7-story building is built at this time, it would be a bit abrupt. Like this? That's good. Then the ordinary hotel guests and camping tourists will not be involved with each other, and each will go their own way. In the future, as long as this road is connected to the north and south, this will be the cross-center of our ice lake. After thinking about the actual effect in his mind, Lu Ming nodded immediately. Uncle, if you have no objection, then it's settled. Su Hang immediately took out a pen and marked it. Okay. Su. Secretary Su. Secretary Su. Just when Lu Ming and Su Hang were about to talk about the budget of this ordinary accommodation building, there was a shout from a distance. Looking back, I saw the camel barbecue chef Han Shuping waving at them. Beside Han Shuping stood a plain-dressed old man who looked about 56 years old. Uncle Lu, I'll go over first and meet someone, Su Hang said after thinking about it. Meet someone. Some time ago, the barbecue chef recommended me an intangible cultural heritage inheritor, saying that he wanted to find a job in our leather workshop. Su Hang explained. Intangible cultural heritage inheritor? Then you should go and have a look, Lu Ming said hurriedly. Yes. A few minutes later, Su Hang came to Han Shuping and the others. Secretary Su. This is the relative I mentioned to you last time, Tang Jianxi. Before Su Hang could speak, Han Shuping introduced him first. After saying that, he did not forget to compliment the old man beside him. Secretary Su. Hello. The old man received the reminder and stretched out his hands in a hurry. Hello. Uncle. Let's go to Yuan. Su Hang shook hands and looked back and said, Then I'll take your advice. Tang Jianxi and Han Shuping nodded hurriedly. Uncle, I heard from Uncle Han that you are the inheritor of intangible cultural heritage, Su Hang asked as he walked. Alas, this happened a long time ago. At that time, I was a professional shadow puppeteer and got this title. It's useless, Tang Jianxi hurriedly replied in a low voice. After saying that, he turned around and started to dig in the leather bag in his hand, which was already torn. Soon, he handed over a plastic bag. In the plastic bag was a certificate that looked very new. Secretary Su, look, this is my intangible cultural heritage certificate. It's okay, I'm just asking. Seeing this, Su Hang hurriedly asked Tang Jianxi to put the certificate away. Although he had just met Tang Jianxi and hadn't said a few words to her, he could tell at a glance that Tang Jianxi would not lie about such things. So there was no need to look at the intangible cultural heritage certificate. Uncle Tang, is it difficult to make the shadow puppet? After a pause, Su Hang asked again. Yes, in addition to the leather production, shadow puppets also require the ability to draw characters. So it's more difficult, Tang Jianxi hurriedly replied. Uncle Tang, if that's the case, you can definitely make leather bags? While they were talking, the 3 of them had already arrived beside the national highway. Leather bags? Tang Jianxi was stunned. Yes, it's camel skin, yak skin, ostrich skin to make leather bags. Now our leather workshop lacks such a master. You could even make shadow puppets before. There must be no problem making leather bags by hand. We pay our craftsmen a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. With performance commission. Su Hang stopped and looked at Tang Jianxi. However, what Su Hang did not expect was that after hearing this, Tang Jianxi showed a trace of embarrassment after a brief shock on his face. Ah, this. What's wrong, Uncle Tang? Is the monthly salary reduced? Su's secretary, not much. Not little. But too much. I'm just not going to hide it from you. I think there is no problem with handicrafts. But I have never made a leather bag before, and I don't know how to design. What if the things I make are too ugly? Tang Jianxi was embarrassed. Can't design? Uncle Tang, don't worry about that. I have a friend who specializes in this. When the time comes, the style will be given to you. You just need to make it exactly as it is. After hearing the whole story, Su Hang waved his hand and said he had already prepared for this. The aesthetics of this world are basically the same as those on Earth. At that time, he would bring out some of the most classic styles of Louis Vuitton, Fendi, Celine, Cartier, Dior, Valentino, Brothers. Please pick out the brands that insult China, I will delete them. I have deleted 7 or 8 already, and so on, and then promote them, and find ways to improve the positioning of the bags. I don't believe that there will be no tourists to buy them. As for the bone bracelets, they are relatively simple, and are not of the same level as the bags. Oh, is that so? Tang Jianxi breathed a sigh of relief. Secretary Sue. If that's the case, I'll definitely be fine, he assured confidently. That's good. Su Hang nodded and casually said, by the way, I heard Uncle Han say that our aunt hasn't been feeling well. Alas, she's been sick. She just came back from Lanzhou the day before yesterday. How about this? There are 2 experts from the affiliated hospital of Yousheng University in our village clinic. Bring your aunt here to let them take a look. Secretary Sue. To be honest, Shuping told me a long time ago that this disease seems to require some equipment of several tons, which may not be available here. Oh, that's not a big deal. Bring her here when you have time to have a look. If it's inconvenient for you to work here, I'll make room for you in a dormitory, where you and your aunt can stay. Su Heng thought about it, and looked at Tang Jianxi. He knew that the few TS Tang Jianxi mentioned should be the CTs that the village health center had not yet used. Ah, a separate dormitory? Convenient for taking care of my wife? Tang Jianxi was stunned for a moment, and his eyes began to redden. Su, Secretary, thank you so much, thank you so much. After saying that, he even wanted to bow to Su Heng. Uncle Tang, don't be like this. Time passed quickly, and it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as the staff and tourists of the campsite began to walk to the canteen one after another to order food, a bus slowly stopped at the entrance of the cardholder's home. There was a plastic nameplate in front of the bus cockpit, which clearly read, Bingdu Village, Jioga City. We have arrived at Bingdu Village. As the door slowly opened, passengers got off the bus one after another. This trip was full again directly from Jioga City, with no passengers getting on or off in the middle. Is this Bingdu Village? After getting off the bus, many passengers found the direction and left the truck friend's home, but the 2 energetic old men and women who got off the bus last looked around curiously. It must be expensive to build such a place in the ruins of the Gobi Desert. The trees around it are alive, and you can see there is a gas station over there. After a moment, the old man looked at the old lady with emotion. Yeah. The old lady nodded in agreement. After a pause, the old lady stared into the distance and said again, Is the characteristic building we saw in Shishua's video in front? I see there seems to be a tall building in the distance. Although Kai's home is more than 1 kilometer away from the center of Bingdu Village. The Guanque Tower and its base are 80 meters high. Standing here, although the specific style cannot be seen clearly, the building can still be seen. Well, I'll call Xiaosher. Shishua's video doesn't seem to be that high. The old man shook his head in confusion, and then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. After a moment, the call was connected. Xiaosher, is it convenient to talk? The old man said. Mr. Tong, have you arrived in Jioga City? The next moment, Shi Linyan's unusually respectful voice came from the phone. Oh, we have arrived in your Bingdu village, and are now in the cardholder's home, said the old man. Are you at the Kaya home? Shi Linyan's voice froze instantly. Yeah, we came to Jioga City and wanted to call you. But we happened to see a bus from the station that went directly to Bingdu village. So we got on it. Mr. Tong, then please wait a moment, I'll come to pick you up. When he came back to his senses, Shi Linyan's voice came immediately. Chapter 149. Another old man was captured. Half an hour later, Shi Linyan, the old man, and the old lady appeared at the door of the village health room. Xiaosher, you live here? The old man looked at the 4 ancient buildings on both sides of the national highway and the magnificent Stork Tower in the south. His eyes were full of surprise. Especially the Stork Tower. I didn't feel much at the card friend's home until I stood here and felt its size. Yeah. Shi Linyan, who was helping to carry the suitcase, nodded, as obedient as a student. There is no way. The old man is Tong Jichuan, who was once the vice president of Yousheng Union Hospital, and the old lady is Wang Huyin, who was once the director of pediatrics at Union Hospital and a top pediatric expert in China. How can a junior be careless in front of these 2 industry leaders? I have to say, your village is really unique, and it looks like there are still many projects. Tong Jichuan stared at the barbecue restaurant opposite and the construction fence next to it for a long time, before speaking again. Our village is now going to build 2 rows of office buildings on the east and west sides of the square, and 2 more staff dormitory buildings next to the barbecue restaurant. But this will not affect other things. There will be a team building activity in the square tonight. Shu Yutian nodded. What about the ancient theater? Tong Jiyuan asked again. Although the Guanque Tower was very impressive, Tong Jiyuan was thinking about the ancient theater with a plaque of Chang'an Pavilion. The ancient theater is in the Bonfire square opposite. Shu Yutian pointed to the entrance to the square. Then let's go and take a look. Upon hearing this, Tong Jiyuan took a step forward. Tong Lao. Should we settle these things first? And you and Teacher Wang take a rest before I take you there? Shu Yutian said hurriedly. That's right. Old Tong. Why are you in such a hurry? We'll find it ourselves after we settle down. Don't bother Xiaoshu all the time. Wang Hui next to him poked Tong Jiyuan unhappily. I almost forgot. Sorry. Xiaoshu. Looking at the 2 large suitcases, Tong Jiyuan finally reacted and showed an apologetic expression. Old Tong. I'm fine here. I'm mainly worried about you sitting on the bus for several hours. Shu Yutian waved his hand immediately. Let's go. Let's stay and talk about it later. By the way, are you staying in the campground? I heard that Xiaoshu also stayed in this campground. Tong Jiyuan glanced at the entrance of the campground. Well, I have booked a room for you 2 inside. Please come this way. Shu Yutian nodded. Okay. Just like that, a few minutes later, Shu Yutian and the other 2 appeared at the gate of Yuan. Yuan? It's a very elegant name. Looking up at the stone carvings on the gate of Yuan, Tong Jiyuan said with some surprise. This is the name given by our village party secretary. Shu Yutian explained while handing the suitcase in his hand to the security guard. Now there are special security guards at the gate of Yuan to serve tourists. In addition to Shu Yutian's status in Binggu village, how can the security guards not have good eyesight? Village party secretary, it seems that your village party secretary is quite powerful. While talking, the 3 of them stepped into Yuan. Well, although our village party secretary is young, he is still capable and, however, when Shu Yutian was about to introduce the village party secretary of Binggu village to Tong Jiyuan, he suddenly found that there was no movement next to him. He turned around and saw that Tong Jiyuan and Wang Hui had been completely lost in thought, staring at the interior of Yuan as if they had lost their souls. Mr. Tong. Mr. Wang. The night deepened, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. As the lights of Binggu village were turned on again, both the tourists who came for the team building and the individual tourists exclaimed, and their mobile phones kept taking pictures. Especially the Guanque Tower, which has been used as the first background. The second background is the ancient theater. However, some people are excited while others are completely dumbfounded, looking at the people in front of them with disbelief. Geoga City. A 4-star hotel. Wang Qing, the head of the Department of Biology, School of Life Sciences, Jiaotong University, could no longer hold back, and looked like you were kidding me. Mr. Zhao, what did you say? Can't do scientific research anymore? Just 10 minutes ago, Zhao Ping from Yongshou Camel Farm came to find him. I thought Zhao Ping might come to talk about how to distribute camels among researchers. But I didn't expect Zhao Ping to drop a death bomb as soon as he opened his mouth. I will return the research fund sponsored by your school to you tomorrow. Zhao Ping spread his hands. Why? Wang Qing was speechless. They came to Geoga City from High City in a mighty manner. They had booked a long-term hotel and selected camels. They were just about to start testing the data and officially launch the project. But suddenly this happened. The most important thing is that on September 30th, I happily participated in a team-building activity. Director Wang, I can't help it. I broke up with the second-largest shareholder. Now the second-largest shareholder wants to withdraw his shares. I can only deal with the assets. Although Zhao Ping's voice was calm, he could still hear a lot of anger. The day before yesterday, he and Go Shuiping had a big fight over the camping site. In the evening, he received a call from Go Shuiping saying that he wanted to withdraw his shares. He holds 80% of the shares in the camel farm, and Go Shuiping holds 20% of the shares. If the camel farm is profitable, the shares can be redeemed in proportion. But the camel farm is not profitable now. I don't have a penny in my hand, not to mention the 2 million loan. After thinking about it, I can only sell the assets at a discount. Withdraw shares? Wang Qing was speechless for a moment. Although he is not an entrepreneur, He also knows that sometimes once shareholders have an open conflict, there is basically no possibility of reconciliation. Disbandment is the only outcome. Director Wang, it's not that I don't want to cooperate with your high city Jiaotong University. But the situation has changed now. You can find another farm. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, you go ahead. After saying that, Zhao Ping gave Wang Qing an apologetic look again, and turned to leave the room. Looking at the closed door, Wang Qing really wanted to curse, but finally held back. About 10 minutes later, the scientific research team of Shanghai Jiaotong University all appeared in Wang Qing's room. Let us choose another place. More than a dozen people stared at each other, incredibly. Well, is there no room to turn back? Although our scientific research has not really started yet. A lot of project funds have been spent. A male teacher in his 40s said hurriedly. There is no hope. The major shareholder and the second largest shareholder have completely fallen out. Wang Qing shook his head. What should we do now? The room was silent again. After a long time, Wang Qing looked up at everyone. Well, don't worry. Tomorrow I will ask if there are any large camel farms nearby. If there are, try to contact them first. The project must continue. Large camel farm. Qin Susu, who was standing in the corner, suddenly had an idea. After thinking for a while, Qin Susu looked at Wang Qing. Director, I know there is a large breeding farm in Jiaotong City, where there are not only camels, but also yaks. What? Not only camels but also yaks? Wang Qing was delighted. Their research project this time is specifically aimed at calibrating the changes in microbial populations during the rumination process of large animals. If there are yaks, the data will be more convincing. Yes. Qin Susu nodded. Where is it? Wang Qing asked. As for the Bingdu village I mentioned to you last time, I followed their WeChat public account, and saw the breeding pens they showed to diners. This campsite is very powerful. It was also featured in Xiaogui Jifang, so this kind of thing shouldn't happen again, Qin Susu said. After a pause, Qin Susu added, but that place is more than 500 kilometers away from Jiaotong City, a bit far. The distance is not a problem, at worst we can go there, and the hotel can negotiate to check out, and it should be no problem to pay part of the deposit. Wang Qing's eyes became brighter and brighter. He now has only one idea, to ensure the smooth progress of this scientific research project as much as possible. Director, another problem is that the people in this village are relatively capable, and they may not appreciate the funds we provide. Qin Susu was silent for a moment, and then said. The image of the young village party secretary appeared in his mind again. Relatively capable? How do you say? Everyone looked at Qin Susu. The last time I went there, I chatted with the waiter over there. The waiter told me that although there are not many villagers in Bingdu village, each of them is not a simple person. Their village party secretary has a high administrative level. In addition, there seems to be a retired top expert from Xiaogui Institute. Qin Susu took a deep breath and said everything she heard. A village party secretary with a high administrative level? Wang Qing's eyes widened. This is really the first time I've heard of this. Well, so this may not be easy to discuss. After thinking for a moment, Wang Qing made a decision. Let's do it separately, Xiao Qin. You and Xiao Wang go to Bingdu village tomorrow to talk to this party secretary and increase their subsidies to double the current level. I'll go to the Jiaotong City Animal Husbandry Bureau tomorrow to find relevant leaders and see if there are any large-scale breeding farms recommended here. Study to double the subsidies? Okay. Qin Susu thought about it and agreed. This time, the research subsidy for the hand camel factory is 100,000 yuan. There should be room for negotiation if it is increased to 200,000 yuan at once. That's it. As the night deepened, Bingdu village, Shu Yutian, who had just finished singing at the bonfire party, returned to his residence. Since the organizational structure was redefined, he has been much more relaxed. Now, he just sings a song and registers it in the public account of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, according to the performance fee of 500,000 yuan each time, and the rest of the things are all handled by Bingdu Camping. After Bingdu Culture Media is registered, the money will also be transferred to the public account. We need to find a way to recruit more people and add more programs, so that team-building customers can have more choices. Otherwise, the bonfire party will become more and more mediocre. Mumbling to himself, Shu Yutian watched his face, and just when he was about to pick up his phone to call Song Liwei, the phone rang first. At a glance, Shu Yutian's mind moved, and he picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Wan, hello. The call was from Wan Xiang of Jiaotong Petrochemical. Chapter 150 Natural Gas Station Approved. Mr. Shui, are you busy now? The next moment, Wan Xiang, general manager of Jiuge Petrochemical, was heard on the phone. It's okay now, Shu Yutian said. Since the last private enterprise party in Binggu village, the two have been in contact, and their relationship is much closer than at the beginning. It's like this, Mr. Shui. The natural gas substation project I reported to our headquarters has been approved. Wan Xiang's voice came again. Approved? So fast? Shu Yutian was delighted. It's only October today? I thought the news would come at the end of October. You don't know that our last private enterprise linkage not only caused a great response within our group, but also appeared on the morning news of Suqing province. Mr. Liu approved the application in the afternoon of the day when the application was submitted. All procedures have been completed today. When mentioning the last event, Wan Xiang's voice was full of satisfaction. Because of this, he was also praised by the headquarters group. What do we need to do now? Do we need to transfer the deposit? Shu Yutian asked again immediately. If I remember correctly, the last time I talked to Wan Xiang said that we still need a deposit of 5 million. Mr. Shui, you can first pay a deposit of 500,000 to officially establish the project. After that, I will ask the relevant personnel to survey the terrain and plan the pipeline route. The remaining 4.5 million will be paid after the official launch. In fact, 5 million is nothing for Jiuge Petrochemical. But there is a requirement in the system. There is no other way. It can only be done this way for now. Wan Xiang replied. 500,000? No problem. Thank you so much this time. Shu Yutian replied immediately. You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Shui, I followed your Bingda Culture and Tourism WeChat account. Did you build another ancient building there? It looks super beautiful after the lights are on. Yes. I'll bring my wife and kids over when I have time. Okay, call me when we get there. No problem. Half an hour later, Shu Yutian came to Su Hang's room. Pay a deposit of 500,000 yuan to start the project? After hearing what Shu Yutian said, Su Hang was delighted. The project start means that the project has officially started. For a large enterprise like Jiuge Petrochemical, there is no possibility of change. It doesn't matter whether the natural gas will be delivered in the middle of next year or at the end of the year. At least this pit has been occupied first. Yes. Well, I'll call Brother Zhong and Uncle Lu later and ask them to come together to discuss how to reserve the natural gas pipeline. This is not a trivial matter. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, although 10 million yuan was paid back to the relevant departments of Jiuge City some time ago, there are more and more profitable places in Bingdu village now. Especially gas stations. The stable daily profit has exceeded a yuan, plus 3 team building activities have been held during this period. It is not too easy to take out 500,000 yuan from the account. I thought so too. Shu Yutian followed. The moon sets, the sun rises, and it's 11 o'clock the next morning. Although Su Hang and his friends discussed the natural gas pipeline for a long time before they dispersed, it did not delay the next day's project. The ordinary hotel has been fenced off. The 10 skilled craftsmen originally recruited from Guanque Tower were also divided into 3 groups. 6 people went to the office building construction site, and the remaining 4 people were divided into 2 groups, and came to the 5th and 6th employee dormitory construction sites. The purpose is to complete all the projects in Bingdu village before the weather gets too cold to work. Just when Su Hang and Lu Ming were busy, Qin Susu and a woman in her 30s got off the bus. Shao Qin, is this Bingdu village? The woman said, looking around curiously. The woman's name is Zhou Yang. She is Qin Susu's colleague. Yeah. Qin Susu nodded. This village looks quite desolate. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, a little disappointed. On the way here, Qin Susu kept telling her how good Bingdu village was, how powerful the villagers were, and even told her not to pretend to be a professor when she came to Bingdu village. In her mind, Bingdu village was elevated to another level. Now, she felt a sense of disappointment. Desolate? You'll know when you get to the front. And you don't know that there was no bus when I came here last time. The changes here are really great. Qin Susu was a little emotional, especially when she saw the building standing in the distance. She couldn't hide her surprise. If I remember correctly, when she lived there, this building was still fenced off. At that time, she was curious and asked the waiter what they were repairing. It took a short time to complete. The facts once again proved that this village party secretary was super extraordinary. Okay. About 10 minutes later, Qin Susu and Zhou Yang appeared in the core area. Sure enough, Zhou Yang's expression had gradually changed from disappointment to extreme shock. These ancient buildings are so beautiful, Xiao Qin, you're right. It would be great if we could do scientific research here later. I just stayed in Yuan for a few days. It's even more beautiful inside, but it's hard to say whether we can come to an agreement. Let's get down to business first. Qin Susu looked up at the Yuan reception desk and stopped. Okay. Zhou Yang nodded, and then the two of them entered the reception desk. Hello, are you here to check in or make an appointment? As soon as the two of them entered the door, the reception staff came to greet them. Hello. I want to find the village party secretary of Bingdu village. I wonder if you can help me make an appointment. Qin Susu said hurriedly. You want to see party secretary Su? Who are you? The receptionist was stunned. We are from the School of Life Sciences of Shi Jiaotong University. We want to talk to party secretary Su about something. Qin Susu said hurriedly. Oh. Then please wait a moment. I will call our manager Niu first. The receptionist thought for a while, and then picked up the phone. There was no way. If ordinary waiters from other places heard the words Shi Jiaotong University, they would definitely be surprised. But now they have become accustomed to the various identities of the villagers in Bingdu. And they really don't think Shi Jiaotong University is so unattainable. They just treated them as normal people. Trouble. Qin Susu and Zhou Yang looked at each other subconsciously, and in thought of this mission, they instantly felt a little nervous. Especially Zhou Yang, at this time. She finally felt the difference of Bingdu village. When they went to Jioga City to report their home, even the leaders would look at them a little more. Looking at this side, about 10 minutes later, customer service manager Niu Yin came to the reception desk. Hello, you want to see Secretary Su, you look familiar. Looking at Qin Susu, Niu Yin was a little surprised. I stayed at your Yuan for a few days before. Qin Susu smiled. She also remembered Niu Yin, the waiter she had chatted with a lot. No wonder. It's like this. I just called Secretary Su. He is at the construction site now. Please wait in the rest area, and he will come over soon. Niu Yin nodded. At the construction site? Will it affect Secretary Su? Qin Susu couldn't help asking. No. It's almost 12 o'clock now. And it's time for lunch. Niu Yin shook her head. Oh. Thank you for your help. Qin Susu breathed a sigh of relief. You're welcome. After that, Niu Yin poured another glass of water for Qin Susu and Zhou Yang. 1 minute. 2 minutes. When Qin Susu and Zhou Yang were getting more and more nervous, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the reception desk. Who is looking for me? Su Hang. Seeing Su Hang appear, the staff at the reception desk hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Su Hang. These two are looking for you. Niu Yin hurriedly gestured. Hello. I am Su Yutian, the party secretary of Bingdu village. May I ask who you are looking for? Su Hang came to Qin Susu and Zhou Yang. However, when Su Hang saw Qin Susu, a trace of doubt flashed across his face. But he quickly hid it. Hello. Party Secretary Su. My name is Qin Zijuan, and I am a teacher at the School of Life Sciences of Shi Jiaotong University. Seeing the real owner appear, Qin Susu and Zhou Yang hurriedly stood up and introduced themselves. It's okay. Sit down and talk. Su Hang nodded politely to the two and said. Niu Yin, who was standing by, had brought a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table in front of Su Hang. Okay. Qin Susu and Zhou Yang sat back awkwardly. At this moment, they were not only suppressed by Su Hang's aura, but also felt like they were meeting a superior of the college. Secretary Su, it's like this. After adjusting her thoughts, Qin Susu then explained her purpose in detail. Want to do scientific research in our farm? After hearing this, Su Hang frowned slightly. And it was this simple frowning action that made Qin Susu and Zhou Yang feel inexplicably nervous. Then Qin Susu hurriedly added, well, we can ensure the safety of the animals, and will not affect the normal operation of the farm. In addition, our college will provide the farm with a research subsidy of 200,000 yuan. What Qin Susu and Zhou Yang did not expect was that the Secretary Su in front of them did not give an answer but asked back. It shouldn't be. It stands to reason that your Shi Jiaotong University is also a top university in Xiagua, and the scientific research project must have been planned and contacted in advance. How? For a moment, Qin Susu didn't know how to answer. After a while, Qin Susu straightened up and said truthfully, Secretary Su, To be honest, we found a farm in Jyoga City before, called Yousheng Camel Farm. But something happened to this farm. So, there was no way. She couldn't lie in front of such an atmosphere. Something happened to Yousheng Camel Farm? Su Heng frowned again. Qin Susu's heart skipped a beat. Then you see after a while. Su Heng looked at Qin Susu. It's not impossible for you to do scientific research here. So you agree? Hearing this, Qin Susu and Zhou Yang showed joy at the same time. However, before they could be happy, Su Heng's voice sounded again. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet.